Professor Glory continued to tell the boys that they had to keep moving forward, but they had to stay as close to each other as possible, because if they relaxed too much, they could get into big trouble. One of the guys got incredibly cold during this hike, and he had no idea what the problem was or why he was so cold. Arthur, looking at all this, was a little surprised that the guys were so weak, but on the other hand, he understood them perfectly, although the other guys thought that they only needed to listen to Professor Glory because she had already told them a long time ago that they should strengthen themselves with mana, and that way they would not freeze. At the same time, the boy understood that without using deception, his body did not feel the influence of the environment as much, thanks to Sylvie's dragon will. But what amazed the boys most was that even though there was a dungeon in which, according to legend, many different monsters lived, it was still so beautiful that it was hard to look away. The professor decided to point out that if they hadn't been listening to her in class, she would repeat that this was a D-rank dungeon called the Widow's Crypt. So she decided to point out, and the fact that given this information, they wouldn't be going below the second floor, so the only monsters to worry about were the so-called howlers. The Nogis in the group had read about these monsters and knew very well that before the trip, the howlers were not particularly strong, but they were difficult to destroy due to their thick skin, not to mention that they were so ugly that you didn't even want to go near them. One of the group, hearing this, decided to ask one question, which was whether a group of adventurers had recently passed through here. The answer to this question was quite simple. According to one of the girls and their squad, Professor Gloria said that a few days ago she asked the guild to restrict adventurer access to this dungeon, so it is not strange that they never met adventurers. But still, Professor Gloria couldn't get the thought out of her head that they had gone through quite a lot of this dungeon, and therefore it seemed to her that they should have encountered a decent number of rounds by now, but so far they hadn't met a single one, which seemed very, very strange. So she turned to her students and again asked them to keep their eyes open, because just because there were no monsters on the horizon was not a reason to relax. In any case, this caused even more worries and fear, because not everyone understood what the point of staying here was if there were no monsters or interesting animals here. So after some time, they finally decided to contact the professor and ask her what they would do if there were no animals on either the first or second floor. Would they really go down even deeper? Professor Glory immediately gave them clear answers, saying that they would under no circumstances do anything like that because it was incredibly dangerous and they would most likely just leave this dungeon. She also calculated that if they didn't find anyone on the first 2 floors, it would be best to inform the Adventurers Guild and return to training. For some, this brought a smile, because then they thought they would be able to hunt the beasts near the dungeon. One of them was so carried away by this thought that he didn't even notice Professor Glory in front of him, who stopped at one point, causing him to collide with her. But she continued to stare away and tell her students that they urgently needed to step back, although it was a little unclear to them. But after a few seconds, everything became perfectly clear, because in complete darkness they saw a huge number of red eyes, which could only belong to monsters, who would definitely not spare the guys and destroy them at the first opportunity. I didn't have to think for long, and everything immediately became clear. It was a huge flock that was apparently waiting for the guys to go as deep into the dungeon as possible and destroy them there. But there was no point in fighting him, since they most likely would not be able to win this fight, so they made a decision and immediately began to run away, as the professor told them. The professor, in turn, decided that she needed to enter this duel and do everything possible to buy as much time as possible for the boys, so that they could escape. Gloria understood perfectly well that these howlers were no different from ordinary ones, but she still noticed that it was not typical for them to gather in flocks like this, so in any case, this was incredibly strange for her. After some time, she returned to her students and began to talk about how, in fact, defeating these creatures is not so difficult. The only thing that confuses her is their behavior, which was extremely unusual, and considering that first and foremost she must take care of their safety, she declares this excursion over. But before she could finish speaking and tell the boys to leave immediately, she suddenly felt a warmth behind her body, which was caused by a huge stream of fire. The fire was caused by one of those students who complained the most about the cold, and after he caused this stream of fire, he decided to say that safety does not play any role here, and in general he does not understand why they came here if as soon as something interesting began, they leave. He also said that it would be quite easy to deal with these guys, in which he was supported by the other guys, who also began to tell the professor that if they stayed, nothing terrible would happen. Besides, as they had already said, this dungeon was only D rank. After thinking for a bit, they began to persuade the professor that perhaps they should stay and train in this dungeon, and besides, such an opportunity comes up very rarely, and it is worth taking advantage of. Arthur, given everything they had said, could perfectly understand why Professor Gloris had doubts, especially considering that the copy was quite active in exploring the dungeons. Glory, in turn, understood perfectly well that depending on what copy was found inside the dungeon, these students might not have any chance to gain any practical experience. Besides, it was only the lowest-ranking beasts who were jealous, so as long as she was here, everything should be fine. In the end, she made her decision and allowed the students to explore the dungeon a little more, but before that, she asked them to split into teams and concentrate on one floor, because she didn't want them to be caught by spells. While the boys were being divided into teams, Gloria approached Lucas and told him that if he said something like that again, she would definitely confront him with consequences that he would definitely not be able to cope with. Meanwhile, Arthur listened as they told him that he was very good in close combat, and that's why they wanted him to be in the vanguard of one of the groups. As for Clive and Roland, they were asked to stand behind Arthur on the left and right respectively, so that they could cover him, even if they missed a couple of animals. As for Lucas, the girl asked him to take a position in the center, because they would move in a diamond formation, as they were taught in class. But Lucas believed that he himself knew perfectly well what to do, so he told the guys directly that they should stop taking him so seriously. Besides, in his opinion, this was just an excursion, during which they should practice a little. Clive clearly didn't like the guy's behavior and wanted to say a few kind words, but Arthur stopped him in time and made it clear that there was no point in it. Besides, they already had more serious problems, because they were already under attack from monsters who came running to the howl of their friends. Arthur was the first to enter this duel and, out of pride, destroyed the first monster that almost touched Roland. But this was only the beginning, because after a few minutes, there were so many monsters that they had to seriously use their weapons and show everything they were capable of. With the help of magic, they quickly destroyed dozens of monsters at once, and even though they had tough skin, this was not a problem at all for the guys. Laren, looking at how her students were doing, could only think that thanks to training they were doing quite well. But she, like no one else, understood the fact that they weren't that experienced guys and were clearly not used to protracted battles, and besides, the amount of Renova wasn't decreasing, only increasing, and at some point this could become a big problem for them. So she decided that the team should listen to their leader and follow her, and she in turn decided that they needed to return immediately. Well, apparently it was too late, because as soon as she screamed this and the guys started running away, one of them got into trouble. He was literally captured by several dozen monsters that were ready to tear the guy into small pieces. Professor Glory immediately sprang into action. She understood that in this case she would need to deliver one strong blow that would help blow away these monsters at once, otherwise they would have even more problems. She understood that she had only one option and only one type of strike, but the problem was that she had never used this strike in real life. She only practiced it in training. She could only hope that it would work and everything would turn out well, otherwise then serious problems would arise for both her and the other guys. Before delivering her blow, she shouted to the student, and then that he urgently needed to grab onto something and hold on as tightly as possible. He had no choice but to do what his power, Professor Glory, allowed, and over time, he managed to hold on. The same could not be said for the monsters, which the woman blew away with just one blow. But their problems did not end there, because as soon as the professor helped one of the students, she turned her head and saw a powerful explosion. Arthur, looking at all this, couldn't believe his eyes. Apparently, it was simply impossible. But apparently, it was all real, and the boys needed to take action immediately, because a few minutes after the battle with the regular monsters, they would encounter monsters that could fly, and these monsters were much stronger. In addition to the fact that these monsters could fly, they also used the power of their voice, which created unusual waves of sound that made it impossible to be near them. Gloria understood perfectly well that Queen Rev had apparently been forgotten on this floor because she simply had no other explanation, because, as was known to absolutely everyone, no one had ever seen the Queen on the first floors. In any case, now was not the time to talk about it. She needed to gather all her strength into a fist as quickly as possible and begin to destroy these monsters in order to save her students. And for this, she took out her second sword and activated the maximum amount of Taman. With this technique, she was able to destroy first one, then two, and then more than 10 such monsters with just one swing of the ball. But apparently the battle didn't end there, and the monsters continued to attack her. I hope that they will be able to destroy her today. She, in her time, continued to actively destroy one after another, doing it so easily that it seemed like a normal training session for her. She ordered her students to defend the passage and try to leave this dungeon. As for the Queen, she would deal with her herself. Arthur noticed a dolphin next to him, whose expression was confused and very worried that something would happen to her, so Arthur decided to shout at her and tell her to follow him. The other students gathered in a circle and continued to destroy the monster, telling Arthur there to leave and that they would cover them. It turned out that Arthur hadn't taken the dolphin with him for no reason. He knew perfectly well that the girl possessed special magic, and so he brought her to the place where a huge hole needed to be closed. While she was doing this, the guy promised her that he would protect her and that nothing would happen to her. She didn't mind, but immediately warned him that it would take some time. The battle continued actively. Most of the students were actively fighting and trying to destroy as many monsters as possible in order to eventually get out of this hell. But with each passing second, it turned out that the monsters were getting bigger and bigger. Luckily, TC was next to them, and with her skills, she helped each of the students, which is why they still held on to the lead and were ready to continue this battle. After some time, the dolphin managed to close the hole, and all that was left for them to do was clear the path that leads to the exit from the dungeon. Arthur did not wait long and think about something, and as soon as he realized that he was able to do it, he gathered all his strength in his fist and delivered a powerful enough blow that literally smashed all the stones that were in front of him. That's why they managed to clear a large part of the rubble, but it still didn't solve their problem, because he understood perfectly well that they needed to clear it all at once. Otherwise, the rubble would only get bigger, and then it would definitely be difficult for them to get out. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a very strange smell that came from the monster they had already destroyed. And after a few minutes, he noticed Lucas actively using his fire magic and shouting that there were too many of these monsters and they kept getting in his way, so he had no choice but to destroy them with one blow. Thus it became clear that all these bodies of dead monsters blocked the only passage for air, and now they were trapped. Arthur immediately started shouting to all the guys there so that they would immediately stop using all fire spells and, if possible, put out their fire, otherwise they would run out of oxygen too quickly before they could come up with something. After which he noted that if they wanted to deal with the rubble, they would need to blow it up. It turned out that they shouldn't be too careful, because without enough oxygen, it would be hard for them to think clearly. At that moment, Arthur's pet Sylvie mentally addressed him, wanting to know what was going on, to which the guy replied that they were currently stuck in a dungeon, so he ordered him to head here and tell him what the flow looked like from the outside. Suddenly, while thinking about this, a very good idea came to Arthur's mind, so he quickly called Curtis to him and asked him to do something. He spoke of his peace cry being strong enough to deal with it, though Curtis was far from certain that he had both the strength and mana to actually make it a reality. Arthur asked him for only one thing: to turn around and not ask any unnecessary questions. All he needed to do at that moment was to concentrate and try to enter his first stage in order to create an explosion that could clear all this rubble. As for the dolphin, he asked her to help the others, who were holding back the monsters and not allowing them to break through further. After he had given out all the commands and his friends had begun to do these tasks, the boy began to think that he needed to remember all the ways of transferring mana that they had studied over the years. But he soon quickly realized that it was useless to waste time on this. After all, in his opinion, even if the elements of two magicians are the same, this does not mean that the mana of these elements themselves in their bodies is the same. But since he can already control all four elements, then most likely he will be able to simulate the required type of mana and control the required percentage content of each element in it. Even though he was aware of the fact that he had not yet fully honed all this perfection and had only tried to do it a couple of times, he still made a decision and used his technique, despite all doubts, because he understood perfectly well that they essentially had no other options. Moreover, all this happened because of his excessive carelessness, so he must fix it, because when he entered the dungeon, he thought that there would be nothing complicated here. Afterwards, he made a mistake a second time, when he thought that if something happened, he could save everyone, even though at such a young age he already possessed the power that he had in his past life. But in the end, this led him to stop assessing the situation soberly. Therefore, he decided to do the following and provide a huge amount of power to his friend, whose ability immediately after receiving such a buff increased almost tenfold, due to which his ability called the Roar of the World was able to destroy a huge number of monsters in its path. After they finished with this new operation, Arthur suggested that he finish it and start getting all the guys out of this terrible place. At this point, Gloria continued to actively fight and destroyed one monster after another. For her, it was not at all difficult, but because she was worried about the students and the fact that there was so much danger around, her confidence was falling more and more with each passing second. However, even in this state, these monsters were not something dangerous or serious for her, so with a few blows, she could destroy a huge number of enemies at once. The thing concerns Arthur, so at that moment, he was carefully watching Professor Glory and caught himself thinking that even using a fairly strong deviant magic of glass shards, which was created thanks to her growth with two elements, she was still forced to retreat, which was a little wild for him. In any case, there was nothing he could do now, so he continued to evacuate along with the other guys, until he heard words in the crowd that there seemed to be a shortage of them and that there were fewer of them. Suddenly, a girl with a staff fell on his shoulders who could barely stand on her feet. From her indistinct and weak speech, it was immediately clear that her inner core had simply dried up. All that was left for the guy at that moment was to tell her that they would get there soon, and she could not worry about it. As they walked out, the boy couldn't help but think that all of this was incredibly dangerous, and he was especially worried about the question of where there were two queens in this dungeon. Even though they were only B-rank monsters, even then, it should have been just a simple battle for an A-rank adventurer like Professor Glory. But in the end, it definitely wasn't like that. In any case, all this did not fully come together in his head, and at some point he already decided that it was time to stop thinking about it. But apparently these thoughts cannot just leave him alone, and literally a few seconds later, an earthquake began under them. When they turned around and saw the cause of the earthquake, even Professor Glory had fear in her eyes, and this fear was not only for her life, but for the lives of the boys. Literally out of nowhere, a huge monster appeared out of the darkness, creating enormous pressure on everything around it, which is apparently what caused the fear. Glory didn't have time to scream for all the guys to immediately start running for the exit, when the monster's hand appeared right next to her. A few seconds later, she received a powerful blow from this monster, which caused her to fly back several meters. She could hardly stop, because if she hadn't done this, it would have been unknown whether she would have been able to continue the fight or not. After which, this monster decided to attack the students who were nearby, which would most likely lead to a terrible tragedy and death. But at the last moment, a huge number of horses fell upon this monster, which immediately made it clear that someone had intervened in the battle. It was Gloria, who had recovered quite quickly, and already using her strength to the maximum, was shouting at this monster to come to her immediately, because they were not finished yet, and their fight would only just begin. Arthur, looking at this whole situation, understood perfectly well that everything was very bad, and if he didn't do something, then Professor Glory would not be able to get out of here safe and sound. The other guys interrupted his thoughts and continued shouting at him not to stand and watch all this, but to immediately leave with them, because they thought that they needed to get away from there as quickly as possible. But he believed that he couldn't just run away, so he handed over the girl he was carrying and asked the guys to pull her out for him while he helped the professor. They immediately tried to stop him, even though they understood that he had an affinity with two elements, but they believed that he should not act so rashly, and in their opinion, they should leave this monster to Professor Glory. But Arthur didn't respond with words. He just used another element, thereby removing the hand of the guy who was trying to detain him. And after your appearance, it immediately became clear that he could cope with this problem, and they had no doubts about it. At first, they thought they were having a mass hallucination, because they couldn't believe they were seeing real flames engulfing the guy. At this point, Gloria continued to actively fight the monster and tried to destroy it with her own strength. With each passing second, it became more and more difficult for her to control this monster. In her mind, she understood perfectly well that she knew that the mana of beasts could eat each other, but she had never heard of them evolving after that. For her, it was something unthinkable. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when Arthur intervened in the fight, shouting for her to duck, and then launched an incredibly powerful attack at the giant. Glory couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at the guy and saw the flame, which shocked her. It seemed to her that it was simply impossible, and everything she saw was just ordinary hallucinations due to extreme fatigue. But it didn't take long for her to realize that this was actually reality, and everything she saw was true. The guy really did use fire, and did it very well. In any case, she decided to remind him that she had ordered them all to leave immediately, so she had questions about what he was even doing here. The guy responded by saying that he thought it was none of her professor colleagues' business. While they were talking and trying to figure out why the guy disobeyed her order, the monster didn't wait and continued to attack, its powers allowing it to deal incredibly powerful blows with the help of an earthquake, so strong that the guys literally flew back several meters, not understanding how they could resist it. In any case, Arthur took the time to say that he noticed that not one of her blows was able to reach the target. This made the woman smile, so she decided to ask the guy if he really came here just to laugh at her. Arthur took this too seriously and immediately began to justify himself, saying that he only came to her aid because he thought that she might not be able to cope on her own. Glory realized that she had no other choice and would have to fight alongside the guy, because given his every word, she was almost certain that he would not just leave here, so she made sure that all the students had left, and only after that was she ready to begin the real fight. She activated incredibly powerful magic around herself, and then began to talk about how this monster would not pursue them outside the dungeon, so their only correct option in this case would be to wear her out so that they could then escape. Arthur immediately said there that he was ready to do it without any problems, and all he asked the girl was to distract this monster for some measly 10 seconds so that he could pay for one idea. For Glory, this was not a big problem. The only thing that worried her at that moment was the thought that it turned out that Arthur had an affinity with the three elements, which seemed literally crazy at such a young age. But in any case, now was not the best time to think about it, because she needed to immediately destroy this monster, or at least distract its arching so that Arthur could carry out his part of the plan. Well, at some point she miscalculated her strength and realized that her bone literally cracked from the incredible energy that she had been trying to control all this time. So she decided that she and Arthur needed to escape immediately, and their plan was simply impossible to carry out. It seemed like they had succeeded, but at the last moment, the monster, right before the exit, scared them when it tried to follow Arthur. He stuck one of his claws into his leg, thereby causing him not only incredible pain, but also stopping him. The most interesting thing happened next. The monster's huge hand began to glow purple, as if it was about to explode, which made the boys freeze. And just a few seconds later, a powerful explosion thundered, which caused an explosive stir and threw the guys closer to the exit. Arthur was much less fortunate, because he didn't reach the slope and fell down along with this huge monster, and all that Gloria could do at that moment was scream the guy's name and hope that he would be able to get out. But his free fall continued. With every second he moved further and further away from the light. At some point he came to his senses, and gradually began to realize what was happening, and this was not the best news for him at that moment. Using mana, he pushed himself towards one of the walls to somehow get a grip and try to get out. Unfortunately, his hands were too slippery, so he was unable to get a firm enough grip to continue climbing. So at one point, he finally came to the conclusion that he had no choice. All that was left for him at the moment was to try to survive the fall. Even with the mana rotation technique, he didn't have much left in reserve, so that was the worst problem at the moment. But Arthur was not going to give up and decided for himself that he would do everything possible to get out and return to his friends. So, with the help of the wind flow, he was eventually able to land softly on the ground without damaging anything important. For some time, he simply lay on the ground unconscious, his body trying to restore the strength that the guy lost while trying to land successfully on the ground. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he didn't have the strength to even move. His mana was so low that he could barely breathe. After some time, he recovered a little and was finally able to rise to his knees, sat in that position for a while, and was finally able to think about what he should do next. Looking around, at some point he saw a sword, which surprised him incredibly, because it was that very sword. After which he began to actively approach him, thinking at the same time that first his senses had become heightened, and now the regeneration process had also significantly intensified, which could only mean one thing: Sylvie's will truly works miracles. He pulled the sword out of the monster and a small void formed in his head. He wanted to think about what to do next and how to solve this problem. At the same time, he had the thought that even in his best shape, it would be quite difficult for him to climb back up this tunnel. At some point, his attention was drawn to another passage, which was glowing, as if luring the guy to go through it and forget about what was outside. Arthur understood that he apparently had no other choice, and he would literally have to go through this tunnel. Besides, he heard the sounds of running water, and it seemed to him that there, in the depths of this tunnel, there was a chance that he could get out. His senses did not fail him. After a few seconds, he was already standing in the center of the waterfall, which was surrounded by solid water. But after going a little further, the guy saw a terrible picture that made him freeze in a motionless state and just watch as a huge number of knights were destroyed by someone unknown. Suddenly, he heard a cough and immediately grabbed his sword tightly in his hands and turned around, shouting at the same time, "Is there anyone here at all?" In response, he received a request for help, which was quite unexpected for the guy, so he immediately jumped up and ran to help. But he very quickly lost this man among the huge number of corpses, so he asked this man to say one more word, or at least give some kind of sign, so that it would be easier for the guy to find him. Well, a few seconds later, the guy's attention was drawn to the very same man who somehow miraculously managed to survive. And no matter how Arthur imagined this person, he certainly did not expect this, because in front of him was Alea, an old acquaintance whom he had known for many years. He couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately ran up to her and started telling her that it was simply impossible and how this even happened. She tried to answer him something, but Arthur immediately asked her not to speak and to save her strength, after which he tried to use the regeneration skill from the last of his mana to at least help her recover a little. The girl, taking into account his every word, immediately assumed that they had apparently met before, to which the guy replied that his name was Arthur, and he was the boy they had met at Cyrus's academy, and he also reminded the girl that she had told him that their brother could be his peer. She began to remember little by little, and eventually she finally said that he was the boy who was following Byron. But this became an even bigger shock for her, because she couldn't even imagine how he could get here. Every word was incredibly difficult for her, so Arthur asked her not to speak and to save her strength to the maximum because it was already difficult for him to use regeneration. If she spoke, the process would increase. But in response to these words, she sighed and told him with a smile that he himself must understand perfectly well that he would no longer be able to save her and that most likely the end had come for her. He really understood this perfectly, so all he could do at that moment was tell the girl that he was very sorry, to which she smiled even more and said that he had nothing to apologize for, and besides, it was thanks to him that she felt much better. Arthur understood that she was saying this only because she would die very soon, so he wanted to do something else for her, although he did not understand what exactly he needed, so he decided to just ask directly. In response to this question, she couldn't just give it to him, so after a few seconds, the guy simply couldn't hold back and started shouting that he simply didn't understand how this could have happened and why she was in such a state. She spoke to him with the last of her strength, which is why the guy had to listen to her every word. But even in this state, he clearly heard her ask him why he thought she was still alive. The guy didn't even have any idea what she was talking about, so he immediately gave her an answer. He said that he didn't even have the slightest idea what could have happened, so the girl told him directly that whoever did this just wanted to keep her alive out of revenge. Arthur listened very attentively, but even so, he did not quite understand what was being discussed and who was the person who could do this to them. In response to these words, she extended her hand to him, on the palm of which dark energy was clearly visible, and then she added that his revenge was because she dared to hurt him. After which, she asked him to come closer to her, because even with her core destroyed, she still had to show him something special that would clearly be useful to him in the future. And as soon as the guy got close enough, he began to see her memories. He experienced all the horror that the girl had recently had to endure. A huge snake appeared before his eyes, which apparently destroyed all the warriors who lay here. The monster that controlled this snake left no one alive for many hundreds of years. Every time new victims came to him, he offered them to play a game, which consisted of them being able to choose one of two options. The first of which was that they would start fighting against him, or there was a second option, when the warriors had to destroy all of their allies in order to survive themselves. Each time, the squads chose the first option. They believed that this monster was playing a bad game with them, and therefore decided to attack it. But each time he was surprised that they thought their actions would have any effect, because in reality, no matter what they did, the war would still start. He also said more than once in his life that he was going to give them a quick death, but now he changed his mind and will do everything to ensure that each of them suffers until the last second of their miserable lives. After such a session, Arthur understood everything. He understood who was to blame for all this horror. He understood what happened here, and finally realized that he really had nothing to help the girl with. After that, all she could say to him was words of apology, and also added that no one should have seen something like that, especially a boy his age. However, Arthur in turn certainly didn't think so, because as soon as she finished speaking, the guy immediately began to say that someone definitely had to tell about what happened here. At least now he knows exactly what they had to go through, and to begin with, he decided to thank the girl for her faithful service and for what she did for him. She couldn't hold back her tears and ended up bursting into tears, after which she began to repeat that what she didn't want to do more than die. She screamed that she was very scared and she didn't know what would happen next. So Arthur quickly made a decision and hugged her. He believed that at the moment this was all he could do, although he so wanted to heal her. He repeated to her several times that she had nothing to worry about because he was always by her side and would remain until that happened. He convinced himself that Alea's death was not in vain, because thanks to her memories, he was able to learn about the black-footed demon who managed to do something like this. Although he didn't know their exact number, he was well aware of the fact that they were definitely looking for something, just like the first demon he had encountered in Sylvie's cave. Regardless of whether this demon wanted to get Celia or the whole Delicaten, it all became completely unimportant, because in Arthur's head, the only thoughts were that Leon, who was strong enough, but even we didn't have a single chance for him in that battle. If what the demon said about the impending war was true, then the guy simply had no right to remain inactive. In order to protect those whom he would eventually love and become much closer to, he needed to become strong enough to be able to protect them. He buried every single warrior and promised them that they could now rest in peace and that someday people would return to them who would take them from here. This was the promise he made to each of them before he left. After which, he approached Sylvie and thanked her for waiting for him, although there was no joy at all in his voice. Sylvie tried to cheer Arthur up, but the boy assured him that there was absolutely no need for that, because he was more than fine. After which, he suggested to his faithful friend to get out of here as quickly as possible because he could no longer tolerate such scenes. Moreover, unfortunately, they can't do anything more here. They have already done everything they could, and all that remains is to not die themselves. After some time, Arthur and his pet successfully reached the nearest castle, where two knights met them at the entrance. One of them blocked Arthur's way because he had no idea what the child was doing there, especially since it was so late, so he wanted to look at Arthur's ID before letting him in. Arthur was surprised by this, because he thought it was obvious that he was from Cyrus's academy, but he still noticed it again, and he also added that he was returning from excursions from the widow's crypt. Hearing this, one of the knights was even more surprised that they had only recently heard about the widow's crypt, where an unfortunate incident occurred, as a result of which people died. Arthur, looking at them, understood that apparently more than half of the entire kingdom already knew about this, so he simply nodded his head, thereby making it clear that he returned from this very place. After this, the knight waved his hand and ordered his colleague to immediately report this to Cyrus Academy and the Adventurers Guild. He then turned back to Arthur and began to tell the boy that the Adventurers Guild was assembling a rescue team to search for him, so he asked him to wait here while he brought a healer who could treat his wounds. Arthur immediately stopped him and began to say that with all due respect to the knight, he would just like to return home, and he also wanted to report to the Cyrus Academy tomorrow, and at the same time, he was ready to fill out his paperwork about it. After which Arthur successfully arrived home, and before going inside, he thought that most likely the guys were already waiting for him there, and everyone was most likely worried about him. He also understood that if he went in, they would ask him about what happened and how he managed to get out. Taking all these thoughts into account, he came to the conclusion that he was well aware that he was behaving selfishly, but he also did not think that he could cope with it. Looking at his hand, he couldn't forget Aaliyah's last words, which often sounded in his head every time his other thoughts disappeared. Her fear of loneliness and her fear of death, no matter if it was luck or someone else's plan, he just hoped that her end would be the same as his. As his friend's thoughts were interrupted by a man who suddenly emerged from the castle, having previously told the boy that the surrounding area was incredibly beautiful, so at moments like these, he understood all the advantages of city life. This man was Arthur's father, to whom the boy did not have time to say a word, as the man assured him that the boy did not need to say anything or explain anything. After these words, they just sat in silence for a while, each of them thinking about their own things. After a short pause and tense silence, the man finally spoke up about something the boy might not have noticed, but his mother couldn't treat serious wounds. Then he began to talk about how his mother, like Arthur now, has her own scars that she cannot talk about. So he asked the guy not to force himself, because in his opinion, each of them has their own battle that they have to fight. But what was most important for the man at that moment was that he would definitely do the same as he did with Arthur's mother, namely, he would stay next to the guy, waiting for him to win. After all, it seemed to him that life was not just one battle, so it was okay if he got beaten a couple of times. The most important thing was that the guy found the strength to get up and continue on his way. These words touched the boy so deeply that he began to cry and even scream at times. It seemed to him that an entire army had lined up around him, ready to protect him from any danger. The next day, Arthur, standing on the castle balcony, looked at the beautiful view from above, when suddenly he was interrupted by the headman, who told the guy that he could come to her office himself. After which, she noted that she had not seen his friend Mana the Beast for a long time, to which Arthur told her that he asked the Beast to stay at home. Considering what happened in the dungeon, the woman decided to literally order the guy to rest, and then decided to find out what his plans were regarding this. Arthur noted with a smile that he already had some plans, since he had promised his mother and sister to go shopping with them, and after that they were supposed to come up with some other entertainment. After a short pause, the woman finally made up her mind and asked Arthur what exactly had happened there. Professor Gloria had already told her about the anomalies that had affected the queen of the howler monkeys, but she was still interested in what else had happened there. Arthur didn't wait long and immediately turned to her, and then took out the pendant that Alia had given him as a parting gift, and with such an expression, he didn't say that everything that had happened didn't matter, because all that was left was this one and only pendant. He gave this pendant into the hands of the woman, and as soon as she saw what kind of pendant it was and who it belonged to, shock took over her body. After which, Arthur confirmed the woman's suspicions and told her that the body of the girl and her team were still on the lower floor of the widow's crypt, but he sincerely wasn't sure that they would ever be able to get there. The woman, hearing this, immediately thought that if the girl was destroyed, then they must have been here for a long time, after which she told the guy that she was very sorry that he had to listen to this, but she still had one question for him. The question was incredibly simple. All she wanted to know from him was, did he see who could have done this? Arthur immediately assured her that he had not seen anything like this, and therefore could not give her detailed information. In any case, the woman assured that she still needed to immediately report the incident to the council so that they could make a decision and provide them with a solution to this problem. She also asked Arthur not to think about it anymore, because in her opinion, it was not something he should worry about. Besides, the council and the remaining copy themselves would deal with whoever caused this. Arthur, in turn, could only hope that this was exactly how it would be, although he had certain doubts about the warriors being able to cope with the one who had inflicted such great damage on an entire detachment. The next day, Arthur, a month old, and his friends decided to visit several stores selling clothes and other small items to take their minds off the situation that had happened to them quite recently. At some point during this hike, Arthur decided to turn to Aunt Tabitha and ask her to tell him if there were any stores nearby where he could buy some training materials. The first thing she thought was that he was talking about the so-called elixirs that had recently become very popular among the warriors, so she immediately told him that there was a very famous store nearby, so if Arthur wanted, she promised him that they could look there. They offered him to go with them, but the guy immediately assured them that it was not necessary and he could handle it alone, so at that very second, he put all his things on the floor and assured them that he would find them himself later, and also asked them not to worry about him and continue having fun. As he walked down the street, at some point, he saw a memorial grave where Allie's expression was buried, and for this reason, all possible images of how it had happened popped into the guy's head. He was a little scared that they could all face this. Over time, he finally came to the store that Tabe had spoken about, and looking at it, the thought flashed through his head that this store did not look at all like the residents described it, because it looked abandoned and absolutely no one could sell medicine there. For him, this place was more like an abode of poisons and corruption, but not of medicine or any elixirs. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who asked Arthur for some change, which caused the guy to become quite scared. What scared the guy most was the fact that he didn't immediately notice the man's energy. At that moment, the man himself continued to smile and ask him for money, and he also asked Arthur not to look at him as if he saw a ghost, because he was just an ordinary old man who was begging for alms. Arthur quickly came to his senses and decided to get some money from his pocket, while thinking about how this old man even got to this point. And before Arthur could even extend his hand, which held several coins, the old man snatched the coins away, without even having time to thank the guy. But a few seconds later, when he already had the money in his hands, he turned to Arthur again and thanked him for the small handout. But Arthur was not entirely happy about this, because he had accidentally given the old man a silver coin, which was much more than he had planned. Before he could tell the old man that he was going to give him a completely different coin, the old man instantly disappeared and took the silver coin with him. Quite upset, Arthur continued on to the store he had come to, but now he didn't have much motivation because he had lost a large sum of money. But as soon as he got closer to this store, he immediately noticed that the door handle was shrouded in some strange magic, which is why the guy immediately assumed that apparently they were checking customers in this store or something like that. As soon as he grabbed the handle and tried to open the door, a small explosion occurred around him, which pulled smoke with it, but Arthur was still able to enter inside. And as soon as he cleared his throat a little and the smoke cleared, the guy immediately saw the same old man to whom he had just given a silver coin, and the old man, in turn, asked the guy with a smile how he could help him. Arthur immediately began to demand that he give him his coin, because the old man had deceived him and had initially said that he was homeless. But now the guy was more than sure that this was not true at all. But the old man immediately assured the guy that he had initially said that he was an ordinary elderly man. But the fact that he was homeless was something the guy had made up himself. In any case, the old man decided to offer a solution for Arthur, so he allowed him to choose absolutely any one thing of his choice for free, and then they would be even with him. Arthur thought that this offer was not entirely private, because in his opinion, there was nothing here that could be worth even one silver coin, although according to the old man, there were a lot of things here that were worth much more, and considering these offers, Arthur would need to have a very keen eye to take something very expensive for one silver coin. After these words, Arthur smiled and thought about how he should respect his elders. He repeated this several times and realized that perhaps not all was lost. He started walking around the store and examining the things that were there. He immediately noticed that this store was incredibly old, if only for the reason that it hadn't been cleaned for about 10 years. But the old man assured him that physical labor was bad for the elderly, and therefore he believed that his shop was in good condition. After some time, he found a rather expensive thing, at least it seemed so to him. It was a small ring that was in a box, which looked very expensive. But in any case, in the guy's opinion, it seemed to him that if he spent a little more time here, he would definitely go crazy. So he decided that he simply had to find at least something that would be worth the coins spent. But in the end, he couldn't find anything worth anything that was even close to the same value as the silver coin he gave the old man. Therefore, he decided to tell him that they would probably have to break off their deal. But even after these words, the old man continued to stand and just look at him with his surprised gaze, as if he had understood something. Arthur waited a bit for an answer, but then he tried to contact the old man again and find out if Leon was okay and why he was frozen. At some point, the man finally came to his senses, cleared his throat a little, and apologized to the guy for ignoring him, after which he thought and said that he meant that everything was fine with him. Arthur realized that he had to continue this conversation anyway, so he repeated to the old man that he hadn't been able to find anything he liked, so if the man just gave him his money back, he would just leave, and there wouldn't be any problems. In the opinion of the old men, the guy was too impudent, and he was not going to let him go so easily, so he approached one of the counters and started talking about the fact that the guy really did not have Nayo's given eye. If anything, he threw the guy some strange thing and said that it should do the trick. Arthur looked closely at this thing and wondered what it was and how it could be used. The old man did not explain anything to him, but simply began to move out of his store and simultaneously say that the guy should not worry about it because it would definitely be useful to him. And now that they had discussed everything, the guy could immediately leave here. Before Arthur could say anything about this, the old man closed the door in his face, and that was the end of their dialogue. After leaving this store, Arthur noticed a cat in front of him, who was looking at him very attentively. While walking around the city, Arthur at some point noticed his acquaintances, who also saw him and decided to invite him to come closer to them. Approaching them, he noticed all his friends who wanted to ask him if he was able to find what he was looking for. Before Arthur could answer, one of them started saying that she would be surprised if he didn't find anything among the variety of elixirs and medicines in that very store, because according to her, It was such a good store that it was impossible to find what you were looking for there. She also said it was always full of students trying to get new training materials, which made Arthur very dubious, as he thought it was the worst store in town. But the girls assured him they would never say it was shabby, and at that moment, Arthur began to wonder if they were talking about different places. A few minutes later, they arrived at the very place the girls had spoken of, and looking there, Arthur was convinced that they really meant different places. Tlisinai, which the girls had spoken of, was incredibly beautiful and well-groomed. At that moment, Lucas just came to one of the secret meetings, where I met him, one of the leaders of this movement. The man who brought Lucas to this meeting immediately turned to his lord and said that, as I promised, he brought Lucas to this place. The guy who was sitting in the center of this whole meeting was wearing a mask that spoke for itself. But even with that expression on his face, he managed to say that he was very glad that he could join their little movement. Lucas smiled at these words and said that he had not yet said that he would agree to this, much less join them, because according to him, he simply came here because Charlie said that they wanted to show him something. After which Lucas also noted with a laugh that he was interested to know who they were in general. They looked nothing like students, and he also did not want to hear that any of them were professors, which caused quite a lot of anger among the names, after which they asked him to be grateful for the fact that they allowed someone like him to join them. This insult had already affected Lucas himself, who, although he was smiling on the outside, was literally exploding with energy inside. He wanted to destroy each of them, thereby showing that none of them were worthy of his power. At that moment he realized that in fact nothing could stop him, and that with one snap of his finger he could stop everything here. And as soon as he lit a huge fire around himself, their leader immediately intervened in this conversation and noted that it was somehow wrong to say such a thing to their new recruit, and therefore suggested that they calm down and resolve the issue peacefully. But it was too late, because Lucas burned one of them, although he tried to shout to them that he was wrong and asked for their forgiveness. At some point, Lucas felt a little uneasy and thought he'd gone a bit overboard, though on the other hand, he realized it was a spell that couldn't be stopped, and besides, this guy had caused it himself. What was bothering him most at the moment was that he couldn't sense the mana level of these guys' heads at all, so he suggested the man return to his ult and tell him more information that would give him an idea of what they were doing here. At one point, Lucas was shown that they were the same group that bullied students and drugged them, but the masked leader immediately assured him that he would like to think that they were doing more than, as Lucas put it, drugging the kids, because in fact, according to him, he had grandiose plans that encompassed more than just this academy. But according to him, at the moment, circumstances prevented him from acting, and therefore now he needs capable magicians whom he can use as excellent weapons and equipment in order to carry out all his plans. Also, according to him, each of those present here is a dissatisfied nobleman who is proud of the fact that Cyrus was built only for those who have the purest bloodline, and, most likely, Lucas, in my opinion, is an exception. But on the other hand, he is confident that the motto of the students and the structure of this academy will still prevail. Lucas listened attentively, and as soon as the leader finished speaking, the boy immediately began asking him why he should waste his time and energy on bugs that he could slap at any moment, because it seemed to him that these commoners at the academy were no different from low-ranking adventurers who waved their weapons around. As for these spoiled nobles who stand behind him, for him they are like trash that someone simply forgot to throw away and they are still trying to prove something. After which, contrary to everything he had said before, he also added that he saw absolutely no point in stooping to their level just to become his dog and follow commands. And the words already caused laughter from the man in the mask, who, after all of Lucas's words, noted that apparently the rumors were not lying and he really is quite proud, who considers all people of the lower classes weaklings. But he also wanted to know whether his friend Arthur had not proven him wrong. Hearing these words, Lucas immediately turned around, and it was obvious from his face that he was incredibly angry and ready to destroy everyone who was near him, just because of one mention of Arthur. But before Luca could say a word, the leader decided to point out the fact that even if he was called a child prodigy, he was still a spoiled man who had been pampered with elixirs since his awakening, and therefore he was definitely not Arthur's equal. And what's saddest, according to the man in the mask, is that Arthur never even gave it his all, and even though he gave in, Lucas still couldn't defeat him. Although Lucas was as angry as he could be, in fact, no matter how disgusted he was to hear it, he understood perfectly well that it was the truth, and he would not run away from it. So at some point he couldn't take it anymore and shouted towards the man in the mask, and wanted to know who he was, that he decided to himself that he had the right to say such things. After this question, the masked man stood up, and after bowing, told Lucas that he was just a benefactor who had come here to improve these lands. Afterwards, he sat down again and told Lucas that he seemed to have made it clear that their cooperation would be mutually beneficial, so Lucas had better calm down and listen carefully. Lucas realized that this man had apparently been following him for several days now, and so there was no point in making excuses. All he could say at the moment was to ask the masked man to continue talking and tell him what he wanted to do. According to the leader of these people, he will soon have the opportunity to strike. When this happens, the fragile bonds between the three races will shatter into pieces. Besides, if we believe his words, he has already established control over the board and director of that academy, so the stage is set, and Lucas just has to perform well and show what a good actor he is. Lucas immediately realized that they were from these unfinished business, and there was Arthur, which caused delight in the man in the mask, and, according to him, Lucas has quite good, insightful logic, and his elven half did not affect his ability to think. The guy did not react to these words, and all he decided to say in response was to ask a question in which he wanted to find out that if the masked man was telling him that Arthur did not even give it his all, then how was he supposed to defeat him? And before he could give him an answer to this question, Lucas immediately assured him that if he thought that he would take the same drugs as Marcus, then he was very much mistaken. The head would have asked him to stop immediately and stop talking about it. Besides, in his opinion, Marcus was weak, and such substances would not have helped him in any case, which he cannot say about Lucas, because if he is as strong as he thinks himself, then the powers that he gives him, he will be able to control and thus defeat anyone. He also asked him to believe that these powers would be on a completely different level, which he could not reach on his own. Lucas thought about his words for a bit and finally said that, let it be so, but he was still interested to know how he planned to make Arthur fight him at full strength. According to the masked man, it was all quite simple, because Arthur is only human and he places great importance on his family and friends, but one person in particular. And then it finally dawned on Lucas what his interlocutor was talking about. He was talking about Tessia. After which, he shouted to all his subjects about whether they considered it right that the elf became the leader of the students, to which they confidently began to shout that this was disgusting and unacceptable, and the first thing they should do was correct this misunderstanding. And now that the mood around was warmed up, the leader of this group decided to tell Lucas about what Arthur would do if he lost even a drop of the elven princess's blood. This brought a crazy smile to Lucas's face, which could only mean one thing. He had agreed to this idea and was ready to make this crazy idea come true. At that moment, Arthur came to visit his friend to tell him that he seemed to have lost his keys, and therefore he would like to return them as soon as possible. But before he could come to an agreement, his friend threw himself into his arms and began to pour water on him as hard as he could. At first, Arthur was a little surprised, but then he took it as a compliment and assured his friend that he was fine, and there was no need to worry about him so much. After some time, they were already sitting in the room and having a nice conversation about what really happened and how Arthur managed to survive in that terrible cave. Also, his friend at one point started telling him that the director of Good Sky came by yesterday to tell him not to worry about it. But remembering Claire's stories about what happened, it was incredibly difficult for him to believe that everything was okay with him. Arthur didn't quite expect to hear such words from his friend, so he decided to ask him a counter-question, in which he wanted to find out if everything would definitely be okay, to which his interlocutor confidently replied that Claire and Karis had been discharged from the hospital this morning, but as for Tess, In this case, things weren't as smooth as they would have liked. The whole thing was that the director of Hood Sky mentioned that she was currently in one of the training rooms with her grandfather, which incredibly surprised Arthur a lot, so he asked again to make sure what his friend was telling him. Arthur's friend confirmed this information with a smile and added that he had to meet with everyone so that they could make sure that the guy was okay and that they had nothing to worry about. Arthur himself did not argue with this. He understood perfectly well that he needed to meet with the rest of his friends and show that everything was okay with him, but still, even taking into account the misunderstanding, he still had some doubts about this. Arthur wasn't entirely sure that he was now capable of answering their questions and appearing right in front of them, because so much had happened, although he himself didn't fully understand how he should live with it further. So he got up and asked his friend to drop by the boardroom tomorrow to tell them that he had seen Arthur and that he was okay. In Arthur's opinion, he was more than sure that they would all believe his friend, and then they would have no more unnecessary questions. At least in this way, he would definitely be able to delay the moment when he would have to tell everything. The friend was at first a little disappointed that Arthur had decided to do just that, but soon he understood him perfectly and assured his friend that he could do it and would be happy to fulfill his request. After this, Arthur continued his journey, and leaving his friend, he thought about the fact that the director would-be Sky should be a private meeting with the council. As for the Virian, he would not miss the meeting with the council unless something very urgent happened. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by Silvera, who literally screamed that she felt her mother, which really scared her. Arthur jumped up and immediately ran towards the door, which was a little further away, in the hope that they would find what they were looking for. New inside, the first thing he saw was huge clouds of smoke that literally didn't give him the opportunity to see anything further than one Sao Men, so he screamed out loud, what was going on here and did anyone need his help? In answer to his question, he heard the voice of the old man, who noted that he was very glad that the boy had come and that he really needed his help. This did not surprise Arthur more than his ring, which miraculously began to glow and with its whole appearance showed that something strange was happening here. Arthur immediately realized that the ring wasn't just glowing, it was literally heating up because of something inside that smoke screen. They gave him a little to sell, he was still able to reach the man who was shouting back at the guy, and then he was surprised to see an old man doing some very strange things. He also screamed and wanted to know from the TC what had happened here and what he was doing at all, and the old man answered him with a scream that she had been in this state since she returned with the dungeon. Arthur could have come to this conclusion himself, so he was more interested in what had happened to her, to which the old man answered in an uncertain voice that something had happened to her uvos veri, which was causing problems with assimilation. In other words, it was as if she was trying to take over the Test's body. Taking into account all this information, the old man came to the conclusion that there was something clearly wrong with the guardian of the ancient forest with whom Arthur had fought. After all, according to him, even after such a long assimilation, something is still wrong, as if the will has mutated and begun to play against the Test itself. At that moment, Arthur immediately thought about the fact that I was taking into account every word the old man said. Most likely it was his fault, because he should not have given her that core. So he decided at that very moment to pull his hand closer to the body to test his theory and help if possible. Well, as soon as he reached out and touched this object, she immediately began to attack the guy and do everything to make him regret his choice. Even though it all worked out, the guy was able to return without causing himself any harm, but he was still mentally sure that if he had been a little less lucky, it could have easily destroyed him. But there was no way, there was no time to think about it, because this monster continued to attack the guy, and even the old man could not help him in this case. Although Arthur was prepared for this, even in this case it was quite difficult for us to turn away from each attack of this monster, which was incredibly fast. At some point, the old man was finally able to calm the creature down more or less, and decided to check with Arthur if everything was okay with him. Although Arthur wasn't going as smoothly as he would have liked, he assured the old man that he was fine. The only thing that worried him was that his granddaughter held a grudge against him, which sounded rather inappropriate, and so the old man decided to point out that now wasn't the best time for such jokes. Arthur completely agreed with him, because although it seemed that this creature had calmed down and the guy now had time to rest like a friend, this monster gathered his strength and decided to launch a new attack on the guy. Arthur decided that the best choice in this situation was to run away, so he told Sylvie to stay with Evian, and he himself would act as carefully as possible so as not to harm the test. At some point, he thought about cutting off these long arms of this monster. It turned out that he could protect himself, but he was not sure that after this test, everything would be okay. Well, anyway, he decided to give it a try and threw one of his charges straight into her heart. Of course, this caused a huge explosion, but thanks to this, the guy was finally able to see her body and the test itself, which was already incredible for him. After which, he only had to make a small alarm and catch the girl in the air so that she wouldn't fall and get hurt. The old man didn't know what exactly Arthur did or how it happened, but he was glad the guy was there anyway. For which he soon thanked him, saying that if it weren't for the guy, he would hardly have been able to save her from this torment. What if she was still alive during their conversation when she woke up and wanted to know why she was even on Earth and what had happened? But then she woke up and realized who was standing in front of her and what had possibly happened, and so at the first opportunity, she stood up and started running into his arms. The old man thought that she was running specifically towards him, so he put his hands out ready for this, but as it turned out a little later, the girl was definitely not hurrying towards him, but towards Arthur, who was standing behind the old man, and apparently he himself did not expect that the girl would actually run towards him. All he could think about at that moment was that his dear granddaughter had gone down the wrong path and had ruined not only his mood. She, in turn, was incredibly happy that her close friend Arthur had survived and was okay, because she was worried about him more than anyone else. At that moment, Arthur had no choice but to simply smile and say that he had actually managed to survive and that she was not imagining it. After this, they went to the nearest hospital, where the girl was successfully examined and a conclusion was made about her current condition. At that moment, Arthur still couldn't believe it and understand why the sphere that the old man from that store gave him merged with the test. Apparently it seemed that she returned to normal, but he was not sure whether it really helped her. So he decided that he simply had to go back to the store and ask him about what exactly he gave him. His thoughts were interrupted after a few minutes of rescue when one of the doctors approached them and wanted to inform them of Tess's condition. According to the doctors, her vital signs were now normal, and there was nothing blocking the circulation of mana in her body. But no matter how good it sounded, the doctor still had one detail that confused them a little. After which the doctor started talking about how they had once mentioned that the Tess core was at the light orange stage, and that was exactly what he wanted to talk about. The smiles immediately disappeared from their faces, and Arthur, with a fearful voice, decided to notice whether everything was okay with her core. But the doctor gave a positive answer and said that he was not even a magician, but even he could not measure the level of her core, and this was already a big problem for them. The old man thought that this simply couldn't be happening, and that there must be some kind of mistake, so he decided to ask the doctors to double-check everything and find out once again exactly what was wrong. Then I realized that in any case, it would be best to do it myself, so I came closer to her and put my hand on her and began to examine her body myself. It didn't take more than a few seconds before the man started screaming that it was simply impossible, which scared Arthur and Sylvie, so they decided to ask him as quickly as possible what had happened and if everything was okay with her. After a short pause, the old man finally gave an answer, in which he said that she was not only fine, but that the core of the T's was now one step away from the dark silver stage, which would cause an incredibly strong surprise to everyone present in this room. Given this information, Arthur could assume that since she was almost at the silver stage, then perhaps they shouldn't leave her alone, to which the old man noted that in fact, everything was fine with her, she was just exhausted and therefore didn't feel very well. He also added that she just needed to be left alone so that she could rest properly after breaking through 3 stages, and when she woke up, he was going to take the castle from her right away. After which, Arthur finally made up his mind and spoke there, saying that he had been worried about one question for some time, after which he asked the old man if he could tell him a little more about the spears. The old man, in response to these words, turned to the guy and said in a quiet voice that Cynthia had already told him about what had happened, and so he decided to clarify with the guy what exactly he wanted to know about them. Arthur wanted to know, first of all, how powerful this weapon was, because he understood perfectly well that to stop it at the silver stage, he would need about 20 mages in our solid yellow stage. But then the question arose, how many times does a mage's power increase when moving from silver to white Tanya? Then the old man began to tell him that he himself was a silver stage mage, and that it would take about 10 of his kind to hold back a solid white stage mage, and as for a light silver stage mage, it would take about 6 or 7 of his kind, like Cynthia. Arthur didn't expect the old man to be so weak, because he thought he was one of the strongest mages on the continent, but considering his words about needing 10 like him, these thoughts quickly vanished from his mind. Hearing this, the old man immediately began to attack the guy and tell him that he was not actually a weakling and was a fairly strong magician. Well, even his skills would not be enough to defeat such an opponent. Having calmed down a bit, Arthur decided to ask how the magicians at the white stage of Stalin's core were so strong, since it turned out that some of the copies were so young that they were among the most powerful lower people on the entire continent. He also noted that he was even more interested in knowing what would happen to them after capturing the kingdoms, because if all the grievances were removed, he assumed that 6 copies would be enough to destroy the royal families. Then the old man told him that no one was offended, because in fact the copies now received such power only because they had undergone the initiation rite. At least that's what the old man himself thought. Arthur didn't quite understand what was going on and asked the man to tell him more about it, so that he could get the hang of it. The man thought for a moment and then began to explain that this was a story about how royal families remained in power after the formation of the Union. Before he began the story itself, the man pointed out that only members of the royal families knew about this, and therefore he asked the boy to keep this information to himself and under no circumstances to tell it to anyone. After this warning, the old man asked the boy a question in which he wanted to know from him whether Arthur believed in gods. Before the boy could answer, the old man began to tell a story about how, during the era of beasts, elves, humans, and dwarves were nomads. They all traveled together only with members of their own race and only interacted with other races for the sake of trade. And although they had differences in culture and beliefs, they still remained on good terms. The 3 races would have lived peacefully to this day if not for the mana of the beasts that roamed the land freely and hunted them as prey. Over time, the number of 3 times began to decrease significantly, until one treasured day, when God descended from the heavens and presented 3 times with artifacts with which it was possible to put an end to this era of problems. This God appeared before 3 leaders who were the distant ancestors of what are now called the royal families. These media were called Grider, Grayson, and Errol. God gave them 6 artifacts, which they divided among themselves. But the problem was that these artifacts were not meant for themselves. Instead, kings had to swear their souls to give them to their 2 strongest subjects and visit them with spears. In turn, the artifacts provided the knowledge that allowed them to use the powerful energy that surrounded them. And then the 3 kings gave the order to the 6 owners of the artifacts to spread their newly acquired knowledge and abilities, thereby training the most capable representatives of their times. Thus the first generation of magicians appeared, which became stronger and stronger with each passing year. Elves, humans, and dwarves banded together to push the beasts deeper into what is now called Beastland. Thus, on their land, the time of true peace did not hearken, which ended the era of beasts and marked the beginning of a new one, and then the 3 races peacefully dispersed. Each of them set out in search of a place that each of them could call home and that best suited their culture and lifestyle. The king of men led his people to the west, where there were plains with fertile soil. In his opinion, this was a truly suitable place that would promote rapid development. Alpha, in turn, led his people north, where they could live in harmony with the magical forest and the creatures that inhabited it. The dwarf king sent his people south, where the land was full of metal ores and precious stones. Because the kings and the copy looked after their people, a time of peace and prosperity came. While listening to this story, at some point Arthur interrupted the old man to ask him a question, the essence of which was that he wanted to know, or did he understand correctly that the copy was the first to use Anna thanks to the artifact? Although the old man didn't like the fact that the guy interrupted him, Arthur continued anyway and began to talk about how even considering how ancient this story is, its ending doesn't seem true. And what about the war between elves and humans? In that case, he doesn't understand at all where the copy went. All the old man could do in that case was grab the guy by the ears and start literally yelling at him, and then that something was wrong with the ending. But he didn't have time to finish it, because Arthur interrupted him. Although according to him, he had almost reached the truth and the war, which the guy so wanted to know as soon as possible. The old man didn't quite like it that the boy had already learned about the war, since in that case he would have to repeat himself, but he still started talking about how the truce lasted only a few generations until the people forgot about the union that united their ancestors, and greed in that case still did not get the better of them. As for the copies, they never went away. According to the old man, they continued to exist throughout all generations, and the royal families and pupils raised nearby were taught how to properly use each of the artifacts, so that this knowledge would not disappear at some point. The old man also did not forget to add that it was only because of the discovery of a new continent that they decided to combine the copies and reveal them to the public. Hearing this, Arthur could understand why all of this was kept secret, because even though the copy was bound to the kings by a soul oath, if this became known, the existing artifacts could simply disappear. Hearing these words, the old man began to say that then the fall of the delicate would most likely have occurred due to internal confusion. Arthur was a little upset, but in any case, he thanked the old man for telling him about all this, because for a long time he could not understand what was going on at all. But now that he learned about these details, everything became clear in his head. Then the old man hugged the boy and with a smile decided to tell him that apparently Arthur had finally grown from a brat into a real man, and that the ball would not make him happy. The old man was very happy that the boy's body had finally caught up in development with the uselessly mature brain he had had since their first meeting. Arthur tensed up a little at that moment, because he was really very worried about the fact that the old man had just been incredibly close to the real, true truth about him. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted when the old man decided to point out to him that he had only told him all this because, in his opinion, Arthur was part of this whole story, and therefore he was obliged to know every detail. Arthur, in turn, did not quite understand what the old man was talking about, what this meant, so he decided to clarify this point with him and ask what exactly he meant. As it turns out, 3 speaks specifically about Arthur's beast, which, in his opinion, is far from simple. Moreover, if you believe the old man's words, then in his opinion, this beast is literally a god who can save the whole world in the future. Arthur, despite his beast, certainly didn't think so, because Sylvie was a bit like a small child who doesn't quite understand what's going on. Therefore, he once again decided to check with the old man whether he was sure of his words and whether he really meant this beast, to which the old man asked him not to rush and listen to him carefully. After which he collected his thoughts and began to talk about how the gods are not really what religious books make them out to be. To put it simply, they are beings who are able to rise above what they consider a mortal body and completely merge with their mother. Hearing these words, Arthur immediately thought that perhaps this was due to the fact that Sylvie was a dragon, and that was why she was very strong and smart. The old man immediately noticed that the guy was absolutely right, and it was not for nothing that they considered the meeting with the dragon a blessing, and for this reason he kept the true form of the efforts a secret all this time. Arthur realized that he had been exposed and began to try to justify himself, but the old man immediately interrupted him and assured the guy that he did not really blame him and that he would have done the same thing himself if he had had such a chance. And the old man also wanted to add to the guy that regardless of whether Arthur believed him or not, he did not think that this was a simple coincidence, and that she became a mana beast for no reason. According to the old man, the world is changing and therefore they must be prepared to face new problems. But in any case, he believed that Arthur would suffer the most if he did not prepare for this. So he asked the boy to think about it carefully when he had the opportunity to do everything possible to correct this issue. After this meeting, Arthur decided to take a stroll around the city to check on something that had been troubling him lately. The weather hadn't yet reached a dead end, and Sylvia felt it would be best to turn back, though Arthur didn't think so. Apparently, the whole thing was that Arthur noticed a small ball on the edge of this dead end, which attracted him with its light. He immediately reached for it and noticed that in addition to the ball, there was also some kind of paper there, which might have a small message. He read everything that was on this piece of paper and immediately went back home, throwing this ball up and smiling along the way. The next morning, he had a clearly bad mood on his face, so his friends decided to find out what happened to the guy and whether he had any problems. Arthur started laughing and assured her that everything was fine with him and that it was all because he was just thinking about his own affairs for a bit. Besides, if you believe his words, the breakfast was simply wonderful, and he really missed her cooking at the academy. This made the girl laugh even more because she only wanted to tell him that he ate very little, literally 1 or 2 pennies in all that time. After an awkward silence, the woman decided to tell Arthur that if he needed to do something, and he was worried about it, then they were ready to help him in this matter and do everything so that he would fulfill his mission. Arthur was a little doubtful of her words because he had promised that he would stay home until dawn, although the man intervened in the conversation and immediately assured the guy that there was no more life in him now than in Vincent after his important meetings, and in that case, he would be better off dealing with his normal son after he sorted out all his affairs. Besides, they say the most important thing for them is that he remains safe. The only thing they asked of him was that he return Sylvie safe and sound and that he not forget to take the gifts with him. Arthur was incredibly grateful to them for everything they did for him and smiled at every word they said. After some time, he collected the necessary things and was already standing on the threshold of his house, saying goodbye to his family and promising them that he would return soon. Kingraine's subjects were practically on their knees before him because it seemed to them that this simply had to be done, and without it, they would not succeed. The queen repeated several times that this was extremely important for ensuring stability in their country, otherwise everything would be very sad. They also used the argument that in order to show the people of their country that he was the king who was ready to fight for them, he was obliged to show everyone that he was ready to destroy it. In other words, they literally told him that he had to destroy it, and then the whole world would understand that his country was not to be trifled with. Some time after leaving home, Arthur was not feeling in the best of health. His head was filled with all sorts of thoughts that did not allow him to live in peace. He was very worried about his owner, so I asked him several times if everything was okay, to which the guy replied with a smile that he had just had a bad dream and that, in fact, he was fine. In fact, for a long time, Arthur could not understand why this memory surfaced right now and what he had done that his brain decided to generate it in his memory in this way. In any case, having sorted out his thoughts, he came to the conclusion that most likely this note was from the old man from the store, although he did not know how that old man heard their conversation, but apparently he knows what Very preferred to keep silent about. Well, the guy really didn't want to believe that Virion had told him everything he knew, because, as it seemed to Arthur, he had no need to hide anything from him. But on the other hand, he couldn't get the question out of his head, the essence of which was, who could know more about this than Virion himself? After some time, Arthur arrived at his destination, where he was met by a strange knight who asked the guy to state the purpose of his visit and provide proof of his identity, which caused considerable surprise in the guy, who did not think that he would have to provide and confirm his identity. According to the knight, these are the western lands where there are teleportation gates that lead to the kingdom of Eleanor, and therefore, he needs to confirm the guy's identity before letting him through. For Arthur, this was even more surprising, because he had absolutely no idea what this had to do with Eleanor or why it was like this. But he still stretched out his hand, in which lay an old and ancient watch, which, as it seemed to him, could easily serve as confirmation of his identity. No matter how it looked, it was actually the seal of the royal family of Eleanor, which shocked the knight, because then he decided to ask you a question. Who is this boy anyway? But right after that, he had to let you in, because he saw this signet ring. She simply had no right to do this, I don't know. After some time, Arthur continued his journey and entered a very huge gate, where he felt an incredibly strong energy on his body and immediately realized that the sensations were somehow different. At this moment, everything became even more sad, because his hands and body were literally tied up by someone with their energy and dragged far away, which could not help but frighten him. At that moment, Arthur saw for the first time how scared Sylvie was, because this had never happened before. He sincerely did not understand what was going on, and who was to blame for this. As if a friend's eyes appeared before him, which were apparently the culprit of what was happening. A few seconds later, an incredibly strong earthquake began, and while Arthur was fighting for his existence along with the stronger, this voice continued to repeat that they were finally alone, and now they could calmly talk about everything. After some time, everything stopped, and Arthur was left alone with his pet, surrounded by white walls. After some time, the same cat that had disappeared from the Wind Soma store appeared in front of Arthur, and now he became very interested in finding out who she really was. A few seconds later, nothing was left of the cat, and it turned into a man, according to whom his friends called him Vincent, and for lower people like Arthur, he calls himself a god. Alduin and Mariel remained silent, while one of their colleagues shouted that they had no right to sit silently in this case and wait for everything to be decided for them, because in her opinion, one of their copies had died. At some point, they finally couldn't stand it, and shouted back at her that Dossier should calm down, and before doing anything, they should find out more information. After which, one of them decided to turn to Cindy and make sure that she was sure that the student who found Allie's body had not hidden anything from her. In response to this question, I heard only shouts and an even more angry atmosphere, because most of them believed that they should bring this student here, and after that, they will ask him to do as it should have been done from the very beginning. Although some people didn't agree with this idea, because they thought that there was no point in bringing that student, because he could embellish the events to make himself look like a hero. Besides, Cynthia had already interrogated him and been to that dungeon, which meant that calling that guy simply didn't make any difference. Over time, they decided that the course of action had already been determined, and all they needed now was to send their best Pathfinder mages to see if they could find any remaining clues there. So one of them decided to ask Cindy if she could join them. She watched and listened to all their conversations with a smile while thinking about her own, but when they approached her with a clear question, she immediately gave her answer, saying that, unfortunately, she had more urgent matters that required her presence, so she was forcing them to refuse. These words could not help but anger one of those participating in this meeting, who believed that nothing could be more important than this expedition, although not everyone thought so, and many said that Cindy had already done more than enough for the council, so they were when to thank her for her help and say that she could return back to the academy. That same evening, Cynthia returned to the academy and talked to herself. Who wanted to know about the woman? Why she was so absent-minded on such a mission? The woman replied that she was simply wondering if it was right to tell the council that the students who found the alley were Arthur. The owl agreed with her, because it also seemed to her that this boy himself was a mystery, which was not as easy to solve as they might think, although on the other hand, she believed that nothing good would happen if the council began to suspect him. In any case, they came to the same conclusion that they were lucky that he didn't see anything while he was down there. As a friend, my thoughts were interrupted when someone shot a lightning bolt at her, taking her by surprise and not even giving her the opportunity to recover from this unexpected blow. Having taken the blow, the woman immediately realized that there was more than one spellcaster or mage around her, so she would have to try hard to win this battle, or at least stay alive. In any case, she was not going to give up so easily, so as soon as the enemies appeared, she used her magic and began to fight them. Her attackers thought that this would be too easy a battle for them, so they attacked her without any hesitation. But after a few minutes, after the woman activated her magic, she was able to deal them a fairly serious counterattack. When everything was clear, the woman asked her owl to finish off these guys once and for all. One of them, even before his death, did not stop smiling and said that he was not heard by the woman, and now it seems to him that life here was kind to her, and she was a little lucky. If luck had been on their side, then it would have been far from clear how it would have ended in reality. In response to his words, Sibley immediately told him that if he suggested saying such words, his core would not last long, and if he told about their plans, then she would certainly give him a quick death. This caused the man to laugh incredibly hard, to which he replied that if she thought he would tell her anything, then she was deeply mistaken, and all this was because he considered her a traitor who had made a huge mistake. After which he shouted that they were in any case gaining their former strength. If she thought that this continent still had decades ahead, then she was deeply mistaken. Because according to him, they have spies in every corner from the forest to the coast. The inhabitants of Deacon have only a couple of measly years before the war begins. She didn't listen to the end, and as soon as he started shouting such things, she used her magic and finished off his core from the inside. After which, she thanked Ara for cleaning up all this mess, to which her magical beast replied that it was not as problematic as she thought. Besides, the meat of several of these people was not bad, and he even liked it. Her pet immediately wanted to know from the woman what about her wound on her back, to which the woman answered freshly that she was fine, but the only thing that bothered her was that she could not get rid of the feeling that it was too easy. In any case, there was no point in thinking about it, so she decided that they now needed to go to the coast. And before they do this, she decided to pour a small amount of elixir on her wound, which was supposed to help her revive this wound, and she also suggested to forget about all her suspicions and think that they are simply in vain. At this time, Arthur was talking with the same guy who called himself a god, and according to him, it seemed to him that this form of communication would be the most suitable for their conversation, which made Arthur think that a creature that is much stronger than a magician at the white stage of the core is very dangerous. But on the other hand, Arthur understood that now was definitely not the time to panic, and so he literally forced himself to pull himself together, and the most important thing was not to remain silent, but to do everything possible so that this pseudo would think that he was afraid of him. Therefore, Arthur immediately decided to tell him that before they continued the conversation, he needed to at least clarify something, and without that, he was not going to talk to him at all. So the guy started talking about how the guard told him that this was a teleportation gate that led to the kingdom of Eleanor, and that's why he wanted to know if something happened to Taija or the wine, or if it was somehow connected to the sphere that they gave him. The answer to these questions, with wine, told the guy that he just needed to somehow make sure that Arthur would be able to get through them. And after these words, he created a small illusion, in which the princess and the previous king of the elves were visible, who, apparently, were in perfect order. At least this is the illusion that Vincent created. He also couldn't help but add that the princess was now even more than just fine, because according to him, thanks to the pearl elixir that he so generously shared with her, her core did not explode. All that Vincent asked Arthur was to kill himself in the fact that he was destined specifically for him. This surprised Arthur, because he didn't fully understand what this guy was talking about and what had exploded there. But apparently Vincent didn't care at all about what Arthur was asking him, because he continued to say that now they should talk about why he brought the guy here. After which he told Arthur that he was a resident of Dicathan, and it was no longer a secret that Dicathan was not the only continent in this world. According to him, Dicathan was always ruled by those who lived in the lands of Ephotus, and although they were inferior, they still considered them as gods and called themselves Asuras. Arthur listened attentively to what this strange man was telling him and tried to sincerely understand what Ephotus and Alacria had to do with it, when suddenly a realization came to him and he decided to ask Vincent, or did the gods who gave them the artifacts not teach them magic? Vincent smiled, although you couldn't tell from his face, but in any case, this smile was connected with the fact that the guy was absolutely right, and that was exactly what he wanted to convey to him, after which he told the guy that now he knows about the artifact only thanks to the old elf king, who told him about them. But in his lands, almost no one knows the whole truth about the Asuras. After all, if you think about it, the Asuras have always been guided by a kind of noble obligation, and they never directly interfered in the affairs of their continent, only if peace or balance was under threat. But this immutable rule was once violated. After all, Ephotus was once divided into 3 factions, which consisted of many clans of different races. The heads of these clans of each faction have their own interests. But they all agree that they should not interfere in the lives of the lower classes. However, after Agrona became the new head of the Vitra clan, he decided to break this law in order to gain more benefits for his people. Finally, Arthur heard what Vitra was. All this time, it was the name of the clan. Vincent also convinced the guy that he was aware that the guy had met several members of this clan, but what he was sure of was that the Vitra clan was an anomaly, even among the Asura. But he asked the boy to think of them as scientists, because they were constantly studying and refining their understanding of how mana worked. They especially improved this skill when Agron came to power. At that moment, Vritra's strength increased significantly, and later they learned that he and his clan members were conducting experiments on the bodies of the lower classes in Alacria, trying to find various ways to strengthen their own abilities. Arthur heard about this and was immediately disappointed, because he thought it was simply terrible and unthinkable. But he also didn't understand what this had to do with him, and why Vincent was even telling him about this. The man, in response to the boy's question, said that he was absolutely right, and in fact, this should not concern Arthur in any way, but now, because of his connection with them, in Vincent's opinion, Arthur should be much more careful. And immediately after these words, he used some strange magic, which he directed at Arthur. It was so powerful that at one point the guy even found it difficult to move. And after a few more seconds, he noticed behind him the huge monster that Sylvia had turned into. As soon as the boy came to his senses, Vincent continued to speak, and according to him, they had been searching for Lady Sylvia for many years, but when they finally found her traces of mana, they led them to a little boy who held God in his hands. In other words, Vincent wanted to tell the boy that Arthur was currently connected with the child of Master Vincent's only daughter, and the granddaughter of the most powerful creature that ever inhabited this world. And at that moment, it dawned on Arthur that in fact, everything Virion had said was true, and in fact, dragons were gods, and Grandmother Sylvia and Sylvie were among the most powerful among them. Vincent also added that if you take into account their lineage and potential, then this information is more than true, and also according to him, most gods have 3 forms. But it seems to him that Lady Sylvie remained in that miniature form so as not to waste her energy, although most Asura are in humanoid form for this purpose. This was the first time Arthur had heard of this, so he asked the man to explain in more detail what he meant, and he explained that if Sylvie had not transformed into her humanoid form before, then most likely she was simply not capable of it now. In other words, he wanted to say that Lady Sylvie's mana core was still underdeveloped, and given the overall situation, they had discovered signs of Agron's spies on this continent. And if this turns out to be true, then a war could soon begin, and although the upper crust of Ephotus will never accept this due to their pride, Arthur's connection with Lady Sylvie could play a key role in it. And so, Vincent wanted to tell Arthur that as long as he was willing to remain their ally, there was no need for them to separate him from Lady Sylvie. Hearing these words, Arthur immediately understood that if he did not help them, they would take Sylvie away from him. So after thinking for a bit, he replied that this war would affect his continent, and therefore his family and friends. So he would become their ally under any circumstances, and this meant that they wanted to know if the guy was ready to become their obedient pawn. Vincent did not expect the guy to speak so straightforwardly, so he smiled and noted that Arthur was quite perceptive for his age, and the guy's core was quite well developed. But still, according to him, as soon as Arthur and Lady Sylvie arrived in Ephotus, they would be able to train him properly. Arthur did not listen to Vincent until the end, and as soon as he heard that they would need to go to Ephotus, he immediately shouted about it in surprise. Vincent didn't understand the guy's reaction, but he still noted once again that it was simply necessary, because according to him, the power of Lady Sylvia was sealed inside the guy, for which even the Asuras were ready to destroy, but he couldn't even really use it, and Ephotus was the only place where he could be taught this. This way, he and Lady Sylvie will be able to become much stronger, and only in this case will Dickathan have a chance to resist the magicians of Alakria. The girl, sitting at the meeting, thought about the fact that less than 2 days had passed since Claire and Curtis returned from the excursion, but due to the increasing frequency of hate crimes, they had not even had time to properly rest. Meanwhile, Curtis was proving to everyone else that they had beaten Denton and tied him to a statue that was right next to their building, and the main reason for this was that he was supposedly not a human, but an elf. That's why she wanted to convey to them that they simply had to stop this radical group before they became even more active. She realized that her brother had not said a word after he told her about what had happened in the dungeon and how he and Claire had to leave Arthur. In the meantime, they wanted to know if there was any progress, because until they had at least some evidence, the professors would not help them, because they were too busy trying to please the sponsors. One of them said that he was able to catch only a few people who were nearby, but they have nothing to charge them with, and he is now closely watching Charles. But if they accuse him of something without evidence, it will not be very good. This started to anger them, because they didn't understand what the purpose of a disciplinary committee was if they weren't even capable of dealing with this kind of problem. Curtis, in response to these words, assured them that they only needed to wait for Director Goodsky. They couldn't believe that they were doing this only because they didn't like the direction the academy was going, and who would have thought that Arthur would be the trigger for them. After these words, there was nothing but silence in the hall. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts and could not believe that they had come to this. All these thoughts made the girl jump up from her chair at one point and shout about the fact that Arthur became a professor despite his humble origins. And all this once again proves that he is very talented, so she believed that they had no reason to use this as a pretext for such conversations. They interrupted Princess Caitlyn and assured her that they understood and knew this perfectly well. Moreover, one of them assured her that he also despised them for using his rival as an excuse. After which Curtis added that, in fact, they just don't know what to do next, so through such conversations, they are trying to find a solution to this problem. Caitlyn was very angry, and a little more, and she would definitely start crying, because she was more than sure that if Arthur were here, he would definitely come up with something. They fell silent immediately after these words, and then added to her that, in fact, they cannot drag Arthur into these matters, because then everything will change dramatically. Caitlyn thought that this was complete nonsense, because in her opinion he should return soon, and they simply had to tell him all this. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some guy whom Ketris had already seen somewhere, and if he was not mistaken, then this was Arthur's friend. This guy confirmed this information, and then asked them for forgiveness for interrupting their meeting, but according to him, he simply did not know when they would gather next time, so he decided to come in right now. He did all this just to tell them something very interesting about Arthur. But suddenly, his speech was interrupted when an unexpected earthquake began in the meeting room, which silenced each of them. Having come to their senses, they began to run out of the room one after another and head for the exit, because they understood perfectly well that this earthquake was definitely not a good sign, and they needed to get out of this house immediately. Caitlyn knew very well that the topic of equality had always been very important to her mother, because she clearly remembers that as a child, she refused to study with other students, because they were not princesses like Caitlyn. She still has a vivid image of her mother telling the girl that she understood her perfectly, and therefore believed that the girl had done nothing wrong. But she also believed that Caitlyn should not shun other children just because they were not princesses. She constantly told her that she really wanted the girl to understand that she was first and foremost a person, and only then a princess, and it didn't matter at all if the person was a king or queen, a servant, a powerful magician, an elf, or a dwarf. In any case, they are all different in some way. But first of all, each of them is an individual, and that is why she always taught her daughter never to despise someone for something they cannot and do not want to change in themselves. Caitlyn's mother was always reasonable and smart because she always cared about everyone. She always scolded and scolded her and her brother for the discrimination they showed out of ignorance. She has been pushing for a long time to have a building built inside the campus that would serve as both a museum and a monument to the union of the three races. Unity Hall was supposed to be a symbol of peace and culture, and no one could have imagined that it would one day become a target. Be that as it may, they immediately began to clear away the rubble that had been created by the attack, and they did all this only because there were still students inside who needed to be urgently rescued. Some people cleared the rubble, while others used their animals to transport the wounded to the hospital so that they could receive help as quickly as possible. The first thing they did was try to put out the flames, and they started doing this from the left side of the building in order to prevent further fire. Immediately after they managed to put out the fire, Caitlyn took off and started running at full speed towards Charles, who did not even suspect that he could be identified. He tried to hide and run away, but to his great regret, he did not succeed in doing so because he was captured even before he had come up with an escape plan. They immediately came closer to him and immediately told Charles to stop messing with their heads immediately. Besides, they had been wanting to ask him some questions for a long time. Charles immediately began to panic and look around and also ask for help from the people who were around, but no one wanted to help him because they all considered him a bad person. Suddenly, these threats were interrupted by a voice coming from behind the guys. The man who approached them wanted to know first of all what was going on here. It was one of the professors who spoke with confidence that now was not the best time for conflicts with students, and he believed that they should immediately stop this disorder. Charles thought that this was his chance, which he should definitely take advantage of, and so he began to shout at the professor that these students had attacked him without any reason and that he did not understand at all what was going on here and who they were. He also dared to say that he almost died in that explosion, and after what he experienced, they suddenly attacked him, and he was just an innocent victim, which could not help but anger the guys even more. This angered Theodore more than anyone else, so he shouted that Charles had already been caught more than once in the company of members of a radical group, and now he was hanging around near the crime scene with his insignificant friends and wanted to convince everyone around him that he was innocent. The professor immediately interrupted Theodore's speech and assured the boy that apparently the members of the disciplinary committee had nothing better to do than make baseless accusations against students. Another professor intervened in this conversation, trying to calm her colleague, who had already attacked Theodore because the boy was groundlessly accusing his classmate. After which she turned to Theodore and told him that she understood him perfectly well, that he was in a stressful situation, but she also believed that without evidence, he could not hold the students accountable, and therefore it seemed to her that now was not the time for hasty conclusions. At this point, other students began to actively discuss the fact that the disciplinary committee does whatever it wants, and, in general, it seemed to them that if the professor had not intervened, then no one would have stopped their attack on that student. This made Caitlyn even more angry until she was stopped by Curtis, who with just a look and a touch of his hand made her understand that it was not worth it, and that she would be better off calming down. Curtis also didn't forget to turn to Theodore, whom he told that he should listen to Professor Glory, because he believed that now was the best time to set their priorities correctly, and besides, it would be a good idea for them to make sure that no one was left in the building. Theodore decided to listen to his friend and therefore threw Charles back a few meters, where he was caught by other students. Everyone around him considered Charles a victim, but as soon as he was in the arms of his friends, his sly smile did not take long to appear, and while he had every right to do so, because he believed that everything was going according to his plan. Meanwhile, Arthur's friend tried to train as much and as hard as possible. He believed that he would succeed if he did it every day. But in any case, over time, he came to the conclusion that controlling the shape of the Earth is quite easy, but he has difficulty controlling the trajectory, although he was able to reach the light orange stage of the core. But he still had a lot to learn. At times, he even felt a little angry that his gift required too much. He spent so much time on all this, and it did not bring as much benefit as he would have liked. So he thought that perhaps he should tell Arthur about this so that he could help him with his training. In his head, he was thinking about a mage with an affinity for the 4 elements, with a core at a solid yellow stage, and also with the will of a dragon. All of this made him think that if Arthur were at the academy, then most likely he would be able to cope with the flames alone. As soon as the boys found out that Arthur was okay, they immediately rejoiced, because they always knew that he could cope with such difficulties. After which they decided that in that case, they should sort out their fiasco before he returned. But now, sitting in the forest, the guy couldn't help but think about what the guys would do if they found out about his real abilities. He was interested to know if they would worry about him. He found the answer to this question quite quickly. He immediately noted for himself that in any case, they would be worried about him. Moreover, he assumed that with his skills and strength, he would become popular. But even so, he has people who are sincerely worried about him, such as Princess Tessia and the guys from the disciplinary committee. He always wanted to know if he would have had such a childhood if he had not grown up with the dwarves, because they were both mistakes of nature. The only difference between them was that Arthur only benefited from all this. He tried to push these thoughts out of his head, because he, like no one else, understood that Arthur had always actually protected him, and now he simply had to take part in a more serious battle, and for now he needed to focus on himself and train properly. And if he wants to stand on an equal footing with him, then he must work on himself literally every day so that it becomes difficult to stand. The mercenaries were already tired of standing in front of the gate and waiting. They wanted to find out as quickly as possible how much longer they had to hang around here, because if this continued, at this rate they would be lucky if they got inside before the end of the day. But some thought they should simply be glad that, thanks to the council, they were allowed to do business here again. At that moment, Arthur passed by and one of the mercenaries turned his attention to the guy. It seemed to him that the guy shouldn't pass by like that out of turn. That's why he immediately ran up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder. Arthur, in turn, turned around and calmly asked the man a question, in which he wanted to know how he could help him. At that moment, the man, looking at the guy, thought only about the fact that he wasn't even an elf, but still allowed himself to do such things. And after a few more seconds, he started yelling at Arthur and telling him that maybe the guy was blind or something like that. But he would still tell him that there was a line behind him at the entrance, and they definitely didn't have the right to walk past like that. The girl who was with Arthur immediately stood up for Arthur, and she wanted to tell this man that the guy was Eleanor's guest and he had urgent business with him. But apparently the mercenary did not care at all about this, and before she could finish speaking, he hit her. At that moment, another mercenary approached them and asked Roger to calm down and not touch these guys. But Roger apparently was not going to just leave them, because he believed that they were not Eleanor's official guests, and besides, they were also here on urgent business. And so he came here to find out why this puppy suddenly decided that he shouldn't stand in the line in which they have to stand for hours. Arthur continued to answer calmly and quite politely, although there were already many reasons to start being rude in response, but still he said in a calm voice that he obviously had a good reason not to do this. These words made the mercenary smile, and then he said that apparently the boy's father didn't beat him with a belt enough as a child, since he allows himself to speak in such a tone. So he decided to teach the guy a lesson and lifted him off the ground, and then showed with his whole appearance that he intended to use his power. Besides, according to him, he controls fire well enough, so he can burn the guy at any moment if he does not decide to ask for forgiveness. Arthur was tired of putting up with this, so at some point he decided to use a piece of his power to show the man that he needed to change his mind and start acting differently. Otherwise, over time, he would definitely regret what he did. Besides, if Roger suddenly decides to go into battle with the guy, then, according to Arthur, he will need to use a power similar to that which Arthur has, otherwise he simply will not have the slightest chance. It was clear from Roger's expression that he had clearly changed his mind, and now he definitely did not want to engage in a fight with the guy. especially after he had shown what he was capable of. Arthur saw this immediately, so he turned around and simply continued on his way, because he understood perfectly well that they were definitely not his rivals, and bragging about his strength in front of them simply did not make any sense. A few minutes later, they were already inside and enjoying the view. There were quite a lot of people there, and they were all of different kinds. At that moment, Arthur thought about how he had spoken with Vincent. Then after their conversation, the guy confidently stated that if they were looking for Sylvie so persistently, then he wanted to know why it took them so long to find them. Did his beast will not carry the unique imprint of Sylvie's mana? According to Vincent, by hiding the mark of his connection with one of Lady Sylvia's feathers, he also hid the imprint of her mana from them. But now that they had finally found him, they assured him that it was now time to actively prepare for the trip to Ephotus. It was to this place that Arthur arrived accompanied. Soon a completely new life would begin for him, in which he would perform a very important function. Approaching closer to Ephotus itself, the guys were met by security, who wished them good morning and wanted to know who they were and what they needed here. In response to their question, Arthur extended his hand, which contained a piece of that very invitation that the guards should recognize and immediately let the guy inside. But the reaction slightly surprised Arthur, because they continued to stand with surprised faces, and after a few more seconds, one of them even asked how they could be sure of the authenticity of this medallion. At that moment, Arthur wanted to know the answer to only one question, which was why he was even giving this sign if no one believed that it was real. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when one of the guards turned to Arthur with a smile and allowed him to pass. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted again because a strong earthquake began, which began for unknown reasons. The royal guards immediately began shouting at the guy and his girlfriend to step back immediately, otherwise they might get hit. At that moment, Arthur thought that he was pleased to see that the royal guards were not bad guys, but just annoying. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted again when he heard a familiar voice telling the guy that he was very glad to see him again after so much time. As soon as the smoke cleared, he saw an old man in front of him who could barely cough, and as soon as this happened, the guy immediately wanted to know from him what happened and whether an intruder had really broken in, although the old man immediately assured the guy that there was no way an intruder could have caused so much harm. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the same girl who came with Arthur, and she screamed that she was not able to continue to control them, so she was forced to ask them for help. The old man immediately began to say that, although he was not sure, but apparently her body somehow completely merged with the will of the guardian of the ancient forest, which could not help but surprise Arthur because he did not understand how she was able to reach such a level, and even with the will of an S-rank beast. In his mind, he began to think that perhaps it was all about the pearl elixir that she had received from Winsome. The old man interrupted his thoughts when he began to say that even though Tessia was awake and aware of everything, she could not control the power, and the more he cut them off, the more they grew back. The man said all this in order to finally tell the guy that perhaps it would be better if he tried to do it instead of him, and he, in turn, would cover for him. The guards arrived at that moment to help, and first of all, wanted to ask the gentleman how they could help him, to which he confidently replied that they would only get in the way here, so he asked them to simply clear the area and make sure that no one came near. Even after hearing these words, they couldn't quite believe their ears, so they began to insist on their help and at least get the boy out of here, to which the old man responded with a shout, because he believed that he had clearly made it clear to them that they had to get out of here. But Arthur would stay. After the guards began to leave, the old man began to talk about how the fewer people knew about Tessia, the better. And now that they had done everything as needed, the old man suggested that the guy finally begin what they had been preparing for so long. Sylvie was listening to them attentively at that moment and looking at Arthur, and when they were about to act, she decided to offer her help. But Arthur gently told her that they didn't want to scare the locals with the dragon, so if something emergency happened, he would definitely call her. But for now, he could handle it himself. At least that's what it seemed like to him at first glance, until he had to dodge a blow from his opponent, who was quite strong and fast. On the other hand, he quickly realized that it would be too risky to use fire spells here, and he would have to come up with something completely different. After some time, Arthur finally came to the understanding of what he must do next, so he shouted at Tess that she should try to make sure that the vines do not wrap around her, and then he himself would take action. Tess, in turn, could not believe her eyes that she really saw Arthur in front of her. But in any case, there was no time for these thoughts, so she began to fulfill the guy's request, and also immediately asked him to hurry because, according to her, she would not be able to hold back for long. He decided that the best solution in this situation would be to simply get as close to her as possible and assure the girl that everything would be fine and she shouldn't worry so much. The guy slowly approached her closer and closer, and after some time he was finally able to get as close as possible, hug her, and say that he was there, and now she would definitely not be in any danger. Thanks to the fact that the girl was able to calm down and come to her senses, Arthur was able to carefully lower her to the ground and end all the chaos that was happening around her. After this madness, the guy returned to his normal appearance, and the first thing he asked the girl was a question in which he wanted to know how she was feeling. Tess sighed in response and quietly said that she hated that she constantly needed his help. Arthur immediately took her by the shoulders and assured the girl that in fact it was not her fault, because if anyone was to be blamed, it was only him for giving her this will of the beast. But she definitely didn't agree with him on this, because she believed that it wasn't his fault that he gave her the opportunity to grow. And now she promised herself that she had to learn to use this power to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. This could only make the guy smile. He was incredibly happy that the girl had made exactly this decision, and that instead of thinking about giving up everything, she had thoughts like this, where she had to win no matter what. So in this case, apart from support, he could not provide her with anything else, and therefore told her that he would simply wait for this. At this moment, Vincent was actively watching all of this and thinking that it was too early to tell Arthur about everything. But one day, as it seemed to him, this boy would have to learn everything about Lady Sylvie, and it was far from certain that he would be able to accept this truth, especially the truth about the family tree. The conversation between Arthur and Tess was interrupted at one point by the old man, who until the very end did not want to disturb the idyll between them. But he still had to do it, because he wanted them to think together about those who would have to clear the rubble they had created after this small battle. The guys looked at each other and realized that this was clearly not part of their plans. However, Arthur was interested in another question, in which he wanted to know where they should go now and what the old man was talking about. The man was apparently expecting this question, so as soon as the guy asked him, he immediately answered with a smile that their next stop was a place that wasn't in pieces. While they were driving, Tess fell asleep, and Arthur actively talked to the old man about how, in fact, it was primarily his fault, because it was he who supported Tess when she wanted to release the beast stage from her body. Then they decided together that since the will had merged with the body, she would be able to control it. The old man listened attentively to the guy, and at one point told him that he thought that in an extreme case he would be able to keep the situation under control, but it turned out that he was far from capable of this. The guy, hearing these words, thought that since the process of assimilating the will of the beast had accelerated, Tess most likely missed the training stage, which is why until today she had not had the chance to find out how difficult it would be to control the will. And looking at the girl, he quite clearly felt that her will of the beast was different from his will. Even though she had completely merged with Tess's body, he still had the feeling that her will was fighting with her mana. So he came to the conclusion that the girl clearly needed to be more careful, because it could be dangerous for her and for everyone in the area if something like this happened again. The old man was angered by the boy's words, so he began to yell at him and say that he himself now understands this perfectly well, because he is just a grandfather who was slightly excited and proud of his granddaughter's progress, so he allowed her to take such a step. After he calmed down a bit, he suggested that perhaps the best solution was a seal that would suppress the mana until Tess's control over that power improved, but if something happened and she didn't manage to remove it in time, she would be left defenseless. So he suggested that perhaps she should start by looking for a protective artifact for her. Arthur accepted this proposal with a smile, because he believed that a protective artifact would be a good solution, and he also added that if this would calm the grandfather, then the guy was ready to stay close to his precious granddaughter for as long as possible. The old man was pleased by these words, although in fact all this time he had no doubt that this would be so. But then he became serious enough again, and told the guy that he understood perfectly well that he often made fun of him and Tess, but now he wanted to know their real plans for the future. And to make it easier for Arthur, the old man clarified that he was currently asking whether he would like to marry her. This was quite an unexpected question for Arthur, so he needed a little time to find an answer. But before he could say a word, the old man interrupted him again and began to say that he really meant that Tess was a little sad and that he and his parents could spoil her a little, but in any case, he thought that she was a pretty good girl, and besides, they had a long history. This sounded a little strange to Arthur, because he always thought that, as a rule, elves start dating and marrying much later. For the old man, traditions were the least important thing, because given the speed with which Decatan is changing, whoever they are, they must in any case keep up with the times. And besides, at the moment, he would like to first find out from the guy if he has feelings for his granddaughter. Arthur didn't think long about his answer, and almost immediately declared that he had feelings, and although right now he couldn't figure out exactly what he was feeling, sympathy or love, in his opinion, he could only hope that with time he would be able to find the answer to this question. Until he can do that, he'd like to better himself before even thinking about asking for his granddaughter's hand in marriage. The old man said with a smile that this was indeed a worthy answer, and now he was more than sure that the guy had a good head on his shoulders for a reason. At that moment, Sylvie was listening attentively to the conversation between Arthur and the old man, and therefore at one point she nevertheless noticed that she always knew that Arthur liked Tess. Arthur began to worry that Tess might hear all this, but the old man assured the guy that there was no need to worry about it, because no matter what, Tess would sleep. Although in fact, Tess heard everything, and at that moment she did everything so that no one would find out about it. But mentally, she could not believe that Arthur had nevertheless admitted that he liked her. She also understood perfectly well that her breathing at that moment had become too rapid, and she urgently needed to try to calm down. And here she was right, because Arthur and the old man immediately noticed this, and they could not understand why the girl began to sweat so much, but assumed that she was having nightmares. After some time, Arthur, during this trip, thought about the fact that the concern with which he treats Tess is different from what he feels for anyone else, but the most he can do now is protect her, because the fact that Ellie and Mom have pendants of rebirth calms him down a lot. But he still didn't forget that this was only a one-time spell, and Ellie hadn't fully awakened yet. And so, if Winsome didn't lie about the impending war, then he simply has to find a mana beast for Ellie as soon as possible. He believed that this beast should be large and strong enough to protect her if necessary, and if the beast could protect Ellie's life, then it would definitely be able to protect her from the weak-willed boys who were trying to hit on her. All these thoughts once again convinced him that he definitely had to find his little sister a pet that would be able to tear to shreds any boy who decided to come closer than 3 steps to her, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an old man who told Arthur that they had already arrived and it was time for him to stop smiling like that. Tess had already come to her senses by this time, and as soon as she got out of the carriage, she immediately saw her parents, to whom she quickly went to hug them because she missed them so much. Arthur, in turn, did not quite understand where they were and what kind of place this was. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard his name from Tess's father, who declared that he was very glad to see the boy again. Arthur came a little closer, and then the girl's father added that he had a feeling that as soon as something happened to their daughter, he immediately appeared, for which they did not even know how to thank him. But even so, they both would like to hear the reason why they had to change their route home and why they were told that their palace was under renovation. The old man and Arthur smiled a little but said nothing, but Tess's parents after a few seconds began to laugh and joke about how it was most likely their daughter who was having a little fun. Tess felt a little embarrassed when they started saying things like that to her, because she was ashamed of what had happened. They realized that they had gone a bit too far, so they immediately stopped and began to convince her that she really had nothing to worry about, because everything was not as bad as she might think. The old man also intervened in the conversation and began to say that he was training with Tess, and while he was in his first stage, he got a little carried away and destroyed one of the parts of the palace, which was not quite true, and Arthur understood this perfectly well. The man immediately noticed the doubt in Arthur's eyes, so immediately after his words, he looked into his eyes and with just one glance made the guy understand that he needed to be quieter. Arthur understood him and was not going to contradict the man, so after a few seconds he noticed that everything was exactly like that, and the old man was definitely telling the truth. The man was glad that Arthur understood him so quickly, so he immediately added that the house would be quickly repaired. Moreover, it seemed to him that they would not even have time to notice. Besides, there was a mess in the palace, because of which it could be a little uncomfortable there. And also, they were already quite late for Rinny, so he suggested ending their dialogue there. Tess completely agreed with him, because she also noticed that they had not seen Grandma Rinia for a long time, and therefore she was very interested to know if everything was okay with her. The man thought for a moment, and answered his granddaughter, saying that in fact everything was fine with Rinia. She was just busy, so she couldn't always get in touch with them. He also said that she had said several times that she was very interested in Arthur's future. Arthur decided to say that he was curious about why she was interested in him in general, but where exactly was Elder Rinia? Besides, if he wasn't mistaken, her house looked a little different from last time, to which Tess's mother gave him a rather logical answer, saying that quite a lot of time had passed since last time, and since Rinia moved in, none of them had had the chance to meet her. They also told him that she had decided to live in isolation, somewhere on the edge of the kingdom. She did not give the reason for this decision, but the last time the old man came to her, he almost died because of the traps and protective spells that were set up around the house, and at least this time he warned her. But he still asked them to be extremely careful, because if you think logically, if she has such precautions, then there are those whom she is wary of. It was very interesting, and that's why Arthur immediately wondered what exactly Elder Rinia was trying to protect himself from. During this short trip, Tess's father decided to tell Arthur that his mana beast continued to intrigue him, something with which Arthur himself could not help but agree. According to the man, he realized that he still had not had the chance to thank the guy and Sylvie properly, although Arthur himself believed that there was nothing to thank him for. The man certainly didn't think so, because in his opinion, the guy treated his daughter very well, and from what he heard, it was thanks to Arthur that Tess managed to avoid some dangerous situations. Arthur still thought that it was nothing, because according to him, Tess also helped him, which was quite unexpected for the man, so he decided to ask the guy what exactly she did. After this question, Arthur began to talk about how at times, only thanks to her, he managed to remain sane. This was not quite what the man expected to hear, and he said it right to the guy's face, and then laughed and said that these words were a little difficult to hear from a 13-year-old child. And by doing so, he wanted to say that he could not do anything about the fact that he saw an adult in him. At first, the guy got a little nervous when he heard these words, but then he realized that it was actually a compliment, for which he thanked the man. Immediately after this, the man turned to the guy and assured him that, in fact, he definitely shouldn't take this as a compliment, because it was simply the truth that they shouldn't forget. After all, as a father, he can confidently say that no parent would want to see their child grow up too quickly, let alone have to bear the burden that adults should have shouldered. However, looking at his daughter, he often thought that his youth had ended about 30 years ago. And immediately after these thoughts, he declared that, in fact, the council was formed only thanks to Arthur, which could not help but surprise the guy. The man confirmed this once again, and then added that he would be honest if he said that after the war, he did not have the best opinion of people. After all, during that difficult time, due to a huge number of circumstances, he unfortunately lost his mother. And during all this time, he could not find the strength to forgive them for this, but just recently, he had to experience an even worse picture when he almost lost his daughter after slave traders invaded their forest. And then came a human child who returned his daughter safe and sound and had the courage not only to save her from the slavers, but also to scold the elven king. The lecture given to him by a human child became the very impetus to change his views that he so needed. In any case, now Tess's father believes that no matter what, he just wants the guy to know that if Arthur decides to become part of their family, he will not be against it. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Tess's mother to say that perhaps from the outside, one could say that the man was acting calmly, but she was more than sure that he had long wanted to meet Arthur again. These words made both the man and Arthur himself think quite a lot. But she certainly wasn't going to stop there, so she added that if he really wanted their dialogue to be private, then they should have created a wind barrier. Because to her it looked like they wanted to be heard and even spoke louder than usual at times. After these words, they began to smile because they realized that the woman was actually right, and they really forgot about control and began to speak as loudly as possible. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by an old man who raised his hand and in a rather serious voice asked them all to be quieter and stop immediately because he heard something strange. They immediately listened to him and also decided to focus on the place where they were, and as soon as they did this, they immediately heard screams that came from nowhere. Suddenly, after a strange silence, they heard a strange rustling sound from the bushes, which became louder and louder with each passing second, which made the boys tense up quite a bit. Well, after a few more moments, they saw in front of them the terrible face of a woman who looked as creepy as possible. Arthur didn't think for long, so as soon as he had the opportunity, he went into battle and was ready to destroy her. But at the last moment he was stopped by an old man who did not allow the guy to strike, because he realized in time that this was not a monster, but the same grandmother to whom they had been heading for so long. In any case, they all got off with a slight fright, especially the old woman, who certainly did not expect such a turn of events. When she calmed down a bit and came to her senses, she immediately started yelling at the guy and telling him that she absolutely did not understand what he wanted to achieve when he decided to attack the old woman, and besides, she believed that it was all their fault. Tess interrupted her grandmother's rant by running up to her and telling her how glad she was to see her. The woman immediately calmed down and noted that she was also very happy to see her dear granddaughter. After which they began to walk towards her house, talking along the way. The old man even decided to say that it seemed to him that they should have already met her at the entrance, to which Raya answered him, saying that they were a little late, so she decided to make sure that they did not get lost along the way and therefore went to meet them. She also said that she was very glad to see Arthur, whom they had not seen for so many years. She believed that he had grown up quite a lot and had become quite a handsome guy, and if she were 100 years younger, she would definitely have hit on him. In response to these words, Arthur immediately told her that after she jumped out so unexpectedly, like a ghost, he almost wet his pants and no longer knew how to react to this statement. She wasn't exactly thrilled to hear those words, so she told the guy that in that case, he could ask Virian how dazzling her beauty was. So much so that at one point, men fell in piles as soon as she entered the room. Tess's mother confirmed this information, saying that it was in fact the pure truth, because her mother told her that all the young girls envied Aunt Rinia, although according to Vincent, she was a strong average student and certainly not superior. But Rini had no doubt that the man would say so, because she still hadn't forgotten that Virian was only interested in one girl at that moment. Suddenly she realized that she had said too much and immediately turned to him to ask for forgiveness and say that she had behaved unreasonably when she said something like that. Arthur immediately noticed how the mood of everyone else dropped significantly. He immediately realized that these words were really unnecessary, and apparently the woman herself did not think about what she said. But suddenly this awkward silence was broken by the old man, who noted that in fact, it was he who should be asking for forgiveness. Moreover, he knows very well the fact that for the woman, it was also incredibly difficult. She decided to interrupt this dialogue and focus on what they had agreed on, and to do this, she had to point out that they would soon be there, so she suggested that they speed up and stop talking. A few minutes later, they actually came to the very place where the woman lived, and she was happy to invite them inside. They slowly walked through the passage, behind which they thought there should be a cozy hut, but it turned out to be a passage to a huge waterfall. And then the woman used a little magic and opened the passage further, but before they entered, she asked them to do everything possible not to create sources of light, and the entire way to her new home, they should go in the dark. They listened to her request, and all went deep enough into the darkness, thereby arriving at her new home, which was located deep in the cave. But when they were already inside, everything did not look as bad as it might seem from the outside, and while they were looking around, the woman decided to invite them to sit down, because they had a lot to discuss. At first, Arthur was silent and thought only about what kind of deviant magic allows one to create rooms that are many times wider on the inside than they look on the outside. This question worried him quite a lot. After a few hours, everyone was very tired and decided to go to bed, after which the woman smiled and again turned to the guy to tell him that she thought the fact that they all fell asleep should have alarmed him at least a little. Arthur thought for a bit and then told the woman that he had been through too much lately, and that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to be surprised by anything. But given the woman's words, he could assume that she most likely already knew everything, since she started this conversation. This brought a smile to the woman's face, to which she happily agreed and told Arthur that he was right. After which the guy decided to ask the woman if this meant that this conversation was intended only for his ears. Raya completely agreed with him here too, because according to her, she wanted to talk to him when none of the other guests would hear it. And when she was finally ready, she told the guy that she felt that she should tell him about her powers as a soothsayer, which could not help but surprise Arthur. After all, he knew very well that this type of deviant magic is so rare that there is almost no information in Xyrus's books, and learning about the magic of divination from the soothsayer himself is a very great experience that the guy is unlikely to be able to get anywhere else. Moreover, the woman herself immediately saw that the guy was quite interested in learning about this, so she quickly began her story about what Arthur might have known, but she still considered it important information. According to her, all deviants, except elementals, need to find their own source of power with which they can use their magic. And as strange as it may sound, it's not at all like how ordinary mages use mana particles that are in the environment. For example, his mother is an emitter, and although mages can recover with mana, their recovery speed is no match for her spells. Therefore, throughout her life, she met many deviants, and the magic of each of them had its own unique properties, but they still had something in common, and this thing was their own supply of mana. According to the old woman, they used it to fuel their magic, which is what distinguished them from elemental deviants like Arthur. But returning to the conversation about soothsayers, their powers also developed differently. They could appear at any moment in life, and in most cases they were unpredictable flashes. Vague images of the future appeared in their minds quite often. But most of the time, they were too vague and fleeting to make out anything. In fact, the flashes didn't use up their mana at all, and it didn't seem like much of a useful power now that she couldn't control it. Then Arthur had to think about that spell she used when he was little, the one that allowed him to see his parents and talk to them. According to the woman, it was a spell she created that used her powers as a prophet to project images and nothing more. She also added that true divination is not reading the future, but knowing when and what will happen. Arthur interrupted her at one point to say that he didn't quite understand. If this was her true power as a soothsayer, and besides, her mana core didn't fuel this magic, then how did she do it at all? She thought about this question for a bit, and then finally gave the guy a clear answer when she said that she does it quite simply. She just uses her life energy, which helps her do it. She also said that every time the fortune tellers, want to look into the future, they shorten their own lives, and this is the true power of the fortune tellers. All other spells are nothing more than ordinary and at the same time useful tricks. After these words, she decided to remind the guy of the moment when she reminded him of Virian's girlfriend, and Arthur remembered this moment for a long time, because the reaction was rather strange. According to the old woman, her name was Lania, and she was also a prophetess and was much more powerful than all her friends and colleagues. After all, her flashes were much longer and clearer than hers, and moreover, they appeared much more frequently. Moreover, with her attractiveness and grace, she aroused the envy and admiration of every elf of their generation. Lani was the pride of their kingdom, and the townspeople extolled her as if she were an idol who was bound to save them. When she and Virian fell in love, they had a wonderful wedding ceremony, and at that time it seemed that fate itself was smiling on them. However, to her great regret, fate turned out to be cruel to her. The war between humans and elves was drawing to an end. Talk of a pact was in the air, but the tension was still very strong. Therefore, suspicions began to arise that people were still trying to show off their strength. And in the end, they turned out to be completely right, because the previous king of Sapin had hatched a final plan that was aimed at the heir to the throne, Eleanor. In other words, the woman wanted to tell Arthur that Virian was essentially the target of assassination attempts, which could not help but upset him. Lania was tormented by visions of his death, but little could be understood from them about how Virian would be overtaken by death, for each of her visions was in a fog. Arthur didn't quite understand how this was possible, because he was more than sure that she was a fortune teller and could change the entire future. Raya agreed with this, so she told the guy that when Lania tried to change something, her visions still repeated themselves, and in the end, only the reason for Virian's death changed. Virian was the only one who knew how it was affecting her, and so he begged her to stop, but out of desperation, she continued to do it behind his back. When Raya just looked into the future, she felt how days, weeks, maybe even months began to flow out of her body, and Lania did this almost every day in the name of the only one she loved so much. She basically put up with it all just for him, and in the end, she was able to buy Virian enough time before the current Glader King staged a revolution. After which, they were able to successfully overthrow him to end the war, and Lania achieved what she wanted so much, but in any case, she had to burn almost all of her life force. And as a result, a few weeks later, she died right in Virian's arms, which he experienced quite hard, and to this day it is difficult for him to talk about it. After this, Raya hated him for a long time for this, and also her sister for leaving her alone in this huge world. Arthur was very surprised when he heard these words, because he did not think that Lania was Raya's sister. Now everything falls into place in his head. He immediately looked at Virian and thought about how he was always so cheerful and joked about everything. So for a long time he could not believe that he had such a tragic past. Then she suddenly interrupted his thoughts to tell the boy that she had told him this, not out of sympathy, but because she had used the same powers that had ultimately destroyed her sister to look into his future. Moreover, she believed that all of this happened because she used the same powers that ultimately destroyed her sister to look into the future of Arthur, who was now sitting right in front of her. This caused a significant misunderstanding on the guy's part, because he couldn't find a single reason why this had to be done at all. As a friend, the conversation was interrupted by Sylvie, who jumped right onto Arthur's feet and began hissing at the woman, thereby showing that she did not exactly have good intentions towards him. The woman didn't get nervous and said quite calmly that it seemed like Arthur's beast Mana sensed that he was a little restless, which the guy himself confirmed, and also added that in general, his emotions with Sylvie were quite connected, and that's why she felt such things. After which, the guy quickly calmed his beast with the words that he was actually fine, and she was worrying about him for nothing, but he was still pleased that she treated him that way. After which, the woman decided to continue their dialogue and honestly tell the guy that even during their first meeting with him and his beast, she had flashes of his future. Arthur had already realized that the woman had apparently been interested in his personality long before their first meeting, and he wanted to find out as soon as possible why she was doing this at all and how widespread this phenomenon was. To which she confidently said that the appearance of so many visions about one specific person, and even naturally, simply could not happen. In other words, she wanted to tell Arthur that Dickathan was rapidly changing and entering a new era, so she wanted the guy to understand that he was always at the epicenter of these changes, and no matter what happened, he would be the one to whom they would come. This further burdened the guy and led him into a misunderstanding, so he decided to ask the woman a question in which he wanted to find out why he had to be at the center of these events. According to her, answering this question is not as simple as it might seem at first glance, after which she noted that if she tells him more than necessary now, then the results he wants to achieve will change, and then the world will be in danger. But on the other hand, she understood perfectly well the fact that if she gave him too little information and did not teach him what he needed to know, then his search for God would face significant problems that would lead to the destruction of the entire world. Arthur had already begun to get quite nervous about this and was citing arguments that Elder Rhine had sacrificed her life energy for this, and now he was more than sure that she was obliged to tell him what he should do and how to do it correctly. But suddenly he fell silent when he realized that apparently no one except him had ever known about this. Even Virion would probably have heard it for the first time. As soon as Arthur said this thought out loud, the woman asked him to be quieter and not talk about it so loudly. And right after these words, she laughed a little, and with a smile noted to the guy that she had lived quite a long life, and besides, she would hardly be able to use the information she had received in the future. But she still finds that when she looked into the guy's future, she made several problematic enemies and, as a result, moved to this isolated shelter where she doesn't really like living, but, unfortunately, she simply has no other choice. She understood what Arthur might tell her and therefore got ahead of him, told him that she herself had decided to do so and that the extra effort was being made so that she could bring good news. And finally, it's time to see Arthur about what the woman has kept inside for so long. According to her, he will face many difficulties, and no matter what he chooses in the future, this fact will remain unchanged. If you believe the woman's words and her predictions, then on his way, Arthur will encounter horns and various obstacles. But even so, all she can tell the guy is that he needs an anchor, or to be more precise, someone with whom he has a strong connection or to whom he can return at any time, so that he will have an ultimate goal in life that will constantly flicker in his life and not allow him to simply give up. Arthur didn't quite understand what they were talking about and what exactly he needed to do, but he was in no hurry to ask about it and just wanted to listen to the woman until the end. Apparently, it turned out that she definitely didn't say everything she wanted to. And it happened that after her story, the woman asked a couple of leading questions which, in her opinion, should help him decide what he should achieve in his life, and in her opinion, this would determine his future path in this life. And before the guy answered this question for himself, the woman decided to give him two pieces of advice that she thought would help him. The first was that she believed people did terrible things for good reasons, so she asked him not to judge them superficially. The second was that most often the dangerous enemy is not the one who sits on the throne and controls the army, but rather the abandoned soldier to whom we have nothing to lose. She was very sorry, but that was all she could tell him and share with him. She would have been happy to give him much more, but it seemed to her that this should be enough. Arthur thought about her words for a bit, and at some point, in a quiet voice, asked the woman a question, which was that he would like to know what would happen if he made the wrong choices. She pestered him, came closer to him, and confidently said that the right choice is not always the best choice, and sometimes doing the wrong thing is the best they can do. After which she noted the fact that she and the guy had talked all night, and now she thought he should rest before he and Tess returned back. Meanwhile, the squad went out into the forest, and one of them noticed that this was the little thing that their leader gave that pig to Marcus. They immediately noted with anger that Marcus accepted it quite quickly and without difficulty, and also, according to them, his body simply could not withstand it. This made him smile even more, so he decided to ask them about it, or were they hesitant to try it? They didn't answer his provocative questions, so he continued to laugh and talk about how they weren't even allowed to do it because they were too weak. In other words, he quickly realized that there were simply no worthy people among them, because they were all a disgrace and those who were simply not worthy. Viva's head was filled with thoughts that their poison was weaker than its core, and most likely, as soon as the drug entered their bodies, they would die immediately. At one point, his interlocutor couldn't stand all these words and literally started shouting that they didn't want to sit here with him and coddle him, because they still had at least a lot to do before tomorrow, especially after their informant warned them that the members of the disciplined committee had become more active, so they needed to start acting right now. In response to these screams, the guy with white hair decided to punish them and show who was really strong here. For this, he used his fire magic and literally put this guy on the ground. And then, with terrible eyes in which one could only see what was going on, he said that they would not be able to continue to pretend to be big shots for long, because they were just errand boys. He also held the flask of drugs in his hands and told them that their leader was still moving the pieces while they were here coddling him, which couldn't help but anger his interlocutor even more. After which, without any doubt, he opened the flask and drank everything that was inside, without even thinking about the consequences that might await him after that. The consequences of the debt were not long in coming, because as soon as the substance entered his body, it immediately began to act, and the guy felt it on himself. He fell to the ground and began to punch everything he saw. Apparently, the pain that pierced his body was unimaginably strong, and it was really hard for him to endure all of this. This made the guys start laughing at him and saying that apparently he, like them, couldn't cope with the drug, and for the sake of such a spectacle they didn't even feel sorry for the time they wasted here. The guy who spoke the most immediately decided to say that now the gray-haired guy can continue to talk about how strong he is, hiding behind the backs of his family. But now they all know that a mutt will always remain a mutt. After which he came even closer to him and stepped on his head with his foot and said that since he was already about to die, it seemed to them that he needed to do it as quickly as possible, because they were losing more and more time while they remained here with him. Well, suddenly his words were interrupted when he felt an incredibly strong pain from the fact that his leg began to burn very strongly, as if I had put a hot frying pan on it. And after that, he was thrown back with incredible force several meters, which made them all fall silent and stop laughing. They realized that they were very wrong about this guy, and now they need to change something in order not to die at his hands. At that moment, memories of talking to his father, who scolded him for starting fights, and at the same time believing that he had become strong enough to waste his time like this and fool around, came into Sadov Vlasov's head. The man was very angry that the boy was still going to rely only on his parents and was wasting 1,000 gold coins in an attempt to forcibly pump up his pathetic body with strength. He wanted the boy to finally try to achieve something on his own and not just use the strength of his parents. Now his laughter was so strong that one could say with certainty that he had finally proven not only to himself and everyone else that he had become incredibly strong thanks to his efforts and the fact that he did not give up. Looking at this madman, his opponents threw down their weapons and quickly began to run away because they understood that there was simply no chance of defeating this madman. But it wasn't as simple as they thought, and the guy who decided to throw his ball and start running was the first to be hit. He didn't try to catch up. He simply used fire magic to unleash one powerful blow that literally destroyed Jun in a few seconds. Vodi tried to run up to him, but the second one stopped him and ordered him not to move anywhere because he had to help him first. In any case, he ran to this place and saw a terrible picture. There was simply nothing left of Jun, and apparently he arrived too late. This made the student even more angry, and so he began to release too much energy into his body, but he didn't care at all because he wanted to avenge his friend. Nosy, even to the point of madness, was completely indifferent to these blows, because the power inside him was so great that he did not even feel these attempts to inflict any kind of delirium on him. A few seconds later, he came closer to his new opponent and grabbed him by the neck to show him who was boss. As his opponent's life force began to rapidly drain, he added with a smile that he simply wanted them to see for themselves that the drug had worked better on him than on the pig. He destroyed absolutely everyone, and then returned to the same guy who laughed the most and put his foot on his head, Now he wanted to know what he was thinking now. The next morning, when everyone finally woke up, Raya realized that the calming herbs in the tea she had brewed the night before were stronger than she had expected, because she hadn't even thought that they would make everyone fall asleep. At least that's what she told everyone. Tess's father immediately said, with a smile, that there was really nothing wrong with it, and besides, each of them definitely needed to get some sleep, which they did successfully, so it even played into their hands. Although not everyone thought so, for example, Arian was not entirely happy about this, because he had urgent matters that he was going to take care of in the morning, but since these herbs were too strong, he was never able to wake up. Raya immediately began to say that apparently these things have something in common with the fact that his MI test turned a fairly large part of the palace into dust, which is why the old man had to immediately shut her mouth with the product that he came across first, and say that the vegetables were simply magnificent and she should try it too. In any case, she didn't want to tell the woman that the test was somehow scary or had destructive power. In fact, she wanted the girl to understand that her grandfather wanted to find something that would help suppress her beastly will, and then placed a small box right in front of her, inside of which, according to her, was an object that was supposed to help her. Upon opening the box, Tess immediately saw a small bracelet made of pure gold that had extraordinary powers, for which Tess was very grateful. Arthur, in turn, did not quite understand this act, because they had only talked about it yesterday, and the next day, the woman did something similar. When he said these words, most of those present did not understand at all what he was talking about, because they certainly did not talk about this. Arthur realized that he said too much, and went on to note that apparently he was the only one here who was strange, since they were still surprised by such things. The girl's father thanked Raya for always looking out for Tess. She smiled back and said that she was actually only happy about it, and now she suggested that they enjoy this evening before the children set off on their journey. A few hours later, when everyone was ready to return, the woman led them to a special portal, where she informed them that with the help of these rocks, they would be able to return back to Cyrus. Arthur immediately approached Cana and spoke there, that it seemed to him that the teleportation gates had existed since ancient times, and the Royal Seven strictly monitored them, so it was quite strange for him that she was simply invited to have her own personal gate. In response, she simply continued to smile and pretend that everything was as it should be, which caused Arthur even more surprise. Meanwhile, the parents hugged their daughter and said that they would soon come to visit her, so she should not be upset about this. Vi also noted that before classes began, she shouldn't forget to stop by Good Sky's office, since he hadn't heard from her for a long time, so he wanted to make sure that the old woman was even alive. Tess told him that she would definitely fulfill his request, after which she ran up to her grandmother and thanked her for the warm welcome, and also said that she was very sorry that they could not stay longer. At that moment, Sylvie noticed that Arthur was a bit upset, so she decided to ask her father if everything was okay with him, to which he confidently replied that everything was fine, and he just felt a little happy. After which they, together with Tess, went into this portal, saying goodbye to their dear people along the way. A few seconds later, they were already on the other side of the world, where it was absolutely empty, and this caused a little doubt and alertness in Arthur, as it seemed to him that there should be a guard near every enemy. Tess couldn't help but agree with this, although the guy then added that he had heard that many people take days off because of the aurora's glow, since at that time trading is suspended, and perhaps they simply don't have enough people, so they were removed from certain areas. In any case, they continued on their way and decided not to dwell on it, at least until they came to a city where it was incredibly beautiful, which made them stop and just admire the beautiful views for a while. The girl immediately noticed that no matter how often she saw the aurora's glow, it always looked better and better, which was simply impossible to get used to. After looking around for a bit, they went further into the house where they were met by Jasmine, who was very happy to see the boys, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And after her came the other boys, who were even more delighted to see the boy as a child prodigy, whom they could now hardly recognize. after which they all turned to Dan, who was told to immediately stop trying to look cool, because he was doing it very badly, which made him look even worse. Arthur, looking at his friends, was a little shocked, because so many years had passed, and he immediately noticed changes in each of them. And what surprised him most was that Dearden grew his hair out, and at first it turned out that he copied it from someone else, but then it turned out that he was inspired by Arthur. And after some time, a girl attacked Arthur, who began hugging him and shouting that he had become even sweeter and better, which definitely upset Tess. But she didn't remain in this state for long, because it was the girl who immediately pounced on her after Arthur, and simultaneously said that she, too, was very glad to see this charming little elf, who hadn't seen Vanya here for a long time. Arthur's parents suggested that he not stand in the aisle, but go inside so that they could talk and share news with each other. Tess felt a little awkward, and so she decided to say that she only planned to stop by to say hello and then head straight to the academy, because she had a lot of things to do at the academy and also needed to meet with Principal Goodsky, but she still thanked them for the invitation. Arthur felt like something was wrong with her, and so he came up to her to find out about it, to which she said that she just wanted to ask for her help in getting used to this bracelet, since apparently it was with her for a long time. She also wanted to tell him that as the student council president, she shouldn't be having fun here, since even Lilia was still at the academy. Arthur heard these words and immediately thought about the fact that he had promised his grandfather to be near her because most of her magic was suppressed now, and at any moment it could be extracted from her body, and then they would start having serious problems. And suddenly she interrupted his thoughts when she told him that it was only for one night and everything would be fine, so he didn't have to worry about it. In the end, Arthur agreed, but still asked her not to overwork herself and not to forget about rest, because he, like no one else, remembered that her drones were still a little unstable. After their conversation, Tess was approached by Arthur's mother, who told her what she had done, that the girl would stay, and since she already had to go, she would like the girl to at least dress warmly. They all spent it together and wished her luck, and also did not forget to add that she could return to them forever. But still, they were a little sorry that the princess had to leave, but on the other hand, they did not deny the fact that the night had just begun, and today they should rest as well as possible. Meanwhile, Arthur and her sister were talking about how his sister was very worried about him while he was traveling. At this point, she kept repeating this over and over again, so the other guys decided to take her away from Arthur so that she wouldn't bother him. After a while, the fun ended and some of the guys went to bed, but Arthur and his close friend went to talk a little, and she told the guy that he took over his father's baton and now topped the list of those his mother worries about, which Arthur himself could not help but agree with, because it turned out to him that this skill improves on its own, even without his efforts. She also said he was made for great things, so she wanted us to just remember our desires and hold on to what made him rise after he fell, and also not forget that he has been fighting all this time. At that moment, Arthur noticed for himself the thought that the elder had told him something similar, so he had already figured out these things perfectly. As for his interlocutor, he decided to clarify why she suddenly decided to start such conversations. Without thinking twice, she told him that she was actually just a little nervous about the discovery of a new continent and everything else, so she decided to tell Arthur about it so that he would be on his guard too. After which, in any case, she decided that it would be better for her to return to the house in order to prevent his comrades from accidentally burning it down, with which Arthur himself agreed, after which he noted that he would come a little later, and also thanked her for getting him out of there. She immediately told him that it was not really a problem for her. She just wanted to ask him to slip into his room and get some rest. As soon as the girl left, Arthur was already thinking about the fact that he did not know the reason why he ended up in this world, but he refused to believe that he had ended up here to become a simple pawn. He was sure that protecting the smiles and laughter of everyone he loved in this new world was his reason to continue living and staying alive. He cursed everyone who could interfere with this, and this is exactly the kind of fate he would like to create for himself or his family. Meanwhile, the crazy gray-haired guy turned into a huge owner of an army and was ready to attack everyone who had ever offended him to show that he was actually something they should fear. By this time, the guys were more or less ready, and as soon as Dronzer came to them, they would activate this magic stone. They decided to check with Kaya again before they started, whether he was sure that he didn't want to join them. They thought that these crazy cultists were planning to launch a full-scale attack in the near future, so they needed to keep themselves in shape, otherwise they wouldn't be ready for an attack at any moment. But he assured them that he had been patrolling all day today, and therefore he believed that extra training would only harm him, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a girl who burst into their room with the words that she had brought several overwhelming bracelets for their new training. She was in too much of a hurry, so she tripped over the rope that was in front of the entrance and fell down, along with the bracelets. They approached her and started talking about how if she wanted them to steal all their mana right before a possible attack, then that was a good idea. But in general, they thought that it wouldn't help me at all. But still, they didn't understand perfectly that Dronzer didn't want anything bad. She just wanted things to be as good as possible, and after everything was over, they would really be useful to them. In any case, everyone was there, and so they asked Kay to activate the barrier, which he did successfully. The barrier was activated, and immediately after that, a huge circle was created around them, in which they were all together, and this is how their training would begin. But one thing really worried them, and that was that the courier was red. And so they started telling Kai that they thought there was something wrong with the barrier and it needed to be removed. They even told him that perhaps this was a wonderful barrier and a great thing that he had created, but they still wanted him to let them out of there as soon as possible, because they felt that something was wrong here. But no matter how loudly they spoke, no one heard them, and no one removed the barrier, so they came to do about the fact that no one could hear them inside the barrier. Therefore, they decided to start hitting the barrier in order to try to break it down and get out of it as quickly as possible. But no matter how hard they tried, they didn't succeed. Over time, they realized that this would not achieve anything, and that they were simply wasting mana, until one of them realized that somewhere around here there must be an emergency switch, which is intended for just such cases. But when they opened a special niche for this switch, they discovered that, unfortunately, this switch was not in working order, and apparently someone had destroyed it before. Each of the guys had it all figured out in their heads. They understood what had happened. Apparently, they had simply been set up, and they didn't even suspect it. Apparently, this was only the beginning, because a few seconds after they understood everything, some kind of projectile began to fly towards them, which someone was firing from the outside. It wasn't a big problem for them to break all these shells, since they were made of stone, and it was clear that they had enough strength, but in any case, the question of what was happening and who was to blame for all of this was still relevant for them. At least that's what it looked like at first glance, but a few seconds later, some warriors ran into the circle, each of whom wielded different elements, and apparently they definitely didn't want to make friends with them. They realized that this was a trap, so they decided that they simply had to take their positions and come to the conclusion that this was no longer a training session, but a real battle. None of them ran away or surrendered. Each of them was ready to go into this battle and fight to the last, as long as they had the strength to do so. At some point in the battle, they managed to move forward a little, and this gave them a chance to get out of this circle, and it seemed like this was their only chance. The gray-haired madman interrupted them and remarked that apparently they still had not realized that they had absolutely no chance against him and his army. Turning to face him, the guys couldn't believe their eyes that they were seeing the same Lucas, who was incredibly weak, and now behind him was an incredibly strong energy that literally told them that they had no chance. In addition, the guy told them that Kai was the one who locked them in this trap. The guys couldn't believe it, and so they shouted back at him that it was all a lie and he had made it all up. In response to these screams, Lucas ran and went on the attack, shouting at the madam that he had no reason to lie, because he was capable of destroying them without it. The guys didn't expect him to be so powerful and strong, so they didn't even have time to block his incredibly strong blow, which threw them back several meters. They didn't try to attack him. and at least slightly slow down this attack, but his fiery spirit, which had recently become even stronger, literally did not allow them to do this. In the periods between blows and cancers, the guys thought about the fact that the barrier must have been fully formed, and the mana-suppressing bracelets that Dora brought. And so they had an idea of how they could create energy large enough to get out of this barrier, but to do this, they needed to all gather together in one place. She figured that doing this would be much more difficult than just saying it, because she had no idea what this guy had taken. But now he was stronger than any professor, and all of them combined. They tried to attack him and the others, but so far they were unsuccessful, and all their attempts ended in failure, because Lucas was truly a head taller than any of them. But in reality, his main target was not these guys, but who would soon get as close to him as possible, and this could not help but please Lucas. So he sent his guys back, which made OK start to worry because he thought that Lucas would help capture these guys in the winter, but apparently his plans changed, so he wanted to know what happened. These are the words Lucas said to the guy with a smile, saying that he had helped him, but now he had a more important mission that had to be completed immediately. The boys were left alone against Lucas's friends. This was bad news for them, because even though Lucas was gone, his warriors were growing in numbers, and so they began to think that they might lose this battle. Suddenly, one of them had a great idea, which was that she shouted for Faye and Kay to use protective spells, thanks to which they could get out of here. Immediately after her words, they instantly fulfilled her entire request and used the very spells with which they could subsequently get out. This spell at least gave them time to come up with a plan to get their thoughts out, although the opponents weren't going to just leave the guys alone. They quickly broke down the protective barrier that was holding back their attack, and now they had everything they needed to attack the guys and finally destroy them. Meanwhile, the boys were actively destroying the barrier that was preventing them from getting out, when suddenly Dora shouted that she would buy them as much time as possible so that they could escape, and before the boys could say these words, she turned into a stone man and ran to attack. How he tried to stop her and not let her make such a crazy decision, but in response, she simply kicked him and called him an idiot, since he decided to follow her and not save himself. After which she began to actively fight her opponents, and at first she did very well. She delivered several accurate blows to each of them, which ultimately led to a good counterattack. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys got out of this crazy barrier and ran through the academy to split up and look for the professors who were supposed to help them as quickly as possible. But suddenly they stopped and interrupted their search because they heard an incredibly loud noise that made them stop moving. And what we won't see was, in fact, an incredibly terrifying sight that could make them stand in a stupor, because outside the window they saw a huge number of monsters that destroyed everyone in their path, and whoever it was, a student or a professor, could not cope with these monsters. At that moment, she was going about her business in a carriage and thinking that the last thing she wanted to do was worry Arthur. But still, thoughts often flashed through her head that she had this feeling that she could not control her body normally, because her novels were completely exhausted. So I could only hope that Director Good Sky would help me sort this out, otherwise things would be very, very bad. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by some strange earthquake, which forced the girl to immediately come to her senses and concentrate. The carriage immediately stopped, and the girl went out into the street to ask what had happened, and her driver asked her to look ahead, and then she would understand everything herself. And so it happened. The girl looked ahead and saw a huge barrier, which without further explanation was clear why it was created. The carrier immediately turned to the princess and said that he did not know what to do next, to which the girl faithfully and quickly replied that they urgently needed to return back. But before she could finish speaking, a powerful explosion thundered from her friend, which threw the girl back several meters and silenced her. When she came to, she saw how her cart was literally smashed into small pieces, and she herself could not believe what had happened. As a friend, she heard a familiar voice that told her that he had been waiting for her for a very long time, and that she had finally come here, and she was also completely alone. So she believed that the mission was going much easier than he could have imagined. Then the girls saw the new Lucas for the first time, who was no longer the weakling she knew. Now there was only the most powerful energy around him, and defeating such an opponent would be incredibly difficult even with her core. In any case, Tess decided that she needed to put out the fire as quickly as possible so that the carrier could get out. Well, no matter how hard she tried and whatever she did, apparently Lucas was not going to leave all this just like that. As soon as the girl tried to use her power, he dealt another crushing blow to the same place and completely destroyed everyone who was with her. And after that, he began to approach her closer and closer and said along the way that it was a little rude of her to ignore the person who was talking to her. He also believed that it was worth worrying about himself and not about some pathetic carrier. But before he could finish these pathetic words, she responded with a blow that forced the guy to close his mouth and listen only to her. She was not a little like that with him, she just wanted to make him shut his mouth and not say anything like that anymore. When they got drunk, she still added a few more words and told the guy that she didn't know what the fuck he was going to do, but she assured him that everything would end right there. These words made Ulukesa laugh quite loudly. HIV, he would never have believed that she would be the one who would stop him, and in general, he does not think that anyone can stop him in such a state. Because of this, he explained his confidence by saying that the girl had no chance, if only because she could barely maintain any concentration of her strength, which in his case was too weak an opponent. Tess immediately understood what was going on, because looking at her grandmother's bracelet, she realized that it not only suppressed her will of the beast, but also most of her magic. As a friend, my thoughts were interrupted when Lucas came too close to her and grabbed her by the clothes, and then added that it would be right for her to be a good girl and not talk to him at all, because who knows, maybe in the end she will like him even more than her pathetic boyfriend. Hearing this, the test began to tell him that if this was all that mattered, then the fact that he had not destroyed her here and now meant that she was not his target. And after these words, I also said with a smile that he used a drug that destroyed Marcus and tracked her movements. And all this only means that all this is apparently because of Arthur. This made Lucas even more angry, so he threw the girl to the ground without any hesitation and shouted that she should immediately shut her mouth because in fact she does not know the truth and will never know it. But in response, the girl began to tell him that she knew for sure that his inferiority complex had moved to a new level, and she told him all this taking into account her fear. For these words, he continued to beat her and did it without any problems. He believed that this is how it should be. At some point, he even told her that he had not destroyed her, and that this did not mean at all that he needed her whole, and that he would not do this in the future. But suddenly she interrupted his speech when she took his hands and said that she also did not expect to remain unharmed. Lucas immediately understood what had happened, and immediately began to scream, and that she should immediately let go of his hand, and began not to vouch for herself, although the girl certainly did not intend to do this. But she still let them go to you, and it seemed that Lucas would destroy her now. But everything was not so simple, because she managed to cast a spell on him that literally immobilized his movement, and he could not use his power, which is why Lucas was perplexed. And while he was trying to understand what had happened to him, she gathered all the strength in her fists and delivered a fairly strong blow to him, which threw the guy back several meters, thereby bringing him to his senses and making him understand that he was actually not as strong as he thought. Tess was on edge at that moment. Her strength was mentally evaporating, but she still continued to think that she, as Arthur's only person, must, no matter what, hold out until the very end and give time to her friends. Well, suddenly my thoughts were interrupted when Lucas shouted that he was tired of all this, and he wanted to end it all, and the princess in this ment modem only said that she cannot be allowed to use her as bait to catch Arthur. These were the girl's last thoughts before she passed out and lost consciousness, after which Lucas came closer to her and put her bracelet on her hand, still scattered, and said that she did not use club magic, he would still be able to afford to destroy her. So he believed that she should not take off this bracelet anymore, otherwise he would insert it into her body. After which he grabbed her by the hair and simply dragged her along with him to where he wanted to go. He slowly opened the barrier that his man had created and walked into it with the Tess. The girl tried to do at least something at that moment, but the big problem was that she simply could not move. Her body did not obey her, no matter how hard she tried. That was all she could do at that moment. Meanwhile, all the students and professors of the academy tried to fight the monsters, and did it as fictitiously as they could. But in any case, their strength was not enough, and the monsters gradually defeated them. Only through teamwork and diligence did they manage to destroy at least a few monsters and try to get out of this situation. But in any case, it was all too bad for them. Not only were they attacked by monsters, but after some time, some people in robes came to them and began to tell him that the students must raise both hands and swear allegiance to their deeds, and only then will they stop attacking them and give them the opportunity to live on. Everyone who does not do this will be left without their precious life, and they will simply destroy them. According to them, the elves and dwarves should not resist, and as soon as they destroy their core novels, they will be able to leave peacefully. Most of the guys simply didn't understand how the staff, especially the director, could have allowed the situation to get so bad and so many students to die at the academy. But after some time, the answer to this question presented itself. These students noticed that among these rebels, there were quite a lot of professors. They tried to resist and do something to free themselves, but it was all in vain. No matter how they attacked these people, they were in any case much stronger than them. One of them kept shouting at all the guys to stay as far away from him as possible. Otherwise, they would decide for themselves if they came closer and ruined his plans, then he would destroy them with just one spell. But his words were cut off immediately after some unknown force threw him back several meters and literally destroyed all of his magical power in a matter of seconds. It was Curtis who showed up incredibly on time and helped his guys who were almost destroyed. Immediately after that, he ordered them to run to the training center, because there are several good professors there who protect all the guys who come to them. As for all of these guys, according to him, most of them are fine. Only recently they split up to find those who can help, but unfortunately, Dora and the fairies most likely died. He also said that they had fallen into a trap set by these cultists. Adora and the fairies held them back while they were trying to get out of it, but they themselves were never able to get out of there. The guy Kirch was talking to suddenly started yelling at him and asking where Arthur was and what was going on here, and why the director was allowing this to happen. Curtis said that, fortunately, Arthur and Tess did not have time to return to the academy. As for the student council, he is fine, and he only recently separated from Lily and Clive. He sighed with relief, because he realized that not everything was as bad as it might seem from the outside. In any case, in Curtis's opinion, at the moment he doesn't know what they can do. It seemed to him that they can try to stay alive to wait for the soldiers, or they have the option to continue the fight. But in this case, no one knows how fate will turn out. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an incredibly loud sound that literally cut their ears, and because of which they could not even stand normally on their 2 feet. And a few seconds later, they heard a voice that sounded throughout the academy, which told the students and teachers of the academy that his pets would no longer bite, so he kindly invited them to follow him to the clock tower because it was time to begin the final ceremony. After all, according to him, if they miss this ceremony, then they will regret it for the rest of their lives. After some time, a huge crowd of people gathered near the academy, among whom were many parents and students who simply wanted to see their son or daughter and hear the latest news. But they were not allowed inside, and they did not understand at all why they could not get inside, although they had every right to do so. All the guys near this barrier told them was to stay as far away from it as possible. After all, according to them, their magicians are now actively working to make it possible to get inside, so they asked them not to panic and just wait. According to some mages, guilds and artifact creators never forged this kind of barrier because its integrity structure is on a completely different level than barriers. This barrier is much stronger and more modern. But most of the men trying to get inside didn't care at all and weren't interested in what was different about it. All they were interested in was when they could break it. But according to the specialist, They don't have the appropriate artifacts to do this with. All they could do was contact the Artifact Creators Guild branch in another city and request a more powerful beam drill from them. But it seems there were some problems with the delivery of this item as well. Therefore, one of the specialists suggested that they request help from the copies, since in his opinion they would definitely be able to break through this barrier. But as it turned out, they had already tried to do this, and the copies were dealing with the incident all over the continent, so they definitely would not come here. Then, one of the specialists literally started shouting that this was a carefully planned attack, which is why one of the commanders had to shut him up and tell him to speak more quietly about it. Because if he continued to speak so loudly, the panic would only increase and they would get into even more trouble. However, according to the guy, there were already people who had spread out along the base of the barrier in search of its weak spots, and according to him, it would take some time, but they were still rushing inside. All the commander told him was that they could only hope that they could get inside before it was too late. Curtis and his friend were at this point slowly moving forward and trying to recognize their guys amidst the compressed attack. At some point, Curtis mentioned that he was going to go look for the rest of the disciplinary committee members, and as for Elijah, he asked him to stay here and not make any moves. The revived document was not entirely happy to hear such words, because all around him he saw a rather sad picture that frightened him no less than the monsters that attacked them. He just looked at this whole picture and couldn't understand how this could have happened. The students who were unlucky enough to not get out in time simply stood near this barrier and asked to be saved. They wanted to live and asked to be let out. As a friend, their screams were interrupted by a very loud sound, which made them all have to cover their ears and close their mouths for a moment, because if they even tried to say anything, they would be instantly destroyed. Immediately after this sound, they saw a man in a mask who told them in a strange voice that he was very grateful to them for coming today at his invitation. Seeing this man, all the students started shouting at him that he had to let them out, because if he didn't do it, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place and would face a huge punishment. In response to these words and requests, he simply began to laugh as hard as he could, and later added that even despite how much death they had to witness today, they still allowed you to say such things. He also decided to say that they had some crazy tents that were not very far away, and that they still had a problem with realizing the seriousness of the situation. Afterwards, he took out some object from his bag and threw it on the ground. Apparently, it turned out that maybe this way they would finally understand what was going on here. It was the head of some man who had been recently destroyed, and only one head was taken with him. Absolutely everyone in the video started running away from this terrible picture as quickly as possible, and as for Elijah, he fell to the ground from shock at what he saw. Until the very end, he could not measure it with his eyes and mentally resisted himself, saying that this could not be true, and this definitely could not be her. But apparently it was true, and they really saw the head of the Dora, who went to protect them. They tried to break the barrier with their fists in order to get inside and punish the bastard for what he did to her. But no matter how hard they tried, the barrier was so strong that they couldn't get inside. That's why he started screaming at the top of his lungs and telling them to get out of this barrier and fight with him, if he considers himself strong and a man at all. This made this madman laugh and smile even more, as he couldn't believe that the guys, even after he had demonstrated his strength, were saying such things and hoping that they could defeat him at all. The guy didn't care at all about what he was saying. He just kept hitting that barrier with his fists and shouting that this guy should immediately go beyond it and fight them. But suddenly his screams were interrupted when he felt some kind of force that literally pulled him inside this barrier. After a few seconds, he saw in front of him a man in a mask, without this mask. But he didn't care at all how it happened. He immediately used his power and ran to attack. He wanted to destroy this guy as quickly as possible and avenge his girlfriend. He accelerated so much that he could develop incredibly strong and lightning-fast speed, thanks to which he could deliver a very devastating blow, which is what he did. Most of the spectators of this fight were confident that the guy would be able to win thanks to this blow, because in their opinion, even the professor could not block such a blow. so watching how Theo fought, they were confident of his victory. But their thoughts were interrupted immediately after they saw Taolu a few seconds later on the ground, with a broken leg and incredibly loud screams about how much pain he was in. And a few seconds later, his enemy came even closer and told Theo with a smile that, if this is all he can do, then he has greatly disappointed him, even though this was a battle to show the guy who he is. And then, he said with a crazy smile, that there was a little blood left on his face, and therefore he wouldn't mind helping him clean it up. And immediately after these words, he used his fire magic, thereby burning Theo's body in just a few seconds, giving him no chance to survive. After this terrible act, he continued to laugh and say that now he looks much better, because now his face is clean and beautiful. And right after he dealt with Theo and burned his body to ashes, he turned to everyone else and shouted that he would now allow himself to begin their main event, for which they had gathered here. These were the last words before all the boys and professors who resisted were gathered into one pile and began to be led to the center of the barrier with the help of chains. Among them one could see the princess, who was unconscious and in a terrible state. Curtis and the others simply couldn't believe their eyes at what was happening, because their friends were destroyed before their eyes, and it was done in an incredibly cruel way, which is why they were eager to destroy each of them for this. They tried with all their might to stop him and not let him break into this barrier, because everyone around understood perfectly well that if he did this, he would die after these guys, because for now, they do not have enough power to deal with this cruel guy. The girl behind him held him as tightly as she could, telling him all the while that he should just wait and not rush headlong like Theo had, because they couldn't lose him too. But these words angered the guy even more, because as soon as he heard from them that he had to wait, it literally tore him apart from the inside, because he believed that they could not just wait and let this man destroy everyone else. And suddenly his scream was interrupted by another girl who came closer to him and slapped him, thereby calming him down and bringing him to his senses. She told him with tears in her eyes and utter disappointment that they should think about how they could save them and stop this monster. In other words, she wanted to convey to them that they needed to find a way to protect everyone, and not just rush headlong and fight. She also asked him to understand that if he did not calm down and went to certain death, then they would definitely not be able to come up with anything and would most likely lose. These words made Curtis calm down, and he realized that his friends were actually right, and doing such things would be really stupid and unwise. So in the end, he calmed down and agreed with them, thereby promising them that he would not rush into battle headlong and only hope that he could defeat them all on his own. As a friend, their conversation was interrupted by the voices of other students who were shouting that something strange was happening there. The whole point was that Lucas's people had brought in another guy who would be incredibly difficult for them to lose. Elijah couldn't believe his eyes, because he was more than sure that she simply physically couldn't be at school, and therefore he wasn't worried about her safety. But now everything is completely different. As a friend, all their thoughts were interrupted by that same Luca, who, with a laugh on his face, began to say that he had finally managed to attract their attention to himself, so first he would like to introduce himself. After which he spoke about how he had mentioned before, his name was Draniv. If you believe his crazy words, then he came here not to destroy them all, but on the contrary, to save them and give them life. He told them that he came from distant lands, where the weak had to face all the cruelty of this world. And now, he is sitting here for a reason, because his main goal was to meet with the elite delicately, because where he came from, they are complete trash. Therefore, in his opinion, he will be happy to teach and demonstrate his skills to those who seem worthy to him and pass them on. In other words, he wanted to tell each of them that when his lord and master captured these new lands, they could find a place for themselves in this kingdom. So he asked them to take these words seriously, and finally rejoice in the fact that they had been given the opportunity to gain powers that they could never have imagined. Well, after this long but not entirely reasonable speech, he asked Luca to come forward and show himself in front of everyone else. Lucas didn't wait long and went out to the center with his new victim to show off everything he had gained with this strange madman. Lucas began to slowly open his robe with a smile and spoke freely there that the powerful members of the disciplinary committee and even the genius elven princess were worth nothing against his strength. Elijah couldn't help but shout that Lucas was simply an unimaginable idiot who would soon suffer the fate he deserved. LG didn't understand at all how he could study at this academy and betray her so easily, so he went closer to the barrier and started knocking on it with all his might and shouting at him that the guy had betrayed them all. In response to these words, Lucas lifted the princess and moved closer to her neck to show everyone that his new power allowed him to do this without punishment, and no matter how hard they tried, he could do this to any of them. Each of his similar actions made Elijah even more innocent. It seemed that the boy was now capable of exploding from this anger, because he had never seen anything like this before and did not think how it could be survived. From this anger, the guy began to release serious energy, which threw all his allies in different directions, and the guy himself simply did not understand what was happening and how to control such a state. At some point, this energy stopped, and Elijah realized that this was something completely new, but in any case, he felt incredible pain inside his entire body. But this pain seemed to be something new for him. He was incredibly scared to feel such emotions and such pain, but in any case, he understood that this was not just like that, and it needed to be used, and it needed to be done right now. He was immediately attacked by the monsters that we controlled the Ragna, because he thought that the guy might bring some problems, so he needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. But instead of running away, La just continued to walk straight, as if he thought he could defeat them. And apparently this loyalty was not without reason, because as soon as the monsters flew close enough, the guy used his magic and destroyed them all together with literally one spell. His gaze was so insane that it seemed that this was not at all the Elijah that everyone knew. The guy himself also understood this perfectly well, because in his head the only thoughts were that he had changed, and now his body seemed to be under the control of another person. All the other guys rushed madly to stop him because they thought they were capable of doing so thanks to their element. But at some point, they were stopped by their leader, who ordered them to stop immediately and stop doing stupid things for no reason. Apparently, he gave this order for a reason, because a few seconds later he saw how the guy's energy weakened, and he literally began to fall to the ground. Elijah himself understood perfectly well that his body was not strong enough to withstand such energy, but on the other hand, it would have made absolutely no difference, because all he needed at that moment was to withstand enough to destroy Lucas. So he used all the power he could and aimed the blow at Lucas. Lucas, in turn, did not expect Elijah to be so strong, so he will not be able to fully recover from this crazy blow, but in any case, the arrow LGE did not cause enough damage to destroy the guy once and for all. And this was very bad news for Elijah, because he spent almost all his strength on this blow, but was still unable to achieve the desired result. Lucas, in turn, stopped smiling and looked at Ligus with a completely different look. Now he understood perfectly well that his power was not so great as to say such things. Dronzer approached Elijah in the document and held the guy back so that he would not completely lose his vital energy. Elijah couldn't even move at that moment. All he could do was mentally think about where Arthur had disappeared to when they needed him so badly. Modesty, devotion, determination, and courage. These words were constantly repeated to the boy, even when he didn't yet know their meaning. These 4 qualities will enable the heart to become like a sharp blade. This was precisely the credo of the Blade Heart family, into which the girl was born, and therefore she sincerely believed that, despite any circumstances, she could follow this secret doctrine. A few years later, she realized that she had been incredibly naive, and now she simply did not understand with what magic Elijah was able to break through the barrier and then deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. But at that moment, her thoughts were different, and now it seemed that the most suitable cop was to finally fight back against this monster, who, without any doubt, was destroying her friends. But no matter how much she didn't want to do it, at some point she realized that her body was literally unable to move. She just stood there and couldn't move either her arm or her legs. As a friend, my thoughts were interrupted when one of the professors shouted that they should all move aside and make way for him. It was Professor Greener. And even though his wounds were incredibly huge and he definitely shouldn't have been the first to go into battle, he still believed that while the barrier was broken, they simply couldn't miss this chance, and they were obliged to go into battle first. The girl, looking at this, simply did not believe that in such a state they would be able to overcome the brawl, and in general, the question arose in her head about why the professors were simply going to meet their death. No matter how much Claire wanted it, no matter how much she believed in her, I understood perfectly well that they were just cabbage rolls, who in a few minutes would face the same fate as the previous guys. But in any case, she could not say a word to them. How come I was suddenly interrupted by a guy who asked Claire to come to her senses and finally tell them what they were even going to do next? They wanted to ask the girl whether they should now gather all their strength and provide support to the professor. Claire instantly became upset by this question. I couldn't even imagine why they were even asking her about this. But the answer to this question was quite simple, because she was the one who held the position of leader of the disciplinary committee, and therefore they were ready to follow any of her instructions. She didn't know what to say in response to these words. Her head was only thinking that they could just rely on the professors and wait for news from them. Besides, she was so scared that she didn't understand at all why they would waste their lives in vain. But suddenly those same words that had been repeated to her since childhood popped into her head again. Modesty, loyalty, determination, courage. All of this made her at some point start shouting that those who were frightened and wounded should stay behind, and those who were capable of fighting should go with her. After which, she set her sword on fire using the element of fire and said that now they would begin the fight for Cyrus. As a friend of the rag, he approached Lucas to tell the guy that their plans had changed a little and they would now act differently. He said he was going to be the first to return and hoped Lucas would join them soon, right after he takes care of the retreating TSO and gets rid of all this garbage. Lucas wasn't happy with this, so he immediately grabbed Early by the shoulder and yelled at him about why he was even taking this guy along with him. But as soon as he asked this question, the answer was a powerful surge of energy that literally made him weak on his knees, after which he heard from the dragon that he was a pathetic tool who dared to resist his master, and for this he would punish him. But his speech was interrupted by another man with a rag who said that they had prepared everything, and they could proceed to the next plan. This news was good news for you, so he let Lucas go, and finally told him that he would hope that the guy would not disappoint him, and would still show what he was capable of. All the academy professors and students who were ready to fight, meanwhile, ran actively after the dragon, because they most of all did not want to let him escape. They sincerely believed that they had enough strength not only to stop him, but also to destroy him and never remember him again. At that moment, Luca burst into the battle, using all his new strength to stop those annoying bugs that were bothering him. He was very angry because the dragon had treated him like that, so he decided that he would take it out on his new opponents, whom he was going to simply destroy once and for all. The academy professors weren't going to give in so easily, so they used some of their most powerful spells, with which they were confident they could stop the boy. Then they tried to shout at him to stop and end all this pain, because in that case, not only he, but also other students of the academy would suffer. But he didn't care at all about their words. He just continued to use all his skills and tried to destroy as many people as possible. Lucas's allies also did not stand still and decided to help him, using their elements as well as their monsters. The professor, looking at all this, understood perfectly well that she alone would definitely not be able to cope with them all, and she urgently needed to come up with something. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when she saw how all these monsters and madmen were covered by a hail of elements that literally swept them off the face of the earth. These were the students of the academy who immediately ran after the professors to help them, and they were more than ready to ensure the safety of the prisoners and help the professors in this difficult matter. Although she was happy for their help, she still believed that what they were doing was wrong, and therefore ordered them to leave there immediately, because it was incredibly dangerous there. But Claire believed that this was their battle too, so they were not going to retreat and were ready to help them in everything. Moreover, in the girls' opinion, it was precisely for this moment that they were trained so diligently, because they also wanted to avenge their friends and destroy everyone who was guilty of this. The woman realized that she would not be able to convince them otherwise, so she agreed to their conditions, but asked them to be extremely careful because she did not want any more casualties. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted when Claire was literally trapped and tied up on all sides, which made her unable to use her powers, especially fire. Through fire and fog, she will go to her friend, Kai, who put them in this barrier, and therefore the girl with tears in her eyes began to scream at him about how he could do this, especially she spoke about Tu and Dory. Instead of answering her questions, he simply turned around and slowly began to walk towards the portal through which his master had emerged. Well, suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when she felt an incredibly strong pain that pierced her body in 1 second. A few seconds later, she saw a huge blade in front of her that pierced her body. Her friends immediately ran to her to help the girl, shouting at the same time that she needed to be patient a little and help would definitely come. 2 sharp, polished ball-like horns adorned the dragon's head on each side. The crystal's prominent, bright black scales shone so brightly that shadows were almost invisible, and in its eyes was such a strong, wise force that even veterans would not have dared to move. But despite the awe the dragon inspired, his heart fluttered in fear for the boy who stood before that dragon. In every step he took, she felt a subtle, yet still unshakable confidence. Every cell of this guy's body exuded a raw rage, so unbearable and cruel that the only thing Klasa regretted at that moment was that she would not be able to see Lucas's face with her own eyes after his defeat. At that moment, although Luca himself was trembling with fear, he was mentally thinking that his mental abilities and reflexes had grown so much that he could use high-level spells. He also did not choose that the bait available to him for use is almost exhausted, and it is thanks to the elixir of Dran that he has gone beyond the limits of what is possible for mere mortals, and now the so-called elite are nothing more than some pathetic bugs for him. All these thoughts made you also think about how strong he was. He just didn't understand where he got this feeling from, as if he was feeling like an icy sweater and inside, and it was pressing more and more with every second. In any case, he decided to get out of this state and enter into a fight that could not be ignored, so to be sure, he called Arthur a pet who would obey only him today. He looked him straight in the face and said that if Arthur thought that the overgrown lizard could help him, then he was deeply mistaken, because even the highly respected professors of the academy could not lay a finger on him, which gave him even more confidence in this fight. But while Lucas was going on and on about this whole speech, Arthur and his pet simply walked past him for a month as if he didn't exist. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys who were on Lucas's side, seeing this dragon, couldn't believe their eyes, and so their movements were immediately frozen. They couldn't move and just waited until they were pardoned. Arthur at that moment approached the princess, who lay unconscious and in a terrible state. As for Lucas, he became even more angry, and all because Arthur simply ignored him, although he said the most offensive things that came to his mind. At that moment, Arthur was examining the princess, and in his head he was thinking that, apparently, she had been drugged so that she would not resist, but besides a couple of Sinkovich scratches, she had nothing serious. This calmed the guy down quite a bit and brought him to his senses, because he was most worried that something terrible would happen to the princess. Meanwhile, Lucas continued to laugh and tell Arthur that when he mocked the princess, she called Arthur, although he did not even come to her. And if he came with all the possible features and began to say that he is not entirely sure that Arthur will be able to maintain his sanity while he watches how he will play with the girl about whom he cares so much. These words angered not only Arthur but also Sylvie, who stood nearby the whole time, and every word Lucas said made her more and more try to control her emotions and not attack this tailor to destroy him forever. But even taking these words into account, Arthur still continued to ignore him and do what he came here for. This made Lucas even more angry, so his firepower was at its maximum level, so he began to shout at him that he was a redneck who did not dare to ignore him and stand with his back to him while he was talking to him, so he would break every bone in his body, so that he could only cry while watching him speed up the teas in front of him. But suddenly his words were interrupted when he felt an incredibly strange sensation, which he had once had. A feeling as if a mad demon was tearing apart his insides, which did not give him peace, because he did not understand why his body was reacting in this way. Lucas. They were going out of his head. Why is he, unlike the respected professors at the Cyrus Academy, terrifying him? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Arthur, who rose to his feet and told him that Lucas seemed to him like a wasp, which he considered unnecessary to destroy. But now he realized that he had made a mistake, because he had completely forgotten that when Asok bites, it causes a lot of harm and simply needs to be destroyed. Fear immediately struck Lucas, and he immediately saw how some strange hands began to emerge from the ground, which literally embraced his body. The guy didn't understand what was happening at all and how it was possible, and his strength literally evaporated somewhere, and he couldn't even control his emotions. This made him start to get even more angry, because all he could think about was that everything shouldn't have been like this, because in his opinion, he should have been much stronger than Lucas. But now all he could think about was how he, such a pathetic little bug, could instill so much fear in him. He was torn apart, but his thoughts still continued to flow like a stream, and he only thought about Ali and how many people and animals this guy had destroyed in order to achieve such a suffocating and oppressive thirst for blood. Well, even in such a state, when fear almost consumed his entire body, the guy was able to find the strength in himself to break this trap into several parts and continue the fight again. At that moment, Arthur looked at this guy with such strange eyes, which were simultaneously calm and at the same time the strongest storm that was ready to sweep Lucas from this earth. But in any case, he remained calm, and all he said to Sirius was to ask her to protect Tessia. After which, Arthur revealed that he actually also possessed ice magic, which caused mixed emotions in Lucas, because he certainly did not expect that the guy was hiding not only fire magic, but ice magic. But for him, this was just another little thing, which he did not even intend to pay attention to. As soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately began to attack Arthur with the help of his new skills. Well, no matter how hard Lucas tried, his strength was still too little to cause any harm to Arthur, because with just one movement, he was able to return from this blow, and, moreover, he also grabbed Lucas's weapon. And then he delivered a counterblow that struck Lucas right in the heart, from which it was impossible to come back, and so Lucas had to take everything upon himself. After realizing what had happened, Lucas could not bear the pain, and so his screams could be heard far beyond the borders of their battlefield. Tears began to well up in his eyes, and along with this, he began to tell Arthur that he was using lightning magic, and that this simply could not be true, because in that case, it would turn out that Arthur had an affinity with 4 whole elements. In any case, Lucas tried to hit him again, but Arthur was too close and didn't even let him do it. He just grabbed his hand and started squeezing it as hard as it was necessary to hurt Lucas even more. And then he slowly leaned towards him and whispered in his ear that he really did possess the 4 elements with which he would destroy him. These were the last words Lucas heard in his life, because immediately after that, Arthur struck him with enough force to make Lucas fall apart into small pieces and never get in his way again. But still, Arthur was brave, and before destroying him to the very end, he gave him the opportunity to atone for his guilt, and therefore Arthur started talking about the drave that the guy mentioned before. Arthur just wanted to know, once again, whether he was definitely responsible for the incidents. This made Lucas smile, even though he was in the worst pain of his life at that moment, but this question gave him the opportunity to laugh at Arthur again and tell the guy that he took that useless idiot, whom he calls his best friend, and he was talking about Elijah. In response to these words, Arthur told his opponent that he understood perfectly well that things could happen in this world that he would ultimately be unable to influence, but he believed that at least he could make sure that his filth would not be passed on to the next generation. So much time has passed. The views of people confronted with the rising power caused fear in some, doubt in others, but delight in others. At that moment, Arthur couldn't help but think that he had long forgotten how lonely he felt in such moments. But now everything had changed. As a friend, Arthur's thoughts were interrupted when a powerful explosion thundered behind him, which literally made him run away and turn his attention to the place where Lucas was lying. The thing was that Lucas's brother came to the crime scene with his sister, and they immediately turned their attention to poor Lucas. Considering what Arthur had done to him, Brother Lucas's anger was beyond all possible limits. He was so angry that his yellow energy was literally glowing a bright yellow color. Arthur immediately realized that these were very serious problems, and our guy immediately ran towards Sivi, shouting at her that she should leave here immediately. But it was too late. They started attacking both Arthur himself and his mana beast at the same time, which caused them serious problems. Arthur was too seriously injured after Brother Lucas's attack, and all he could do at that moment was pray that he would be able to enter the second stage again, because only through this would he have any chance. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the same brother of Lucas, who slowly approached Arthur and said that he and those like him did not deserve an easy death, because to commit something so brutal to a member of the West family, and even to his brother, was the worst crime in his life. He was about to finish with Arthur, when suddenly Byron was stopped by Alfred, who assured him that he should not lay a finger on him. Bayram, in turn, was convinced that this boy had not only destroyed his brother, but had tortured and humiliated him before his death, and he was also saying that he had no right to touch him. Alfred became even more angry and said that this guy actually saved everyone present from the hands of Lucas, and although he understands his loss, he still recommends watching his tone and actions. Byron didn't listen to him and immediately threw his hand away, then began to actively approach Arthur and tell him that no one should test his patience, because he was not in the mood to listen to all this nonsense, and besides, he was only trying to destroy the killer who destroyed his brother. Alfred immediately called upon his warriors, who stopped Brother Lucas and prevented him from doing what he had planned. This caused Byron to become even more frustrated and angry, so he released an incredibly large amount of energy that destroyed the two guards Alfred. A few seconds later, he was already near Arthur and was preparing to deal him the final blow to destroy him once and for all. But as soon as he tried to do this, an ice wall appeared right in front of the guy, which blocked his blow and did not allow the man to do what he intended. And a few moments later, Byron was already on the ground and kneeling, with a girl behind him who assured him that it was not for him to make such decisions. She also said that the council itself would figure out what to do with the boy and the dragon, and that she, in her case, would not turn a blind eye to a breach of subordination. Byron realized that at this point, he would not be able to destroy Arthur as he had planned, and it would be best for him to accept these conditions and end it there. After some time, they began to clear away the rubble that remained after the battle. All the bodies of the dead began to be carried out, and medical assistance was provided to all those in need. The same girl who wielded ice magic approached Arthur at some point to ask him if he would need further medical assistance, to which Arthur confidently replied that he had simply exhausted his mana reserves and that everything was fine with him. Hearing this, the woman confidently told him that he would have to put it on then, and she herself held out the handcuffs towards him. Arthur didn't resist or try to prove anything. He simply held out his hands, and she, in turn, secured the handcuffs on them. And although she doubted that he would be able to break them, she still wanted to tell him not to even think about running away from her. To be on the safe side and make sure that the guy definitely wouldn't do this, she cast a special spell on him that literally fettered Arthur's every movement and didn't even give him the opportunity to move. The guy responded by saying that he understood everything perfectly. The only thing he would like to ask was for them to release his Amon beast so that she would feel more comfortable. Hearing this request, the girl was once again surprised that this huge dragon, Mana, was Arthur's beast. But she still fulfilled Arthur's request, and if it were from Sylvie's icy shackles, she gave her the opportunity to feel more comfortable. After this, Arthur immediately told Sylvia that it would be a good idea for her to return to her fox form and calmly continue the conversation. Although the Force did not think so and she was ready to start the fight again, I convinced Arthur that even if they risked fighting them, they would not have the slightest chance. Sylvia decided to listen to her master and turned into the forest, and immediately after that ran towards him to check if everything was okay with him. She was very excited because she didn't even have a rough idea of what would happen to them next. Arthur would really like to calm him down, but he himself did not fully understand what they would do next. The only thing he could assure her of was that she did not need to worry, that everything would be fine with them. The girl then asked Arthur to follow her because they were heading to the camp of the Magicians' Guild, where they would wait for further orders from the council. Arthur walked in handcuffs and caught the eyes of absolutely everyone. Most people whispered behind his back that they heard that he destroyed a student from a noble family, and did it not just, but also mocked him. There were also rumors that it was the Wykes family, but none of them forgot to whisper that the child was part of a terrorist group, and that he simply had to be stopped so that he wouldn't destroy even more people. At that moment, Arthur was only thinking about the fact that even after everything that had happened, people were only gossiping. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard his name shouted desperately by his parents and sister from the crowd. They were very worried when they found out that the boy was tied up and being led somewhere in handcuffs. He then turned to his guide, from whom he wanted to find out whether he had the right to talk to his family. This immediately angered Byron, who believed that after everything the guy had done, he had no right to even think about such a thing, but Alfred again tried to calm him down and told him that he had to understand that the witness's testimony was not lying and the guy had done what was necessary, so he asked him not to let his emotions control him. After receiving permission from the council, Arthur immediately approached his family and told them that he was very sorry that he had forced them to rest again. He also added that there was just a small misunderstanding and there was nothing to worry about. He would soon return to his previous life, although his parents and sister were in no hurry to believe him, because they understood that they would not have put him in handcuffs for no reason. Arthur didn't tell them anything more in detail. He just noted with a smile that he would be gone for a short time, so he would have one request, which was that he would like them to take care of everyone else. While Arthur was talking with his family, the girls received a call, which symbolized that the council had apparently made its decision and was ready to announce it. So she called Arthur closer to her and began to read from Sabiu about what she had been given by the council, the general, and one of the 6 copies of Varia announces that Arthur had been given a decision. According to the general, the council decided that, given the excessive cruelty of his actions, as well as the existence of unclear circumstances, restrictions would be placed on Arthur's mana core, and he would be stripped of his title and imprisoned until further notice. Arthur wasn't too upset because he had expected this to happen, but what upset him most was that the decree would come into force from the moment it was proclaimed. The boy's father also began to tell the general that this must be some kind of mistake, because, in his opinion, Arthur saved everyone from certain death. The other guys and students of the academy also began to whisper that this was complete nonsense, because the guy definitely did not deserve this, considering what he did for them. At this point in the conversation, Arthur's friend intervened, literally screaming about how dare they punish the only person who was able to do something about the situation, and also, in her opinion, they only got out thanks to Arthur, and if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have had anyone to save. She also confidently told the general that when her parents learned about this decree, they would immediately cancel it. But the general interrupted her when she showed the decree itself, which stated that King and Queen Grider were among those who voted in favor of this decision. This incredibly surprised the girl and put her into a slight state of shock, because she could not even imagine that her parents could vote for something like this. Arthur, hearing this, immediately understood that if the decision was made and approved by 2 royal systems, it meant there was no point in arguing with copies, but the fact that she said that the guy acted excessively cruelly, without context, sounds as if Arthur was behind this attack. But he still decided to contact them once again and before they took him away, he would like them to allow him to talk to his family one last time. The general simply had no other choice, so she allowed the guy to do it without any problems, and Arthur immediately headed to his family. He walked up to them and immediately smiled, and then assured them that they did not need to be upset, because he was sure that this misunderstanding would soon be cleared up, and he was more than sure of it. Arthur's mother, with tears in her eyes, understood perfectly well that anything could happen to the boy, and he certainly couldn't know about it. Arthur actually agreed with him completely, because this often flashed through his thoughts, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his sister's voice. She was no less worried about the others, and so the guy decided to calm her down, put her on the stake in his hands, while thinking about how she was growing up really fast, and he just wanted to spend more time with her. After which he turned around and started to leave, but at the end he said that he promised them that he would leave for a short time and would return very soon. The boy's father, in turn, decided to tell his son that no matter what happened, and no matter what people say, in his opinion, the most important thing is that his family will always be on his side. After some time, Arthur was already ready to set off on a journey, and he would fly with Alfred on his fire snake, to which Alfred personally invited him, saying that the guy could not worry about it getting dirty. Although, in Arthur's opinion, even if he got burned, he couldn't do anything about it, so he essentially has no other choice. Meanwhile, Byron arrived in his homeland, holding the body of his brother in his arms. He was greeted with a smile and words about how long they had been waiting for him. Well, their smiles didn't last long, because they looked straight into his face, which showed nothing but disappointment and anger, especially after he ordered them to immediately call their father. After Byron told him what happened to Lucas, his father shouted that Lucas was a disgrace to their family and that he was not surprised that he died like that. After all, in his opinion, being killed in such a shameful manner after everything he had done for it was simply humiliating and unpleasant. Just the costs of teachers, me for the animals, elixirs, and all this in vain, so that this scoundrel would be simply destroyed at some point. After which, he turned his attention to his eldest son to find out from him for what purpose he brought his body back, since, as it seemed to him, the master was unable to avenge his family and returned back in disgrace. He was about to hit him, but Byron stopped him and asked his father to watch his words, because he was still one of the spearmen. This angered the man even more, because he had completely forgotten that after that ceremony, Bayram became even more arrogant and began to think of himself much more highly. But the man asked him not to forget that he became a spear only because he was born into the Wykes family. Well, when they came to a common understanding, the men were finally ready to listen to their eldest son about what had happened there. Byron began to tell his father that, according to witnesses, Lucas, along with a group of cultists led by a certain Dran, attacked the academy. The guy also said that the boy who destroyed Lucas did it without hesitation and with extreme cruelty, but apparently, according to Byron's stories, the father was absolutely indifferent to how his youngest son died. At that moment, he was only thinking about the fact that they still had a chance to play it out in the way they needed and emerge from this situation as winners. So he called one of his assistants and ordered her to send an emergency message to the council, which would contain information about the unfortunate attack on their family. He asked her to write in this letter that his precious son Lucas, due to a threat to his own life, was forced to submit to Dranif. He also asked her to add that it was painful for him to even imagine that such a young guy was forced to make such decisions. Yes, after all, according to the man, his son turned out to be a victim who died an excessively cruel death at the hands of a scoundrel who deserved to exist in their society. And for such a monstrous crime that was committed against the Vice family, he believed that he could not simply repent for it. He had to pay for this crime. So he really hopes that the council can make a fair decision, and in the meantime, they are preparing a decent funeral for their other son. After this fake letter, the man again turned to his eldest son and asked him there whether this was a detailed enough explanation. Baran couldn't say anything in response to these words, because he understood perfectly well that his father would do this on purpose, so he decided to simply nod, thereby agreeing with it. The gentleman's assistant interrupted their conversation when she decided to tell them that she was very sorry, and therefore she was ready to send their letter immediately. As soon as she walked out the door, the man sat down at his desk and continued doing what he had been doing, once again showing that he didn't care at all that his son had died. This couldn't help but surprise Byron, but then he realized that his father hadn't changed in this regard, and before leaving, he also wanted to know what his father would do with Lucas's funeral. The man didn't think long about this question, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he said that he didn't care at all. According to him, anyone could do this, or no one bothered him. After which he ordered his eldest son to immediately leave him alone and go out the door, which Byron could not help but do. Besides, he himself wanted to leave here as soon as possible. While Arthur and the other copies were delivering the guy to the place they needed, he decided to clarify one question in which he wanted to know how far they were from their destination. According to his guards, they are already very close, and there is still a little time left before arrival. Hearing these words, Arthur immediately started talking about how it was not necessary to use shackles at all, because he considers himself not such a stupid person as to try to escape from 2 spears during a flight, to which Alfred faithfully said that the main reason is that they do not fly into the territory of manor beasts, and even if he does not try to escape, he can cause them big problems. Although the guys turned out that this was complete nonsense, because he understood perfectly well that they were a copy, and even the hint that they wanted to say that there were mana beasts that even they could not defeat was complete nonsense. Alfred was absolutely calm and reacted calmly to the guy's words, after which he told him that although drunks can do a lot, and their power is difficult to overestimate, they are still ordinary people who can also be defeated. Afterwards, he began to tell Arthur that these places still hold many secrets and surprises, although he pointed out that Arthur already knew about this very well, given all the events happening around these countries, and one can never be too careful. After which Alfred said that he felt a little sorry to waste time on such elementary explanations to the boy, who certainly did not seem small, which could not help but surprise Arthur because he was sure there that at the moment he was an ordinary prisoner for them. This made Alfredo laugh, because he was sure that no one was stopping him from being both. "Listen to everything we said, man." Arthur at some point said that, given what he saw, he suspects that he is a more pleasant conversationalist than any of his colleagues. Arthur was absolutely right about this, and Alfred himself confirmed it, and he also added that Byron and Jam are the best conversationalists, and they got so chatty that Alfred decided to ask the guy if maybe he would allow himself to ask him a question. Arthur was not opposed to talking, so Alfred's first question was that he wanted to know how a guy his age could become such a capable magician, which caused some surprise in Arthur, because Alfred had never even seen him in action. But if you believe the man's words, he hasn't heard much about Byron and his Lukács brothers, as well as the students he spoke with, so Arthur faithfully said that they take into account the fact that he is still a prisoner, and he became curious about what he could tell him about this. In this, according to Alfred, Arthur was right again. He also wanted to tell the guy that the situation in which they found themselves was very peculiar, and Alfred had never encountered anything like it. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted when Arthur was informed that they had finally arrived and he could begin preparing. As soon as they landed on this flying island, Alfred immediately spoke to Arthur and told him that they, the dwarves, wherever they were, always carried a little earth with them, especially considering the fact that he could not destroy the walls and floor of this castle to use in battle. The girl listened carefully to her colleague, then said that it was impossible to use magic near the entrance to the castle, so they were forced to go on foot, and this was done so that Arthur would be prepared for this turn of events. They began to climb up the dark alleys, which were quite terrible and only brought about anxiety and worry. But soon these tunnels ended and they came out into some incredible castle, which he shouted to himself that it was very ancient, but so beautiful. During the journey, Alfred at one point decided to tell Arthur that now that they had entered the castle, he should refrain from talking to any of the copies, including themselves, as this could provoke some conflicts. Arthur heard him and was prepared for such a development of events, And in his mind, he also thought that this castle reminded him of his own from a past life, because it was just as beautiful. But at the same time, he couldn't get the thought out of his head that he was so empty and filled with loneliness that it was a little difficult for him to be here. In any case, he came here not to look at the local architecture, but to stand trial, which was already awaiting the guy. The girl entered first and immediately bowed to Her Highness, as well as to all the members of this court. Afterwards, she turned towards Arthur and introduced him to everyone who was present at this meeting. After some time, Arthur was accused of being too arrogant and of being considered on the same level as them, but the king believed that the guy needed to immediately come down to earth and at least kneel before them to show his respect. Arthur did not do this, but in response to these words, he calmly told them that he was very sorry and he would like to ask for an apology for his behavior, but he would also like to point out the fact that he was not trained in this etiquette of the upper classes. But the king's friend was interrupted by another participant in the meeting, who asked the man not to attack the guy so quickly, since it was clear that they were all exhausted after the journey, and he also asked Very to remove Arthur's shackles and begin the meeting. They easily fulfilled the request of one of the meeting participants and removed the handcuffs from the guy, which was quite good for Arthur himself. After this, the elves began to talk about how, before they began the meeting, they would like to tell him not as leaders, but as parents, that they wanted to express their gratitude to him for saving their child. But suddenly, these words were interrupted when that same restless king slammed his fist on the table and began shouting that they had gathered here not to thank the guy, but as the leaders of this continent, to decide what to do with the guy next. That's why they were convinced that this boy had attacked brutally and had healed one of his classmates before destroying him. And that's why they didn't think they should be grateful to him in any way, and they also forgot to remind them about the details of his crime. They immediately asked Sid to calm down and stop shouting, since most of them thought that there was no need for this, since they already understood perfectly well what had happened. But Sid didn't care at all, and he continued to repeat that both of Lucas's legs, days before the knees, were crushed. The remains of his left arm were charred, and as for the genitals and pelvic bone, all of this had turned into a homogeneous mass. At some point, the elves couldn't stand it anymore and started shouting that it was time for him to stop talking about it, because they all remembered the contents of the report very well. But the fact that he slept with the rest of the students of the Cyrus Academy should not go unnoticed. But Sid didn't care at all. He continued to speak with the same anger about how they were lucky that this guy saved the entire academy and all that. But that doesn't justify the fact that he destroyed his classmate, and they in turn had to endure incredible shame. And most likely, in the man's opinion, the guy tried to take advantage of the situation and decided to take revenge on his rival. The Elven King was even more angered by this and was ready to argue with him, because he did not like that the Cid dared to claim that Arthur rushed to this most dangerous place for the sake of a simple place, and even if this was true, they could not prove his motives, but they could claim that he saved their children and what was left of the academy. After hearing all these shouts and screams, one of the queens raised her hand and said that she offered to spare Arthur's life. But everything was not as good as it might seem, because after that, she made her face as angry as possible and added that this option was only possible if they destroyed Arthur's mana core. The king who shouted the loudest liked this option, and therefore he noted that this boy was too dangerous, and such a decision regarding his fate would be favorable. And as an argument, he shouted that this needed to be done as quickly as possible because he was far from sure that if the guy and his dragon considered them their enemies, then they would spare them at some point. This caused even more intense criticism from the elves, because they thought that the man was already talking nonsense, and that something would never happen. As for the Blinn family, they were completely on the side of the Mario family, because they thought like parents whose child was saved, and therefore they and her husband were completely on their side and believed that the guy should be pardoned. After all, they believed that the fact that their children were alive only because Arthur intervened in time and I harmed this crazy child was much more important than the fact that he destroyed him. But as much as I would like it, they, as leaders, are simply obliged to take into account the point of view of each participant in this meeting, even if they do not like it. Therefore, they had to make an objective decision and think first of all not about what happened to their children, but about the entire continent taken together, because if they make the wrong decision, then in the future, many more people could suffer. The Merrill family angrily believed that just because they had destroyed the possibility that they would decide to take revenge, they had to cripple the boy and destroy the dragon, which seemed to him a completely absurd and definitely wrong decision that they urgently needed to change. After these words, they began to quarrel, which was started, of course, by the crazy king, who believed that the elf should know his place and not jump out with his opinion until the king himself finished it. Although Merrill believed that they had not gathered here to throw around accusations, but to decide the fate of the guy who, he once again reminded, saved the lives of children and the academy. At some point, they all had to tell the man that this was going too far and that he was clearly saying too much, so they simply had to stop him immediately, although apparently the men had no intention of doing so. The old man, in turn, read that he was not saying anything of the sort because, in his opinion, the continent was on the brink of war, and they had carelessly lost one of their most important assets. At that moment, Arthur decided to intervene in this conversation because it also seemed to him that they were talking about something completely different and therefore asked for the floor from his lordship. But he received a rude answer, in the form of shouts and words that he should remain silent and keep his mouth shut until they asked him. The old man shouted, until the very end, that they were not going to listen to a single word this boy said because he deserved it, although Mary believed that he was behaving irrationally and acting out of his own dissatisfaction. Arthur realized at some point that he simply wouldn't have a chance to say these words if he asked permission, so he decided to interrupt them and say that since he was forbidden to speak and tell his point of view or try to understand the reasons for what happened, then he didn't see much point in staying here any longer. The queen agreed completely with the boy's words and said that there really was no point in them keeping him here as a prisoner, so she asked Alfred to lock him in the dungeon until further decisions were made. As for Arthur's pet, she also gave instructions to lock it in storage until they decided what to do next. But apparently the elves didn't fully agree with this, and Midori started shouting that Du Cid was wrong, and they should remember that the council was created to give orders here once and for all, so that they could peacefully make rational decisions. The old man was tired of listening to all this, and therefore rudely asked the elf to shut his mouth, and also reminded him that he should forget that he only had one spear left at his disposal. After these words, the elf could not answer anything, and so Arthur was led into the dark, as the queen had ordered. While he was being led to this dungeon, Arthur was actively thinking about why the king and queen of the dwarves were so against him. As for the gliders, they preferred to come and maintain a neutral position, which was also a little strange for the guy, because it seemed to him that the majority of votes would be on his side. The only thing that made him happy in this situation was that Silva spent most of the meeting simply sleeping, due to the fact that she had spent too much energy. But in any case, he could not believe that all he could do to live together as Silvas and get out of here unharmed was to rely on Alduin and Merrill. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Alfred, who was removing the handcuffs from him, and at some point promised Arthur that he would come by from time to time and check on him. Arthur wasn't too upset, because he thought that it would only do him good, especially after he realized that it was very quiet here, and he would have plenty of time to think about what to do next. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice that said the name Arthur in a quiet tone and asked if it was really him, which made the guy think that this voice was painfully familiar to him, but in any case, he could not fully believe that it was really so. The thought immediately flashed through Arthur's mind that this was the voice of the Good Sky director, but in any case, it seemed to him that this was nonsense, and it simply couldn't be. According to the director, she had been in detention for the last couple of days, and the news about the attack on Cyrus's academy was kept secret from her, so he told her everything he knew because it was her academy after all. But she still couldn't understand why the council had taken her into custody not long before their scheduled meetings. That's why he was grateful to Arthur for the fact that the guy told him everything, and now asks for forgiveness for everything he had to go through because of this. He knew perfectly well that he had already mentioned this in general terms, but he still wanted to ask Arthur to tell him in more detail about the changes that had occurred in Lucas. According to Arthur, Lucas was under the influence of the same drug that had been distributed in the academy recently, but it affected him a little differently. Although Lucas became stronger, he retained his sanity. And if Arthur could, he would conclude that Lucas did not become crazier than usual, he simply acquired a superpower that was previously impossible for him. Well, what scared Arthur the most was that Lucas was clearly aware of all his actions and understood what he was doing. Besides his battle with Lucas, the director wanted to ask the guy if he had even caught a glimpse of their leader. Unfortunately, Arthur arrived after their leader had already run away, and we were disappointed to see that the director's response was that there were still some points that we wanted to confirm, but if he couldn't do this, they might have some problems. After which the director said with confidence that she had suspected everything that could happen, but she never thought that it would happen so soon. According to her, they have apparently already begun implementing the plan and are moving forward much faster than we could have expected. Arthur didn't understand at all what she was talking about and why the director was speaking with such confidence, so he wanted to find out once again what she was talking about and who they were anyway. In response, he heard only silence, and over time, Arthur began to form a picture in his head, and he sincerely hopes that this is a misconception and his judgment is incorrect. The principal interrupted his thoughts and said that it was hardly worth calling her a principal, especially after the board had made her a scapegoat. Now Arthur was completely confused because he really didn't understand why and for what reason she was punished. According to her, this is the reason for her imprisonment. She suspects that she will make it look like she was the one guilty of the attack on the academy in order to divert attention. After which, she sadly asked Arthur for forgiveness, but according to her, she is worried that she is being nagged to hide all the information she knows from him. She convinced him that it was not because of personal motives, but because of powers and magic that none of them could resist. Even if she told him about it, it would still not change anything, but would only make the situation worse. This couldn't help but anger Arthur, because apparently it turned out that this was just some kind of curse, and those who came up with it had settled in damn comfortably. Well, in any case, he was grateful to the director for telling him all this, because without this information, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do anything further. After another meeting, Dronzer went to the glider's office shouting that something devilish was going on, because he thought they had come to an agreement and understood each other. But the man took his shouting calmly and continued drinking his wine, telling him at the same time that he remembered their agreement perfectly well and assured him that he should be sure that he and his wife would support him. However, he also did not forget that he should not expect to throw around baseless accusations, especially towards the boy who saved the future generation of magicians of this continent, among whom were his children. This angered Sid because he believed that if he did not take his side, then no one would need the future generation. He also assured his interlocutor that if they wanted to ensure the future of that continent, then Arthur and his beast should be sent to him. That was the agreement. He himself knew and understood perfectly well what was at stake, so he assured the king that he should not be pressured every time he was unsure of him. Besides, the man was sure that Dronzer understood perfectly well that they were planning to hand over an entire continent, and if they wanted to do it right, then they definitely shouldn't rush. Dronzer, in turn, certainly didn't think so, because it seemed to him that this continent was already on the brink of destruction. According to him, there would be no one left here who could be betrayed, and therefore they were simply obliged to save what was important to them. And given all these words, he believed that there was absolutely nothing wrong with this. Although Grider certainly didn't think so, because in his understanding, if they wanted to sleep peacefully at night, it wouldn't be enough for them to simply convince themselves that they were innocent, because with their actions they simply wanted to save their own families, while abandoning everyone else to their fate. Dronzer, in turn, believed that this was precisely why he slept soundly at night, but he only asked the Greater to imagine what would happen if they obeyed. then they would receive a wealth of knowledge from his continent, and this is much more important than any principles. Glider felt a little disgusted talking to a man who didn't even think about what would happen to his people, what would happen to their kingdoms in general, and especially, they didn't know what Eleanor had in store. Dos spoke as if he didn't care at all. Besides, he believed that the elves always acted for their own good, and unlike them, they never created what true leadership consisted of. The old man asked him to just imagine that all those technologies of wealth that he would bring to the Dikoten could be in their hands, and he was especially interested in the ability of immortality. The old man lived in these fantasies and believed that for them it would soon cease to be just a fantasy and become reality. But the glider thought much differently. He hit the table and told the old man to stop talking about it and put him to find a level with a similar opinion and with the same stupid old man like him. Because he, in turn, does all this only for the sake of his family, and he, in turn, abandons his own people to realize his selfish desires. He couldn't stop himself from saying those last words and literally snapped at the old man and started telling him that he only thinks about the power of God's wealth and completely forgot about thinking about people. He only thinks about what will happen to him and how he will live for the next few years, but he doesn't care about his people at all. In his opinion, he didn't care whether they would start genocide or not, or whether they would be wise enough to make them their slaves. He didn't care at all. Moreover, he knew very well that for both him and his wife, love for their children was much greater and much more valuable than all the riches in this world. And considering everything he had to do to get here, it is his duty to save the bloody rump family of gliders. So now all that was left was to hope that his ancestors would be able to forgive him for this. At some point, Sid couldn't stand it anymore. He got up and simply went to his room, so as not to listen to the nonsense of his interlocutor. Glider, in turn, continued to drink and think that the luxurious life he had promised did not interest him. All he wanted in this life was to become the most powerful god in the kingdom. He wanted to do all this so that his ancestors could be proud of him and never forget what he did for the whole family. After all, he had been a mediocre magician all his life, and even using elixirs and various drugs, he could barely break through to the red stage. In the end, he caught himself on the simple thought that he envied his adored wife, he envied his own children, but he could not help but notice the blinded by power face of his father. And at that moment, when his father was mad, the boy promised and swore to himself that he would never let go of the goal for which he sought power. His main goal has always been and will always be to protect the world, as well as his family and his people who continue to rely on him. However, even now, having 2 copies under his command, he still feels inferior, which is why his anger sometimes exceeds all possible limits and makes him simply a crazy person. Sometimes he couldn't believe that all the actions he took were only for the sake of his family, or he just like before Sid wanted the power that he promised. So the man came to the conclusion that he would sacrifice the boy in order to continue to believe that he was sacrificing him for the good of the entire continent. Arthur managed to get some sleep in that terrible cell, but unfortunately this sleep did not last long because he had a terrible nightmare that made him wake up immediately. His hands were shaking with fear, and for a moment the guy simply stopped moving, as if someone had blocked his body and was not allowing him to move. But all these thoughts were interrupted when he saw before his eyes a girl who entered his cell as if she was not locked and did it incredibly easily. She came closer to him and handed him the letter, after which she added that the guy should not say a word. He was only obliged to take this letter and read it. Arthur listened and did as she advised. He read the letter and saw that it began with someone writing to him that the scale of the incident was much larger than it might initially seem. Therefore, according to the author of the letter, it was safe to say that the guy didn't have much time and that the council would soon declare him and Cynthia Goodsky guilty of the terrorist attack on the academy. The author of the letter also did not forget to warn Arthur that he overheard the deal that King Grider and Dos were discussing between themselves. According to him, we do not plan to hand Arthur over to someone else who will deal with the guy personally. The author of the letter also asked his father to send his parent to a safe and unknown place, and he did all this only because Arthur had once helped Tess so much that they would never forget. But unfortunately, this was all he could do for him now, and the author of this letter was Aldu Yon, which immediately after Arthur read it, literally evaporated before his eyes. After which, one of the copies approached the camera, who with an angry expression told Arthur that the time had come to receive his punishment and that his counsel was already waiting. Lucas's brother was very much looking forward to this trial, especially the decision they would make afterward. He said he would try to show Arthur's family the same care he showed his brother. Arthur listened to him attentively, and at some point simply could not believe that this grown man was trying to provoke a 13-year-old boy into a fight. Immediately after these words, Byron grabbed the guy by the clothes and began to tell him that he did not even realize the seriousness of the situation, but he would soon fix it. To which Arthur replied that the Great Spear of Biden was threatening innocent families, only to avenge his insane brother who had destroyed innocent students, and Arthur could not help but add that he was among those who decided to join the attackers. In other words, he was sure that Lucas had decided to destroy these students and that he had decided to go to the dark side, and his brother was now trying to justify and prove to everyone that Arthur was to blame for everything. This angered Byron even more, which is why he could not stand it, and still asked Arthur to come to the ground with great force. Arthur didn't care at all what Byron was doing, especially when he heard a voice coming from behind the door saying that given his refusal to answer, Cynthia was being sentenced to public execution. This sent Arthur into immediate shock, causing him to immediately come to his senses and begin to understand what was happening. And a few minutes later, out of that door came the director, who had just been sentenced to the worst decision that could ever be made. Next in line was Arthur himself, who entered the hall already in a bad mood and with a bad attitude, because he was definitely not delighted with the previous decision. As soon as the guy left, I approached him, and from his words it could be said that the council was merciful to him, and under other circumstances could have become a punishment for his actions. But since they were aimed at the common good, his sentence would be as follows. According to the king and other members of this council, Arthur will be stripped of his title as a wizard, as well as all the privileges that come with that title, and he will be imprisoned until further decisions are made. Listen to all this nonsense. Arthur understood perfectly well that all this had long been decided and arranged, but it was still a little unpleasant for him to listen to it, especially when the king said it with a smile. After he finished reading the decision from the piece of paper, the man raised his eyes and decided to ask Arthur if he had anything to say about this. Arthur thought for a bit, and then asked a question, wanting to know what the phrase meant before making further decisions. According to the man, they will monitor the relatives of the victim of the incident, and as soon as the technical issues that arose around this incident, they will release him. So this can be considered a detention or an arrest. But in Arthur's head, there were only thoughts about what they told him in the letter, that they were planning to deliver him to someone alive, and there he would fulfill some special role. These thoughts did not give the guy peace, and it seemed to him that all this was not just like that. But in any case, in response to this verdict, he told them that he understood everything perfectly and now thinks that this is a very fair verdict. After which, he decided to find out what would happen next to his mano beast, which was also taken from him. This caused an incomprehensible anger and screams from the queen, who literally stood up and started screaming about how the advice had been the same with him and the driver and had not solved his life, so she did not understand how he dared ask them for more. One of the elves with a calm voice turned to Arthur and told the boy that losing the title of a magician means losing the right to have his own mana beast. This made the guy incredibly upset, and then he realized that he couldn't do anything about it, so all he could do was accept it and thank them for this decision. The king, hearing these words, noted with a smile that his pet was in good hands, and moreover, the council was aware that a creature of Sylvia's magnitude required a Mac as powerful as her. They then ordered Biden to handcuff Arthur and immediately take him to a cell where he would spend time until they decided to release him. Baran did it without any problems, and as for Arthur's cash register, he went for his resistance without any problems, while I think that he still had quite a lot of doubts about the fact that the graders were more than happy with the cooperation with Retro. The guy was taken to the same cell where he had been sitting before, so it seemed quite familiar to him, but he didn't want to stay there at all. Although, on the other hand, he understood this fact perfectly well, that if you don't pay attention to the bars, you can conclude that everything is not as bad as he might imagine. In his opinion, this place was definitely better than the White Hall where they dragged him to tell him what they had decided. Moreover, Arthur said all this as if he was telling it to someone, and he seemed to know that the person behind him was already waiting for him, which caused a little surprise in his interlocutor. Arthur turned around with complete calm and noted that all this had been done on time, and he was very glad to see him. But behind the guy's back was Vince, who was holding Arthur's beast mana in his arms, and apparently he acted this way because they had previously come up with a very insidious plan. The king and queen were very happy after dealing with the headmaster of the academy, as well as with the headache in the form of Arthur, so they decided to go to their room and have a good rest, because they were sure that this madness would soon end, and all that was left was to imagine all the upcoming changes that awaited them. According to the man, they, along with the people, were chosen to govern this continent equally with him. The woman was always surprised by how her husband spoke about this man, whom he looked up to. I was always surprised that he was so strong that he evoked so many emotions in her husband. He did not deny this. Moreover, he confirmed it once again, and according to him, throughout his life, he had encountered many decisive Mano beasts who had only their trusty battle axe with them. And during the battle with them, he found himself on the brink of death more than once, but he never once experienced fear. But when he first appeared to the old man, there was only fear in his blood, because it seemed to him that he was standing before God himself. And in the end, he still chose them, thereby fulfilling a plan that they were not even part of. As for Alduin and Blaine, according to the old man, they liked to joke that the kings of this continent lack the strength of their subjects' potential. But suddenly, he stopped talking because he realized that his wife actually knew about that fatal incident for him. If it weren't for him, his core would be in the orange stage. So he simply decided to ask her to extend his wine so that they could continue this wonderful evening. Along the way, he thought about the fact that if he was thinking about it, then some commoner was able to cause irreparable damage to his yamen, and now it is forever damaged only because he found his wife in bed. He had such a wide choice of women, so he should be proud of it. Simple torture and execution were not enough to atone for his guilt, and so the old man was convinced that he needed to do something else to completely destroy his enemy. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by his wife, who turned to her other husband to tell him that their townspeople admired him. Although the man, in turn, believed that they were only following his orders and nothing more, because if he had not controlled the copies, they would have rebelled long ago. Then she told him with a smile that they would destroy everyone who tried to resist them, and that would be the end of it. Moreover, now the old man will have another great man on his side, who will help him in carrying out his plans and do everything possible to ensure that everything goes wrong. More wealth, more magic, more subjects who are ready to serve them, and most importantly, something eternal to enjoy all of this. Well, suddenly their conversation was interrupted when someone burst into their room, interrupting them from a very important matter, which caused an incredibly huge anger in the king's queen, so they did not start shouting at them there, who dared to do such a thing when they asked not to be disturbed. But when they saw who had come to them, their screams and the evil cold subsided, because this man was so strong that he literally broke out of the hearts of the king's guards, after which an incredibly strong energy was felt behind him, and while they were looking at him, the man asked them for forgiveness for this small intrusion. Well, then the old man got even more angry and started shouting at him that he didn't dare do anything like that, and then he started threatening him with his title and what he would do to him for this stupid act. But apparently this paper didn't care at all. The video used its magic and began to talk about how they were two pests that he was tasked with destroying, and that he would now successfully do so. He then used his magical eye to unleash an attack that would have reduced the king and queen to dust. But at the last moment, Alfred appeared in front of them, who managed to repel this attack and thus protect them, after which he asked the king and queen for forgiveness for coming so late, but after that, he promised to quickly deal with this intruder. Although the man with the eye on his forehead assured him that there was no point in resisting, because he would still destroy Alfred, although this was not part of his plans, so he asked Alfred to step aside and not interfere with him. Alfred immediately confidently assured the man that to his great regret, he would definitely not be able to get them, and that he would do everything possible to do so without being verbose. After which, Alfred sent her howling monsters at this strange man so that they would quickly deal with him and show the man who he really is. But none of them expected that the man with the eye on his forehead could handle this attack so easily. He literally smashed it with one hand and destroyed everything that attacked him. But Alfred wasn't going to give up so easily, and this blow was just a warm-up for him, because immediately after that, he created a powerful, fiery armor around himself, with the help of which he was going to move on to the next attack. The king and queen, looking at all this, were already very happy that now this man with an eye on his forehead would be punished for his arrogance and would show who he was in this place. When Alfred finally struck the first blow, he immediately noticed that his strength was not enough to deal with this enemy because he was able to repel this attack with just his will in his hands. And immediately after that, he used his eye to launch a counterattack that sent Alfred flying back several meters, after which the man with a calm voice said that for a lower being, Alfred's skills were quite good, so he decided that the fuck would need his strength to ensure the future of the continent. And then, with just one movement of his hand, he literally teleported to Alfred's body and tanned it in the fact that, to the great regret of the warrior, his life is not so useful, and therefore, it is time to end. Therefore, he used his power. With just one blow, he delivered such a concentrated attack that not only did it throw Alfred far back, but it also tore his fire armor into small pieces. After which he turned around and again addressed the Gray Sanderson family to ask their forgiveness for this short wait, and now he promised them to get back to business. But before he could finish speaking, another warrior appeared in front of him, whose name was Mika, and according to her, she arrived just in time, so now the king, in her opinion, is safe. After which, she took her huge sword and began to attack this man, shouting at the same time that it was not her fault if he died during this fight. But her opinion and self-confidence changed very quickly when she launched her attack and missed, although this happens very rarely. But the machine very quickly dodged, and in literally 1 second was behind her and was already telling her there that the girl has excellent control over the force of gravity, but unfortunately for her, this is her limit, and he will have to destroy her, because this force is too little. She didn't understand how this was even possible, how he managed to move so easily. It seemed to her that his case now weighed more than 4 tons. Well, the words about her being weaker than him couldn't help but hurt Mickey, so she started shouting at him that she had no limit, and now she would prove it to him. But apparently, like Alfred, she overestimated her strength and, just like that, with just one blow, she received incredibly strong damage to her body, and after that, she would hardly be able to continue this fight. The king at that moment thought that he was actually invincible, even considering how strong an opponent Mickey was. Therefore, the king, thinking that he simply could not die today, began to bow to the man with the evil eye of the new one, but his woman continued to scream that he simply did not know who he was dealing with, and as soon as his husband became the right hand of the giant from the clan in the Retri, then the Almighty God would destroy him. But before she could speak, her man grabbed her by the head and forced her to her knees, after which he asked her to close her mouth and just continue bowing. The man, in response to her words, noted that in fact there are no gods in this world, only Asuras and only them. The king completely agreed with him and also began to ask him for mercy, and for this he was ready to do whatever the man told him, to which the man said in a quiet voice that he had apparently made a mistake in choosing his puppets. The thought flashed through the king's mind that this was a man and Grona, but he still continued to say that he had never seen him, All he had ever ordered him to do was threaten to kill his wife and himself, so now he was begging to spare him and give him the opportunity to live a little longer. The man with the evil eye on his forehead quickly agreed to his proposal, but immediately put forward his own, which was that she wanted the king to release his copies from the oath, which was quite unexpected for him, because he was ready to do anything but this. The man immediately noticed some uncertainty in the king, and therefore used his eye to help the king make a decision faster. The king could hardly stand this powerful energy, but even so, he only thought about the fact that he had always been taught that copies could not be released from an oath. But now his life was on the line, and therefore it seemed he would have to do it. So he did what the man asked him to do, and immediately after that, he asked him to let them go. But then the man noticed with an eye that he had not told the king that he would let them go at all. Before the king could shout at him that he was a vile deceiver, an arrow of energy created by the man with the eye pierced his body. This was the end for the king, who never managed to fulfill all of his plans. Following him was his wife, who until the very end could not believe that something like this had happened to them. But on the face of the man who did this to them, there was only a smile, because he was glad that the chess game was finally about to begin. Meanwhile, Arthur watched with a smile as his Sylvain slept very soundly and did not even move. He was very grateful for the help, and as soon as he took Sylvie in his arms, he felt much better. Taking advantage of Arthur's words, the men began to tell him that he was very surprised that Arthur had allowed himself to be caught, or that Desilu had found himself trapped so quickly, but he also decided to point out the fact that his actions in saving the academy were worthy of praise. But his and Lady Say's safety should come first, and he asked the boy to never forget this, even though in Arthur's opinion there were those there whose lives he was much more concerned with than his own. Vincent immediately realized that the guy was telling him about the elven princess. Well, Arthur immediately asked him not to think that it was only for her sake, because he was doing it also because of the disciplinary committee and his best friend. Vincent, in any case, believed that what had already happened could not be undone, but he still could not understand something, namely, why did the organizers of this incident take Arthur's friend? Arthur himself actually had no idea and didn't know the answer to this question. But now that they came to get him out of here, he literally had to find out where they took Elijah and save him. Vince thought that this was a very bad idea, because if the guy wanted to find out about it like that, then they already knew for a long time that they took him back. This was not entirely clear to Arthur, so he decided to check with Vinton and ask again what it meant. According to the man, Elijah was taken back to Alicria. This surprised Arthur so much that he could literally fall to the ground, so he very quickly sat down on his bed and took several deep breaths to at least come to his senses a little. In turn, I decided to point out that the guy can't even get out of here, but he still wants to save his friend, and all these actions smack of suicide. According to Arthur, a large part of him wants to follow Elijah, because he still has hope that the guy lived and he will be able to save him. But another part of him understood perfectly well that it seems that Wins is absolutely right, and as soon as he does this, he will immediately die. But all these thoughts made the guy even more angry, because in this case he had absolutely no idea what to do next. His interlocutor at this point interrupted his thoughts and said that in fact they were a little lucky, and the man named Dran left before Arthur arrived. And as for the clan in Rye, they were already quite interested in Arthur and wanted to get him alive. But according to the man, that was not all. And if they discovered that he was the recipient of Lady Sylvie's pain and that he had a daughter, then he was worried that even Aram would have a hard time ensuring Arthur's safety. But these words couldn't help but anger Arthur, because he understood perfectly well that the man was hinting to him that he should literally forget about saving his friend. Although Arthur himself always counted on Alduin's help and understood perfectly well that he would not leave their Silva here, and considering that most of the council worked for the Hebrews, he didn't have many options. And now, he is more than sure that he simply has no chance of revealing himself to his family, because the spears will be able to track him by the trail of mana, and in the field of animals his path is blocked. Besides, there are too many monsters there. In other words, Arthur wanted to know from his interlocutor what he should do next, and how to do the right thing. Vincent thought a lot, and after some time he sighed and told the guy that it seemed that while sitting in this cell, he had time to think carefully about his situation. In any case, Arthur understood perfectly well that Gray Sanders was too close to the three of them, and most likely the Graders also danced to their tune, but did so with great reluctance. Vince was surprised by these words and even a little impressed, because he didn't think that the guy was so smart and had already managed to analyze the whole situation so deeply. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Byron, who opened the cage where Arthur was sitting, and with a rather evil thought asked Vincent who he was and how he got here about them. Varane asked him only one question, whether he was in cahoots with the other offenders, to which Vince confidently answered yes, and said that he was indeed their friend. Then Byron began to use his energy, and said that there was no need for further conversations, and after that his first attack immediately began. But Vincent in turn used a very large amount of mana to block this blow, and when he succeeded, he immediately noted that Byron no longer had a reason to fight him, because in any case, it would not lead to anything good for him. This made Byron incredibly angry, so he began to draw out even more energy to ensure that he would destroy his opponent. Well, as soon as he decided to make a new attack, Vincent decided to immediately stop this fight and ordered Biden to kneel with his magic, which he did successfully. Then the same girl who heard the noise and ordered the bear to immediately stop this madness came to them, singing in her opinion he does not even imagine with whom they are now going into battle. He immediately stood up and started shouting, and then everyone behind him, that he simply didn't understand what the problem was and why they weren't born with this guy, who, in his opinion, were undoubtedly also violators. In a quiet but confident voice, she explained to him that in fact everything here is simple, because this man whom they see in front of them is a deity and definitely not someone he can treat so carelessly. Immediately after these words, she bowed before Vincent and asked his forgiveness for what her colleague had allowed herself to do. And as soon as she spoke, immediately after that, Vincent told her that their king humbly requested his presence in the meeting hall. Winsome did not refuse her request, so together with his friend Arthur, they entered the meeting room, where the kings and queens were already waiting for them. The guys were met at the ADR center, which decided to be the first to welcome the new arrivals. It was the same man with the eye on his head who immediately assured them that it would be brief, because he and Vin herself were sent here to give them, the lower beings, a chance to survive the upcoming war with the era. Upon hearing these words, most of them immediately began to panic, and it was visible on their faces. The Elven King immediately realized that they had long suspected that they simply would not be able to avoid war, which could not help but upset him. The man with the eye on his head assured him that he had already managed to warn and take the first step, eliminating 2 parents, and then admitted that the graders had been destroyed, and their copies had come under his control. He also said they decided not to attach importance to some who had made the wrong decision in the past, and everyone understood perfectly well who they were talking about. So one of the kings began to say that if he had the right to vote, he would like to say that the fact that his capabilities were coming from their insignificant human power was too obvious, so in the current situation, he could not help but ask them to go to the era and deal with their opponents. But the man immediately offered a screwdriver and assured this pathetic person that in reality everything was much more complicated than it might seem to him. After all, according to him, their enemy, along with 3 others, controlled by treasures who violated the rules, could destroy the entire world, and even they cannot help them with this. Therefore, they came to an agreement with the Retro clan, and none of the higher beings can attack their own kind or somehow influence the lower ones that they own, when suddenly Arthur interrupted his words. Who asked for forgiveness and decided to ask one question, which he wanted to know, or did their actions taken against Gray Sanders contradict these words? The man with the eye on his head blushed and realized that the guy had caught him red-handed, because if you listen to his words, then that's right, the man had essentially interfered in the lives of ordinary people. At this point, Vincent entered the conversation and began to talk about how delicately he encountered a people who descended directly from the Every, and, in particular, a huge one. Therefore, he would not act like Tolya the Fickle One and break the agreement, but would simply create a chessboard on which they would continue their game. These words angered Arthur even more, so he began to talk about the black demon that had been terrorizing their lands for several years, and to whom he asked them not to forget that they had been here for a long time. If the guy is not mistaken, then one of them easily dealt with one of the spearmen, who was definitely not guilty of anything. These words surprised absolutely everyone, so the man with the eye on his head decided to point out that Vincent's words about this boy being really very special were not a lie, and now he could see it with his own eyes. I also wanted to assure the guy that the people who entered this territory are not monsters, or rather, not so dangerous, although at one time they even looked like the same lower creatures as people, but having gone through countless experiments, their strength has increased significantly. The Elven Queen also noted that although they were not quarrelsome, they were still capable of dealing with the most powerful magicians of the delicate, so she believed that their chances of victory were not as good as they would have liked. Well, in any case, the higher beings assured them that their numbers were not great. These pine forests were the main figures in this game, and knowing about his presence, he would not send them without responsibility. So he asked them from that moment to consider him the general commanding the upcoming war. After this meeting, Arthur had several questions. Firstly, he wanted to know where they were going, since it seemed to them that they should take part in the preparations for the upcoming war. Vincent could not confidently answer that Alder was quite capable of taking care of this on his own. And they, in turn, head to meet his family because, in the opinion of Vince, Arthur will have to say goodbye to them for a short time. Arthur immediately realized that since he needed to say goodbye to his family, it meant that the meeting was going to send him somewhere, and most likely this place would be quite far away. After this question, Winston turned around and with a cold look told the guy that he was taking him along with Sylvie to her native land, where she grew up. According to him, the guy's training will continue in Ethiopia, where he was supposed to begin his development from the very beginning. After a few hours, it was already quite difficult for the guy to walk, because last time he had already told himself how much he did not want to make it this way. So he wanted to know if they couldn't teleport them closer, to which Vincent replied that he could actually transport them directly to her, but in doing so he would destroy the barrier that protected his family from any danger. At first, Arthur was angry, but then he realized that he was doing all this for his family, so he took everything back and agreed that this way he was acting much better. Then Vincent invited the guy to listen to his story about the hilt and the Great Eight. But according to Arthur, he had already heard this story and, in his opinion, it lives there 8 times, each time including many clans, but only one among them belongs to the highest 8. As for the clan in Retro, they are part of the Basilisk race. Arthur also added that it is still difficult for you to imagine that the other clans tried to destroy the huge one, because he always thought that the agreement was the first and only solution to the problem. But Vince assured him that in fact the huge ones from the very beginning represented a great danger to them, so they did not really count on this agreement, and besides, they did not have any information about his experiments in the AR, not about the surprises prepared for them. The man also assured the boy that they had made a unanimous decision because they realized that they couldn't just get rid of him. Arthur had been walking towards his interlocutor all this time, and at some point he stopped to say that he was still in shock from how Celia was involved in all this, and he did not understand how she ended up in such a delicate situation. But Vincent Mayle has a response to these words, because in his opinion, what he said next should remain strictly between them, because according to him, this information is known only to a small circle of clan members. After a short pause and reflection, the man began to talk about how, at that time, Sylvia, along with the elite division, was traveling in an attempt to find a way to defeat Agronom. Arthur didn't quite understand the point of these stories, what was so special about it, because he hadn't forgotten that they had already mentioned that no one knew what to expect from the giant because he was incredibly dangerous. So it seemed to him that in essence this wasn't a suicide mission. But Vincent continued to stand his ground and his words to the Lord, and did not allow her to do this. He also said that she infiltrated the division secretly and revealed herself only when it was too late to return. Therefore, the man could not tell exactly how she was captured and why, but after her escape, she hid even from them. Listening to this story, Arthur came to the conclusion that apparently this is what happened to all the departed Suras. Vincent confirmed this information and, with a little pity, picked up the bodies, that in fact, the fence was waiting for this very beginning. The ideal for this not only with the returned army of basilisks, but also with the race of the forest Seraph, who possessed natural magical abilities similar to Asumi. In other words, the man wanted to say something that shocked Arthur incredibly strongly. The fighting words of the Wari clan in Riro were crossed with the race of Laststers. This caused the guy to be incredibly surprised, and for a while he couldn't even say these words. But the man suggested telling them that their blood was being mixed, and that they were being experimented on. In other words, they had a huge numerical superiority. And everyone who arrived from the hilt was either destroyed or captured, and after that, a huge one appeared before Lord Infarm and personally told about the death of Layli's forces in that battle. Lord, despite all the possible consequences, was ready to start a war, but the other clans decided to enter into an agreement. This agreement essentially prohibited the Eremites from acting directly and for the possible damage that befell this world, and if the Assyrians went to war against the Hebrews 7 times, then they, in turn, wanted to shift the responsibility to others like Vasilevsky in Ephotus. However, punishing an entire race for the sins of a few of its representatives is wrong, because they thought that simply conducting such experiments was terrible, which Arthur agreed with. As they continued their conversation and walked through some cave, Arthur couldn't help but think that the other clans and Feodosa would probably have done the same, because creating powerful soldiers through crossbreeding is an incredibly amazing and bad thing, but he also understood perfectly well that most likely their pride and moral principles stopped them. And if GRO spent so much time warping, the numbers in RRE would have grown significantly, and this would already be upsetting the balance of power between the continents. As a friend, one question came to his mind from these thoughts, so he decided to ask Vin the price from whom he asked, or the 6 ancient artifacts given to people delicate. But before the guy could finish speaking, Vincent interrupted him and answered a question the guy hadn't yet asked, but which was clear to everyone. According to Vincent, they were conveyed to people delicately Salu to equalize the odds on the battlefield. Hearing these words, Arthur now understood perfectly well who he was. He was essentially Peshkov in the war on the side of the Ars, who made it a battlefield. Winston said it would be a lot easier for them if he looked at it as an attempt to protect his family and friends, because then he would have at least some motivation to keep fighting. And they had already started talking about this topic. Vincent decided to ask the guy, or was he already thinking about how he would tell his parents about this? Meanwhile, Arthur's parents and all his loved ones were preparing food in the cave, helping each other. But their idol was interrupted by a guy who came out of a dark cave and asked them if he had enough food. They immediately dropped everything they had in their hands and ran to him to hug and talk. Finally, the family is together again, and now none of them would like to be separated even for a second. But suddenly, their idol was interrupted by an incredibly strong pressure of the aura, which literally brought each of them down to the ground. It was all about the wine that came in right after Arthur, and so the guy had to ask the man to weaken his aura a little, because of it, he was creating some discomfort for them. After this happened, Arthur introduced his family to Winston, whom he introduced as his savior and also his future teacher. Arthur's parents didn't quite understand how to properly react to the appearance of such a person, but they collected their thoughts and began to smile back at him, and also say that they were very grateful to him for saving their son. Immediately after this, the mother came closer to Arthur to ask the boy what this man would teach him and why he appeared only now. But before Arthur could answer, she suddenly said that it didn't really matter. The main thing was that they were together again, and nothing threatened him. So she suggested that he just wash his hands and have dinner first, since he had just returned from a long trip. They sat by the fire for quite a long time, had dinner and talked pleasantly about how happy they were to see each other, and even being in such a place, it still brought them great pleasure. But this was interrupted at one point by Vincent, who was standing nearby and told Arthur that it was time for them to talk, and therefore the guy needed to switch off for a while. Arthur understood him perfectly, but first he asked Mrs. Arena to give him the opportunity to talk to his parents alone, because according to the guy, this was very important for him at the moment. They went into the house, and the first thing the father decided to do was to check with Arthur, or shouldn't the boy's new teacher join them and talk. The guy told them that this was not true, and for some time he simply remained silent, which is why his mother had to tell the guy that he was making them worry again, and they were starting to get a little worried. With his last words, Arthur finally spoke up about how they had been through a lot because of him, but he had to do something else. But tell them he would like to tell them everything. But before he starts, he has something he has been wanting to tell them for a long time. According to him, ever since he came into this world, which could not help but surprise his parents, because they did not understand why the boy spoke in this way. They suggested to him that he was referring to his birth, but the boy raised his eyes and said that this was not at all true, which made his parents even more confused. After this, the guy again lowered his eyes and asked them to believe that he remembered the moment of his birth better than anyone else. Well, after a few more seconds, he finally made up his mind and admitted that at the moment of birth, he was in fact reborn, and something happened that caused him to be pulled out of his world and transferred to this one. This, as he expected, incredibly surprised the boy's parents, and so they asked him to wait a little and rewind time because they did not understand anything that he wanted to hear from them. The mother immediately fell to her knees in front of them and began telling the boy that he was talking nonsense, because they had never heard of being reborn from another world, and so she decided that something was wrong with the boy. But she didn't understand what kind of conversations he was talking about. The only explanation for this was that the woman decided that the guy must have died because his new teacher. But he immediately began to remove her hands from his face and tell her that he was telling her the truth, and he also added that his teacher did not know this, and in general, no one except them knew about it. He himself doesn't know how best to describe this phenomenon, because after much thought, the best he could come up with was something like reincarnation. The woman kept telling the guy that he was telling her some kind of nonsense, and that something had definitely happened to him. She even suggested that he might have been tortured and abused, putting such things into his head. But suddenly, their father, who had been sitting more or less calmly, intervened in their conversation, and at some point turned to his wife and asked her to give the guy a chance to finish. At that moment, Arthur was thinking about how he tried to write down from memory the world he came from, the role he played in it, and also his relationships with other people, trying not to miss the details. He told all of this to his parents to show them that it was not all fiction. While he was telling them all this, his parents were mostly silent and simply listened to him. At that moment, Arthur mentally understood that they were quite skeptical about this story and still did not really believe him. Occasionally, my father would ask questions, but his face did not express any emotions at all. He simply listened, and that was all. As for Arthur's mother, she, on the contrary, was too shocked. Her face turned pale, and her hands shook even more and more as he told his story. Therefore, the boy could not say exactly how much time had passed, but it felt like he talked with them for several hours straight, until his father came to the conclusion that Arthur had received all his fighting skills and talent as a magician in a past life. He didn't deny anything and only confirmed that the system of his past world, with the exception of some peculiarities, works the same as deceptions in this world, and regarding combat skills, he also agreed with them that they had misunderstood the essence of his story. When suddenly his mother interrupted the conversation with her unexpected laughter. She literally burst into tears from it, which amazed both men. She laughed as if she had gone crazy, and kept repeating that it was probably a joke they both decided to play on her, but now she thought it was time to confess to them. She hit her man in the stomach and said that Arthur was almost able to convince them, but she was also sure that they were not so stupid and would not believe in such things. After which she turned to him again and looked at him with hope, freely saying that this was a joke, Such a cruel joke that she almost didn't believe it. It seemed to Vitra that this simply couldn't be true. The mind of the king who had subjugated her had moved into her newborn child. It all sounded so crazy that the woman would never be able to believe it. The guy couldn't make her happy and said that it was a joke. He only lowered his head once again and told his mother that he didn't exactly know the details of what happened, but he was definitely not joking now. This made her even more upset, because now everything that she had experienced with her son all this time while she was raising him and being with him, all this seemed not real, and therefore she simply repeated to herself that this could not be, and she did not want to believe it. After which she again turned to her husband and began to shout at him not to tell her that he believed in all of this, because in her opinion, their son was simply sick, and if she understood everything correctly, then something must have happened to him while he was not with them. Something specific happened to him. The woman simply repeated this and did not want to believe it. Arthur couldn't stand it, so at some point he just stood up and started to leave the room. Besides, he had already told his parents about what was tormenting him so much. Now, the choice was only theirs. After some intense conversation, Arthur's father came out of the house and asked his daughter to sit with her mother while he sat here with Arthur. Before going to her mother, Arthur's sister came up to him and hugged him as tightly as she could, which made the boy feel like she was comforting him. But in response to his words, the girl assured the guy that she could not force him to stay, since he needed to leave again, but as always, she simply asked her to come back as soon as possible. Arthur approached his father and they went for a short walk around the cave. During this walk, his father told the boy that his mother had fallen asleep, which made Arthur a little afraid that something bad might happen to his mother. The man assured the boy that everything would be fine, but at the moment she was deeply shocked by what Arthur told them. Arthur was already a little upset that he had told them about this at all, but he was more surprised that they actually believed him, that the men had confidently told the guy that they were more than sure that the guy simply had no reason to lie to him. Besides, now a lot of things are falling into place, and before awakening, brilliant combat magic skills, all this takes on meaning for Arthur's father. Arthur did not argue with him and simply listened silently until the man finished speaking. As soon as this happened, Arthur decided to ask his father how he was feeling in general and if everything was okay with him. This interrupted their calm conversations. At some point, the man simply turned around and started shouting that, of course, not everything was okay with him, because this news was not so easy to digest. He couldn't calm down, and he was very much tormented by the thought that their whole family life was just a show, and the guy behaved the way he thought a desired son would behave in his place, and all this greatly upset his father. The man didn't even understand how he could now relate to Arthur, because once he was technically older than him, but at the same time he was his 13-year-old son, and his mother was a fool. What would happen to her? He could no longer restrain himself and would literally scream at Arthur with all his might, saying that they cared for him like a baby, like their son, surrounded him with care, considered him their son. But in the end, he turned out to be just a person who was older than them. His anger was so great that he simply circled everything he saw in his path. He hit walls and screamed. And at one point he calmed down a little and asked Arthur if it was true that he was their son, or if he had simply taken over the body of his newborn son during his reincarnation. Well, before Arthur could say a word, the man asked him for forgiveness and said that he was now confused and did not understand what to do next, so he could say all sorts of things that he should not have said. Well, Arthur wasn't in the best condition either, but he still started talking about the fact that he himself doesn't know how this phenomenon works. Maybe he actually replaced the one who could have become their son, he just doesn't know it at the moment. Well, the guy also asked him to understand the fact that he never intended to hide this from them, but now he doubts whether he did the right thing at all, because he had long wanted to tell them about this, but could not find the courage to say it directly. But now is a completely different time, and so he decided to tell before he left, which brought the man back to his senses a little, and he immediately wanted to know where Arthur was going. Arthur himself did not yet know exactly where he was going, but he was in any case sure that, given the latest event, it would be better for him to live separately for a while. Perhaps this way they would not be able to come to some kind of correct decision. The man realized that the guy had already made up his mind and just wanted to know how long he was leaving, to which Arthur confidently replied that it would be at least a few years. Hearing this, the man became even more upset, because it was so much that they were not sure that upon his return, they would be able to take him back. But the guy didn't respond to these words. He simply turned around and started to leave, as if showing with his whole appearance that this was their last meeting. But at some point he stopped and added to the old man that he had no memories of his relatives and past life, because he grew up in a world where no one truly loved him, and because of this he became not a produced fighter, but a disgusting person. However, when he came to this world, he learned from him and his mother what he did not know before, and although he may not be the strongest fighter or Mac in this world, he is certainly a much better person, and the only thing he is ashamed of and regrets is that he caused them incredibly great pain, but in any case, he will always be grateful to them for making a good person out of him. When the guy returned, Vincent immediately felt that the guy had already sorted out all his affairs and was ready to continue on his way, which Arthur himself confirmed, noting that he was really ready to move on. The old woman didn't understand what was going on and where they were going so abruptly, and she also didn't understand why he wasn't saying goodbye to his parents, to which Arthur confidently replied that there was no need for that, because he had already sorted out everything. After which he came closer to her and thanked her for all the kindness she had shown them. But she wasn't going to let him go just like that. So she stood up, walked closer to him, and said that his expression terrified her, and she was not at all suitable for such a kind-hearted guy like him. She could hardly understand the severity of the battle that awaited him in the future. But she still asked him not to return to his old habits. In other words, she asked him not to forget that the deeper he falls into this hole, the more difficult it will be to get out of it. And then she allowed him to go where he was going, and in turn, she promised him to take care of his parents and make sure that they were safe. At the same second, Winston released a portal, with the help of which he, Arthur, and Sylvie would be transported to the very place where the boys would begin intensive training. Arthur decided to find out the time of this transfer from Winston. Was it really so obvious on his face that he immediately understood it? The man confidently told the boy that when he looked at him, he immediately remembered Ephotus, because they are a race of glorious warriors who have learned to suppress their emotions in order to fight with the greatest dedication, a truly very useful skill. He also decided to check with the guy again, or was Arthur sure that he had really finished all the business at this place, because according to him, as soon as they were at Ephotus, he would need all his attention, and his thoughts should be as pure and unfilled as possible. Arthur understood everything that would happen next, so he could confidently say that he was ready to start training. He hated himself for what happened. Part of him wished he had told him that everything was okay, and he was still part of the family, but the bigger part of Arthur's father, the one he hated, wished he had never told them that. As a child, the man knew that he was special. Perhaps this fact hurt his pride, and that is why it is so difficult for him to accept it. Selfish pride in the fact that perhaps, just perhaps, he raised a genius whose birth happens only once in a century. Everything pointed to this: his strange behavior from an early age, the incredible skill of the month, the talent and magic in which he was the best. He was most surprised when the elder said that she was most afraid of this day, when the guy would tell them everything, which could not help but surprise the man, because he did not even imagine that the woman knew about all this, to which she told him with a smile that she had seen a lot in her life, but this boy makes her old head crack in an attempt to understand what fate has in store for him. The man believed that after the latest news, they could hardly consider him a boy at all, to which she replied that he still remained a child to her, just like the man and his entire family. After all, she always found people's prejudices about age and intelligence amusing, and it seemed that the older a person is, the wiser he or she should be, and the wiser he or she is, the more logical their statements should be. But all this was a complete betrayal for her. After all, if you combine these two judgments together, they can get educated old people. They should be much more cold in their reasoning and thoughts, just like any of the younger generation. But unfortunately, this is absolutely not the case, and many young people think much better than the older generation. The man agreed to this, but the woman reacted rather unconventionally, as she threatened him that he only saw her as an old, calculating woman. But he had to react quickly, saying that this was absolutely not the case, but he simply did not understand what Arthur had to do with it. After that, she smiled again and told him that since he did not want Arthur not to tell him the whole truth, it would be better for him to be in ignorance about who this boy really was. And she was also sure that he was wondering why he had told them about it at all. In other words, she was trying to convey to him that the heart is the main enemy of the mind. So, as she said, emotions, the heart, they are constantly confronted with things like effectiveness, credibility, and usefulness, but all of this is dictated to them by reason in any case. In her opinion, this can hurt them or even destroy them, but they can't do anything about it. Because of this, they become less significant as individuals, but more significant for other groups of people on whom they place hopes. In other words, the man also understood that when Arthur told them everything, he followed an evil heart rather than reason, because he loved them so much that he did not want to lie, to which she began to laugh, and with all her appearance showed that this was exactly what she wanted and would convey, although in words she assured him that she could not know this. However, she is more than sure that she knew this boy from the time when he was a baby in this world, and since then Arthur has come an incredibly long way, and the same awaits him in the future. Most likely he took a huge step to completely break out of the cold shell in which he had found a comfortable, safe refuge. After saying these words, she stood up and asked the man to support it for her while she prepared food for his wife, and she also told the man that Arthur's teacher said that this was a gift from the Lin family. And when the man opened what the woman had given him, he saw a small teddy bear that looked at him very skeptically. At that moment, his daughter appeared behind him, saw this cute animal, and immediately began to tell her father that they wanted to keep him, and she asked to take him in her arms. The man was a little scared by his daughter's unexpected appearance, but then he calmed down and said that he wasn't sure they should leave him. But the girl seemed not to hear him. All her attention was riveted to this new beast, because at that moment she thought about how her dream of a powerful beast on which she could rush onto the battlefield had finally come true. The man lived in turn and understood that it would be better if his daughter had a small beast that would protect her. While the man was thinking about this, the girl decided to call this animal Boo, which was quite an unexpected name for him. The girl explained that she came up with this name for her new pet because these black spots make him look as if he is constantly angry. After which, she finally decided to tell her father what she had left her mother for. The whole point was that her mother finally woke up and asked him to come to her. The man immediately went to her, and as soon as he came closer, she wanted to know from him how long she slept on us, to which he answered with a smile that she slept for about a few hours, which made him think that she would be a little calmer. After which, she also wanted to know where Arthur was, but before the man could tell her anything, she assumed that most likely the guy had already left a long time ago, which the man himself confirmed. After which the woman began to say that she was a very terrible person, which made it very difficult for her to continue living a normal life, although the man continued to calm her down and tell her that these were all bad thoughts and that she should drive them away from herself because this was far from true. But the woman still continued to cry actively because she told her son that he was simply sick, although she did not think so and certainly did not mean to say such a thing. The man assured her that after what they heard, her reaction was absolutely normal, because few people could believe what Arthur told them, and even less could easily accept it. But the woman still continued to say that she was a terrible person for doubting that Arthur was their son. This male cop became even more upset because he was having a battle in his mind about whether he should tell his wife about the conversation with his son or not. But most of all, he was worried about the question of how he even dared to think about such a thing if he himself doubted it. He couldn't stop thinking about how Alice had endured all the difficulties of a 9-month pregnancy. then gone through the agony of childbirth, then raised him, fed him, cared for him when he was sick, and taught him the new things of this world. And now everything she knows about her child turned out to be a lie. So he decided that now he must remain a strong man in order to be a strong support for his wife and keep their family whole and safe. So he assured her that she had nothing to apologize for because he said they just needed time to sort out their feelings, and he thought Arthur knew that very well and told her about it before he left. After this conversation, she wanted to know how long he was gone, but the man, without any fabrications, answered the woman that the guy said that he would be gone for several years, which she, of course, took with sadness, but on the other hand, she could not do anything about it. She was also interested to know what their son would have grown up to be if Arthur had not wanted his body. The man immediately began to raise his voice at her and tell her that Alice should not even think about such a thing and should never ask such questions again. But she still continued to ask herself out loud, despite the fact that she came in and asked herself if the boy would be as sociable and bold as her husband, or perhaps a little cautious and modest like her. He asked her to stop because tears were welling up in his eyes, and he couldn't believe that this was really reality. But Alice asked him to say again that he was really sure that Arthur was their son. But before he could say these words, she began to cry even more and scream about the fact that, if he hadn't noticed, then from the very beginning of their conversation, they never once spoke of Arthur as their son, but only doubted it. The man did not argue with her and completely agreed that this is exactly what they were doing. But he still wanted her to understand that right now, just like he was finding it difficult for her to call Arthur his son. But he hoped more than anything in the world that someday this would change, and the next time they met, they would greet him as their own son. But he also didn't forget that nothing would change the fact that they had been a family for 13 years. No one will ever forget how they laughed together, fought together, celebrated together, cried together, and lived this life as son and parents. Therefore, he is more than confident that it does not matter whether there is a blood relationship between them or not, and it does not matter who they were in the past, but they will still remain a family, if only for the reason that they have been through a lot together. And if the woman still had doubts, then he asked her to at least remember how Arthur sacrificed himself, trying to protect her on the way to Cyrus. The man would very much doubt that he would have done something like that if he had not been worried about the woman. Well, at the end of his monologue, he once again asked the woman to understand that she is not a terrible person. They just need time to put all this in their heads, and then everything will fall into place. These words made the woman cry even more, so she began to ask her husband not to look at her, because in her opinion, she now looked very scary. But he immediately removed his hands from her face and simply kissed her, thereby showing that she was completely wrong and she looked more than good. Suddenly they were interrupted by their daughter, who was shouting from behind the house that she wanted her mother to come outside and show her her new animal, which she named Boo. The woman didn't understand what they were talking about or who Boo was, to which the man said with a smile that he would tell her a little later. Meanwhile, Arthur and Vincent arrived at the very lands where the deities lived, and as soon as Arthur was there, he immediately noticed that these lands were simply beautiful, and it was not surprising that everyone wanted to get there. In turn, he could only say one thing: welcome to the hilt, or rather to the castle of the Indris clan. They slowly began to walk inside, and the first thing that confused Arthur was the fact that there were absolutely no guards or observers near the entrance, and that the man assured him that in fact they were being watched from the moment they stepped onto the bridge. Now they were going inside and they shouldn't keep the Lord waiting. The inside of this palace was even more beautiful than the outside, and now Arthur understands perfectly what Sylvie's house is like, and in his opinion, it is simply wonderful. But before entering the Lord's office, Arthur decided to ask Winton for some empty words before meeting with the most powerful of the lords. But according to Vin, unfortunately, even he has no idea what they can expect, and in his opinion, the situation is very unusual. I got a little closer to the Lord's office. They were met by two people who greeted Elder Vince, and also added that he finally brought a human boy, although they were not sure that it was wise to trust a human child to carry the princess. He immediately told them to leave the boy alone, especially since they were related, after which Arthur intervened and asked if they were even going to let him in. They did not answer him, but simply opened the doors inside, where his meeting with that very lord would take place. I went inside. Arthur immediately noticed that a rather young man was sitting on the throne who definitely did not look like Londa. Wynne knelt and greeted his lord, and then presented Arthur, whom he had promised to bring. Young Larg ordered his subordinate to stand up and not kneel, but at that moment Arthur was thinking that this was exactly what Lord Indra was like, but what was most surprising to him was that he could not feel his aura. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when his body contracted in 1 second, and he felt an incredibly strong pain, and then he realized that he literally could not move. It was as if his whole body was engulfed in fire and ashes from within, although he had not even come close to the Lord. Afterwards, he started to fall, and he still didn't understand what was happening to him. But this was only the beginning, and after a few more seconds, the Lord, thanks to his skills, literally pulled the power to himself, which could not help but surprise Arthur, and as for the Lord himself, he thought that everything was fine, because this was his granddaughter and he had the right to take her in his arms. Looking at Celia, he immediately concluded that Arthur hadn't been training her at all, because he could see that her mana level was insultingly low. And based on the fact that she entered hibernation mode, it looks like he overstrained her at some point. Arthur was already starting to get very angry at these words. He realized that this lore was not just considered one of the most disgusting people, or even people in the world. Vincent interrupted his thoughts at this point, when he began to ask the Lord for forgiveness, because in his opinion, he should have taken care of her training while he was in the Dean. If the Lord wished, he could take care of her right now. But the Lord assured his man that there was no point in this anymore, and he would personally make sure that Sai felt much better. Arthur was definitely not happy with this, because he did not come here to give his strength to some unknown lord. He came here to be with her. Suddenly, Sylvia woke up and saw in front of her an unknown person who was looking at her with a very scary look and literally telling her that she was in a very bad place. She immediately found Arthur with her gaze and mentally asked him what was going on and where she was anyway. Arthur was glad that she had finally come to her senses, and the first thing he decided to say was that they were quite far away, and he wanted to know how she was feeling. She felt pretty good, but every time she woke up, she wanted to sleep more and more. Hearing this, Arthur began to tell the Lord that Elder Vensom had already explained to him what he was for. But then Arthur had a question about why it was necessary to bring him here if he would be training the serfs personally. Besides, it seemed to him that Nakatani's secluded dungeon would also be suitable. Lore thought for a moment and then answered with calm eyes that he considered him a necessary tool in the war with his huge and growing army. The Lord also assumed that the guy had already realized the mutual benefit of the victory approaching one. After which he also added that it would be most effective to appoint several specialists to help Sem in his training. Well, he did not forget to add that Arthur should be proud, because not a few young Rs are honored with something like this. Arthur was a little confused by these words, but most of all he wanted to know how the Lord knew when the war would begin, and he was also interested in finding out how much time they had at all by that moment. The Lord assured the boy that he shouldn't worry about it. All he had to do now was focus on his training, and he, as the Lord, would tell Tins Mu when the boy needed to return to his homeland. At this point, he decided to end the conversation, which was clearly a favor to Arthur, because he once again wanted to know what would happen to Sylvia. The Lord of Doubt told the boy that until Arthur finished his training, he would be with him. This was too much for the guy, and he immediately started asking about how long it would take and when he could see her, but there was no answer to these questions. Vince simply asked the guy to stop saying these things and go with him. During their walk, Arthur kept walking and repeating that he still didn't understand what the meeting was for. According to him, he could still understand Lord Inro's desire to appreciate him, but he was definitely not ready for Sylvia to be taken away from him, to which Vincent replied that the relationship between them was the main thing, which is why he was called, considering that their lord decided to hold this meeting privately. The species also decided to tell Arthur that they needed to rely on the lower beings, because it was the simple realization of what was actually hurting their pride. In other words, he wanted Arthur to understand that there was no point in worrying, because he, as well as the strong, would be treated with dignity. After all, no matter what the Lord says, in Winston's opinion, Arthur and Silva are incredibly important people to them, whom they simply have no right to offend. Arthur listened to him attentively, and at some point decided to point out that the words the Lord said about him being just an instrument in the upcoming war should be perceived in the same way as his previous threats, with which Vincent agreed. After a few hours, they finally arrived at the place. At least that's what Venetian said, which was a little surprising for Arthur, because he saw only a large tree in front of him, and therefore he was surprised that they came here only to train near a huge tree. But instead of answering these words, Arthur simply began to fall because the man pushed him forward and told him to shut his mouth and just start training. It was a very strange decision, but a few seconds later, when Arthur fell on this tree, he realized that this was not actually a simple tree, but a portal through which he passed and ended up in the place where their training would take place. A man followed him in, and the first thing he said there with a smile was that he was glad to see Curls again. In response to these words, a silhouette of a man appeared from the darkness a few seconds later, who answered them that the souls were glad to meet them again, especially with Elder Winston. A few seconds later, a man emerged from the fog, his entire body covered in tattoos, and the first thing he did was assume that he saw in front of him the man they call Arthur. He came closer, and Vincent could finally introduce this man Arthur, said that this was his dear friend Kadri. According to him, he was from the Fast clan, which, like the Alder clan, is part of the As pantheon. Arthur did not know what to say. He simply said that he was pleased to meet him. During the last big conversation between them, the tattooed man remarked that the Lord was apparently betting heavily on this man, which puzzled Arthur, and he also wanted to quickly find out what the purpose of this ethereal sphere that Vincent was holding in his hands was. Arthur's new friend began to tell him that she helps the couple train with great efficiency. According to him, they borrowed her Yura and dragons to learn to control the ether, a powerful element that flows through space and affects the entire universe. With the help of the sphere, one can separate the body from the soul, and her power is also capable of manipulating time. This couldn't help but shock the guy, but before he could say a word, the conversation was interrupted by Vincent, who also added that along with the sphere, the Lord gave them access to his personal training ground. He also added that the ether-rich liquid found inside this pond can enhance the effects of training and heal wounds sustained during the process. A few seconds later, Arthur's body began to be covered with a liquid that was incomprehensible to him, which caused him to panic, and he asked for it to stop and first explain what would happen. But in response, he heard only quiet laughter and words about how he would soon know everything. If you recall the institutions from his past life, there they went through 8-hour combat training, after which they meditated for 10 früh, strengthening their centers, and no one even doubted that these trainings were flawed. The only important information the name received from the instructor was the location of vital points on the human body, but their techniques were brutal and senseless strikes designed to cause injury. And yet he tried to follow all their instructions until he lost his pulse and attended all the lessons he could get to. Before his center was cultivated, he spent those hours like a doll singing for his classmates. Funny how memories from the past surface so easily when you find yourself in similar conditions. The training was quite difficult for Arthur. Each time he was beaten by his new teacher and then returned to the very cave where the boy tried to recover from yet another beating and at least slightly regain his strength. Although, in Arthur's opinion, he could still continue and was ready not to end this battle. Although his teacher understood that this was completely wrong, he was glad that the willpower of this human boy was worthy of praise, after which he decided to ask Winston how much time had passed this time, to which the man replied that about 5 minutes in this world. Taking this information into account, the bald teacher concluded that about an hour had passed for them, which was already a good result. After which they both decided to tell Arthur that the more time they spend outside the soul sphere, the less time they will have left for training, so taking into account the slowing down of time, if he throws out every 5 minutes, then he will definitely not have time to prepare for the war. Although Arthur, in turn, believed that he was completely innocent of anything, and in this case, he only had to blame his new teacher, who literally destroyed him every 5 minutes. Although the boy's new teacher believed that he was doing something, that he could withstand it, and even young Asuras don't die that often during training, he had a hard time coping with the stress. Also, his new teacher wanted to praise the guy because he thought that Arthur was coping with the feeling of death quite well, which was not exactly a pleasant compliment, but Arthur still said thank you. The conversation came to an end, and the boy's new teacher decided to suggest that he continue training, since they really didn't have as much time as they would have liked. Ever since this training began in the training grounds of Horde, Arthur was beaten many times a day, and the boy could do nothing about it. Before they began, Vincent warned Arthur that he would have to fight Cordy in spiritual form. Thanks to the ethereal sphere, the pain of death is several times less, which makes you inadvertently think about how painful it is to die in real life. Taking into account the time spent in reality eating with a new rest, after numerous deaths in the spiritual world, Arthur, together with the balanced and patient cadres, spent about several months on this training field. The first time he entered the spiritual reality, he died instantly, without even reacting to the blow. The thorny attack curls did not change, but even after weeks he could barely dodge, and all he heard as advice was that he needed to trust his body, and only then would everything work out. As long as Arthur is alive, the only thing he can always rely on is his body. As frightening as it was, there was a huge gap between them that the guy just couldn't close. But each time, each training session, Arthur showed himself better and better, so much so that even the cadre at one point told the guy that he was already holding up much better than usual. He believed that soon the pain would become nothing special for the guy, and his body would easily cope with any blow, so the only thing he asked from the guy was not to despair and keep it in the blood. But no matter what he said, Arthur still got his way and was the one who lost every time. One day everything changed, and even though Arthur missed a blow, even though he suffered incredibly severe damage, Kadri was glad to tell the guy that he was able to finally let you destroy him. With the help of spiritual recuperation, Arthur quickly came to his senses, and at some point, the cadre told the guy that they needed to take a short break from combat training, which was quite unexpected for the guy, because it seemed to him that he still had a lot to learn. Kadri lowered his head and began to tell Dima that his ability to grasp and comprehend lessons is truly frightening, and the speed with which the boy is developing is simply amazing. In the opinion of the Quadra, Arthur was too stubborn a person, and therefore he was worried that if they continued in the same spirit, they might accidentally break. They sat down on the lawn together and began to discuss this, since Arthur didn't quite understand what the word break meant. Apparently, it seemed that it was impossible to die inside the ethereal sphere, and besides, his spiritual body was recovering very quickly, so he thought that he couldn't have any problems. But the cadre assured the guy that he was not talking primarily about the damage to his body, he was talking primarily about this place. After which, he began to tell Arthur that he constantly felt the pain of death. Death in this world is not the final goal, but a stage of will that stands before that, which even the Asuras consider unbearable, and such injuries will prevent the guy from becoming the fighter that the cadre ultimately wants to see. In other words, if we talk about this level of pain, whether Arthur wants it or not, the body will instinctively try to defend itself from it, and if it is moderate in volume, it will become a faithful ball and shield for him. At some point, Arthur interrupted his words and literally began to stand up, simultaneously saying that he actually felt completely fine and was ready to continue training. But before the guy could finish speaking, suddenly his body was seized by a strong, dark energy that literally immobilized him, and he had already felt this once, so struck ran through his entire body. And then Corrin struck him as hard as possible, and Arthur immediately realized that everything that had happened before was just a joke. The man literally pierced the guy's body with just one blow, thereby destroying him. After which he added in a quiet voice that he already had experience and a flair that many guys lacked. And in Kadri's opinion, no matter how many things a guy learns, he will have to forget just as many things. Kadri was determined to make the guy an unproduced fighter, who could be compared not only to the lower ones, but also to the Asuras. His punch was always too strong, and therefore every opponent of his always thought about how to dive and move to the side so as not to block this punch, but to return. There was always her who had a kick that was too high, which always made her lose her balance, so the guy always used it. Some cop managed to do this, and he delivered quite successful counterattacks, knocking his enemies off their feet. This was only the beginning, because after some time, he noticed that his second opponent swung too early for a left hook, moving his head back a couple of inches. But in any case, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't manage to deliver a successful counterattack that would make his enemies lose completely, because the incoming blow to the face and another blow to the rib, their attacks became more and more coordinated with each blow. At some point, they all started attacking him at the same time, so the guy started thinking that he needed to duck and dodge the blow to the head, and he would have to block the other leg. By this point, time was up, and all the enemy guys were disappointed because they were so close to destroying Arthur. According to some of them, they could not win if they were given even one more minute. But Kadri assured them that this was more than enough, since 4 of them fought against 1 and still complained after being unable to land even one lasting blow on Arthur. After which he turned to Arthur himself and asked the guy how he was feeling in general and if everything was okay with him. Arthur noted with a smile that everything was so wonderful for him now that it couldn't be better. Externally, about 4 months had passed, which meant that, thanks to the etheric sphere, he had already been training for about 4 years. While his body had barely grown, she had gained a lot of muscle mass, and under the Get Me His Curls, drama had risen to a new level. Recently, his 14th birthday also arrived, which passed just like the rest of my days. He honed his fighting skills, improved his body, and also tried to improve his reaction and vision to punches. The trump card also helped improve his mana turnover during combat, but it didn't teach him anything new, which confused Arthur a little. Arthur wasn't sure if it was due to the physiological difference between humans and Suras, or if he simply didn't want to, or didn't have the right to, teach the martial art of face test to a non-clan member. Arthur simply trusted the curls and absorbed everything he taught him, trying to understand and remember as much as possible. After some time, the very moment came when Arthur thanked his quadramaster for the training. Well, what his teacher answered the guy that it also gave him some pleasure, and he is always ready to help Arthur. After this nice conversation, Arthur finally wanted to know when they would begin the next stage of their training, but each of them lowered their heads, and Arthur realized that something was apparently wrong, although Vincent said in a quiet voice that they would soon continue his training. But the thing was that they were worried about the fact that the guy hadn't changed at all since they started, which caused some disappointment and misunderstanding in Arthur. In the evening, he was literally sure that his body had progressed, and now he had become much stronger. He also tried to convince them that his core had reached the light yellow stage, which was a leap of almost an eternity. After which, Vincent confidently told the boy that although training in the etheric sphere is amazingly effective, it is strictly forbidden to use it to train children for an extended period of time, because if a person is mentally weak, the time divergence between worlds can negatively affect him. Kudri completely agreed with him, and added that even the Lord and he had doubts when deciding whether to use it, but the approaching war left them no choice. Vincent also added that his speech, behavior, and way of thinking, all of them had not changed at all since training, which caused them some disappointment. In their opinion, Arthur's mind had aged by 3 years during his training, but no changes had occurred in it, as if he had remained the same ordinary child. So Arthur thought for a moment and told them that he had had to be mentally strong throughout his life, so he was used to his way of thinking, and also becoming a professor and teaching students his age had definitely helped him. In any case, Vincent thanked him for his attention and for his help. because he understood perfectly well that anyone else, even at the same level, could replace him and all his combat experience in hand-to-hand combat, to which the Quadre replied that there was no need for gratitude, because Arthur simply needed to be well trained so that he would have at least a chance against these stupid half-breeds. After which, Kadri came closer to Arthur and began to tell the guy that he should not forget that the Vari magicians were trained by the Asuras and follow their orders. The art of mana on their continent is centuries ahead of the spells that are used in the Deccan, so he is deeply disappointed that they are tied hand and foot, but in this case, breaking the pact will lead to a war that can destroy this world. Therefore, he believed that if they did not want such an end, then they would have to fight to the last, which Arthur himself agreed with. After they finally got out of that cave and said goodbye to their friends, Vince decided to give the guy something special, and that special item was a scroll. Arthur immediately picked it up and opened it immediately because he was interested to find out what was inside and what the man had prepared for him. But as soon as he started reading, his mood immediately worsened. He saw something there that he didn't want to see because it wasn't the most pleasant information. The whole way the guy walked with his head down and was only immersed in his thoughts, it seemed to him that it was unfair and what they did to him should not have happened like this. Well, at some point I finally made up my mind and started talking, and it turns out that the information that the director of Good Sky provided is the so-called 4 braids. If the guy understood correctly, then they could become the main targets, which his interlocutor could not help but agree with, who also noted the fact that, according to the letter, each scythe has its own servant and personal advisor, a kind of direct subordinate, who is capable of easily removing one of the copies. And also, Vincent couldn't help but mention that there were 4 more creatures that were clearly stronger than them, and they would bring the most trouble, so they made some conclusions based on the horn fragment that they got from the dungeon in which the former Spear of the Alley was destroyed. But Vincent added that Good Sky confirmed that it belonged to a servant and not a cashier. But suddenly the man's words were interrupted by Arthur, who asked him to stop talking because he thought the director was under a curse that did not allow her to reveal information. But in response he heard only silence, and then everything finally fell into place in his head. He began to understand that the creature that destroyed the alley was the one they called the servant. So he realized that the scale of the upcoming war was very large. After all, it was easy to understand that 2 continents would send millions of soldiers to fight for their lands, and although Deco and his family were safe, how long they could withstand the enemy's power was completely unknown to anyone. He tried with all his might to drive these thoughts away from you and think that at least now he had a task, which was that he needed to defeat a huge number of opponents, and now he needed to think only about that. After some time, with such thoughts, the guy, together with his teacher, arrived at the first training site. At least that's what Winston said. I managed to ask Arthur why they would train here, when the man said that he had enough time for that very training session, which they had already talked about with him once. Arthur immediately remembered that this was the same training that consisted of him not being able to use anything except the items in his backpack, and he also could not use external mana. To complete this mission, the guy needed to get the core and skin of a predatory squirrel, the core of a silver panther, and the bones of a titanic bear. Arthur himself knew this very well. He also added that these objects were not particularly useful for him, so he did not really understand how they would prove that he was ready to know more about the will that Sylvia left him. But instead of explanations and stories, the man simply held out his hand, in which he held a small bell, and said that this was another condition of this mission. He would have to carry the bell with him all this time. After this, he immediately turned around and began to leave, saying along the way that when he collected all the items, he would need to report this by destroying this bell. Well, before leaving for good, the teacher decided to give him some advice, which consisted of recommending that Arthur collect them in exactly the order in which he named them. This made Arthur even more angry, and he started shouting that he now had even more questions about his training method. But in any case, he had no choice. So, having collected his thoughts and developed a small plan, the guy jumped off the cliff and began to carry out the mission. After some time, the guy tried several times to catch that same squirrel, but because of the damned bell, which constantly made very loud sounds, he was unsuccessful. After 2 days of studying squirrels, he finally managed to figure out that Newark's bell lets them know he's there. Obviously, the ringing gave him away, but the squirrels also turned out to be extremely sensitive to Mani. Squirrels are at the very bottom of the food chain, so instead of physical strength, they had to develop their perception to an incredible level, so much so that they could sense mana from a great distance. Revealing their presence was not enough to lure them out, and this was the main problem in catching these animals. Therefore, their capture of Arthur had to be postponed until later, because no matter how hard he tried, he could not do it. Therefore, Arthur decided to try to completely get rid of the bath that was constantly circulating in his body, and for this, he took the risk of being left completely unprotected in lands unfamiliar to him. But this, as it turned out later, was not enough, because he soon realized that it was also necessary to completely cleanse his thoughts and mind, because he was dealing with herbivores. In the end, it took a few more days. Arthur continued to test their abilities and learned 3 more things. Firstly, a small amount of mana. If it does not frighten the squirrels, then at least it alarms them to such an extent that it will be simply impossible to bring the squirrel down. Secondly, they are not at all frightened when the guy collects mana in his body, but excessive concentration on the process reveals his intentions, and this is what attracts their attention, so they soon run away. And finally, the most important thing is that it turns out that the external flow of mana does not attract their attention in any way. The human being himself, an amplifier, therefore the channels that were responsible for distributing the refined mana from his center throughout the body were more prominent than the mana veins that were used to absorb unrefined natural mana into the body. However, for this technique, he needed to balance the output of purified mana from the center through the mana channels, with the input of natural mana through his veins. It had been years since Sylvia had first taught him about mana circulation, and back then she had told him about meditating and absorbing mana on the go, and possibly while fighting if you were good enough to use it. And now the moment had finally come when the boy could use the circulation of mana almost unconsciously, which helped him with the new technique. Having achieved the perfect balance, he would be able to use mana in such a way that no one would be able to feel anything. Having to replenish his mana center with strong energy slows his progress, but he thinks there's nothing he can do anyway, since it's been several days and he's still barely able to move while maintaining this technique. And this damn bell is still incredibly strong and interferes, so at some point the guy became interested in how Yulia is coping with her training and how his family is doing. How are they, Elijah? How are all his friends and family feeling now? But at some point, he decided that he needed to get these thoughts out of his head and focus on training, because this is more important than just thinking and driving himself with these thoughts. The next day, Arthur was walking around the area and thinking that he needed to have time to splash out mana and return it to the squirrel before they had time to react to the bell, so he had to run to the tree before the bell rang. What this all meant was that he needed to use only machines to instantly travel at speeds that wouldn't ring a bell, while balancing the input and output of natural and refined mana, hiding his presence from the squirrels until he reached his destination. So he began to actively train this ability, repeating it one time after another. During these training sessions, Arthur recalled something Kadri had said about the importance of controlling the team and the Prima's power to manipulate her presence. Therefore, the guy understood perfectly well that in order to deceive the subscribers' feelings, it was necessary to skillfully hide and reveal oneself at the right time. In other words, erasing one's presence by using subtle natural mana to mask one's own incoming attacks and instantly gaining speed to reach the enemy is precisely the skill Arthur must develop to complete this task. Vinka had actually been watching Arthur this whole time, and even he didn't really understand what the guy was up to. All that was going through his head was that about 2 weeks had passed, and he was starting to think that maybe he was asking too much of the guy, but he always thought that he would be able to catch a squirrel. Besides, He did know before this test that their tails were able to pick up any fluctuations in the mania or movement near them, but they weren't particularly intelligent, so that shouldn't work against the guy. In other words, Arthur only had to erase his presence and leave the knife in his hands to attract them. Well, at least Arthur had learned the skill he was going to teach him after this test, which was also pretty good for him. But suddenly your thoughts were interrupted when Arthur, at one moment literally from the place where he was standing, and literally 1 second later, already had that same squirrel in his hands. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes, because Arthur had just completed the first stage of learning the ghost step, which made the man think that an ordinary human boy had mastered the basics of the ghost step in such a short amount of time, the basics of what made the clan superior to others in close combat. But what's more surprising is that Arthur only got this far under the watchful eye of a cadre, so the question of what he might achieve in 10 or even 15 years remained relevant. Arthur then proceeded to the next task, but now his opponent was much stronger and faster than the squirrel he had been catching for 2 whole weeks. No matter how hard Arthur tried, he couldn't complete the second part of the task, so he thought about the fact that Vin found him on the night of the same day he caught the squirrel, and informed him that his actions taken to catch it were only the initial step in truly mastering the ghost walk. After this, Arthur spent 3 weeks going deeper and deeper into the forest until he found the log, or as it is also called, the silver panther, which he chose as his target. Arthur had mastered the explosive stride to the point where he could cover nearly 10 yards in an instant without giving a bell. But despite this, he never came close to catching the silver panther. All this disappointed him more and more every day, so at some point he told himself that it was very painful for him to look at it. At some point, he even remembered that he had forgotten when he had last eaten. So he decided to take up hunting to have a little snack and restore his strength before a new day when he would try to catch the silver panther. But suddenly his thoughts and readiness to hunt were interrupted by a strange bird, which grabbed the squirrel and carried it away. Well, what was more interesting for the guy was that he noticed how this strange bird calculated the squirrel's movement and literally predicted where it would jump next. He tried to grab the bird using his new skill, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it, and then he realized that his explosive step was still far from ideal. Thus he studied the birds for a week. They were stealthy and fast, but their speed could not be compared with squirrels. The birds understand that if they let the squirrel know about them, it will try to escape in a certain direction. Therefore, in order to catch them, they do not control the movement of their prey. Like an outside observer, he could see the bird in advance and understand its motives in a way that the squirrel could not do. But the panther is a completely different level, because Clot was much smarter, and smart enough to understand that he could dodge and not fight him face to face. Although Arthur always understood that the essence of the ghostly step is to hide mana and quickly get rid of the opponent. But he still had to use the muscles responsible for those incredible fast steps. This worked on squirrels, but Claude had much more time to recover from the attack. But suddenly Arthur wondered what would happen if he managed to get rid of this. Thoughts began to occur to him that if he could almost completely avoid the movements required to take a step, then it would appear as if he had actually teleported, and then, in theory, he could trick Claude. From his past life, Arthur remembered that the complex muscular system works in pairs, where each muscle contributes half of the full movement. The biceps contract as the arm bends towards the shoulder, while the triceps begin to work as the arm is extended forward and the abdominal muscles contract with every step the body takes. The calf muscles, despite their small size, are vital in propelling the body forward when the leg pushes off the ground, and body mechanics become even more complex when the body itself is set in motion, such as when walking, running, or even jumping. All this knowledge about the body and how muscles work, which Arthur received in his past life, was completely useless to him up to this point. Now he realized that this knowledge would be quite useful to him. To start using it, he needed a few days of toilet training first. In this way, the guy worked on consciously directing mana into specific muscles, in a specific sequence, and at a precise time, in order to artificially trigger a sequence in the body that mimics the use of muscles without the need to move the body in principle. and if he could perfectly control the time and the exit to his mother, Arthur, who was tied to him, understood that he would be able to do even what he would not be capable of on the court. In this case, the guy thought that he would be able to perform a ghostly step regardless of his body position, but most of all he wanted to finish this task, because he himself did not understand why it was taking him so much time to catch some animals. The next day, after another training session, Mercury decided to try to catch his target again, but the problem was that the forest that day was too quiet, as if there was no one left in the forest except him. But at some point, he did spot two silver panthers that could easily have become his target, but he immediately noticed that they had not gathered together for no reason. They were most likely fighting a battle for territory between two panthers to decide which of them was truly worthy of being the master of this or that place, which is why there was such silence in the forest. At one point their fight ended, or rather stopped, when they noticed something above, which made Arthur think that this was a good chance for him to catch one of them. But as soon as he decided that he needed to try to do this, one of the panthers immediately jumped back and ran away. Arthur sincerely did not understand why Clot ran away, although he was in such an advantageous position. In any case, he turned his attention to the second silver beast, which he believed was his last chance of success. So he immediately collected his thoughts and made his first attack on this monster, which, as it seemed to him, should be successful. Well, no matter how hard Arthur tried, he still couldn't catch this silver monster, because he was so fast that he was able to return from the guy's attack in time and even tried to counterattack. They fought with each other for some time, and the guy still tried to take control of the monster until they both fell from a huge hill, the height of which was incredibly large. Arthur, with the help of magic, was able to successfully descend this slope without injuring himself, which could not be said about his opponent. But as soon as Arthur decided to get closer to his victim to complete the second task, he noticed that someone was watching him, and this someone was clearly much bigger than he could have imagined. And as soon as Arthur raised his eyes upward, he saw in front of him a huge Titan bear, the size of which was so frightening that the guy was speechless. At least that's how it turned out in Arthur's imagination. But in reality, everything turned out to be exactly the opposite. This beast was very small, barely reaching the guy's chest. Arthur suggested that perhaps it was a small cub, and its parents were much larger, but in any case, even so, it was incredibly surprising. But he was most surprised when he noticed that this monster was speaking, and so confidently, his teacher Vincent had never told the guy that they were capable of talking. As a friend, this monster interrupted Arthur's words and his thoughts by starting to tell the guy that now his target was the guy and not the dead panther. The energy emanating from this monster was incredibly strong and oppressive, making it quite difficult for Arthur to simply stand next to it, so the guy tensed up and thought that he had big problems. But that was only the beginning, because a few seconds later, this monster dealt the guy a magical attack, which threw the guy back several meters, because it was almost impossible to block it. He also wondered what had just happened, and how this monster was capable of doing something like that. But there was no time to think about this, because the bear did not stop there and continued to attack Arthur, which is why he had to actively use his speed to at least try to dodge its attacks. Well, these bears were so fast and so powerful that sometimes Arthur still missed a few of them, which is why his condition quickly worsened and he had to immediately come up with something. Otherwise, it would be the end for him. At some point, the attack was so serious that the guy not only missed it, but he took it, which caused him to lose consciousness for a while. When he came back with his new self, he realized that his opponents were using such force that if he died by their hand, he would die forever. Meanwhile, the bear continued to attack him, and Arthur began to analyze its attacks. Over time, he noticed that by cutting through the air, the attacks and the bear were becoming reality. And while Arthur was thinking about this, the bear continued to attack him, and at the same time told the guy that the longer he ran, the more pain he would get, and the less food he would have left. At what point did Arthur tell the bear something he definitely didn't expect? Namely, he stopped and said with a smile that now he would no longer run away from him and that he could successfully catch him. The bear didn't think long and launched another attack at the guy to stop him for sure. And as for Arthur, he also noted one fact. During the attack, the bear relies only on brute force. Well, no matter how successful this analysis was, Arthur understood perfectly well the fact that his legs would not last any longer, and he urgently needed to finish off this enemy, otherwise serious problems awaited him. The boy understood perfectly well that he had not lived 2 lives to die in a ditch from the claws of a wild animal. Therefore, Arthur first threw his bell to this bear, which the master successfully cut into 2 parts, thereby signaling that he had completed his mission. And immediately after this, Arthur jumped up and headed to attack the bear, who certainly did not expect such a sharp counterattack. Because of this, Arthur was able to deliver a fairly strong and powerful attack, but the bear, in turn, was unable to block it and had to take the blow on himself. And although Arthur managed to defeat his opponent, his strength was so low that immediately after his attack, he literally instantly lost consciousness. A few seconds later, Vincent descended into the same area, feeling that the bell had been destroyed, and the first question that interested him was why Artush had descended here. And then he saw a picture of a bear and a guy lying unconscious, and it began to dawn on him what had happened here. He ran up to Arthur and started using regeneration magic to restore the boy's strength as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't die, because he understood that he had at least 3 broken ribs and too many deep cuts on his chest, which could be life-threatening. But what's even stranger is that the king couldn't believe that all these wounds were inflicted on the boy by this baby bear, because even an adult bear 3 meters tall couldn't do such harm. His thoughts were interrupted when a bear began to stand up right in front of him, and his body was surrounded by serious energy, which made him not just a bear, but a monster ready to destroy everything in its path. At least that's what it seemed like until some strange substance started coming out of the bear's body, which Vincent watched closely. This was not the first time for the man, so he immediately realized that this was a demonic leech, a truly rare creature that has a high intelligence and lives only in these parts. He had information in his head that she was able to control the victim's body, strengthening its core to an incredible degree, but this is very dangerous for the one whom this appearance mocks, because the huge one himself conducted experiments to create a loving serum that would allow him to strengthen the body, but this did not lead to success. After these thoughts, the man approached this monster and without any hesitation tore his hand off it. At the same time, he thought about the fact that the boy had stumbled upon an infected cub, and therefore he began to wonder whether this was just bad luck or an evil irony. He crushed his hand and found a small ball inside, which made him smile, because he understood perfectly well that even if his guesses were correct, Arthur was still able to defeat him, which could not help but surprise the man. After which he leaned closer to the guy and, opening his mouth, put the sphere there, telling him at the same time that his efforts had fully paid off and that now he could return to life again. After a few seconds, the boy's body began to glow with a bright orange light, which at first could have caused fear and confusion. A few hours later, the boy finally came to his senses, finding himself in some strange house. But what scared him most at that moment was that he couldn't feel his legs, and his body felt like it didn't belong to him. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by a woman who came closer to him and quietly told the guy that, in fact, his legs were completely fine, and she also said that she would really like to meet him under different circumstances, but apparently, this was impossible. Arthur recovered a little from what had happened to him, and finally decided to ask his interlocutor if they were still on the hilt, and she in turn answered that he could call him Mira, after which she confirmed that they were not really still on the hilt, because in her opinion, she would not have been able to heal his legs on any other continent. According to her, his legs healed faster using healing magic, but in that case, his bones would likely fuse quickly, so she chose an alternative method. But what surprised the guy most about this situation was that about 2 days had passed since that battle, which is why the guy was in a state of shock. She immediately tried to calm him down, and, according to Mira, he shouldn't even try to get up, because it took hours just to restore his legs to a state close to their original state. In other words, she wanted to convince him that he needed to rest and that this was his priority right now. The guy, in turn, decided to smile and tell her in response that he was very pleased that they took such good care of him, so he would like to thank her at least with words. In response, he heard from the woman that he should not thank her, because at the very least she did not care about everyone in a row, and besides, she herself wanted to meet the human boy who would supposedly become the savior of the world. These were the last words, after which the woman left and left the guy alone with his thoughts. Arthur's head was spinning with thoughts about how difficult it would be for him in the future. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted when he felt an incredibly strong pain, which caused him to literally forget about everything that came into his mind. This pain gradually passed, but the guy still continued to be dissatisfied because he believed that he should start meditating as soon as possible and try to heal as quickly as possible in order to continue training, because the war would begin very soon. Suddenly he realized that his core inside him had turned silver, meaning that he had reached the next stage. The guy was really shocked that he had never seen these purple particles around him before, and it was not strange, because the energy that enveloped the guy became much stronger than it was before. At that moment, Mira entered the room again, smiling as she noted that it was true, and the boy had indeed inherited the royal heart they had all dreamed of for so long. The guy didn't quite understand what this woman was talking about, or what a royal heart was, so she had to tell him that the royal heart was an ability that manifested itself when he awakened Sylvie's powers. Or to be more precise, the purple glow of the iris of the eye was shining runes that were imprinted on his body, which she would never confuse with anything else. Also, according to her, the royal heart, or the heart of the world, is an ability that only the heirs of Indrasa can possess. Ira's boyfriend finally awakened such abilities in himself, so according to her, she would be very happy to teach him a couple of things, but for this, they would need to take a little walk and clear their heads. The walk was quite unusual. The place was very beautiful. The woman was telling the guy that all these creatures thrive due to the huge concentration of unrefined firecrackers in this part of the city. But most of all, she wanted to know from the guy whether he felt all this energy around him. Well, before Arthur could answer her, she began telling him that for lower creatures and even for Asura, the ability to control unrefined mana is not characteristic. According to the words, the same is true for all living beings, even for the mano animals that should feel it. She told the guy that in fact, it is much easier for a Mog that has an affinity with a certain element to be absorbed from the atmosphere of Manu that corresponds to that element. And as an example, she asked the guy to pick up a small fire beetle that was flying next to them and actively trying to explore the guy's body. As soon as he sat on Arthur's finger, the woman began to tell him that he could absorb the mana of any element from the beetle, but he would still prefer Arthur's mana, and the same would happen with other creatures. All this is explained by the fact that someone who has the heart of the world will see a magician who has a means with the fire element as a person who absorbs only red particles, but after purifying the mana before using it, it remains white. But if we assume that Mac is more inclined towards the water element, then during the mana purification process, blue particles will predominate in his body. And while Mac will be releasing water particles from pure mana, which will be absorbed by his body under the influence of unrefined mana, his body will be increasingly assumed to be a certain element, and his mind will begin to better understand its properties. Roughly speaking, one could say that if a Mogu with a predisposition to one element needed to create a fireball, it would be difficult for him to imagine its shape, proportions, density, and flight speed. But the same mage would have no trouble creating a stream of water that would be able to spread it into many spheres and direct them into a crowd of enemies, with just a slight wave of his hand. After this whole story, she decided to ask Arthur why he thought everything was arranged this way, to which Arthur said with confidence that it was most likely due to the influence that was absorbed during the purification process and changed the structure of the mana. Arthur's answer was absolutely correct. And, according to the woman, after such a long period of exposure to a certain element, Mac undoubtedly gains understanding of it during meditation. While they were talking, They slowly walked to the center of this beautiful place, where there was a small table where they could drink some tea. During this pleasant process, the woman decided to ask the guy what he knew about the airwaves. In response to this, Arthur began to tell her that in fact he was not particularly familiar with this element, and all he knew was that it could be used to manipulate time. The woman confirmed this information and added that the ether is fundamentally different from mana, and this is obvious to everyone, because the ether of Iman creates the world in which they live. But she also asked him to understand that the ether works according to different laws than mana. After all, some say that ether is the building blocks of their world, while mana is what fills the world with life and nourishment. In simple terms, one could come to the idea that the glass is ether and the water in it is mana. So it's pretty easy to manipulate water in a glass, even without mana, but changing the shape of the glass without breaking it is much more difficult. Nope. And this example can be transferred directly to life, because even the IRS clan, which is recognized as the best in the matter of ether control, does not have a clear theoretical justification for their abilities, because in fact, the only thing they possess is the heart of the world, with the help of which they can physically sense the ether. Those who are in the physical world cannot sense the ether, but everyone knows that there are laws that allow the world to exist, like this glass, while holding water. The inhabitants of the world cannot comprehend the boundaries that are meant to maintain order. Based on this conversation, Arthur realized that the purple particle that he saw using the heart of the world was the ether. Mira confirmed this guess and said that thanks to this ability, he can see the glass, the boundaries of the world, as if he were inside it. Thus, he can control the glass itself in which they are located. But before the guy could do that, she wanted him to remember that there are 3 components that make up ether. These 3 elements create a shield that is capable of controlling time, power over space, and also influencing all living beings. So no matter how powerful or insightful or lucky I am to have his ability, he can only master one of the components. However, over time, according to the woman, they discovered a way for some people that allows them to understand what their ability is. These words intrigued Arthur incredibly, and he wanted to know as soon as possible how they managed to do this. A place of 1,000 words and explanations, the woman showed him how it was done, and a huge amount of energy began to concentrate around her, after which she told him directly that they did it with the help of runes that appear on the body during the use of the heart of the world. After which she told the guy that each user of the heart of the world, the runes differ, for example, in the element of a person. For example, she knows the path of healing, and therefore was able to help the guy bring him back to life. And now that they have finally talked about it, the woman would really like the guy to activate his heart of the world right in front of her and show what he is capable of. Arthur wasn't entirely sure if he really needed to do this right now, but after gathering his thoughts, he decided it was time to do it. So he closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to act. After some time, the woman took his hand and began to say with a smile that previously she had only been able to catch a glimpse of the pattern of his runes. But now that she had been able to look at them, she could confidently say that they were truly charming. Arthur himself did not expect the results, and when he looked closely at his patterns, he was surprised, because he himself had never seen anything like it. Well, what was even more surprising for the guy was that he was literally able to control all the elements at the same time, something he had definitely not been able to do before. He didn't understand at all how he could not notice this before. Well, the woman told him with a smile that before there was a different time and different abilities, and now the guy moved to a new level, which gave him new opportunities. She also said that she believed that since he was human, he could not blame himself for not knowing the true purpose of this form, since it was needed to study what could not be perceived in the usual way. Moreover, quite a lot of time passed before they realized that the ether behaves perfectly and began to behave like an estuary. After all, if they try to manipulate the ether, just like they do with their mother, then in the book, nothing will work out for them. They see this as a completely different level. She also decided to allow herself to repeat herself, and told the guy there that he needs to think of this element as a glass of water, because if you know how, then with the help of water, he can quench his thirst, rinse his mouth, spit. But if he tries to do the same using a glass, he will look like a fool. Therefore, the ether that exists around them is not so confirmed by the change. Therefore, certain restrictions are imposed on them. Then Arthur became interested in learning how the ether gathers around their hands, and how anything is formed from it. But what is most interesting to him is how she was able to heal his legs at all. The woman responded by telling him that after receiving knowledge of both branches of life, she had spent centuries learning to control the ether, and was still not sure that she could explain to the guy what he needed to know first. In response to these words, Arthur immediately began to talk about what he wanted most of all to study. She had no doubt that he was interested in Armenia and that his desire was wonderful. But first, she wanted him to understand that the ether could not be absorbed, that one could only slightly sense its presence and influence on reality. Thus, the boy came to the understanding that he did not need to use the core to control the ether, because the core connects the body with the physical world. So although the control of ether and mana are different, the small core plays a key role in this process. The woman confirmed his guesses and assumptions, and also added that when the time comes, the guy knows his path of ether, but at the initial stage of cultivation, he should not delve into this topic so deeply. She asked him to simply remember, so that at a certain point in cultivation, his abilities would no longer depend on his mother's cleaning skills, but rather on understanding knowledge that could not be passed on. And even if it was an accident or fate, but for some reason he has a limited ability to use ether, she still believed that he should guess where it came from, to which the guy immediately gave an answer, said that according to him, it was because of Sylvie's will. But the woman was quick to correct him, because according to her, this was partly the main reason why he could withstand the pressure of the ether, but in fact, it did not explain why he could use her or manipulate her. And then it finally dawned on Arthur that it was most likely because he could control all 4 elements. This was actually the main reason, so Mira was glad that the guy finally figured it out. Because according to her, if you know about all 4 elements, then it is possible to look behind the water and find out about the existence of the glass holding it. Above which she noticed his hands, which began to tremble. And then the woman realized that it was time to tell the guy that he should go and rest, because even the fact that he was able to maintain activity all this time made her surprised. I asked the guy to continue this conversation, because he wanted to find out more, or was she really able to understand what type of ether he was located on? She started shaking her head from side to side, and at some point told the guy that she had to warn him about something. After which she began to tell him that in fact, she was not given the power to predict whether he would be able to consciously control the ether like they did, but she was confident that he was able to control all the elements, as well as own both the dragon's via and the heart of the physical world. Well, the most important thing is that he should not forget that he is still human, which upset the guy a little, so the woman decided to tell him that she had something else that she could tell him. After which she took a pen and began to write, simultaneously telling the guy that although she was not sure where he got the ability to manipulate time, according to her, the guy was never destined to follow the path to the mind. And despite Sylvie's will, the guy still couldn't fully understand how to control the ether, and in the woman's opinion, he, like Celia, was destined to control only the space in which the world itself was contained. While she was talking, she drew 3 elements on a piece of paper, after which she gave the paper to Arthur, and in an affirmative tone assured the guy that he really was a genius from Patim. However, the guy was not at all amused by this, because he did not forget that the woman had just told him that even despite all his knowledge, there was a possibility that he would not be able to consciously use this power. In any case, he wanted to know from the woman what he should do next and how to act, because in his understanding, all he has been able to find out so far is that he has an aptitude for this great ability, but he is unable to use it due to the physical limitations of his species, which prevent him from bearing its weight. Mira, in response to these words, came closer to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and said that she was very sorry, but she was still sure that he had incredible talent for growth, but it was limited by inviolable boundaries. She also believed the guy that she did not want to offend him with her words, but only to remember that he had such an ability. Knowledge is a power that cannot be estimated, but with its help, it is possible to overcome barriers and achieve greatness, which even the Asuras achieved. After which, she confidently told the guy that when she told him about this, she thereby broke absolutely all the rules that she could break, because according to her, this knowledge, it seems, if it were in the wrong hands, could be used by other people, like dragons. So she asked him to believe that by talking about this, she only wants the best for him. She also said that even if he was unable to fully utilize the heart of the world in the upcoming battle, thanks to the sensations that had opened up, he would become its indispensable assistant. Mira assured the guy that he had many useful skills in his arsenal, for example, the heart of the world, the ability to control all 4 elements, and personal combat ability. But Arthur listened to all this, understood perfectly well that there were reasons why everything would not be so simple, and he wanted to hear from the woman what else he should do to become stronger. In response to this, the woman said the very same reasons that it was better not to use the technology he had invented, because of which he had ended up with her in such a terrible state. She said it softly at first, but then changed her tone and literally begged the guy never again to use the technique that had brought him to such a state. At that moment, Arthur realized that all these weeks of training and refining his explosive step were just wasted time, because he had not achieved anything good. Arthur realized she had asked him how the ghost walk worked, apparently wondering how he had been able to learn the science on his own. All this time he hoped that when the woman found out about this technique, her decision would change, but apparently the guy's hopes turned out to be incorrect thinking. However, it only became clearer that this technique was dangerous, and his breakthrough to the silver stage was a pleasant surprise. Based on the results of the battle with the cadre in the Adventurers Guild, he would have easily been awarded rank A, even without the use of elemental magic. Now he had nowhere to grow in the art of mana management. The ghostly step became the only technique that he could master, and now, unfortunately, even that has disappeared. Here, Lakri is home to true Asuras who can control his mother in ways he can't even imagine. According to information received from Winsome, even one vassal is enough to defeat a team led by one of the copies. Mirajiv, in turn, insisted that the guy should always think that knowledge is power, but it still won't help him win this war. The next day, the guy woke up not in the best mood, and as soon as he left his hut, he immediately met Mira, who wanted to tell the guy that she, looking at him, already saw the influence of the Viv mind that came to him the night before. According to the guy, he felt worse than when he injured his legs, but now he can at least walk. Suddenly, she interrupted his words to say that this was also very good, because she had essentially persuaded the winemaker to let her play with the guy a little. After which the woman began to tell the guy that how much time they spent together would depend on what he managed to achieve, and she, in turn, would like to share her knowledge and nudge the guy in the right direction. However, she also asked the boy to understand the fact that he was still human. If they were talking about the inhabitants of Deacon, then their understanding of mana was far behind. Now that she had said everything she wanted, she came to the point where she asked him to remember all the spells he knew, and using them in any combination, she asked him to hit her with all his strength. And as soon as the guy decided to do this, she interrupted him and began talking for a couple of days about how he saw that he was preparing a compressed water sphere with his right hand, and in his left, he was creating a small gust of wind, which could not surprise Arthur, because that is exactly what he was doing. After which she asked him to stop and try again, because she had already told him more than once that he should hit her with all his strength. As soon as Arthur tried to do something similar again, to attack the woman, she stopped him again, and began to say that he was going to collapse the ground under her, and that this was a smart move, but she preferred that he not ruin the lawn, which could not surprise the guy again, because he simply did not understand how the woman guessed what he was going to do. And before he had time to ask her this question, she herself decided to tell him that, as she had said earlier, this was an ability that he could already use, and in turn, she was only trying to direct him in the right direction. With these words, his training with the mistress of the world began, which flowed into weeks of strange training, during which the boy very much doubted that he would be able to learn anything, but the woman repeatedly told him that he was careless about the spell behind his back. One day, Arthur finally made up his mind and told her that he didn't think she was using the spell's momentum to cause more injury. She didn't pay much attention to his words and continued to tell him that understanding how a spell affects the physical world begins with correctly interpreting the fluctuations of mana. Then one must use the heart of the world and accurately determine the form of the final spell. I had some doubts about this couple and thought that if she could so easily heal the wounds she had inflicted on herself, then why didn't she just cut off his legs and grow new ones? In response to this question, the woman began to convince the guy that if he used ether beyond a certain threshold, this would entail certain consequences. In other words, it is possible to heal large wounds, but then it will be necessary to extract the ether that supports either the form of something or someone's life. Then, in the guy's opinion, it would be great if she stopped beating him, but she asked him not to forget that if the opponent decided to cast a spell out loud, then the form and duration of the attack depended only on his imagination. In the future, she asked him, when he encountered opponents, to use the spell as a distraction or not to use them at all, although the guy believed that 6 weeks had already passed and during this time he could have already figured it out. Although the woman in the lake read that the guy was simply in too much of a hurry and was trying to resist the spell before it even manifested. After all, according to her, she was able to master this principle in just a few decades, which among us dragons is considered quite fast. The case did not continue their training, and she once again dealt the guy a crushing blow, which he had to try to parry, or at least return, which Arthur was already more willing to cope with. At one point he did quite well, and the woman even decided to praise him, saying that he did well. Arthur already understood quite well how this technique worked, and was even able to dodge the earthen spike under his right foot, and then, thanks to the ability, he noticed that an explosive flash would soon be approaching him. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted when Vince appeared behind him, repelled another attack, and then told the guy that time was up and the guy didn't have a second left. After which, he came closer to the world and asked her forgiveness for his intrusion, although she was very glad to see him and allowed him to rise from his knees. Arthur at this time thought about the fact that he had long suspected that Mira had a certain level of influence in the Indris clan, given her strength and the fact that she was allowed to spend time with him, but who would have thought that Vincent himself would bow to her? At this point, the man continued to say that he was very sorry that he came without an invitation, but he could not do otherwise, because Lord Intro had already assigned Arthur the next instructor, and he was not patient enough, so he was eager to meet his student. Mira understood this perfectly well, so it was time to let Arthur go. Besides, in her opinion, he had already learned to use the hearts of the world. She also wanted to continue keeping an eye on this child, so she wanted to check with Winston if it would be okay if she dropped in on his training from time to time. He didn't think long and immediately told her that there was absolutely no problem with this, and that she could come to him whenever she wanted. Well, before Arthur left, the woman decided to tell him there, so that he would not forget what she had already told him more than once about the world around him. Namely, she asked him to continue to train actively, and one day he would understand what all this was for. Arthur smiled at her words, and as soon as she finished speaking, he assured her that she should do everything possible to become stronger, and that he would master everything at their next meeting. After that, they set out on their journey, and at some point during their journey, Arthur noticed that Winston was acting strangely, and so she decided to check with the man if everything was okay. Vincent, in response to this question, said that the Lady of the World not only spent time on his treatment, but also decided to train him, which is why the viewer behind the DI block is amazed at how lucky the guy is. Arthur had already heard there that the woman did not train everyone, so he wanted to clarify with Winston once again who this woman was, to which Vincent replied that if the lady of the world did not introduce herself, then she had no right to disclose her position. To which Arthur replied with a smile that when they first met, he immediately thought that he was facing some kind of big shot, but apparently he was wrong. These words made Vin a little angry, so he asked Arthur to watch his language, because he may be from the lower Aos, but he is still stronger than any of the times in the Deacon. And now that he had told the guy all this, he was ready to take him to the new instructor, who was already tired of waiting for him. As soon as they passed through the small portal, they found themselves together, surrounded by solid stone, and Arthur was a little surprised that the next stage of his training would be in such a place. In response to his words, Vince began to talk about how, together with him and the Lady of the World, he would learn to understand the bath, and also mastered the technique of hand-to-hand combat, and honed various skills and key aspects necessary for battle. But now the guy must combine the acquired knowledge into one, creating his own fighting style, using both his magical abilities and close combat skills. Their conversations were successfully interrupted by Arthur's new teacher, who shouted from a huge mountain that he had finally seen the puppy who, as everyone believed, would become a hero, who would become the head of the delicate and lead him to victory in this war. After which he quickly descended down, and because of his powerful jump, a huge amount of fog formed around, due to which absolutely nothing could be seen. Arthur tried to make something out until at some point he was grabbed by a huge hand that suddenly jumped out of the fog. And when he understood his eyes of faith, he saw in front of him a huge monster who was holding him in his huge hand and looking straight into his eyes. But as it turned out later, it was Arthur's new teacher who turned into a huge monster and did it quite quickly, just as he had turned back, after which he told Arthur that judging by his facial expression, he couldn't intimidate him. The most he could do was surprise him. Vincent understood that these were his new teacher's games, so as soon as he turned into a new person, the man introduced Arthur to his new teacher, who, according to the man, would be Arthur's new teacher for quite a long time, and he needed to make peace with him as soon as possible. Arthur immediately bowed to his new teacher and immediately began to say that it was a pleasure to meet him, after which he introduced himself and said that he relied very much on his instructions, to which the guy's new teacher turned to Sinu and began to tell the man that the first thing he wanted to know was what kind of punishment could be used to punish this guy. During the tour, I didn't understand why the man wanted to know about this in the first place, since he hadn't done anything, but Arthur's strange teacher told him that he might use limb cutting or a little isolation as a preventative measure. This immediately frightened Arthur because he did not understand why he should suddenly be punished and what they were even talking about, because all these were too ridiculous consequences of being late. Vincent asked the new teacher Arthur to calm down, because this is clearly not welcomed by people. Besides, they do not have some kind of harsh punishment for being late, which caused misunderstanding on the part of the new teacher Arthur, because he was sure that everyone has this. This was quite strange to him, because given their short lifespan, it seemed to him that time was a much more important resource for them. After which he looked at Arthur again and assured the boy that they were an incredibly backward race who did everything wrong. After which he turned around and told the guy that, despite his insignificance, they should immediately move on to why they had all gathered here and why they had come to this god-forsaken crater on the top of the mountain. But what surprised Arthur most in all of their and his speech was that at some point his teacher asked the boy to undress. Although it was a little strange for Arthur, he nevertheless fulfilled his new teacher's request and began to undress. After which the man assessed the guy and told him that there was nothing supernatural and nothing surprising, which even disappointed him a little. Arthur joked a little about watching your training, causing the man to come closer to him and remarked that the supposed savior of the lower orders was quite talkative for his skills. After which he saw a small bandage on the guy's hand, which he successfully removed and saw a small tattoo behind it. Arthur immediately began asking him to give him back his bandage, because it was something important to him, but apparently his teacher did not pay any attention to this. He took the dragon feather that was on the guy's hand and began to tell him that it was too rare a material to use it simply as a hand warmer. Arthur didn't quite understand what they were talking about or what material they were talking about, so Winston had to explain to the guy that the feathers on their wings were a special type of Tessia, which had unique qualities similar to those of mani ether. Since the day they were born, they have never thrown off their wings, so if a dragon deliberately gives its feather to someone, it means that it completely trusts and respects him. It dawned on Arthur where he got this feather from, and until that moment, he hadn't even known how much his Mano beast loved him, but in any case, it was incredibly pleasant for him to realize all this. But suddenly he was interrupted by a new teacher who asked the boy to stop thinking about these feathers, and instead to spread his arms and show him something. After that, he began to carefully examine the guy from different angles, trying to find something that didn't quite fit into Arthur's head, but what ate at him most was the fact that during this strange process, the man continued to count some strange things. When he finished, he told Arthur that they would now begin with the basic spells of all the elements under his control, and he also asked him to use only his right hand when creating a certain spell. Arthur listened and used the first spell, which consisted of summoning a stone column 2.5 meters high and with a radius of 20 centimeters. Then the guy showed him all the possibilities of his elements, from water to lightning, and his new teacher was simply silent all this time and watched him carefully. After that, at some point, he said that the basic measurements and calculations were finally completed, and now they were ready to move on to the effective use of mana in battle. And after giving Arthur even a minute to rest, he ordered him to begin immediately. Moreover, he did not coddle Arthur. He summoned his huge golem, which began to run towards the guy and told Arthur to try to fight his puppy. For Arthur, this was not an easy task, but he still tried to use all his strength to destroy this monster. But apparently everything would not be as simple as it seemed. Not only was this monster huge, but its speed probably surprised the guy a lot, because no matter how hard they tried to attack it, all his blows missed. No matter how hard the guy tried, his blows still didn't reach where he was aiming, and at some point, because he missed, the monster knocked him down, and thus literally ended this battle. So the guy realized that his new teacher was apparently one of those people who throw their students straight into battle. So Arthur decided to turn to the man and tell him that it would be easier for him to interact with him if he understood what he was trying to find out with the help of all these measurements and observations, since for him they seemed a little biased. The guy also added that over the years of his life, he had found out that the most convenient elements for him were water and fire. But in this place, there was not enough mana of the water element. In response to these complaints, the man simply told the guy that he would take all this into account in his calculations, then asked how old the guy was in general. Arthur said without hesitation that he had just recently turned 15, which left the man a little stupefied, because he had never even thought that at that age one could be so stupid. This upset Arthur a little, but he still decided not to respond to this rudeness, and the guy's coach himself decided to tell him that he would need much more time and many more tests to understand what the guy was really capable of. But for now, he suggested that he continue analyzing mana control over a long distance. And in order to find out what abilities Arthur actually possessed, the man decided to create a huge number of golems, which he would send at Arthur and see what would happen to him in that case. Arthur immediately panicked and decided to ask his new teacher a question, the gist of which was that he wanted to know how many golemo he could summon at once, to which the man with boiling water answered him that it depended on how well he had developed this skill, but on average he could summon several of them. In any case, at this point, in Arthur's opinion, this shouldn't bother him, and all the guy can do now is give it his all and show what he's really capable of. Arthur did not give up, and decided that if the man wanted him to show his skills so much, then Arthur would show what he was capable of without any problems. After just a few seconds, Arthur burst into battle against these enemies, who also did not stand still, and rushed into battle towards Arthur. At first, everything was great for the guy. With the help of his elements, water and fire, he actively destroyed a large number of golmav, which were a small problem for him. At that moment, the guy got so carried away that it seemed to him that he had destroyed absolutely all the stone golfs that his new coach sent at him. With a smile on his face, Arthur approached his new teacher and decided to find out what they would do next. The man finally smiled because he was amused by the fact that Arthur was starting to have fun, because now he needed to know more about his physical abilities. So he turned to Vince, who told him that the guy was handling the ball rather artificially and that he had recently been trained in close combat under the guidance of Kadri. Arthur didn't quite understand where all this was going because he felt incredibly cold and wanted to get dressed as soon as possible. The man assured the guy that it wasn't a good idea because he was analyzing every movement of his body, so it would be better if he was naked, and besides, according to the man, there was nothing to worry about because it didn't give him any pleasure, and he himself would like the guy to get dressed as soon as possible. This didn't calm Arthur down for a second because he was still cold, so the man had to come closer and give him a flick and tell him that now the guy had to show him his main weapon that he uses in battle. Arthur created that very weapon without any problems using mana and presented it to his new teacher. It was a small stick, at least that's what the man thought. Because of this, literally a few seconds after this weapon appeared in his hands, he began to laugh and tell Arthur that it was just some kind of horror, although Arthur, during a break in this laughter, tried to tell the man that it was not as simple as it seemed to him at first glance. Arthur even tried to take the stick back and show the man what it was really capable of, although the teacher suddenly assured him that he knew what it was and how to use it. After which he returned to Us and told him that when he asked to train him, he generally knew about it, to which Vincent calmly replied that he guessed. After which he showed with his whole appearance that he knew perfectly well the secret of Arthur's weapon, so the guy with a calm face began to talk about how, in fact, no one but him could open this secret weapon. At least, that's what he thought until the man easily opened the staff and pulled out that very blade, so Arthur had to ask the man how he was able to get the sword he was connected to. The answer amazed the guys even more. According to the man, he was able to open this blade on the first try, not only because he has enormous strength, but because he is actually the person who created this sword. Arthur didn't quite believe this story, but he was still ready to assume that it really was a man who forged this sword. But then a logical question came to his mind. What was he doing in Caen? The man began to tell that in his youth, this place was an experiment for him, but unfortunately it turned out to be a failure, and over time he did not get anything good. According to the man, when he decided to return home, he threw this blade out in the animal fields, and the last time he collected minerals there, it was no longer there, expecting that no one would see this sword as anything more than just a stick, and especially did not expect that anyone would be able to pull out the blade. And now he is even more surprised that this sword ended up in the possession of the one he will train to save his world. He did not even understand what the chances of such an outcome were. Arthur himself understood that the chances of such a failure were incredibly small, but he was more interested in the fact that the man said that he considered his ballad about the dawn a failure, although in the guy's opinion, he had never seen a better quality ball in his life. At this point, the man became angry and began to say that no matter how much Arthur praised this sword, for him it was insulting to even compare his weapon, because he created a sword of, in his opinion, incredibly poor quality, although in people's opinion, this was not the case. After which he began to literally mock this ball and say that he tried to make a universal weapon out of this ball, and probably after several experiments this idea seemed good to him, but in the end it turned out to be just a sharp tool and nothing more. However, now he became much more interested, which did not surprise the wine, and after this the man decided to clarify with him, or did he think that after meeting Arthur he would finally be able to do this? Arthur had absolutely no idea what they were talking about and what he was going to do. Vincent turned to Arthur and in a calm voice began to tell the guy that he brought him here to Bremen for 2 reasons. Firstly, as he had already mentioned, although his methods are unconventional, Bren has an unusual sensitivity when it comes to the practical application of martial arts. And secondly, Vincent hoped that the brand would create a sword that would better suit his unique style. This couldn't help but surprise Arthur, He hadn't even imagined that they were making a sword for him. Although the brand immediately told the guy that he was nicknamed Yacht Balls, he creates them. In his opinion, these are completely different concepts. Moreover, according to Bren, for now he only agreed to train the boy, since he owes a favor to Lord Is, but his request does not extend to his free time, and he is certainly not obliged to spend it on creating a ball for a creature of the lower orders. So the brand would keep the Ballad of Dawn for now, which upset Arthur a little, because now he wasn't sure that he would get his sword back. These words angered Bren even more, so he told the guy that even though he created this sword, he still ultimately chose Arthur, so he had no right to take it away from him. In addition, he has a great alternative that he can use during his training. He created a sword with magic that, according to him, is capable of measuring the user's movement and the force of the blow. As soon as Arthur took this sword in his hands, he decided to make some attacks and cast some magic spells, after which he really understood why this sword is used for training. Well, as it turned out, that wasn't all. Brad also decided to take the dragon feather from the guy, which he said he would give him later, but now the guy didn't need it, which caused Arthur even more surprise and confusion about why he needed this feather. The truth is, he was already tired of all these questions, and he assumed that the guy had it from birth. He did not understand how one could be so stupid, and asked the guy not to ask him such questions anymore. Just give him the pen, and that's it. And as soon as Arthur did this, his new teacher took this feather and told the guy that now that he knows that the lower darkness needs more time to sleep than they do, he allowed the guys to rest a little, which became a little strange for Arthur, because if he understood correctly, the man was offering him to spend the night here, in the center of this lifeless crater. Brad turned to him with a smile and said that the guy had to endure this and no one would help him with this, so he was left completely alone. Besides, according to him, they had some urgent matters that they had to resolve, and he also believed that this lesson would teach him that during the war, a soft bed would not always be waiting for him. So in his opinion, he believed that he was doing this for his own good. He was absolutely not against the idea of this kind of training, so he also told Arthur that the guy needed to try to rest a little, because tomorrow, an incredibly difficult training awaited him, and now they wished him good night and turned around to leave. A few seconds later, they literally disappeared, which disappointed the guy even more, because he understood perfectly well that they were doing all this on purpose, and it most likely even brought them some pleasure. Arthur tried to make a small shelter for himself in which he tried his best to sleep, but his stomach growled so loudly from the fact that he wanted to eat that he was unable to fall asleep. Well, as a friend, his thoughts about food were interrupted when he felt some strange vibration underneath him which reminded him of something. And after just a few seconds, he understood exactly what it was, because he was attacked by the same stone golem with which he had fought that afternoon. At first, Arthur didn't understand where he came from, but after a few minutes, he heard Brad's familiar voice shouting from the mountain that in the middle of a war, the guy would never have the opportunity to rest well, so he needed to get used to fighting effectively when tired. Moreover, the man was smiling the whole time, and when he had finished saying all this, he told the guy to immediately undress and start fighting. Arthur did everything the man told him, but again, he did not do it with much pleasure. According to the delirium, the guy will be able to rest when he destroys the Golem King, who stands on a hill. Only after that, he will allow him to go to bed. Arthur was, to be honest, very tired, so he tried to destroy this golem as quickly as possible, breaking through all these monsters along the way. At some point, Arthur became so angry that he managed to summon his own golem, which began to help him in this battle. At least that's what Arthur himself thought, until he heard that it actually helped him back, because he understood perfectly well the fact that Arthur would not be on the battlefield completely alone. He would have allies who would sooner or later be able to help him and cover his rear. But in any case, Arthur will be the person on whom the outcome of the battle will depend, so in any case he must rely only on himself. So Brad asked the guy to understand that he would have only two choices. The first would be that the guy could break through a huge number of enemies on his own and get closer to victory, or stay behind and save the lives of his allies. but the guy had to make this choice as quickly as possible. In the end, Arthur, despite all these words, continued to actively fight, and at some point he still managed to destroy the very same Golem King whom the brand had ordered him to destroy from the very beginning. After which he fell to the ground and simply went to sleep quickly, because he did not have as much strength left as he wanted. But apparently this was not all, because while he was lying down, his brother slowly approached him, who told him that the total number of casualties on his side was 2017, while the enemy's losses amounted to 50-20. Considering the low level of the opponents, this is not the most impressive victory. In other words, the brand wanted to tell the guy there that he allowed too many of his allies to die and that this also cannot be done. According to Arthur, everything turned out this way because all his allies were stone gorillas who were incapable of thinking independently, which is why they died so easily. The place of explanations, Delirium decided to give the guy something to eat and drink in order to shut his mouth at least for a while, and it worked. But when the guy gave it, he continued to talk about how he felt empathy for these ghouls, and he absolutely didn't care what happened to them, so his fighting style would be radically different when he was fighting real allies. All he told him to take these words into account was that he would take this into account in the next training sessions, after which he told the guy that he was going to bed and warned him that tomorrow would definitely not be any easier for him, so he recommended that he direct all his efforts to his rest. If this training was hard enough, Arthur was able to fall asleep with ease because his eyes literally stuck together and sank into sleep. A few hours later, the guy woke up from the fact that he felt a similar vibration that was there at night and immediately realized that a new day and a new training session had begun, where he would have to demonstrate his abilities. It was immediately clear from his expression that this training was clearly different from the one they had last night, and that they would now have to throw in a lot more effort. The whole point was that the guy in front of him saw a completely different monster, who was holding in his arms a person who was incredibly dear to Arthur, and therefore it would be much more difficult to fight. This monster was literally strangling the girl with all his might. If Arthur didn't hurry, things would clearly be tough. But Arthur seemed to be in a stupor because he couldn't explain to his head where the test came from in the first place. But in any case, Arthur came to his senses quickly enough and realized that he had no time for these thoughts, because first, it would be more logical to save the girl and only then ask these questions. So he rushed into battle and began to deliver such fast and powerful blows that the monster he was fighting did not even have time to dodge his blow. Well, no matter how hard Arthur tried, and no matter how powerful his blows were, his opponent was so strong that even after the guy cut off one of his arms, he easily restored them and was ready to continue the fight. But the enemy Arthur was fighting wasn't exactly fair. As soon as he had the chance, he immediately tried to attack the TC, so Arthur had to drop his sword and immediately go to her to block the attack. The guy looked at this monster, and in his head he was thinking only that all this had gone too far and it was time to end it. He stood on two legs and began to shout at the mortal there that it was time to end this, and he had to stop this fight. After the last screams, a few seconds later, the appearance of this monster and the girl who was dear to the guy simply disappeared, turning into ordinary sand. After some time, a brand appeared on the scene who began to say that the guy understood everything quite quickly, although he was already hoping that this illusion would last longer and he would be able to see how Arthur would deal with it. These are the words Arthur began to speak about, which arose in absurd situations that were difficult to guess, but in any case he hopes that this performance was not for fun. Although looking at the delirium, it was impossible to say with certainty that he was not doing all this for fun, although the man said that in that case it would be the wrong teaching method. But Arthur clearly did not trust him, especially considering the expression on his face after these words. But his thoughts were interrupted when the ritual began to ask the guy to forget about his illogical behavior, and everything that the man did was for his own good. And now it asked the guy to look at himself from the outside, who in his reckless attempts to save this elf, the guy wasted most of his energy. Upon hearing this, Arthur told his new teacher that he understood perfectly well that this was not the best decision, but he asked him not to forget that there were people who were much more important to him than his own life, and that was why he had done exactly that. However, the man still continued to say that it was a reckless waste of time, even if his comrades and wife were so important to him. But suddenly, Arthur interrupted his words and said that this girl was not his wife, but just an acquaintance, which could not help but surprise Brenda, because given Vincent's words and his reaction, he was sure that she was more than a lover to him. Arthur wasn't entirely comfortable talking about this, so he immediately told the board that it had nothing to do with the matter and asked him to end it immediately. He was also interested in the question of how the brand managed to create a doll using only earth. In response to this question, the brand assured the guy that he had enough strength to single-handedly create any scene he desired. However, this upset him even more, because he remembered that, unfortunately, he is not omnipotent. For example, if they only used earth, he would not be able to imitate the properties of water. By the way, Brad decided to ask the guy how he even realized that this was just a performance. Arthur began to tell the man that as soon as he calmed down a little, he immediately noticed vibrations of particles of yellow mana from the earth around the monster and the girl, so he realized that they were extremely realistic, but Basilisk had no need to drag the test to the Ethiopian. After which, Arthur decided to clarify with the man whether it was really possible for a lower being to achieve a level of understanding of mana that would be comparable to the level of Birdo's mana. Brad, in response to these words, assured the guy that it was not really in his nature to consider this something impossible, but he would say confidently that it was unlikely. But in any case, he asked the guy not to worry about it. Although Arthur didn't quite understand why he shouldn't worry about this, the man decided to explain it to him because it was quite important. The ideal was that he was simply a walking collection of statistically unlikely things, and also, in the opinion of the men, the guy had an innate ability to control all four elements, as well as some of their deviant forms. In other words, he wanted to tell Arthur that he was incredibly lucky, because even Asura did not have such abilities and such luck. This made the guy smile, and so he told the man that if he was trying to cheer him up in this way, then he was very pleased, and he was very glad that he was treated this way. Well, the man didn't add anything. At some point he jumped up and took Arthur's hand, although it wasn't entirely clear why he did it. But after a few seconds, everything became clear. He held a small stone in his hands and told Arthur that it was a mineral called acrite, and in itself it was a rather rare but useless piece of rock, but after proper cleaning and processing, this stone was capable of something interesting. After which, the man reminded the boy that he had already told him that he was not forging balls, but creating them, and that if he used this small stone and the right tools, he could essentially grow weapons, which sounded rather strange to Arthur, since growing doesn't quite fit the word sword. Brad sighed again in response to these words because he understood that for lower beings, all this was incredibly difficult, and therefore he allowed the guy to think as he felt most comfortable, as long as he understood everything perfectly. After which he took the boy's hand and began to talk about how, under normal circumstances, he would have spent years, perhaps even decades, constantly analyzing Arthur's fighting style, and then he would have extracted the information he needed to create the perfect weapon suitable for him. But due to the circumstances, he would do it a little differently, after which he began to pour this mineral into the boy's hand. Arthur didn't quite understand what was happening, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the man literally began to squeeze the stone into his palm with all his strength. This caused the boy incredible pain, but in the man's opinion there was no other way out, because this was the only way he could synthesize acri using the feather and scales of Lady Servi, since both of these things are not a part of Arthur himself. After which, he also did not forget to tell Arthur that his every movement, thought, and change in his body would affect the shape of his weapon. Moreover, the man was not even sure that it would appear in principle. Given this information, Arthur didn't understand at all why he would do this if the outcome was unclear. Besides, Arthur was sure that the man was not going to make any weapons for him, so he wanted to know why he suddenly changed his mind. The brother thought the answer to this question was elementary, But since the guy was asking, it meant he didn't understand. So he told him that the thing was that in order for the guy to deal with a clan of leaders and their offspring, he would need something more than just a sharp stick, and besides, time was running out. The last phrase disappointed and upset Arthur, because he was sure that he still had about 2 years before the expected start of the war. Then the brand came even closer to him and said that Vinca had recently received a message from Alda Ra with fresh news from Delictna. And although Vincent and the Lord asked Arthur not to say anything, the brother still believed that the guy needed to know all the information so that he could make an informed decision. So he decided to tell the guy directly that these minerals that he introduced into his body are unpredictable, and therefore it might take a year, maybe even 5, before it manifests itself as a weapon. But in any case, he wanted the boy to understand that he needed to become stronger for the war as soon as possible, and Arthur himself understood this perfectly well. He was more interested in the question of why he was so impatient. Then Red finally made up his mind and told the guy that, despite the fact that the army was still on the way, the war had actually already begun. At first, this surprised the guy and sent him into shock, but then it made him even more angry and he didn't understand what they were talking about, because the Finn had definitely told him that he had at least 2 more years. Brad found these words funny because he thought that the guy should understand that warriors are like that. They are unpredictable, and you can't say for sure when they will start or when they will end. Arthur didn't care at all, and in that case he decided that it was better for him to return right now, because without him, this war definitely couldn't be won. But apparently, no one was going to let the guy go just like that, so the guards used their magic to detain the guy. After which, the brother asked the guy to think rationally, because if he leaves now, what are the chances of victory? Just go and die at the hands of the enemy. Is that normal and reasonable? Turning to the man, Arthur began to prove to him that he had been training with the etheric sphere for months, so he was more than confident that he was ready to face them. Besides, he decided to ask the question he wanted to know, or wasn't that the whole point of his being here? Brad understood everything perfectly, but also asked the guy to understand the fact that this was not enough yet, because in his current state, even a servant could easily defeat him. So the brand decided to ask the guy for a year. According to him, this time would be enough to improve the guy's martial arts skills, and then he would be able to confidently give Descartes a chance to win. At that moment, Arthur understood perfectly well that Brad was right, and that if he went now, the chance of winning was incredibly low and most likely they would lose, so he decided to agree to it. Meanwhile, in the ward, the girl continued to prove to her grandfather that she could fight, although he, behind his calm expression, tried to convince her otherwise. The man who was also with them agreed with the old man, because he believed that it was too risky to take the girl to the battlefield at the present time, and besides, there was no particular need for it. These words angered her even more, because she did not understand how much longer they had to wait until the risk of attack exceeded the risks associated with her appearance on the battlefield. Besides, she asked them not to forget that they themselves said that she had become much stronger than before. Then the man with a calm intonation noted that even if this was true, it was still not enough. She didn't try to prove anything more. She just turned around and started to leave, smiling slyly, because a small plan had formed in her head. The old man found it very difficult to dissuade the girl, and so he decided to ask the man again whether this was definitely the best decision, to which the man once again noted that he only needed to remember how important his granddaughter was to Arthur, and then all the answers to the questions would become clear. In the man with the eye on his head's opinion, it doesn't matter how many years the Suras spend on his training, the presence of the girl on the battlefield will interfere with his decision, so they will have a slight advantage. Meanwhile, the princess approached one of the entrances where there were guards. They asked her to explain to them what brought her here. Without any explanation, she asked them to open the doors immediately so that she could go inside. In response, she received words from one of the guards that they had not received orders from the commander of the Virian, or Lord Alda Adam, that anyone had been called to leave the palace. But before the princess could answer, one of the copies approached the exit and ordered the guards to open the doors immediately, because according to her, the princess was carrying out an assignment with her. After these words, the guards began to open the doors, because they simply had no other way out. As soon as the doors opened, there was another man behind them who approached Princess Tessia and asked her to inform him of the destination so that he could indicate it on the official documents. Now she could say with confidence that she was going to go to the city of these and would like to do it as soon as possible. In response to this request, the man who operated the teleport noted that due to the increased number of people outside, he asked that the necessary means for identification be prepared before arrival. Before leaving, Tessia decided to check with Arai again if she really wanted to babysit her, to which the head of the spear replied that she had just finished classes with Princess Caitlyn, so a short break would definitely not hurt her. This Stein was once the capital of the human kingdom. People remembered how they learned in school that this city was built on the western coast of the continent, and thus it was as far away as possible from the countries of the dwarves and elves, as well as the animal fields. Now, given the hell that is happening in the animal fields, the city has become the quietest, also an ideal place for defense, surrounded on 3 sides by the ocean. Yet, more than a year into the war, more than a year after the public declaration of war, King Glider destroyed the city and created from its ruins the last line of defense against the Aryan army. Now, Tessia also arrived in paradise, actively hiding from the gaze of people and pretending that they were just travelers, but always keeping their sword at the ready. Taya was a little confused at times about the experience of going to heaven, since in her opinion this city was the farthest from all the battles. And here, she believed, there were the fewest threats. But Rai convinced the girl that in wartime one must always be prepared for the worst, and even if it seems that they are safe, they must still be ready. During this trip, Tess decided to ask Vara about the fact that she had recently completed Caitlyn's lesson and was interested to know how the Glider twins were coping with their training. In answer to these questions, Vera always told the girl that Byron had told her that Curtis was determined and hard-working, but his progress was very slow, and despite being a beast tamer, his understanding of mana was, at best, average. As for Princess Caitlyn, everything is the opposite with her. She copes well with her training, and she was told that she always stood out for her talent. And now, after these 2 years, she understands why. Vara believed that no one would likely be able to surpass her, although she constantly forgot about that guy named Arthur, and for her he was an anomaly of a completely different level, who couldn't even be put on the same list with the guys. Vara could only imagine what he would become upon his return from Os, but most of all, she hoped that he would be prepared for military service and that he would help them win. Tedai completely agreed with her, and she was also interested in the question of whether she thought Allegri's army would be able to get here. After all, according to the director of the Cynthia, Lair is located to the west of Delicate, and given this information, one could assume that this does not mean that these walls are closest to their city. According to Bara, she confirmed this assumption, but she also added that it was worth mentioning that there was no effective means of transporting troops across the ocean. Therefore, it could be said that they would come up with a more reasonable method, for example, go through the teleportation gates that they built throughout the territory of the animal fields. In this way, the leader will be able to carry a significant number of soldiers and hide them from reconnaissance in an endless labyrinth of tunnels and dungeons until they have accumulated the forces necessary for an attack. TCI, listening to all this information, thought about the information they know about the enemy. For the most part, these are the words of Director Cynthia, and Mr. Aldi was able to weaken the curse that prevented her from giving out any information to her homeland, but she still fell into a coma. So because of the war with her grandfather, the relationship became strained, but she is not the only one in turmoil, because he and the council are doing everything possible to support the people. After the death of the king and queen of Grain Dars, the dwarves rebelled, and the light had to establish relations with them from scratch while simultaneously assisting the cities preparing for war. Even though the grandfather was constantly on edge in his own development because of all this, the session was still able to achieve good progress. When suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by shouts that the girl should step aside, her reaction was fast enough. She instantly took out her sword and laid down the enemy who was coming at her. Thus, she was ready to attack. But after a few seconds of looking closely at the person who allegedly attacked her, she saw a familiar face, and it was Emily. They immediately started hugging because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Emily also greeted General Vayar, who stood behind them and was not entirely happy with such a meeting. But the princess was very glad to see her old friend, whom they had not seen for a long time. Tessia also decided to apologize to her friend for attacking her, because according to the girl, she jumped out of nowhere and her body reacted automatically, although Emily thought that she should apologize because she was carrying too much, and her glasses were on the floor, so she couldn't see where she was going. Moreover, according to her, it was even fun because no one could have imagined that they would meet under such conditions. Suddenly she realized that she couldn't just stand there and talk because she didn't have time to relax and needed to run faster. The princess did not quite understand why Emily had so little time to find out where she was rushing to which her old friend replied that it seemed she had incredibly important papers in her hands because Mr. Gedeon asked for help from the copies and advice. The princess misunderstood her a little, but then decided that it would be a good idea for them to go with Emily, because it would be much better for her. On the way, the princess decided to ask her old friend about what she and Professor Gideon were currently working on, since she hadn't seen her in the castle for a long time. Emily, in response to this question, began to say that it was not worth calling him professor, because she considered him a crazy master, who could hardly be called normal, and she was not even talking about entrusting him with the education of a new generation. Moreover, she was ready to swear that she could not say exactly how many times he had to be pulled out with a pile of debris and useless trash that arose after the explosion he created. After this, Emily decided to ask how the princess was doing and how she had spent the last few days, to which the girl asked Emily not to address her so formally because she would convince the top that she hated it. As for her affairs, according to her, everything is simply disgusting, and Amelia cannot imagine how stuffy it is in the castle, which Emily could not help but argue with, because for a castle, there are rather narrow corridors and low ceilings. Emily also decided to point out that she had recently heard that it was not the season for flying castles, but it was all a joke, because lately she had been spending several hours a day with someone like a master, and her sense of humor had significantly deteriorated, because it was simply impossible to communicate with such a person. The princess, in turn, believed that Emily wasn't doing so badly because she wasn't sitting under house arrest in the palace with Sura and her overbearing grandfather, who shuddered at her every breath. So the girls got together to complain about life and cry. Amelia believed that the princess was too strict with her grandfather, because he was not really such a cruel person. He was just worried about her after she was kidnapped. The princess herself understood this perfectly well, so she tried to behave more or less well last year, but she still believes that the only way to convince herself that she is actually getting stronger is to continue training every day. But given the recent raids by the forces of the Arena Beast field, the princess at the moment would most like to be on the battlefield, which Emily had no doubt about, so she decided to check with the girl if there was any news about Arthur. But both girls had heard nothing about him, only what Aldi R2 told them, who repeated every time that all they needed to know about Arthur was that he was training and would be back very soon. After which, Emily asked a question that greatly upset TC, because she wanted to know what was going on with Elijah and if there was any news from him, to which the princess disappointedly said that at the moment there was no news, although so much time had passed, and she still had no idea why Elijah was taken alive. All she knows about him at the moment is that he tried to save her, but was captured. Their conversation was interrupted by General Kopiev, who told the girls that they were there and it was time for them to concentrate. They entered the building where Emily had recently been living, where there were also several dozen other people. The first thing I noticed was that it smelled really bad here and I wanted to know what it was, but Emily said she had no idea because it always smelled like that here. She also said that in this room they melt and purify a lot of different minerals and materials, so it was almost impossible to distinguish the smells here. As their conversation was interrupted by a voice turning to Emily, They wanted to know how much longer they had to tell her that these minerals could not be stored in the same container, because they would draw out each other's beneficial properties and gradually turn into useless boulders. It was the voice of her master, whom she would not confuse with anyone else, and the girl was absolutely right, because literally a few seconds later he ran out of one of the laboratories with some kind of box and was heading somewhere in a hurry. He didn't even notice Emily and his guests. He just ran ahead, and the guys were met by the butler, who greeted the princess and the general, and also noted that he was quite surprised that they returned so quickly, although, according to him, Mr. Gedeon expected this. Amelia decided to find out what she was delivering and what kind of papers these were, to which the butler answered her that these were some very important reports that the gentleman had been waiting for a very long time, and therefore was nervous about them being delivered intact and safe. In response to these words, Emily decided to find out what was inside these papers. But before the palace could explain anything properly to her, that same master ran up to them and started sorting through all those papers, and when they asked him what he was doing, he simply ignored them. When he finished this mad shuffling of papers, he turned to the general and told her that he had already submitted the official request to the council, but since they were already here, it seemed to him that it would be better if they went with him. Vara, in response to his words, only wanted to know where he was going to take them. According to the man, everything is quite simple, and they will go to the eastern shore, the northern border of the animal fields. That same day, a few hours later, they mounted their horses and set out on their journey. The road was fairly easy, but none of them relaxed and expected that things would get even more difficult. During this journey, the princess thought a lot about the fact that Professor Regin was a rather strange person. She didn't understand why he decided to go to the animal fields in such a hurry. And the road was quite fast, and after several hours, they finally arrived at the place, so the master asked each of them not to lose their vigilance and be on the alert. As it turned out, they arrived at the very place where the ship, which was called Decus, was located. At that moment, the professor remembered how they had pursued him and tried to force him to invent a way to travel across the ocean. Then he invented a special apparatus, the engine of which was a special apparatus that received energy by burning certain materials. Taking this story into account, the princess realized that this was not the same wild thaws that she thought of first, which was confirmed by the master himself, who told her that this was much worse. She didn't quite understand why he was saying this and what it meant that it was much worse, but he apparently wasn't going to answer her questions and simply went ahead to this ship. The princess was a little unprepared for her questions to be answered like this, and some of them to be ignored altogether, but Emily had long been accustomed to this, so it wasn't surprising to her. Leading to the territory of this ship, they immediately noticed that there was some kind of battle there, and they also noticed traces of the teeth, and therefore they were afraid to imagine what size the monster must have been that was capable of such a thing, although according to the general, there were no signs of life, and therefore she thought that it was quite safe here. The princess, walking around this ship, could not understand what kind of place this was, if this was not the DGT-IOS, which she thought it was. She also wondered if anyone other than the master could have built something similar, and what's most interesting is when did this ship even set sail, and where were the people who were here? Her thoughts seemed to be read by General Vera, who began to tell the girl that everything here had been destroyed, and that someone had done it intentionally, erasing the traces that would indicate the origin of this ship. In the princess's opinion, it seemed that whoever was in control of the ship did not want anyone to know what was here. Then Emily noted that she had a question. What if the master's plans were leaked, and perhaps one of his competitors or enemies was able to get their hands on them? At that moment, the master continued to go deeper into the ship and talk about how just a few days ago this ship was sunk into the ocean floor. If it weren't for a group of adventurers who stumbled upon it just at the moment of low tide, he would never have known about it. But what worried them most was the question of where the ship's crew was. Had they all drowned? To which the master confidently replied that this was not the case, because in that case there would have been some traces left, but there were none here. However, there were no traces, no holies, nothing, so it was safe to say that the crew definitely did not want anyone to see this ship, let alone visit it. General Vara immediately noted that when she saw the ship for the first time, she immediately had a bad feeling, but she would have preferred to hear confirmation from the master. The man then said that when he read the report, he began to pray to all the gods that his fears would be resolved, but apparently his prayers were not heard. After which he told about his guesses, and according to him, it is possible that this is the ship of the original DGT Say, and it was controlled by a crew that once disappeared, and they somehow managed to return safe and sound. However, after careful examination, he was convinced that this ship was not a wild thaws and never had been one, nor did it arrive with a delegate. Emily understood what the man wanted to say and asked him not to do it, but apparently that was exactly what the master wanted to say, after which he firmly declared that the fact of his existence fundamentally changed the main directions in this war. This means that the Aryan arsenal now has the ability to build ships capable of transporting an entire division across the ocean. Meanwhile, the princess's grandfather sat in his office and thought that it seemed like the situation was getting better much faster than they could have expected. Meanwhile, Gaiden announced to the management that he had found out about the ships, and they, of course, were not delighted, so they asked him to repeat it several times, which the master did. After which he said that although he only assumed that the ship was built in Alari, he was absolutely certain that the ship found was not a wild coward. They listened to him attentively, and in principle, everything was quite logical, but they still did not understand where he got such confidence from. To which the man replied that he was proud to have created the ship and wanted people to know whose hands had created it, so he had applied his beard's autographs, so to speak, along the entire length of the hull. But on the ship they found, there was not a single signature that the man left during construction. Moreover, when creating the frame, he used completely different materials. Most of the kings were very worried about this, because the report from the region was truly terrible, although not everyone was so calm, and this was a little surprising, because Blin believed that he could not remain calm, knowing that their enemy probably had an entire fleet of warships. It was also safe to say that things would not go well for them, because they had the opportunity to transport an army of hundreds, even 1,000 mage soldiers across the ocean, and they were already barely coping with the detection of these abominations in the dungeons of the animal fields. The man with the eye on his head asked to stop this panic and decided to turn to Varya to find out what she thought about the current situation. The general, taking a copy, began to say that although she did not have extensive knowledge about the structure of ships, she agreed with the inventor, and that the absence of Lee on the ship spoke volumes. Then one of the queens decided to ask a question in which she suggested that perhaps this was a trap, some kind of strategy by which they would not be able to divide their troops and drive them deeper into the territory of the fields. But she was quickly given an answer, saying that if Alacaria was not pursuing the goal of dividing their forces, then it would be logical to leave the ship somewhere off the western coast in order to draw attention to these territories. Then, given the frequent changes in water levels, they would not be able to miraculously find this ship. Thus, it was important to say with almost certainty that their enemy was trying to gradually transport an entire army into the depths of the beast fields, but it would be foolish to assume that this was the only maneuver undertaken by their enemy. Therefore, they can only prepare for an attack from two sides, but given the lack of a leader among the dwarves, they also get the warrior mages who could help in this confrontation. Then one of the kings decided to ask Alduin for permission to join them on their next trip to the dwarf kingdom, and he believed that they needed to fortify the city, which was located on the western shore. The princess's grandfather completely agreed with him. If they wanted to win this war, they would need the help of the No, with whom they were currently not on the best terms. At that moment, the old man couldn't help but think that Alacria had a way of transporting people across the ocean all this time. Asia had ended up on one of their ships, and he couldn't even be angry that the Ray had allowed Tessie to join. Moreover, to be honest, he was surprised that the Tess had spent so much time in the castle. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by his granddaughter, who knocked on the door and asked her grandfather for permission to enter, since she had been told that he was looking for her. The man happily asked her to come in, after which he stood up and began to talk about how he had something he wanted to show her. He took out some kind of crystal, from which after a few seconds, various kinds of memories began to emerge, which, according to the old man, are very important to him, and now he wants to convey them to the girl. Taking a closer look, the girl noticed that it depicted one of the battles, where the opponents fought tooth and nail, destroying each other as cruelly as possible. But as it turned out later, according to the old man, it was just a recording of a real battle that was made about 5 days ago. He also said that among the 400 people who were sent to the top of the dungeon, in this battle alone, they lost 200 warriors and 20 mages. Thus, in the man's opinion, he was the one who gave the order to descend, and their death was solely on his conscience. After which, he lowered his head and began to speak in a quiet voice about how the war had only just begun. But he had already done things, made choices for which he would never forgive himself, and like her grandfather, out of his own selfishness, he only wanted her to be safe. He then asked her to understand that no matter how valuable a contribution she could make to this battle, he still wanted nothing more than to send her to this place. Before she could say a word, the old man began telling her that she was undoubtedly a terrifyingly talented Mac, and given the training she had put in over the last 2 years, she would be a force to be reckoned with on the field. The thought still lingered in his head that no matter how strong the girl was, just one mistake, one small miscalculation, and her life could end there. So he tried in every way to forbid her from participating in such battles. But apparently he couldn't do it all the time, so he called her to him in order to finally allow her to take part in Lithuania, because he understood perfectly well that it would be better for him to do it himself than for her to just run away. After those last words, he raised his head and confidently began to tell her that once she saw just a small part of what she would have to endure, she might lose the desire to participate in this battle. And so he wanted to ask her again if she was sure that she wanted to join this madness. Tess understood perfectly well how serious this question was and what exactly her grandfather wanted to hear from her. So with complete confidence in her eyes, she answered him that she was more than ready for this battle and would never back down in her life. Then he threw his sword straight at her and said that the time had come when the girl would have to prove her determination and show what she was really capable of. But before letting her go to that very hell, her grandfather decided to test her a little, in a battle where they would meet one-on-one, in a battle where no one would help the girl, so that she could feel what she would soon face. Before he began and unleashed a barrage of blows on his granddaughter, the old man decided to check with her whether she really understood the rules of this battle. The girl, without any hesitation, also began to use her aura and told him that she was more than aware of what was happening here, and assured the old man that she was ready for it. So, after a few seconds, the battle began, and the girl, with the utmost caution, began to carry out her task, namely, to win this battle and begin to help in the war. Early on, she delivered fairly powerful blows, which were sometimes incredibly difficult for the old man to block, but in any case, this made him happy, and he understood that the girl was only getting stronger and stronger every day. But be that as it may, he, in any case, easily found her weak spots, so his counterattacks were a big problem for the girl, since she sometimes did not even understand where he would attack her from. But Tess, in any case, was not going to give up as soon as she found herself on the ground, but immediately used a huge amount of her energy and continued the fight. At that moment, the old man couldn't help but notice that her control over the will of the beasts had become much better, and this couldn't help but make him happy. All these were just words, and although the girls liked that her old man spoke about her like that, they in any case actively continued to fight, no matter how difficult it was for them. All this continued until the moment when Tessia decided not to use what would allow her to easily defeat the most powerful mages of this continent, namely her special form of energy. After she entered this form, her blows became even more powerful, She dealt such crushing blows that it became difficult for the old man not only to block, but he literally stopped fighting, but only defended himself. But in the end, no matter how hard the girl tried, no matter what blows she used, the old man was still able to catch her and at some point literally landed her from the sky to the ground, thereby winning the fight. After this fight, the girl was even more upset because she literally dreamed of winning this fight against the old man, but she lost again, and even after all her training, she was unable to land a clean blow that would help her win. But in response to her words, the old man decided to smile and say that on the battlefield, she would be obliged to address him as commander and not grandfather. She immediately got up from Paul and began to smile because she understood perfectly well what this meant and why the old man was saying this, because now they would be on the same team and would confront the enemy together. But he immediately assured her that he had several conditions that she would be obliged to fulfill. The first thing she had to do was get consent from her mother and father. He also said that she needed to understand the seriousness of her status because the commander of her squad or battalion would notice this, but it was up to her whether she would become a burden. He also asked her to understand that if her comrades felt that she was unable to take care of them, he would immediately call her off the battlefield. And what's more important is that he says she should try to avoid situations where she has to use her second phase transformation because he believes she hasn't learned to control it properly yet and is therefore vulnerable in that form. The smile disappeared from the girl's face, and in response to his words, she began to say that the master had already told her about this, and, judging by his words, the beast that sits inside her is somehow different from ordinary beasts, although he cannot say exactly why. But in any case, she was more than sure that there was nothing to worry about, because she believed that she could avoid such a situation, so she would immediately begin to fulfill his conditions and first find her father and mother to ask them for permission. But before she left, the old man again asked her to wait, because he also wanted to tell her that from that moment on, he would no longer be her grandfather, and the actions and decisions he himself had taken were aimed at her safety. However, from this moment on, he is obliged to treat her accordingly, and, according to him, it does not matter from whom she received the order, from the general or from him. She must keep in mind that all orders will be given based on the best for the DK in the future and not for her personal safety. At this point, he finished speaking, and this was the last warning, after which she officially becomes an independent warrior. In response to his words, she simply ran up to him and hugged him, then added that from that moment on he was her commander. And she is ready to promise that she will be a loyal soldier who will protect the delicate and his people. He had no doubt about it, and that's why he was worried inside. After this conversation, General Virian went to Anna's room, where he entered quite unexpectedly, because the girl certainly did not expect to see him, although he assured her that everything was fine. He simply came to visit her. Before starting, he wanted to know how the girl was feeling, to which she assured the old man that she had recently finished taking the necessary nutritional supplements for her body and that her eating should soon become much better. The girl also assured the old man that the patient's body was physically normal, but no matter what they did, they were unable to wake her up. Given this information, the man realized that this meant that they had not changed at all, which is why they had to admit it, although she asked him not to rush to conclusions, because she believed that everything would change for the better. The old man sat down next to the old woman's body and simply decided to talk to her. What he wanted most of all was to find out from her what she was currently dreaming about and what was going on inside her mind. At that moment, he couldn't help but remember that the woman knew 100% that their opponents had started building ships in advance, because he never forgot that she was already with them when they built the first ship on the continent. Well, in fact, this is far from what he wanted to tell her, because he had another reason why he came here, and according to him, she definitely won't believe why he is here. After a short pause, he told the woman with a smile that he had just taken a session off to go to war, so he was more than sure that she would be surprised and perhaps even shocked. After which he began to laugh and talk about how he told his granddaughter that he would treat her like a soldier and not like a granddaughter or a relative, which made him laugh. He sees that this is all not true, and in fact he does not intend to do this. But his laughter stopped at one point, after which he began to talk with a little disappointment about how she realizes how much she wants to change something and become part of this battle. He also realizes how stubborn she is, and at some point, she can make a mistake that will be the main one in her life. Therefore, he decided and made a difficult decision for him. If the girl was going to fight in the war, then he would like her to at least be under his supervision. But still, it was quite difficult, because everything he does, or rather, the fact that he became king, was to avoid what is happening now, but all the influences took hold and turned the situation into an even more stalemate. Although he was well aware that Asura was nearby, monitoring his mental and emotional state, he was still the commander-in-chief who gave orders to the spears and the guild leader. He understood perfectly well that, against the background of the above, his desire to sit in the garden and then watch his granddaughter grow up might look rather stupid. But on the other hand, he asked himself a question in which he wanted to know what kind of stupid joke it was that made him send his own granddaughter to war. Well, be that as it may, Alduyan and ML, Blaine and Priscilla, they did everything to support him. But in the end, since Alder proclaimed him the only worthy leader of the Triple Military Alliance, they all expected smart prizes from him, which he tried to do. But now he sits in front of his woman and tells her that he outlived his wife, and he does not want to outlive his children and granddaughter either, because he was more than Vert, that he definitely cannot bear such pain. After this, he addressed the woman directly and began to tell her that he had completely forgotten that he had not had time to apologize to her, although he immediately felt that something was wrong, and she, in turn, reminded him of this every time. Now the man had no doubt that the woman had realized from the very beginning that she could die if information about Arya was revealed in RRE. He felt it too, but then he did not have the courage to stop her. Thus, in his opinion, he had a chance to take a higher position in this war, and for this, he allowed it to fall into this state. But now he is ready to promise both himself and her that he will never forgive himself for this again, because he should not have allowed this to happen in the first place. He felt especially hurt after he remembered what they had been through together and how his life would have turned out if he had not met her one day. And although he did not forget that there would have been those who found out that she was a spy and would have started to avoid her, he would never have done that, because he had perfectly demonstrated that she had made her choice and gone against her own people, and this decision shows how strong her will is. Well, be that as it may, the real war will soon begin, and for some time he simply won't be able to visit her, but he promised his friend that he would definitely return. And most importantly, he is ready to lay down his whole life in order to do everything possible and make every effort to wake her up. After some time, the Test, along with his new friends, continued to destroy the monster one after another. They joked and talked to her, saying that if she suddenly died, then their grandfather would simply finish them off. All this sounded quite funny to the girl, because in her opinion, she had already saved their lives many times and did it quite easily, so it seemed to her that they had no right to say something like that. No matter how good their mood was, they were still suffering from the fact that the number of monsters kept increasing, which did not give them any peace, because a little more, and they would definitely not be able to withstand it, and serious problems would begin for them. So at some point, they started talking about retreating, because they simply had no other choice, especially when they came to the conclusion that there were too many of these monsters for one of their teams. Tess believed that they were right, and she also didn't forget that they came here to reconnoiter the territories. So, after thinking a little more, they finally began to retreat, and did it as quickly as possible so that there would be a minimum number of casualties on their side. At this point, they had repeatedly said that it was much easier for mages to fight in this war because they sat behind the front lines and used their spells away from the real evil. But one of these mages categorically disagreed with these thoughts, because he always followed his group and at the right moments made powerful enough blows to help them, and this situation was no exception, because he used one of his blasters to destroy a large number of monsters and not let them catch up with them. It wasn't just an attack, it was a huge amount of energy that caused a powerful explosion and destroyed absolutely all the monsters that tried to catch up with them. As it turned out later, the guy simply used another double spell, although according to him, the recoil was slightly painful. That's why they told him in advance that he should train more so that such moments wouldn't happen, although he thought that there was no point in training with them, because during these training sessions, it didn't help at all. But I asked them to calm down, because in her opinion, the fire would not hold back the monsters for long, and while they had this chance, they should take advantage of it and get away from here as quickly as possible. But in response to her words, they decided to ask her to get them normal food, because she is a princess after all, and should eat well, and they, in turn, have been eating some kind of porridge for several days, which the locals call food. Well, not everyone said that, and some members of the team believed that the guys should hit on the princess, although one of them believed that he shouldn't be despised because of his beauty, which couldn't help but mess them up even more. While talking like this, they immediately approached those very doors behind which the exit from this dungeon, where they had been for quite a long time, was hidden. Although, if one could say so, it was not exactly an exit to the outside. It was just a small military base where different groups could gather together and find safety, thereby strengthening their positions. The princess thought for a bit, but decided to tell him there that they could go wash up and rest a bit, and then maybe she would get them some food so they could have a snack. Thoughts were racing through her head about how they had traveled a huge distance in 3 months, making these people like a small family to her. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a girl who called the princess, and as soon as she turned around, she saw Helen in front of her. She immediately ran to her to hug her and tell her how glad she was to see her. DVL, the fourth and most handsome son of the respected house of Clara, however, it was not for nothing that he began to turn up his nose, because he ended up on a team of the best warriors. Heald immediately turned to another girl, who was also part of the princess's team, and her name was Reedy, which surprised the girl a little because she had no idea where she knew her name from. After which, Hella began to talk about the fact that the Rido family had served Clara's family for generations and her impeccable control of the mana that covers her body. This becomes obvious, so she immediately realized that the Rido family is famous for its unique glove-fighting technique, and Clara's family is famous for its axe-fighting technique. The same applies to Curry, whose parents were never able to have sons. Dawa, who was kicked out of the house by his father and sent to war as soon as he reached the solid yellow stage, and also on the team was Korea, who has conservative parents who raised her as a son her whole life, so they made a pretty good couple. And yet, despite his rude nature, Darvaza is actually only interested in 2 things. First, he loves to flirt with all women, and second, he looks after his childhood friend. Korea was just as headstrong as Davut, perhaps even more so, and despite her old upbringing, she was a bright and optimistic girl, so she became the key link that held their team together. Their constant battle between each other amused the team and was never boring because of it, although Jarvis repeatedly asked her to stop resorting to their violence because it would not lead to anything good. So at one point, Hal, looking at all this, noticed that they both looked like Arthur and Tess. This made everyone laugh, except for Tess herself, who was not entirely happy to hear this. She had not heard anything from Arthur for a long time, and therefore she felt a little sad. While they were talking to each other there, one of the doubles approached a young paper man who was creating weapons in the form of crossbows. When he was asked about his new invention, he became a little embarrassed, and nevertheless told about the fact that he had to create it, taking into account his deviant abilities. Tess heard his words, so she decided to point out that the stand would only need to store a ready-made spell in the form of beast cores in this weapon. When others heard about such skills, they were not exactly interested, because none of them even suspected that the guy was so strong and could use his magic in such a form. During the evaluation, the stand made a good impression, and Professor Gedeon personally introduced it to the princess's grandfather, because he is a dark yellow stage magic caster, which was duet with a growth with the elements of wind and fire. but due to the lack of mana in the core, he could not store the standard amount of mana for his level in it. And yet, Stenta proved that his unique and useful deviant powers compensated for this. Thus, the princess's team was the youngest among those stationed in this dungeon. But they fought every day in these dungeons for their country, so she was more and more proud of this with every second, especially since they were able to personally show themselves. Besides, it is not the units that are doing well here, so although she was glad to meet them, she could not help but ask them something. Namely, she turned to Highland, from whom she wanted to know what brought her here. After this question, the Halon's mood clearly changed, and she began to tell the girl that they had just returned from the wall and, given her tone, one could confidently say that everything there was not as smooth as it might seem. According to her, despite the current situation, the situation there was not good, so they were sent here to help with reconnaissance. They also became very interested in finding out what they saw there that they literally had to turn back. After talking for a while, they all understood perfectly well the fact that they were sitting with the magicians of Alavi, which could not help but surprise them. Helen confirmed this information and also added that they were at the wall for about 4 months, and the wall is a kind of base, but the battles take place throughout the entire territory of the animal fields, and thus the main problem is not the magicians, but the animals. That's why their commanding generals sent them here, because they believe that this cave contains mutated beasts of the class that are under the control of Aryan. They believe that with the help of this mutant, they are not able to control hundreds or even 1,000 simple monsters, thereby extracting maximum benefit from this, and from their side, this is nothing but disadvantages. So they were given a mission where they had to find and destroy this monster before their enemy used it to destroy the wall. Mutants are a kind of corrupted, control-confirmed monsters, mostly representing the rulers of the dungeon. Using them, you can control hundreds of other beasts that were originally under their control. As long as these mutants exist, the rest of the beasts of the same species will follow and fight alongside them. There were about a dozen squads that were trying to find and exterminate the mutants before the enemies could take advantage of them and advance towards the wall. The dungeon her team was assigned to turned out to be the home of an S-class mutant. Defeating him was a strategically important task, and so the princess realized that the situation was incredibly serious and asked to tell her more about the battles at the wall. At some point, the guy couldn't take it anymore and angrily broke out of the crowd and turned to the princess to tell her that these were some fairy tales that her nanny read to her while she lay peacefully in bed. With these words, he decided to remind her that this is a war and people are dying here, and if they are lucky, there will be losses on both sides. She silently looked at him and listened as he continued to speak, and then, "What does war mean?" As a friend, she interrupted him and decided to clarify that she asked about this because after defeating this monster, she wanted to send them to the battlefield, and therefore she wanted to at least prepare a little. Another member of their team intervened in the conversation to at least somehow lighten the mood, and for this, the girl suggested that they set up camp and also prepare dinner for their return in order to at least restore their strength a little. The angry guy walked away from the princess, saying something to himself, so 2 more team members approached her to tell the princess not to take Adam's words to heart, because the battlefield turned out to be harder than they could have expected, and apparently that's why he was a little angry. They also didn't forget to tell her that here they are fighting monsters. Although the animals' actions are predictable, they still destroy only for the sake of survival, and to some extent, this is merciful. Some of the team members didn't quite understand what the guys wanted to say with this, but the guy confidently said that it was all for informational purposes. According to the girl, the coin is the most horrific, and each side is trying to extract information from the other, which is why violence occurs. And what is most important in her opinion is the main method of taking people prisoner, which was that they were taken by force and then tortured. She explained that when fighting here, it's easy to divide the sides into black and white, so it's not always clear to whom the same animals belong. However, when fighting with other people who speak in the same way, scream in pain and beg for mercy, One can lose sight of the lines, the world turns gray, and it becomes more difficult to distinguish between right and wrong, which is why they must constantly be on guard and not forget who they are. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted when they heard cries for help behind them that could literally be heard throughout the entire cave. Turning around, they saw one of the knights holding his colleague in his arms and literally begging everyone to look at them and call a doctor. At first, the princess was a little disappointed by what she saw, but then she came to her senses again because she understood perfectly well that this kind of thing happens here quite often, so there is no need to focus all her attention on it. After everything had more or less calmed down, the princess and her friends went to the medical center where the other knights were lying, which is why they were surprised that she was there, and so they decided to ask her if everything was okay and if she was hurt. Behind her was Helen, whom all the knights also knew well. The girl herself approached her acquaintance and told him that she was very glad to see him, because they had once fought in the same squad. The man first decided to find out from HL what brought her here in the first place, and whether everything was okay with him. Before she could say a word, another woman interrupted the conversation and began to say that the princess most likely wanted to know the news that had been brought to them this morning, which made the princess laugh, as she was once again convinced that nothing could be hidden from the elder. The elder did not pay attention to this and turned to the boy who was next to the princess. She asked him to help him arrange the herbs on the shelves so that she could begin to carry out her duties. Helen intervened in the conversation, wanting to tell Arena that they didn't want to disturb her, but they were ordered to periodically report the situation to their superior at the wall. So she figured the fastest way to find out was to talk to the person who was in their hospital. My old friend immediately noticed that Helen had made the right decision, but in his opinion, it might take quite a long time to get an answer from him. And when they decided to clarify what was wrong with this man, the doctor said that dehydration and severe fatigue could most likely indicate that he had not drunk for several days, which is why his vital energy had dropped to a minimum. And judging by the condition of his feet, they could say with certainty that he had been running for quite a long time without stopping. With all this in mind, they only wanted to hear the answer to one question, which was, why had the man been running for so long that he couldn't even stop to replenish his supplies? But suddenly he interrupted their conversation when he abruptly got out of bed and started screaming. After some time, he calmed down a little and immediately wanted to know how long he had been unconscious and what had happened to him. But before talking to him and telling him about everything that happened, I terribly decided to hand him a glass of water and asked him to drink a little. Then a Highland acquaintance spoke to him, wanting to tell the man that he had just woken up, but they needed to know what had happened, and according to his reasoning, only the man could know where the rest of the team was. The man, hearing this, sadly lowered his head and said that in fact everything was very bad, because all the other members of the team died. In other words, he wanted to tell him that the only one who survived was him. If we are to believe his story, at some point he had a very serious argument with the head of their detachment and decided to leave them. But over time he realized that he was wrong and decided that he should ask for forgiveness, and also that he should not leave them, so almost as soon as they left, he followed them. But when he finally caught up with them, his life turned upside down because he saw his team being attacked by monsters and they were much deadlier than the ones they met here. So he guesses that there must have been about 100 of them, and some were even armed with their weapons. Because of this, his team was quickly defeated, and some were destroyed so brutally that it will remain in the man's memories for the rest of his days. He was lucky that he fell behind the team, and also lucky that he was able to hide for a moment, not allowing himself to be destroyed so easily. But he still had to hide for several days before he managed to set up the teleportation gate. After which he told his interlocutors that he could not risk activating them, so that the monsters would not destroy them before he could use them. So he decided to simply run as fast as he could to get to a place where he could be helped as quickly as possible. They listened to him attentively. At some point, the man decided to point out that when he said that he was tired of the gates of Tilport of Tian, did he really mean the same thing? The poor, frightened man, with tears in his eyes, confirmed his theory and said that there was a huge door behind him, and it was as if they were protecting something that was behind it, and given what he heard, he could assume that they found what they were looking for. And what he meant was a mutant's lair, with a class that had been sitting in a cave for centuries and not coming out. After hearing this conversation, most of the guys thought that the animals they had dealt with before were nothing compared to what they would encounter when they passed through this gate. As a friend of one of the team members was thinking, his colleague interrupted him when he came closer and said that the guy was thinking too loudly. It was an accident that gave the stand a hand and told it that it needed to warm up, otherwise it could get hurt for a year during the battle, which at some point could become critical. The guy felt a little awkward, but he eventually agreed and went with Korea to warm up. After some time, the squad was ready to go out, and after a short warm-up, they would go into battle. According to the commander, they don't have exact information about the number of monsters that are on the other side, but all the princess wanted to tell them was that they absolutely must survive, and that they should all go together to have an incredibly delicious dinner. After these words, they once again confirmed their readiness, and a few seconds later they moved into battle, where the most dangerous monsters in the cave could await them. Once inside, they almost immediately encountered the most dangerous monsters that could exist, but they had no other option and simply decided to engage in a fight with them, which could end in either victory or great disappointment for them. There were a large number of casualties on each side, although people were prepared for this, but in any case, they could not simply destroy people, because their strength exceeded the strength of the previous monsters. The battle lasted for some time. People tried to fight as best they could, destroying monsters one after another, although victory was still far away. Start also stood far away from everyone, but he was no less useful, because thanks to his cannon, he destroyed a fairly large number of monsters, using almost all of his power. But because he needed to recharge from time to time, he was paired with a Korea, who would come to the guy's aid in time to give him time to recharge. Her strength was incredibly enormous. She was literally capable of destroying 3 or even 4 monsters at once with just one blow. After some time, another guy joined them, who decided that the time had come to prove that the stand was not useless, which was a little offensive, but the guy understood perfectly well that it was all a joke. The princess also did not stand still, and thanks to her ability of vines, she also took part in the fight, and thanks to her, the monsters could do nothing but stand still and try to get out of the tree's web. At some point she decided that the time had come to gather all the monsters in one place to destroy them with one blow. To achieve this, a gift entered the battle, creating its own fire magic to unite each monster into one and destroy them. Stenta also participated in the destruction of a huge number of monsters because it was he who created a huge sphere with his weapon that was supposed to destroy all the others. It was so powerful that the same guy could not withstand the blast wave from its launch. The explosion was so powerful that the boys had to immediately seek shelter to avoid being hit or injured by the blast wave. After the explosion, they noticed that not even a speck of dust remained of the monsters, and this was only good news. Therefore, they began to rejoice at this event, shouting that if everything was okay, then they needed to immediately help deliver the wounded to the doctors, and those who were in serious trouble and could not fight further, they were obliged to return back to the camp to regain their strength and later join them again. After this blow, they immediately ran to the stand to help him get up, and also to praise the guy for delivering a strong enough blow that helped them destroy these monsters. Then their commander came out onto the hill and wanted to tell his soldiers that despite the sudden attack of the ZI army, they had achieved incredible success, and now they should continue the offensive with even greater confidence so that the death of their comrades would not be in vain. After these words, Standard became even more upset, because in his opinion, he would definitely not have the heart to call this fight a success, since so many people died who should have lived for many more years. In any case, he couldn't consider it a victory if for some people the significance of one life is something more than just the number of losses. Well, what was most important for the guy was that more than 10 people had already died, and they still hadn't been able to reach the lair where they needed to destroy the main monster. The princess was also not particularly happy with such success, She stood to the side and thought about how many more of her people would die today in order to reach the lair of that very monster. A few minutes after his friend's speech, his voice again thundered through the entire cave. He shouted that he had found the scout. Standard understood perfectly well that in this cave, to be precise, Sonya's soldiers became alive again, and all because they continued to actively prepare for the upcoming battle. In the 3 months they've been here, the guy's done a lot, but this is the first real blanket where they're fighting a mutant of a non-produced level. Judging by the way the Karya and the road were shaking, he could tell with certainty that they were a little nervous. But as for the princesses, he definitely couldn't say the same about her. Despite the fact that she is younger than them, she still remains focused and confident, which could not but please the guy. Because of this, he liked her even more, but the guy mentally told himself that he needed to control himself because she understood perfectly well that she was not in his league, especially since she was in love with Arthur. More than 2 or 3 by, they decided to stop for a bit and take a rest. The STD was watching the princess closely all this time, and at some point he noticed that something was wrong with her, so he decided to clarify what was the matter. The girl sighed and decided to tell them that, of course, it was great that they had won, but they had already lost about 20 soldiers, which couldn't help but upset her. One of them started making fun of the princess, saying that he definitely didn't believe her that she sympathized with those who died, although for her it wasn't funny at all, and she clearly asked him to shut his mouth. In any case, there were also those people who tried to calm the girl down, saying that they tried their best until the end, and in the end they won. He supported this conversation and said that the guys were right, because each of them knows that every time they go to bat, they take a risk, so it is impossible to save everyone. In any case, there were also those people who tried to calm the girl down, saying that they tried their best until the end, and in the end, they won. He supported this conversation and said that the guys were right, because each of them knows that every time they go to bat, they take a risk, so it is impossible to save everyone. The princess eventually agreed with him, and she understood perfectly well that they were right, and that she definitely wouldn't be able to save them all, no matter how much she wanted to. My mood dropped literally within a few minutes because she realized the fact that at this rate, she would definitely never be able to reach his level. Having heard these words, they decided to talk to the princess more seriously because they understood perfectly well that by the word him, she meant this guy, whom she constantly told them about, and she was talking about Arthur. They wanted to tell her that she often spoke of him as an all-powerful, inhumanly charming, handsome man who had no downsides, although they were not quite going to believe her that this assessment was unbiased. Although only one guy didn't believe it, we immediately decided to give an answer by saying that he was simply jealous, literature and everything that he could only dream of. The princess of the last Slaws decided to point out that Arthur was indeed quite popular at school, although she doubted that he himself realized it, and while she was talking about this, her friends continued to quarrel and argue about the fact that Arthur was not really like the princess described him. Suddenly, she decided to point out that, in fact, at their first meeting, he looked quite frightening to her, which is why she was even afraid of him for some time. But as soon as she spoke, they immediately reminded her of what she had once told them about him saving her from the merchant's robot when she tried to escape from home. It was true, and the princess did not deny it, and to be honest, now it seems to her that he did not do it from the heart, but followed some kind of plan. And in general, according to the guy, he didn't consider him that cool, and to be precise, he said that after she was kidnapped during the attack on the academy, Arthur didn't even make sure that she was safe, he just ran off God knows where. Here the princess became a little angry and stood up for Arthur, saying that Arthur had actually asked her grandfather about this, and besides, he had too little time to waste on such trifles. But he still considered it all complete nonsense, because he essentially abandoned the princess in order to secretly train somewhere, which is why the stand entered the dialogue and asked Darius to stop talking about it. After which the girl also joined in, asking him to understand that he was already going too far, although he believed that if they wanted to know his opinion, then he believed that Arthur simply ran away from the war, because he was afraid of dying. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess became even more angry and decided to convey to Dara there that sometimes Arthur might not understand something or act like a youth, but he is definitely not one of those guys who runs away from a battle in fear. Moreover, she was sure that Arthur and his desire to protect the people dear to him were too strong to be afraid of dying. Yes, he still considered it complete nonsense and didn't believe it, but he certainly wasn't going to argue further, because it seemed to him that it was useless. After all these compliments from Arthur, they wanted more and more to meet him in person to see the guy, because given how the princess talks about him, he must be incredibly strong. The princess herself really wanted to meet Arthur again, because they had not seen each other for a huge amount of time, and she already missed him quite a lot. A few hours later, they set out again. Passing through the caves, they noticed that it looked like some kind of trap that could close at any moment, and then they would have problems. But in any case, they continued to walk into the very depths of the tunnel, because the only thing they knew was that the low suddenly stopped them and decided to say with obscenities that they would soon reach the place where their scout sir and his team were ambushed by the animals. He also added that, according to his information, they would have to meet at least 100 orcs, and most importantly, they were larger and much more dangerous than anyone they had met before. In other words, she wanted the guys to be prepared for the worst-case scenario, because only then would they be able to get into the right frame of mind and win the battle. After the word, he invited them to run after him in order to quickly break into the battle and destroy as many enemies as possible. Well, as soon as they ran inside, you saw in front of you a whole mountain of monsters that someone had destroyed long before they came here. They still couldn't relax, because it looked even stranger than what they saw in front of them. In any case, they had no other option, and began to move towards that very large door that led to the monster's lair. The princess felt that something was fishy here, and that at any moment everything could change for the worse, so she ordered her people to hold their ground and not relax. One of them walked slowly towards the huge door, and as soon as he was so close, he immediately decided to notice that it was not completely closed, which caused them even more fear. But the commander-in-chief of the detachment ordered him to open this door immediately, since they had no other option, and then ordered everyone to gather and be ready for battle. But as soon as they opened this door, an even greater horror opened before them. There were monsters there, but the thing was that someone destroyed them before the guys came here. After thinking a little about what could have happened here, they realized that they had no choice but to move on and hope that after some time they would find out the answer to all their questions. And they were absolutely right, because after walking a few meters, on a huge mountain of monsters that had been destroyed, sat Arthur, who was waiting with a calm face for the guys to come to him. Before the princess had time to turn to Arthur and ask him what he was doing there, Sylvie, who was very happy to see the girl, suddenly burped at her. Her warriors tried to stop this beast because they believed that she was very dangerous, so the princess had to immediately react and ask her warriors to stop because this was her friend. But they weren't going to just listen to her, so they turned to Arthur with questions, and then what should he tell them? Who is he? What should they do here? Instead of 1,000 explanations, Arthur descended from this huge mountain quite easily and began to slowly approach them. Each of them activated their weapons and was prepared to defend themselves because they really didn't understand who he was and what he wanted from them. Coming even closer, Arthur finally spoke, and the first thing he wanted to do was convince the boys that he was their ally and they had nothing to fear. Helen, who was behind everyone, came forward because she saw a familiar face and was very happy that Arthur had finally returned. When they heard this, most of the boys realized that this was the same Arthur that the princess had told them so much about. But they still didn't quite understand what was happening to the princess at that moment, because if she was so bored, why was she now not reacting at all to the fact that he had arrived? Well, suddenly their conversations and hugs were interrupted by one of the commanders, who wanted to tell them that they had urgent issues that needed to be resolved immediately, after which he angrily decided to find out from Arthur what exactly happened here, because no one notified him that someone would join them during this operation, so he immediately wanted to know all the details. After thinking for a bit, Arthur answered him that he was sure that no one knew about his existence, because he arrived here less than an hour ago, and Arthur was also sure that they should have appeared in the middle of a huge pack of animals. These words made the man feel a bit unsure about whether the tour was telling them the truth, because he certainly didn't believe him that he could single-handedly kill all the animals from that pile behind them, especially because among them was a mutant from the class. Arthur didn't try to prove anything to him instead of 1,000 words. He simply decided to ask them the answer to the question he wanted to know. Does the man see someone else here? But they still had little faith in him that it was true, because they understood perfectly well that he was just a boy, and they had a whole battalion of magicians who had been preparing for a week, so they could not understand how this was even possible. Moreover, even if he managed to do it alone, they also wanted to know what about the cores of all these beasts. After this question, Arthur decided to start talking about the fact that his connection really loves to eat them, by which he meant Sylvie, who at that very moment called over to him. When they heard this, questions arose very quickly, because not only did he say that he destroyed all these monsters on his own, but according to him, this little thing ate all the cores, which simply did not fit into their heads. As a friend, their conversation was interrupted by a huge monster, which quite unexpectedly jumped out from behind Arthur. But before they could react, Arthur, with the help of his ball, destroyed this monster with just one blow, after which he turned to his interlocutors and told him there that he must have missed one monster. But in any case, if they wanted to question him in more detail, then it seemed to him that first they should take him to a place where he could wash and have something to eat. After these words, the princess turned to the leader and asked him to trust her, because she was ready to study for this guy. But he, in any case, told the girl that they would make sure that he was delivered back to our base without any problems. Helen really liked this approach because, after all, this was her old friend, for whom she was also ready to vouch. Well, after all this talk, Arthur finally came closer to the princess, whom he first of all thanked, and said that he was very pleased that she stood up for him, after which she smiled for the first time in a long time. No one doubted that Arthur was a childhood friend, but there was still some uneasiness in his chest. Even though years had passed since their last meeting, she still imagined their reunion somehow differently, although now she can definitely say that everyone was worried about his sudden appearance. Arthur clearly had a lot of things under wraps, so it seemed like he was only sharing necessary information. Druga was not satisfied, but now he had enough information to plan his next steps. After the final negotiations, the Halon decided to go out and take a little rest, thereby leaving Arthur and the princess alone. Before starting the dialogue, the princess was very nervous, because she had not spoken to Arthur for a very long time, so she did not quite understand what was best to tell him. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when Arthur spoke first, deciding to tell the princess that it had been too long since they had seen each other, and most importantly, that he missed her very much. After these words, she could not hold back her tears, and burst into tears, and then threw herself into his arms and said that she also missed him very much. In response to her tears, Arthur decided to joke with her that she was still the same crybaby, and nothing had changed, although, in her opinion, everything had become much different, and she was no longer the little girl he knew. Arthur had no doubt about it, so immediately after her words, he asked the girl to tell him how she was doing, and he also confidently said that he wanted to know absolutely everything. Meanwhile, the princess's team went out to a common dinner, where one of them confidently said that it was a complete disappointment. I didn't all agree with him, because, for example, one of them was sure that this day was filled with events, and she was also not entirely sure that even if they had gathered all their troops, they could have avoided huge losses, which was impossible to agree with because this Arthur was really there alone, and no one knows what would have happened to them if they had met these monsters without him. But even though they almost believed him that he could actually destroy them all on his own, it still left some of them with serious doubts. At some point, Kana noticed that the guys were talking about jealousy, but for him, it was a feeling that arises when a person is worried that something that he already has will be taken away from him. But envy, is the feeling that appears when they don't have something that another person has. Then one of them became so angry that he decided to raise his weapon and say that he would challenge Arthur to a duel, and thereby test how strong this guy was, or make sure that he was an ordinary liar. Carrie didn't quite understand why he was taking all of this so seriously, because in her opinion, Arthur was just one person who came to them, and besides, she believed that Davis was wrong, at least in that no matter how strong Arthur was, he would still be useful in this war. Darby, for his part, certainly didn't think so, because in his opinion, he didn't need anyone's pity. And how did he find out that this was an irresponsible guy who most likely deceived them by saying that he single-handedly destroyed the entire army of mana beasts and the mutant class? And as for his manner of speech, that was a completely separate issue. Apparently it seemed that Arthur spoke with arrogant arrogance. Harvest, in turn, believed that Dar was definitely wrong, because everyone treated Arthur normally, which could not help but anger his interlocutor, because Davu simply did not understand why his friend was switching to Arthur's side. Although the blonde believed that in reality there were no sides now, and in his opinion it was naive to form an opinion about a stranger when he had not even communicated with him. Besides, the blonde decided to point out that the princess always spoke very highly of Arthur, so he was more than sure that this guy shouldn't be accused without any reason, although oh bitch D-Bus definitely didn't think so. So in response to his interlocutor's words, he immediately said that the princess's mind was clouded by childhood memories. He was especially sure of this after seeing the tension that arose between them in the first seconds of their meeting. And then he smiled again and told his friend that if he continued to protect Arthur like this, then he would definitely not have a chance to get closer to the princess. Then the guy's nerves boiled over, and he came closer to Davos to literally tell him by the rivers that he relies primarily on his instincts, although in Davos's opinion, the guy had fallen so low that, like a child, he was dragging him into his problems. Care tried to calm the boys down and tell him that fighting over this was simply pointless, but they still continued to yell at each other, saying various insults. This continued until Darby at one point agreed with his friend and said that he was actually right, because he was really becoming like his father, which made him feel very disgusted. As a friend, the princess and Arthur, who had left the negotiating room, interrupted both the dialogue and the quarrel and informed them that they had finished. But even after his confession, Dav decided not to deviate from his idea, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he approached Arthur, introduced himself, and officially challenged him to a duel. Arthur decided not to refuse this event and agreed, so a huge number of people quickly gathered around them, who were very interested to see how it all ended. Before they began, Arthur still decided to ask his opponent, and he knew that it was already too late, but he still wanted to know if he had any specific reason for this duel. Diaros, with a full sense of confidence, answered his opponent that he was doing this primarily out of male pride, which made his friends feel a little ashamed. In any case, the leader was the one who was watching this fight, and when both were ready, he decided to discuss the conditions of the fight between them. So the first thing he told him was that mana could only be used to strengthen the body, and the first one to give up or no longer be able to fight would be the loser. After which he turned his attention once again to Arthur, thinking only that although Davu was an incredibly strong soldier, he was more than sure that Arthur would definitely be opposed. So he was one of those who was sure that this fight would be very interesting. And after he had finished his thoughts, he finally shouted that they could begin the battle and gave them permission to do so. Daru Tug rushed into battle and was the first to strike in this duel. At least he thought so. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to land anything concrete because Arthur's speed was so fast that he didn't even see how his opponent dodged. After this unsuccessful attack, the spectators began shouting at the guy there to get it together, otherwise they would go over to Arthur's side. Darby's friends immediately exchanged glances with each other, because they understood perfectly well that Arthur was a difficult opponent and clearly should not be underestimated. Although the blonde was thinking at this point that some time ago he had personally witnessed how Daru dealt with an A-class monster and did it quite easily, He also saw more than once how Davu defeated two adventurers of the same rank who were larger than him with a smile, and now he literally cannot believe what he sees with his own eyes. It was amazing to watch him when he is worried. Moreover, this was not the worst thing, because after some time he noticed in his friend that he was afraid. His whole body was saturated with fear, although just a few minutes ago he was better prepared for this military man than anyone else. In any case, no matter how scared he was, he still continued to attack Arthur with the hope that sooner or later he would be able to deliver a strong enough attack that would help him end this duel with his victory. But no matter how hard he tried, all his blows missed, and although Arthur did not attack in response, Darvish found it harder to fight with every second. But that was until Arthur finally decided to attack and delivered his attack with just one punch to Daos's chest, which forced him to end his attack. In order to throw him back a few meters, he grabbed the place of the blow and thought about how Arthur's reaction was simply insane. He didn't even have time to react to it, but he was definitely not going to give up. So immediately after that, he began to attack his opponent, shouting at the same time that it would definitely not be so easy. But Arthur didn't show any emotion. He easily parried every blow from his opponent, thus showing that Davu should reconsider his fighting tactics. And at what moment, when Daru decided to attack again, Arthur outpaced the numerical combination of blows, thereby forcing Daru to end this duel. So after some time, Davi simply fell without Silius, thereby showing everyone that he lost this fight, which was surprising for the spectators because they simply did not understand what happened. The princess was the only one who was not delighted with this duel because she understood perfectly well how it would all end. And it was precisely this moment, which was called the breaking of Anna's flow, that ended this fight. When the guys began to understand what had happened, they couldn't believe that Arthur had the ability to block entire groups of money channels, although they had seen information about this in a book on the anatomy of the flow of deception. But even there it was said that the necessary points when strengthening the body are naturally protected. Moreover, as far as was known, they were so small that it was almost impossible to hit them during a battle, especially at such a speed. But over time, the blonde began to feel better, because he began to understand the fact that they had just apparently witnessed something so amazing that they might never see it again. Meanwhile, Dayu started shouting about what was going on here and why he couldn't move, because he didn't understand at all what had happened. At some point, their shouts and conversations were interrupted by an old but so familiar voice, which assured Jarvis there that everything would be fine with him. The only thing he needed was to be patient for a little while. As it turned out, it was the princess's grandfather, who was very happy to see his old friend Arthur, who, according to his feeling, should appear at just such a time. They immediately went into the first tent, where the old man began to torment Arthur and tell him that the guy was simply obliged to tell him about his return, although Arthur thought it would be better to make it a surprise. After which Arthur also saw Aldi, who was with the old man, and he was also glad to see Arthur, as well as Sylvie. Moreover, he could not notice that they both had changed very much. Arthur couldn't help but say that he was also very glad to see them, but most of all he wanted to know how they were able to find out about his return so quickly, to which the old man told him directly that Lord Aldi had received a message from Lord Vince, and they had come immediately. They couldn't even imagine that they had sent him to the same place where the TC was, so they wanted to know how Arthur had fared in that new world. But before Arthur could say those words, the princess broke into conversation, starting to say that meeting Arthur was a much more unexpected surprise for them than meeting the monster from the class they were hunting, although in Arthur's opinion, he should have appeared before the beasts attacked him and the Silva, so he didn't even have time to catch his breath and figure out where he ended up. The princess couldn't believe her ears, because she was also one of those people who doubted that Arthur had defeated all those beasts himself. But since Arthur spoke so confidently, it must be true. After which, the old man turned to his granddaughter again and asked her not to talk about it now, because at the moment he and Arthur urgently needed to discuss something, so now was not the best time for any questions. She couldn't believe that Arthur had just arrived and they were already taking him somewhere, although in the guy's opinion everything would be fine, he would stay for some time, and now he just needed to talk to them about some important things. Grandfather also wanted to tell her that since the dungeon was cleared, everyone else would soon leave here. So he believed that he was primarily responsible for other battles, and now she needed to prepare for further battles. She knew he was absolutely right, so she raised her hand to her head and assured her grandfather that she was making her way through the battle using her strength and that this was her true path. After which Alder began to go out and tell the princess that over the past months she had become much stronger, which meant that the battles she had gone through had hardened her, with which the girl could not help but agree. When Arthur heard that the girl called Diva Master, he was a little surprised that this actually happened, because he certainly did not expect that Lord Aldi would take her under his wing. After that, the guy went out to get his friends, and along the way they talked to Silva and asked why she didn't talk to the princess, to which Mana the Beast answered the guy that everyone should have their own secrets so that he could laugh, but at the same time he understood her perfectly. Moreover, the guy was more than confident that at their next meeting he would surprise the princess so much that she would not be able to believe it. Well, as a friend, his thoughts were interrupted when a huge monster emerged from the local portal, which made Arthur hold his breath and hang in fear for a while. But after a few minutes, he realized that in fact it was not a monster. It was the water that I knew, Ellie. Before he could finish the words, she jumped off the beast and threw him into his arms, telling him that she had missed him very much and that she was very glad to see him again. Arthur finally came to his senses and realized what had happened, which is why he also hugged her tightly and said that he could not disagree with this, because he was also very pleased to see her here again. But as it turned out later, that was not all, because a few seconds ago, even Arthur's parents came out of the portals, who hugged him as tightly as possible, because they also missed him very much. Arthur was a little shocked by this, because he didn't exactly understand what they were all doing here. Well, in response to these words, his mother told the boy that the man she raised for a decade returned after many years of training, so she was more than sure that this deserved a hug. After which, Arthur's father entered the Ideals, who confidently told the boy that he was more than sure that over all these years the boy had suffered greatly, but now they would do everything to make him feel more comfortable. Besides, they asked him not to forget that during all this time I had invested too much effort into him, which meant that he had no right to lose. Arthur couldn't argue with that, because he also understood perfectly well that they both had given him so much that he could give them more in his entire life. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by Amy, who wanted to tell her brother that it was time for him to ask something he was missing. Arthur looked around a little and realized that I saw my sister wants him to ask her about both of these huge animals, which he knows is called Boo. Apparently the beast definitely didn't like this, so he put his hand on Arthur's shoulder and with his whole appearance made it clear to him that he definitely shouldn't talk like that. Thus, Arthur realized that we are on the beast, and his sisters have a certain character, and I need to be present quite carefully. But a few seconds later, his sister also assured the guy that he actually wanted to see how strong the guy was, because according to Ellie, her brother was incredibly strong. Arthur was quite surprised that Ellie could communicate with this beast, and that she was connected with it. At least that's what his sister and her parents said. Therefore, Arthur decided to find out from the old man and Alda when this happened, to which they were surprised by Arthur's words, because they were sure that Vincent was telling him about this, because it was he who gave this mana beast to his sister before leaving for Ify. This surprised Arthur even more, because he had absolutely no idea why Vince had given this huge plush animal to his sister, because he really had no reason in his head. Here, Ellie's father intervened in the conversation, according to whom, when Vincent gave them this animal, it was still very small, but he had to say that Boo had grown quickly in these 2 years. As a friend, Alder interrupted their conversation to tell them that, although he was equally interested in joining the family, they would have to put it off for now because they urgently needed to discuss some details. Arthur tried to say something in response to these words, but Aldi assured the guy that his family had been living here for some time, since he thought it would be better this way, so he would still have a huge number of opportunities to meet with them. But for now, they should resolve some matters, which Arthur could not argue with. Then he approached his sister and promised her that he would return soon and that they would definitely talk about everything. After which he was again forced to follow his masters so that they could show him some very important things. During this trip, Sylvie told Arthur more than once that she was very glad that her sister would no longer be alone. Apparently, she missed her. Soon, Arthur, together with Alderoth and the old man, found themselves in a closed room where there was no king or kings, absolutely no one, just the three of them, alone. It was quite strange for the guy, because he thought that at least he was seeing the director of Good Sky here. Then the old man was forced to tell him that he had not yet actually encountered many of the circumstances that were caused by martial law. This was not entirely clear to Arthur, so the old man began to talk about the fact that, at the moment, Cynthia, in order to cope with the effects of the curse, had fallen into a state of spontaneous sleep, which was activated after the disclosure of information about the art. So, then this caused the guy shock and even a little disappointment. Having calmed down a little, he nevertheless asked them to tell him more about it in more detail so that he would be aware. Then the old man began to speak in a quiet and slow voice about how he had bombarded the two commanders with his questions for hours, and he had also gone 2 years without new information, and Ren had gathered what they thought he needed to know, but even that was not enough. And now Arthur believes that if Arena is to be believed, then the Glade had focused most of their efforts on the kingdom of the dwarves in the hopes of regaining their loyalty. Curtis and Caitlyn did the same as the princess, forming a team to gain real combat experience on the front lines. Arthur's family, for their own safety, was in the castle, but the Hilty family was elsewhere, so Vincent used his resources to support the war. Thus, Arthur had one question, which was whether she wanted to know whether his parents did not express a desire to take part in the war, to which the old man confidently answered that the boy's father had asked them about this several times, but he was immediately told that it was better to wait, at least until Arthur's return, so that then this issue could be resolved together. All that Arthur could say during the tour were words of gratitude, because he could not even imagine how he would feel if he found out that his father went to war and died in it, when he did not even have time to take part. After these words, he suggested to his interlocutors that they finally move on to the main goal of this meeting and this conversation in general, because he understood perfectly well that this was not why they had called him here. Moreover, he stated there with sovereignty that he knew perfectly well that they had not brought him here for the sake of reuniting with his family, and that this was something serious enough to be kept secret from the princess, otherwise they would have told him all of this back in the camp. The old man was not going to argue with him, so he immediately told the boy that the princess was very ambitious and trained hard, but before he could finish speaking, Arthur interrupted him. Because the guy understood perfectly well what the old man wanted to say about the fact that he was still more worried about her safety than anything else in the world, and he understood that perfectly well. After which he asked them to correct him if he continued to say something incorrect, and then he began to talk about how it seemed to him that the current battle was a matter of concern for everyone on the front lines, and despite the fact that the defensive line on the wall prevented Ariana's mutant soldiers from leaving the animal fields, hidden teleportation gates installed by spies and LAC Oceans, as well as their control of mono beasts, were a rather dangerous addition to the enemy's combat power. In the guy's opinion, all this was too suspicious, and he also believed that the animal glades could become an ideal springboard for them. Given the fact that we are under the control of the animals with classes, this must be too straightforward. Well, he didn't forget to say that if they can't break through their defenses, it can only mean that either their defenses are too strong, or they are simply buying time so that they can attack them later with more powerful weapons. And as it seemed to the guy, judging by the expression on their faces, the correct option was the last one. This is exactly what they were going to do. After which, she simply had no other option but to tell Arthur everything as it was. According to him, evidence had recently come to light that confirmed their suspicions. After which, he placed the drawings of their opponent's new weapons on Aldi's table, and also added that the general dimensions and characteristics fully correspond to the specified data. Arthur fell silent, because he was worried that his suspicions would be correct. But before he could say these words, Aldi said that this was the ship that Arya CI built using Arthur's development. Before Arthur could comment on this, one of the knights burst into their room, wanting to convey very urgent news, and for this he would need to speak with the commanding lord. According to the knight, they noticed movement near the Ort, and if we are to believe his words, they are dressing up very quickly towards them, so he ran here to find out what to do next? Arthur couldn't believe these words. He understood perfectly well that if this was true, then the Aryan ships were already right here, and they needed to act immediately. Arthur immediately ran out of the office and ran towards the exit to finally use the power he had received during the training, because he understood perfectly well that no one else could do this except him. And as soon as he waited nearby, he was met by one of the guards, who asked the guy to state his name and the purpose of his exit. Arthur didn't talk to them and continued to break through them in order to get out of these gates as quickly as possible. But they didn't let him do that. More than that, you asked the guy to step back, otherwise they would be forced to use force, although Arthur tried to ask them to open the gate for him normally, because it was very important. They assured Arthur that until they received any orders, they were not going to let him out. Besides, according to them, all movements must be coordinated with one of the commanders, so they assured him that it would not be possible to leave, after which Arthur told him that he had just entered this castle with Yoda's Virion, so he assured the guys that they knew that he had left, so he insisted that they let him through. But this angered the knights even more, after which they assured the boy that in fact it didn't matter how close he was to Virion or Aldi, he still needed to learn to respect his elders and listen to what they told him. In other words, they wanted to tell him that it was very dangerous to go outside now, especially alone, so they also told him that they were not going to let him out. Then Arthur had to use his strength, and at the same time he assured them that it would not be wise to restrain him now for their part, because in that case he would have to punish them. The bodyguard was very lucky that Aldi R2 was behind him, who stopped this madness and Arthur in time and let the knights go. Aldi came closer to the guy and assured him that he was free to leave if he wanted to, but he asked him not to act rashly, because he certainly did not want the guy to just waste the time that they all allocated. Arthur didn't have time to listen to all this advice, so he ran out of the castle and started shouting that they all had to set up the goalkeeper to move into these walls. Meanwhile, near the queen's bed, there were two unknown people who were telling her there that it was extremely important for her to provide them with as much information as possible, because according to them, her knowledge could bring them victory. So they should think about the 1,000 lives that she could save if she cooperated with them. But since she was silent and didn't say anything to me, one of them decided to say with a smile that in fact it wouldn't be a big deal if she died as a result of the curse, because her mission would end when they received the answer they needed. Then she immediately opened her eyes because the word that she would die frightened the woman very strongly. At that moment, the woman remembered how she had once been walking with a very important person to her, and then he had asked her what she planned to do when the war finally ended. That day, he told her that they had known each other for quite a long time, and part of that time they were enemies, and the other part they were not. But he always thought about only one thing. The girl, smiling, assumed that his thoughts were about her, about his undying love for her. In response to these assumptions, the men said there that, in fact, this is not so. I think that first of all he is married, although she believed that this never stopped the nobles, but he was essentially an elf, so for him, this was very important. He added that all this time he continued to think about what kind of teacher and example a woman could become. In other words, he wanted to tell her that he could easily imagine her as the head of some prestigious academy that would lead the young generation to a great future. Then the woman decided to ask him what had led him to such a conclusion, to which he confidently said that he had been thinking about it for a very long time, and asked her to seriously consider this proposal because he was sure that she would like the teaching profession. After which she stated that in that case, perhaps she would one day open her own academy, because she really liked the city of Aris, to which she would gladly return again. It was you who pleased her interlocutor, because he really liked the Academy for Magicians, so she decided to offer him to become a co-founder of this school, and since he was so positive about it. This made him laugh incredibly, because it seemed to him that his presence in this school would be slightly funny and incredibly stupid, so his laughter did not stop for a long time. After which, when he finally calmed down, he assured her that perhaps he would someday come to the point where he would send his grandsons and granddaughter to study in such schools, if, of course, she was good enough for the royal family. Then the girl decided to assure him that she would confidently do something similar someday, and that her academy would become a great educational institution for magicians all over the world. With this, she assured her interlocutor there that he should hope that one of his heirs in the future would be able to study at this academy, because according to her, she would only accept the most talented and skilled people there. In that case, the man could only hope that her academy would be an immediate success, and that she would actually be able to do everything she dreamed of. At that moment, Virian came straight out of his office and noticed that the knights were actively running somewhere, so he wanted to immediately find out what was going on here. Hello, Siri, who stopped to answer his question, spoke rather uncertainly, but still, according to him, someone was shouting on the floor below them, so they decided to go down immediately, which was quite surprising for the man, because he was sure that there was no one there. But suddenly, the realization of what could have happened there and who could be on the ground floor came into his head, so he was in a state of panic and confusion about what he should do next. Meanwhile, he was actively running to his destination when his friend was stopped by one of the commanders, who wanted to ask the guy what he was doing there, since he should know perfectly well that a state of emergency had now been declared in the city. Arthur was already starting to get annoyed by the fact that every 100 meters someone was trying to stop him and prevent him from fulfilling his duty, so he answered his new interlocutor rather briefly that he had been sent on this mission by Commander Virian, and that he was therefore actively heading to his destination to fulfill his orders. And now that he had told all this, he ordered them to open the gates immediately so that he could get out as quickly as possible. His interlocutor wasn't exactly trusted, so he started saying that Commander Virian was unlikely to send a skinny boy on such a dangerous mission, and he also asked Arthur to tell him honestly that if he was just a nobleman's son who decided to run away from home, now wasn't the best time to do it. After which he continued talking to Arthur about how it would be better for him to go back to his room, and for this he asked his security to take the boy. But after a few seconds, Arthur used his power and with his whole appearance made it clear to this commander that if he did not open these gates, then he would do it himself, but in that case, these gates in reality could close again. A few seconds later, Arthur was already flying on the Sylvia in the sky, trying to do it as quickly as possible in order to complete this task and protect his people. Meanwhile, Very ran with the guards to the lower floors, where he saw a picture that scared the living daylights out of him. At that moment, all he could think about was that he had never seen himself as a proper hero who saves the world, but he had always fought only to protect those who were dear to him and who were dear to him. Well, now he had only one hope, which was in the person of Arthur, because after everything that happened, the guy had another reason to correct all his mistakes. A few days before this battle, Arthur had a dream about his past life, which made him a little worried, because he had not seen dreams for a very long time, especially such as this. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, after which a guest entered the room and told Arthur that the location of the meeting had been determined. According to the messenger, Mr. Virian was asking the guy to begin preparations, which was a little unclear to Arthur, because he had absolutely no idea what preparations were being discussed at all. But before she had time to ask anything in more detail, a few seconds later, several more servants entered the room, bringing all the necessary things to make Arthur look as good as possible. Arthur wasn't entirely happy with the way he was dressed, but apparently there were simply no other options, so he had to do it, and as soon as he was ready, he left his room. The first thing he was met by was Virian, who told the guy that he looked absolutely wonderful, and also asked Arthur to remind him a little later to take some photos of the spheres as a bribe for the princess, which was even more inappropriate in the guy's opinion. The last big conversation did not continue to move forward because, in fact, there was not as much time as we would have liked. Then Arthur mentally realized for himself that apparently things had gotten much better after Director Good Skyped. Besides, he understood perfectly well that the director was a strong enough person and he was obliged to deal with this victim. But in any case, they still did not understand how this enemy managed to get to the director, because they tried to hide her so deeply. His friend's thoughts were interrupted when he decided to ask the guy if he was preparing to meet with representatives of the Retrievers. Arthur had been prepared for this for a long time, but he was more interested in Ion's preparations, because he knew perfectly well that the man wanted to find out who had killed the director. But in response to this, the old man assured the guy that he would simply return safe and sound. Moreover, the old man understood perfectly well that his granddaughter would destroy him if something happened to Arthur, which Arthur himself could not disagree with, because if something happened to the old man, then it would be very bad for Arthur himself. So they both decided that they simply needed to return safe and sound, after which they jumped off the flying island and headed towards it. After this fall, Silver decided to check with Arthur if everything was okay with him, to which Arthur agreed, but still added that he still felt a little strange that Siu was calling him by name. Well, as it turned out later, according to Sylvie, the director told her to maintain her dignity, so she decided that she would address Arthur by his first name. On Arthur's last day of training, Lord EDR summoned him. Arthur thought that they no longer had anything with which they could surprise the guy. But when he came that day, Arthur realized how wrong he was. I saw in front of me an old acquaintance of the world who turned out to be the wife of Mr. Urson, who was very happy to see Arthur again. According to Mr. Idris, there simply would have been no point in engaging in any kind of worldly help, although the girl, or rather the woman, measured them all in the fact that she simply steered the guy in the right direction. The appearance of the world definitely shocked Arthur, but after hearing Lord Ice's last message, he had to rethink everything he had been working on all this time. Before giving Arthur light, the Lord decided to tell him that she really hoped that the guy would take this advice seriously and use it in his future life. All these thoughts did not leave the guys during the long journey of the flying island towards the Razor. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted when the old man told Arthur that they were almost there, so they should all be on the alert. The man also said that he still thought that coming to this meeting in such a small group was a bad idea, but in any case, they understood that if the messenger did anything against them, they would have the complete courage to intervene and destroy him. But considering all this, they couldn't believe that their opponents did all this because they were able to destroy their half-breeds as well as their ships, so they simply have no other choice but to make concessions. Virian couldn't even imagine how long she had been planning this, but he understood perfectly well that this war was just a game for them. And Doan believed that as long as it was strictly forbidden to personally participate in the war, he had to become the all-powerful hand that offered the pawn a move on the chessboard. At least that's what she called her piece. In any case, I was already almost there, so I decided to tell Arthur that it would be better if they forcefully went down with them. This way they would show that they were serious. After which Arthur and Silva had a short conversation in which they decided that the guy would now lie low but would not hide during the war, and if he wanted to protect everyone who was dear to him, then they really had to do everything possible to do this. But in any case, Arthur descended into the ball in which ODI and Virian had arrived, so as not to attract attention and thereby show that they were peacefully disposed. Besides, Arthur never agreed that these were really just messengers. He was literally sure that this whole meeting was definitely not just like that. As soon as they descended into the small area where the meeting would take place, two terrible human-like creatures appeared in front of them, who disdained them on their territory. The first thing Aldi decided to point out was that they had thought they were about to meet with simple envoys, but now he was more than sure that this role was not entirely suitable for them, since it was not sufficient for them, which was what their interlocutor on the other side was, who assured them that he would try to fulfill his mission as best as possible. Behind him stood another man who decided to introduce himself, and according to him, his name was Kill Reed, and in front of him was Ut. He also noted that it was a great honor for them to meet Mr. Aldi himself. But Arthur was surprised by what they said after that, because according to them, they were vassals, which surprised Arthur. After which, Kill Reed decided to ask them again, or did they stick to their agreement and come here unarmed? Aldi immediately noted that they were keeping the agreement and had come here without any weapons, and also said that they very much hoped that they would do the same. Ufa didn't waste any time, and while Kill Reese was talking with Otradna, this demon incarnate decided to point out that now he understood why the one-eyed and elven grandfather were here, but according to him, he certainly didn't expect that their almost presence would be attended by the miracle boy Arthur. Arthur was not at a loss and rather confidently noted that he also did not expect to see a demon here, and he was also interested to know why they were even honored to see the faces of the meadows. Ufa assured him that, as I had told Kill Reed, they were only here as messengers, and he certainly did not want to endanger an innocent servant who they might seize and torture for information. Although in fact, according to him, he would have done so, but unfortunately he was forbidden to do something like that. Giri ordered Uta to shut his mouth and not say anything like that again, because the negotiations could fall through, although in the demon's opinion, the one-eyed man would not be able to do anything to them anyway, which Aldirco himself agreed with, noting that he initially had no desire to harm them. Moreover, according to Alda, since they had all gathered here not just to exchange pleasantries, he decided to suggest that they move on to their original business, with which Kill Reed agreed, saying that their supreme overlord had asked him to convey to the leaders only the delicate fact that the ruling families must surrender and mercy will be shown to those who deserve it. This was obviously not what the representatives of the delicate wanted to hear, but they stood silently listening while Giri said that if they continued to resist, then their army would eradicate all the inhabitants of the continent without exception. The old man was incredibly angry, and he certainly had reasons for it, but what irritated him most was that these people called it conditions. After all, in his opinion, it sounded more like an ultimatum, and then he added that they should be grateful to him for having any choice at all, which made Uff laugh. After which the demon added that they really shouldn't worry about it, because if they choose the first option, he will personally try to be as gentle as possible while cutting off his head. And again he intervened in the conversation and told Otto that they were not here to provoke a battle, although in the demon's opinion he had no intention of doing so, but merely warned them in a friendly manner about the upcoming battle. After which he turned to the old man with passion and said there that he would personally make sure that his granddaughter would be completely all right. This affected not only the old man, but also Arthur, who began to prepare for battle and was ready to destroy these two right there on the spot. But before he could take a step, Virion suddenly jumped up and delivered a precise blow to the demon's head. Immediately after this, they heard the laughter of this monster, according to which it was quite ticklish, and he even liked it a little. The only thing Arthur noticed at that moment was that the demon was missing one of his enemies. It was torn off. It instantly reminded him of what he had seen in the depths of the cave when he spoke at the last second with the spearhead. And then he realized that it was this very demon who had destroyed the alley back then, where he pretended that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about, so Arthur came closer and said that he once destroyed a spear that was in the dungeon. It was a tank whose limbs he cut off before destroying. Arthur was already sure that it was he who did it, but he still wanted to make sure of it once again, so he looked at him and waited for an answer. After these questions, the demon began to behave rather defiantly, saying that he had made quite a lot of sacrifices without Kimmy and without many, so it was a little difficult for him to remember who was there in that cave. But after a few seconds he smiled and said with a laugh that he still remembered one cute little elf whom he destroyed with particular pleasure. And then he started laughing even louder and asking Arthur what he was going to do with this information now. Would he really dare to attack him? Arthur's anger was at its limit. He was almost ready to pounce on this demon and tear him into small pieces. but he held back all his anger and decided to ask his not-so-pleasant interlocutor if there was anything else they should discuss. And then he also added that if this predictable rose is all they are capable of, then he gets a little bored and disappointed with them. Kilreed didn't say anything more except give them 2 days to think about it and give them an answer. This made the old man more and more angry, but Clary continued to say that if the royal families did not surrender by that time, they would take appropriate measures. At this point, the meeting ended, and they began to go their separate ways, each of them still having some remnant in their heads that they wanted to throw away. Before leaving, Arthur heard a demon behind him telling him that the guy should have heard her scream. Oh, in his words, it was very powerful. Moreover, he didn't stop there, and began to tell the guy that at some point, he even lost the desire to destroy her because she screamed so much. Because if he had kept her alive, he would have been able to continue to enjoy only her beautiful screams. These were the last words before Arthur released the most powerful energy from his hands, thereby starting a new battle. But it still made the demon laugh a lot. He even told the guy that it was a little impressive, but still not something that he could win against. But Arthur had no intention of actually fighting them at the moment. He endured all these words, and added to his opponent that he would look forward to fighting with her on the battlefield, where he would not have to hold back. Meanwhile, the dungeons, the princess and her squad actively continued to destroy the island and move along the intended path. While destroying the monster, they actively took away the horns and fangs from each of them, and they did this as carefully as possible, so as not to injure them. According to one of them, this needs to be done so that they can be turned into good weapons, which is necessary so that they do not have any damage. But not all the guys liked it, because they didn't understand why they were here and what they were forgetting here, because all that was left here was a worthless core and a few parts of an est-ranked beast. This time, everyone agreed with this, and we slew, because there were no real cannonballs or any ammunition here, and it would be quite difficult to make a weapon from this. Also, the same guy who fought against Arthur in the duel decided to talk about us again and say that most likely Arthur somehow stole several cores, because he simply did not believe that he was able to absorb them into himself. This time, the blonde could not agree with his friend, and as usual, began to argue with him about this. But the guy didn't stop there, and he decided to ask the blondes again how the corpses of these monsters were so neatly stacked on top of each other. The only normal explanation that came to his mind was that Arthur decided to fold them in such a way that it would look cool, although in fact, in the opinion of the blonde, this distortion of animals was so homeless that in an attempt to get their prey, they began to climb over the corpses of their relatives. Although, according to his friend, he himself understood this perfectly well because he considered himself so stupid, and afterward he asked his blonde friend to stop with these facts that he inserts every time he has the opportunity. As their dialogue progressed, they began to feel a strange vibration under their feet, although some of them believed it was most likely just the corpse of an animal falling somewhere. At that moment, the princess was talking to Yahello about how they seemed to be almost finished here, which her friend couldn't help but agree with, although she understood perfectly well that everyone was working much slower since there was less loot in this raid that they could share. Although, on the other hand, they all understood perfectly well that they didn't particularly need to get their hands dirty, which was a huge plus and it was hard to disagree with. Then the princess decided to ask her friends what they were going to do after this raid, to which they confidently answered that they would most likely return to a crew to replenish supplies, and after that, head to the next dungeon, which is located close to the Black Band. The princess then sighed and began to talk about how she and her team would be heading back to the floating castle and waiting for the next task, which upset her a little because they had been here much longer than any of them had expected. Then they decided to cheer her up a little and told her that there was really no need to be too upset if she had the opportunity to rest, because it seemed to him that the princess should rest as much as possible and be ready for the next battle. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when they noticed that the wall began to actively crack and green light began to appear from each of these cracks. Apparently, this was only the beginning, because after some time, those styles began to fill the cracks at an enormous speed and thus gradually collapse. They made the decision to flee immediately, and it was absolutely right, because a few minutes later, the wall collapsed, and a huge number of monsters, which had been unnoticed until that time, poured out of it. The guys understood that they needed to get all the people out of here in order to regroup and go on the attack again, but this would take some time, and so some of them drank into the battle with the monsters to buy that time. Most of the guys suffered at the hands of these monsters, because they didn't even have time to regroup and take up arms. Even Da, who was always ready for battle, was simply bad for the stat. Because of this, he received a strong blow to the liver. The princess didn't lose her composure and immediately joined the Khan in active battle. They successfully destroyed the monsters, thereby helping the other children collect their thoughts. At least that's what it seemed like to them, until they felt the energy of a huge monster behind them, which had approached so unnoticed. They barely managed to dodge his powerful blow, but even so, they were at a disadvantage. At that moment, a question came to the princess's mind. How did Arthur manage to deal with so many monsters alone? The princess decided to order Darbus and Korea to leave immediately, and also to take as many soldiers with her as possible, because she understood perfectly well that this would not end well, so they needed to leave immediately. At this point, Halloween continued to actively destroy a huge number of monsters with her blades, but she understood perfectly well that she definitely wouldn't last long, and they needed to quickly figure out what to do if their strength ran out. They were running away actively, so they only had a little time to return to the very brothers they had entered. Meanwhile, the monster was becoming more and more numerous, so the boys had to figure out what to do next, because if this continued, they would most likely die here. As if from behind, a powerful explosion thundered, which could only indicate that friends had come to their aid. The leader of the group was glad to see his friend, to whom he smiled and said that he was now in his debt. While they were not talking, the monsters did not stand still and actively attacked the guys, and these monsters were of the lowest class. The number of people's sacrifices grew larger and larger with each passing second, so they didn't decide that they urgently needed to leave this place, otherwise it would end incredibly tragically. There were so many monsters that they had no idea what they could do about it, but the monsters understood perfectly well that they needed to destroy every single person. Upon arriving at the floating castle, Arthur immediately turned to the old man with a question and asked whether he would not take their proposal seriously, because in my opinion, it was complete nonsense. After thinking for a bit, he finally told the guy what he wanted and didn't really want to think about it, but he understood perfectly well that if they had kept their word, many innocent lives could have been saved, and this didn't give him any peace. Well, even in this case, Arthur believed that it was too big an if to sacrifice himself and his family, which Aldi could not help but agree with. After all, he asked the old man not to forget that even the hilt is not protected from conflict, and it is only a matter of time before they attack the remaining Asar in a couple of generations. The old man himself understood this perfectly well, but still he thought that at least he would not be against it if everything went without the protests that would inevitably begin after the announcement of his decision, which surprised Arthur even more, because he certainly did not think that the old man would want to tell everyone about it. According to Virion, trust is a fickle thing, hard to earn, but easy to lose. So a leader needs people to trust him. But how will they trust him if they realize that he is essentially playing with their lives, like chips in a game of chance? In response to these words, Arthur stated that there was, and his plan was based on the fact that he was going to tell about everything, which meant they would have the right to vote. So he was interested to know what the old man would do if they decided to sacrifice their leaders. And he assured him that the time had come when kings would choose a path for their people. This war would affect everyone, and they too needed to make their choice. After this, Arthur went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air and think about what he had been through over the last couple of days. But suddenly, he noticed his sister Ellie, who was standing strangely near the fountain and apparently thinking about something for a very long time. "Well, come closer," they noticed that they were looking at some strange guy who was telling her about how he had told his father that the fire main was not a strong enough connection for a genius like him. This greatly angered her mana beast, who was literally holding himself back from destroying this man. But he continued to talk about how, given his current level, he needed someone no lower than a world lion, like Prince Curtis. At one point, he couldn't hold back and grabbed this non-hero in his arms, thereby showing Ellie that he is not really who he claims to be. Novelli got even more angry at her mother and asked him to understand that he can't throw away everyone he doesn't like, because in her opinion, this is not what she chose him for. But suddenly her words were interrupted by Arthur, who appeared so unexpectedly, but she was always glad to see the guy, so she liked it. She also ran towards him to hug him and tell him that she was very glad that he had finally returned. Arthur felt a little awkward at that moment because he sincerely didn't understand why everyone around him was looking at him so intently, to which Ellie, in her youth, said that in deco skating, there wasn't a single nobleman who wouldn't know who Arthur was. After which Arthur approached the very one he had greeted and told the monster that he was very glad to see him, something that Mana Spare Ella himself could not agree with. Elia didn't quite understand when they had managed to become so close, although in Arthur's opinion, men with the same goals tend to quickly find a common language. Then the girl told Arthur that she was very glad that he was still here, because it seemed to her that her brother was the only one who could stop them. Arthur didn't quite understand what she was talking about and who or whom did he need to stop. Then Ellis, with tears in her eyes, told Arthur that she was talking about her mom and dad, which left Arthur even more perplexed. As it turned out later, he told Arthur that his parents had decided to join the war, so Arthur went to their room, but at the same time, he was only thinking about whether he had the right to stop them and forbid them from participating in this war. After all, he understood with his excellent head the fact that objectively they would become excellent reinforcements for any detachment. But on the other hand, he would hate to see them on the front lines of Venia's camp and worry every day about them risking their lives inside and at one point simply not being able to return home, so he wouldn't want that, even if it looked too selfish on his part. And as soon as Arthur entered their room, he saw that they had already started getting ready. So the first thing the guy decided to do was ask them whether they were really going to leave, without saying a word to him. His mother immediately started crying and telling him there that no, they just wanted to get ready before he came back. So Arthur started telling them that he thought they would wait until Ellie was a little older before doing something so risky. Then Arthur's father intervened in the conversation, saying that the commander had advised them to wait either until Eli grew up or until Arthur returned. In response to these words, Arthur told his father that he would not believe that they had suddenly decided to enter the war just because he had returned. Then the man lowered his eyes and confessed to the guy I'll give him that they received a message from Highland. According to him, they were attacked when they were heading for the exit. This made Arthur a little angry because he was sure that this was impossible after all. He was there just yesterday and cleared the dungeon. He personally destroyed a ranked mutant, so he wanted this complete nonsense. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, which assured Arthur that there was a hidden passage in the wall, from where a large gathering of animals appeared, which no one could have expected. It was Arthur's father who assured the boy that the Araka twins had only stayed to buy some time for the young soldiers to escape, but unfortunately, Adam could not survive. Arthur couldn't believe his ears, and for a few more minutes he kept saying to himself that it wasn't true, and that he was sure that there were no more animals there, which is why he left so easily. The man immediately decided to calm Arthur down and told him that the guy couldn't really know this, because Haven said that the other entrance was camouflaged. In other words, it could be said that it was impossible for the bone to catch the slightest fluctuation of mana, and therefore they were simply not ready for such a battle. Arthur's mother dropped the conversation and began to assure both men that the Raga twins had done everything they could to contain them, but unfortunately more people had died there than anyone could have imagined. Arthur remembered there that the princess was there with them, because of whom he began to worry very much, and therefore wanted to find out from his parents as soon as possible who else had died. But unfortunately, They did not know the exact information, because according to them, it was an emergency message, and the Halon only briefly described the situation, and also mentioned Adam, after which Arthur literally began to scream about how he really felt sorry for Adam, because he knew him as a brave warrior, but he still thought that it would be stupid to join the war because of this. After which his parents decided to tell Arthur so that he would not misunderstand them, because according to them, they were doing this not because of a sense of guilt, but because a soldier's life was always in danger. But for Arthur, this was not an argument at all. After which Arthur started shouting at his parents that they had every right to participate in this war, and that even for him it would be selfish to try to stop them. But he still wanted to ask him the question he wanted to know. Or weren't they acting selfishly, exposing themselves to such serious risk when it wasn't so much useless as reckless? He asked them to think about what might happen to Ellie if one of them died, because he understood perfectly well how much it would hurt her and how it would affect him. Hearing this, Arthur's mother assured him that this kind of thinking was selfish, although they themselves understand that all possible consequences for both them and their children could be healing. But then she said something that shocked Arthur a little, namely, she asked Arthur not to blame his father for this decision, because according to her, the one who wants to return the enemy of the twins is exactly her. Arthur, it is his mother who wants to return to the war. But after coming to his senses a little, he immediately began to talk about how his father told him that it was difficult for her to use her magic because of an event that happened in the past. So he wanted to know why she decided to do it right now. After these words, she turned to her husband and looked at him in such a way that everything was clear without words. Apparently, more than anything in the world, she did not want anyone to find out about this, especially her children. After which, she turned back to her son and asked Arthur to sit down next to her so that she could tell him a story, after which he should understand everything. After which his mother began to tell him there that she and his father had often talked about many stories in their adventures in the Twin Horns. But now it seems the time has come to tell him about something they never told the boy, namely, that when he was born, there was another person in the squad. According to the woman, this man's name was Lancey, and she was the complete opposite of the daring and straightforward girl. But for some reason, Arthur's mother and Lance quickly found common ground and became close friends. Lindsay was quite a famous man enhancer even before she joined the Horned Twins. So when she announced that she wanted to join this squad, everyone was happily surprised by her decision, because her strength was much greater than anyone who was in that squad. After some time, it was impossible to mention the Twin Horns without mentioning Lance, who quickly became part of the squad's family. She always knew how to deal with both Adam and Father Arthur. Moreover, she even managed to draw a smile on the face of Jasmine, who smiled extremely rarely and did it very quickly. But she only stayed with them for 2 years until one incident happened that changed everything. According to Arthur's mother, they were careless and were attacked by a pack of monsters that inflicted incredibly serious injuries on each of them. And although Arthur's mother tried to treat the wounds as quickly as she could, it still did not lead to any success. For most, like Arthur's father, this helped them recover much faster, as their wounds on their arms and legs quickly disappeared, and they were eventually ready to fight again. But unfortunately, I got to her core too quickly in the earlier LC, so the healer was unable to cure her before it began to spread. Over time, her core was finally defeated and destroyed. She could no longer control her mother, or in other words, participate in any of the battles. Then Arthur's match realized that if the balance had acted differently, she would most likely have died, but if she hadn't drained her wound, the doctor could have easily cured the poison. In other words, the woman decided that she had literally stolen her best friend and the members of their team from her only true joy in life. Lance always said that she would be glad to die with honor in battle, but after what happened, she went into the dungeon alone and never returned. Over time, Arthur's mother could not forget this, and every time I remember this story, I think that it was her fault. The woman thought throughout her life that if she had not cured her then, she would be fine, and Lance would be much lazier. After which, she decided to point out that all people have such an exciting life as Arthur, and she also noted that for them, in fact, it was not some kind of sharp and painful blow. On the contrary, according to her, it was a slow, heartbreaking pain beyond their control. She also told the guy that they loved her, and since then she was afraid to use her grave for anything more than small scratches. After all, from that moment on, she knows perfectly well that Adam's death is not like Lance's death. But I remember everything that the Raga twins did for them, and I feel that they should be there and help them in everything when they found themselves in such a difficult situation. To be honest, the woman says it's hard enough for them to think about him being born somewhere out there while they sit at home and just wait for good news. But Arthur understood everything perfectly, but he still wanted to hear from his parents what would happen if they didn't return, what would happen to Ellie. The boy wasn't immediately reassured by the answer to this question, saying that it didn't really matter how strong he was, since death rarely comes from weakness. It creeps up on a person when he's weak. The same thing applies to him, but according to his parents, they would at least contribute to their victory. The father, in turn, could only promise the boy that he would do everything to protect his wife and their mother. In other words, he promised the boy that he could be sure that they would do everything to return safe and sound, but he also wanted to hear from Arthur, also weakly, that he was doing everything, and even more. They understood perfectly well that perhaps they had not raised the boy exactly as they would have liked, but with all these memories of a past life, they could not act differently. Moreover, it is absolutely certain that Ellie sees Arthur as her beloved brother, so he asked his son not to rush to sacrifice himself for the sake of some great good. Even if they lose this war, there will always be an opportunity to fight back after it ends. In other words, Arthur's parents believed that they would only lose when there were definitely no second chances. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and then it slowly opened, and someone they definitely didn't expect to see entered. It was Commander Virian who entered Arthur's parents' room to say something very important. They stood up, and the commander began to tell him there that he had already heard about the loss in the ranks of the unit where Arthur's parents had previously fought. So he came to them to accept and offer his deepest condolences, and also to say that he thought they should hear the messages they had just received. The message was that the rest of the army was already approaching them, so they should be prepared, and it would be better to grieve about the losses a little later. Arriving at the portal, Arthur witnessed a horrific scene. Soldiers emerged from it barely alive, carrying with them countless dead who would never again be able to fight. At one point, Highland emerged from the portal, faceless. Arthur's parents immediately ran up to her, asking what had happened and how it had ended. Helen, with sadness in her eyes, said that in fact, everything was fine with the others, because the remaining members of the twins' enemies were taken to the infirmary. But these words sounded as if everyone around had died, and the tears in her eyes that appeared more and more every second only confirmed this. Arthur stood and mentally blamed himself, thinking that he could have foreseen this and helped his colleagues destroy all these monsters, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when HL came up to him and hugged him. After which she told the guy that she knew perfectly well what he was thinking, and asked him also not to forget that this war and death here were simply inevitable, so he should not blame himself for anything. In her opinion, the best thing they can do now is to focus and figure out how to make these Aryans and their pets pay for all of this. After which, Hello and Arthur's parents began to leave, and the guy understood perfectly well that now they would most likely tell her that they were going to return to the war, and this would hurt her even more. Although, on the other hand, he did not deny the fact that she would be pleased to hear this, because with Adam's departure, the twins now needed support more than ever. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a stand, which also emerged from the portal, barely alive. Arthur also ran up to him and squeezed his shoulder so hard that he himself didn't notice. But at that moment, he most of all wanted to know what happened to the princess and where she was now. But then Arthur realized that he had gotten to the point too quickly, and decided to say that he was very glad to see him, and then asked him again to find out where the rest of the team members were, to which the guy replied that he himself did not know. because after they had made their way to the Twin Horns base, they had tried to take all the wounded to a safe place, so he had lost sight of everyone. After literally a few minutes, and the portal barely came out, a carriage carrying Darvis, who was apparently completely unconscious, came out. Arthur and the doctor immediately ran up to them and began to revive the boys so that they would not die. After which he approached Korea and asked her again about the princess, because what he wanted most of all was to know what had happened to her. But before the girl could answer Arthur, she asked him to turn around and told him that the princess clearly knew how to choose the right moment. She said this because at that very moment, the princess was leaving the portal. Just at that moment, Arthur wanted to approach the princess to hug her and ask how she felt when his friend remembered the words of the king, who told him that if Arthur closes his heart to the elven princess, then he will act wisely, otherwise all this will be wrong. But apparently, Arthur was absolutely indifferent to these words and this advice, because he approached the princess and hugged her and said that he was very glad to see her, and especially glad that everything was fine with her. At that moment, the girl felt much better. She also hugged Arthur, and her whole appearance seemed to indicate that she was very happy to see him. After which Arthur invited her to come in with him so that he could take her to Aaron so that she could tell them everything that had happened to her. The princess didn't get to spend much time with Arthur during their brief reunion, as her grandfather insisted that she go to her room as quickly as possible to be examined by doctors. And if you don't count the pain in her bones, the princess was in absolutely perfect condition. Nothing bothered her, and therefore she suffered the least. The princess became calm when she saw that almost everyone in her team remained alive, and the rest were very well taken care of, and sooner or later all the remaining wounded would return to normal. And even if only for a short moment, she was still very pleased to return to her room, where she spent the best years of her life. But after a few hours, she simply could not sleep, although she was incredibly tired from the whole day. So she decided to go to her grandfather, who, as it seemed to her, should not be sleeping yet, and would be happy to talk to her. As soon as she approached the Virian's office, she heard someone telling him that the old man could not hide something like that from the girl. It was simply impossible, because she would sooner or later find out about everything anyway. Listening closely, the princess thought she heard Arthur's voice telling her grandfather about all this. But she did not go into the office and continued to actively listen to what they were talking about, and at some point the old man said in response to these words that nothing would change if she found out about it later. But now it was better not to burden her with this because, in his opinion, she was definitely not in a state to accept it. The princess didn't even have a clue what they were talking about and why she couldn't find out about something. But Arthur continued to scold the old man, because he believed that if he showed the girl that he respected her, then she would listen to him in any case. But if she found out about it from someone else, then she would obviously be even more upset, and this would not lead to anything good. The princess had already decided to knock on the door to turn it into a dialogue, but suddenly she heard her grandfather ask Arthur in a loud voice what would happen if she decided to leave now. What to do then? Arthur continued to speak in a calm voice about how he, an old man, knew very well what the princess was capable of. If she had an idea stuck in her head, she would bring it to life in any case. The old man knew all about this very well, but in any case, he could not believe that the princess would be able to endure and remain sane after they found out that Cynthia died due to the fault of the bastards with whom they were fighting, and they did it to her right here in the castles, and when the princess heard about this, it literally shocked her and made her literally freeze in place for a while. The girl simply could not believe her ears that Master Cynthia had actually died. It seemed to her that it was simply impossible, and that it was some kind of nonsense. At this moment, Arthur and the old man were already finishing their conversation. Arthur already wanted to say that he would be in his room and asked him to let him know when he finally decided to tell the princess about all this. But as soon as they opened the doors, they saw in front of them the T's, who stood in one place and did not move. At that moment, they both realized that she heard everything, and now they would not be able to hide it. They tried to tell her and explain something, but she simply ignored their words and asked to be taken to Master Cindy immediately so that she could say goodbye. As they descended to Master Cindy's chambers, the girl had only one question. Why was she resting in such a dirty and humiliating place? Atina understood perfectly well that these were dungeons for murderers and traitors. Very assured her that this was the most secure and guarded place in which they could preserve the master's body, and that after the war, they would come up with something else. In other words, he wanted to say that when they took this place, they would hold a more appropriate farewell ceremony for her. After some time, they went down as deep as necessary, and a coffin appeared in front of the girl, in which Master Cynthia lay. The old man and Arthur also told the princess that only a few people knew about her death, although in the girl's opinion, this was wrong because for all her services to the continent, she deserved a public ceremony. And how the princess would have liked it to be a public ceremony attended by all her students. The girl's heart broke when she realized that the woman simply did not deserve to lie here like this and wait for someone to have the opportunity to publicly recognize her strength. Stree tried to approach the girl to calm her down, but at some point she turned to him and started yelling at him as loudly as she could. She wanted to find out from him how he could hide this from her, because if she hadn't accidentally overheard their conversation, then it was unknown when she would have found out about it. She understood that this conversation between Mac and her would take place, so she decided to find out from the old man what else he was hiding from her, so that it would not be a bitter surprise for her later. After all, she was offended that she was putting so much effort into proving to him that she was already an adult, that she had already grown up, but he still continued to behave in this way. She was sure that he still treated her like a child, so this made her even more angry, and made her literally yell at him with all her might. Suddenly, he calmed her down with just one word, saying that he really does consider her a child, and that she is one, which made the girl calm down and ask him to explain to him what exactly he meant. Well, as it turned out later, it was an old man who told me this, and Arthur, who thought exactly this way, which was a little surprising for the princesses, because she believed that he should know better than anyone how she felt, but still called her a child. With these words, Arthur wanted to convey to her that she would not become an adult, even if she was on the front lines from an early age, because exposing herself to danger without any particular need was not the best decision, especially when she did it only to prove her point. By doing so, he wanted to say that by acting this way, she was not entirely different from the child she was now, which angered the princess even more, and she wanted to know how he even dared to say such things. After which Arthur asked her to think again and told her that if she thought about it for even a minute, she would understand why her grandfather had to keep all this a secret. And after a short pause, he said that as soon as she thought about what would happen if he announced that someone had been destroyed right here, in the safest place on the continent, then most likely the enemy would understand that they were weak and would gain even more intensity. Besides, Arthur asked her not to forget that she was only 17 years old, but before he could finish speaking, she lost her temper and started yelling at him and saying that he was only 16 and that he was no different from her. Moreover, in her opinion, despite the fact that he was 16, Master Aldi's grandfather, and even Master Cynthia, never interacted with him as a child. But Arthur believed that if they saw him as an adult, it meant they had come to this conclusion on their own, and he didn't try to convince them of this. Very tried to stop Arthur and end the conversation there, telling the guy that they had already said enough to each other. But Arthur thought that this was wrong, and tried to continue to convey to the princess what she needed to know. But all this seemed unfair to the girl, because why then are some considered adults, while others are called children, even despite what they have done? She believed that he had the ability to do whatever he wanted, and no matter how hard she tried, because she would always be seen as just a girl who needed protection. This made Arthur even more angry, and he literally started yelling at her and saying that this was actually far from true. But before he could finish speaking, the princess raised her head, and with tears in her eyes told him that he could not even count on her to behave like his sister. Roughly speaking, she meant that he would not be able to lock up everyone he wanted to take care of. At some point, the old man could not stand it and began to shout at both of them, saying that it was time for them to immediately stop these disputes, otherwise he would have to use force. But Arthur did not listen to him, and continued to say that he was apparently mistaken, and the girl really was not ready to learn about the death of Master Cynthia. At this point he said everything he wanted, turned around and started to leave, thereby making the princess burst into tears. Arian asked the princess to stop crying, and promised her that everything would be fine, and he also asked her to stop doing this at least as a sign of respect for Master Cynthia. He knew better than anyone that Master Cynthia, instead of gathering crowds of people for her ceremony, would have preferred a meeting of close friends who truly valued her. Hearing these words, the princess calmed down a little, knelt down and silently tried to show her respect for this great man for her. When Arthur finally came out of this dungeon, Sylvie ran after him and started biting his leg very hard, which he certainly didn't expect and especially didn't understand why she was doing this. As it turned out, she wanted the guy to explain to her what kind of scene that had just happened, but he continued to pretend that he didn't understand what she was telling him. After which, she assured him that his thoughts were actually louder than he could think, and then Arthur realized that Cindy had actually found out something. After which he added that he said what he thought, and in his opinion, the princess really needed to hear it, which Sylvia clearly doubted. But the guy continued to convince his mana beast that she was allowing her emotions to take precedence over logic and didn't even think about what would objectively be better for the continent, that she shouldn't act like that as a princess, as a soldier. Violence still didn't understand what the flight was about and assumed that apparently the princess wasn't ordered to say what she said about Ellie. Arthur ignored her, but then she decided to point out that the guy seemed to be the first one to snap at her because of her parents when they decided to go to war, which Arthur himself denied. But then he thought about it for a bit and had to agree with the goal, because that was actually how it was. After which he turned to Sylvie again and asked her to tell him the truth, namely, he wanted to know what she really studied at the Ephotus. She smiled and told him that she was simply becoming much stronger, and according to her, she also took a short course on how to properly nag her master. This did not make Arthur laugh at all, and in response to her words, he only told me that he really missed the simpler times when they did not have to think about how to live through the next day. Once upon a time, a woman told Little Gray that she most likely thought that she was not the most suitable person and would not be able to help him with his inner energy, even though his energy reserves were less than those of other boys his age. But she still believed that he would still have enough time to change this. However, she was not going to let him go so easily and decided to give him some advice, asking him to think about the fact that he should remember the life lesson that if he realizes that he lacks some resources, then he should take care to save them until the moment when they are really needed. All the boy could say in response to these words was words of gratitude, and to assure the director that he would do everything possible to understand this. After which she decided to tell him a story about how she once resented what was most needed, and then she learned that they recently received quite large donations literally out of nowhere, which was a little shocking for the guy, because his brain had little understanding of where it all came from. Before he could say a word, he suddenly heard from the woman that, although she was actually happy, she was now more than sure that they would no longer accept donations. Then Gray jumped up from his seat and literally screamed, because he really didn't understand why they decided to do this. He even suggested that perhaps she didn't want to accept these donations only because they were going to close the shelter, but the woman assured the boys that in fact, everything was not as he had imagined, because the whole point was that the state would become interested in them and from now on would expand, so they simply did not need such handouts. In other words, it could be said that they would no longer have to worry about money, which was both good and strange for a boy to hear. At that moment, a thought occurred to him in which he wanted to know if they had crossed the line. After all, he understood perfectly well that usually they would not have succeeded, but they were talking like that again about the sorcerer. But he told the head mistress there that after these words, he felt an incredible relief, and he was not very grateful to her for telling him about it. after which he turned around and started to leave, but the headmistress was telling him there that before he left she would like to know how he and Nika got along with Cecilia. The boy stopped and thought about this question for a while, after which he finally told her that, with the exception of her little antics, they were slowly making their way through her armor and would soon be very close. The headmistress realized that the guy was lying to her a little, because she was almost sure that in reality she had not shared a word about them, after which Gray had to admit it and say that in fact their progress was not the best. In that case, the headmistress had to say only that she could sincerely hope that they would continue to try to get her out of her shell. If anyone could do it, it was only the two of them. Then Gray decided to finally find out from the woman why she was trying so hard to make them friends. She smiled, after which she began to slowly stand up and tell the guy that this is the story that she so hopes that they will learn from Cecilia, which was a little unclear to the guy. Although they both knew perfectly well that she looked quite normal, everyone was afraid of her because of these little antics that the car crossed out everything in its path. And it's not that the guys are particularly scared by this, but still, it also confuses them in a certain sense and causes a little uncertainty. The boy said that several children had ended up in the hospital because of her, so he felt it was better to find out more about her so that he could provide her with the best care. The director interrupted him at one point and assured the guy that it really didn't matter how much he learned about her, because she would always remain the one who knew herself best. And if she doesn't know something, she'll figure it out on her own over time, but the guy's job is to be the friend she so lacks. And when she needs help from him, she will ask him about it herself, the headmistress was sure, thereby providing the boy with all the answers to his questions. Then the guy had no choice but to say that he understood everything and would now remember this for the rest of his life. At one point, he even called the woman Mom, but she stopped him in time and assured the guy that she was now his director, and he had to remember that. After which Gray continued on his way through the school. He heard a huge number of children running behind him and one of them shouting his name. Turning around, he saw 3 guys who were rushing towards him as soon as they saw him, and their main reason was that they wanted to invite Gray to play a game that they had recently come up with. But as soon as they started playing this game, the guy realized that they had absolutely no chance, because his speed was too great for the guys to even be able to touch him. At this point, the guy decided to tell him that they better try, because in this case they have absolutely no chance, and while he was talking about this, he noticed another boy flying towards him. But as it turned out later, all of this was just an illusion that the guys themselves had created, because Gray was still much faster than each of them, and even the element of surprise did not help them defeat him. The guys thought he was fighting unfairly, although the guy believed that Lord Alder had prepared them specifically for this moment, but even in this case, they couldn't do anything. They didn't argue with him and agreed that he was too fast for them, and although the guy assured them that only weaklings lose, that was another excuse, so he'd better start training and next time they would definitely be able to beat him. And now that they had played a little, the guy wanted to send them to training, because for now he didn't have time to play with them anymore, but he promised them that soon he would spend much more time with them. The guys completely agreed with him and assured the guy there that next time they would definitely catch him and defeat him, so he better not relax. The boys left and the game continued down the hallway until he noticed another piece of wood that had broken off, which is why the thought came into his head that the house had been breaking down more and more often lately, and most importantly, faster than usual, which is why the thought came into his head that perhaps Director Will Back was now too busy with other tasks. So he decided that he should definitely help her conduct another inspection of the house, thus taking some of the responsibilities away from her. After which he entered his room, where his beloved neighbor was screaming, and there, the almighty Gray had arrived back, which especially surprised his friend. She again upset him a lot, and after which he asked Gray to close the doors behind him. After the guy approached his friend, the surprise on his face was obvious, because he saw his friend cutting, which caused him shock, because he did not understand at all when the guy had time to do such a thing. But before his friend could answer him, he took him by the hand, and with a powerful electric shock pierced the Gray's body and thus answered all his questions. Reed didn't even understand what had just happened, and therefore asked his friend to immediately give him an explanation, to which he smiled and said that Gray should not underestimate the power of knitting in the future. After which he pointed to his new glove and said that it looked quite elegant, because after their clash with those thugs, he decided to find a way to protect himself. So he made a decision and jotted down some notes on materials that could conduct electrical impulses, after which he managed to make a microfiber glove that could conduct energy to a certain degree. In other words, he essentially sewed a small stone into this glove that uses his internal energy, and when he grabs someone, the microwave extends and penetrates the enemy's muscles. Hearing this, it became even more surprising for Gray that no one had yet identified such a smart guy, which caused a little disappointment and sadness in Gray's friend, and after he said that in fact, he himself did not want to go anywhere, because he was in no hurry. After all, in his opinion, family is not the most important thing in life, and he will be happy in any case, even if he does not have relatives, which could not help but upset him while playing. He had no memories of his parents, good or bad, but Nika hated his parents all the time. Sometimes it even seemed that Andre was lucky to be left without memories. After which, Gray noted that, in fact, this glove was quite intricate, but he still wanted to know why Nika would learn to fight the same way he did, to which Nika faithfully replied that he never learned to fight and that he came up with it himself. But in Nick's case, in his opinion, he doesn't need to learn to fight. He needs things like this glove. They see the difference from some. He doesn't have the reflexes of a primeval predator. If he were asked to rate himself, he would say that he is somewhere on the level of a sloth or a turtle. Hearing about this, Gray became interested to know that although the gloves seem effective, in my opinion, they will only help him buy a little time, but this will not give him any advantage in the fight. But apparently Nick didn't care at all about his words, because he continued telling the guy about these microwaves, which actually have great value and, as it seems to him, their problem is that they wear out too quickly. After which Nika also told about his friend and that he spent part of the money from the pawned jewelry on materials. Then, the State District Power Plant became a little confused as to how Nika was able to hand over all the remaining money to the director, to which Nika flew in with a smile. In fact, he had a guy he knew who helped him with this. In other words, he wanted to tell Gray that his friend had generously donated to director Will Beck in exchange for a certain percentage. Gray realized that given his shopping binge and the interest, he needed to ask Nick how much he ended up giving to the shelter. He hoped it would be at least half. But she started to smile sarcastically and say that he had no choice from the start, and Olivia would never have taken money from them without asking any questions under any circumstances. Then Gray had no choice but to grab Nick and explain to him that she was the director, and that was exactly what he should call her. In any case, Gray was calm because she knew perfectly well that they no longer had to worry about money, and now the state would take on the main expenses of the shelter, which could not help but shock Nick. Although he was then happy, because he realized that now he could spend all this dirty money on microfibers that they would use in their future experiments. This made Gray even more angry, so Nika had to say that he was actually joking. After which he took out some book from the nightstand and assured Gray that he was actually thinking about more than just himself, and that's why he bought a couple of books for Gray with the same money. Gray saw this book, told his friend that he was a magnanimous gentleman and, as a gracious master, was ready to forgive Nick for his unsuccessful joke so that it would cause laughter and satisfaction in the guy. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when they felt a small earthquake, which each of them understood perfectly well why it began. It was all about omnipotence, and this time it was much stronger than usual. Nika suggested I play the same game and check it out. The guy thought it was too dangerous, since he definitely hadn't forgotten what happened to the volunteer who tried to calm her down. Nika-isan remembered very well that the man had been in a very unpleasant situation back then, since he couldn't even get close to her, especially considering he was a bear. Although Nika thought, on the other hand, that he simply couldn't bear to wait for her to faint, and besides, he couldn't imagine how it was harming her. After which Grain leaned closer to him and asked in his ear if Nika had accidentally fallen in love with her. This made him angry, and because of this, he started shouting and telling the guy there that this was not true at all and that he didn't even know her. He was just worried about her, and in his opinion, this was absolutely normal. Besides, according to him, he just thinks that she is a little cute and that's all. At this point, Gray stopped arguing with her and assured Nick that he believed him, although from his behavior, it was clear that this was far from the case. They tried to get out of their room, but the earthquake was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult to get out of the room and help with anything. Closer to the girl's room, they saw two people in front of her door. One of them was Rendao. Nika, who also saw all this, could not understand why they were just standing there and not trying. Could she? But before Gray could tell him the answer to his question, he urgently needed his new glove, which, in the guy's opinion, should help him. After which he took her soul of his friend. He ran forward as if he had a plan that was supposed to help with Celia. At that moment, Reeve understood perfectly well that Randall would not be able to safely reach her through such a dense aura, but he, using Nick's new invention, could try to do this. He pushed Randall aside, and before he could do anything, the Edge burst into the room and was ready to help. But when he saw what was happening in the village, even his confidence disappeared, because he was definitely not prepared for the victims. Cecilia was an exception among the users of internal energy, while the most skilled practitioner can only create a weak gust of wind. For Celia, this is just a warm-up. After all, she was able to surround herself with streams of internal energy, creating such a powerful aura that it was capable of not even letting anyone near her. However, she couldn't control them, and that was the main problem, as the headmistress explained. Her internal energy would burst out at the slightest emotional provocation, although most users would decide that this was a gift from God. But for a child like her, it's more like a curse, because of which she suffers greatly, and Gray understood this perfectly well and wanted to help the girl. When she noticed Gray entering the room, she immediately started yelling at him to leave immediately, because in her opinion, if he was too close to her, then it would lead to irreparable consequences. So her emotional state worsened even more, and with this, her emotional background became stronger, so it became even more difficult to get close to her. But Gray didn't stop trying, and after some time, he was incredibly close to her, after which he began to shout at the girl to immediately grab his hand. At the end of the day, they still managed to grab each other by the hand, after which an even louder explosion thundered, which caused two powerful energies from both guys to unite. And after some time, right in front of the game's eyes, Cecilia passed out and fell unconscious, and his eyes gradually began to close, and apparently he, too, soon lost consciousness. As the other guys entered the room, they noticed how Cray and the others were lying unconscious on the AUL, and no one could even imagine that such energy could turn them off. The next morning, there was already a maid at Arthur's door who wanted to wake Arthur up and therefore asked him for some time to get up so that he could take a shower and prepare him for the performance of the Virian commander. But suddenly she was interrupted by one of the officers, who angrily approached the door and asked her to step aside. After which he used magic to knock down the door, thereby waking up Arthur and Sylvie. Arthur was completely engulfed in the fight, but as soon as he turned around and saw who did it, he immediately calmed down and told his interlocutor that he was very glad to see him. It was Byron, who in turn was not as happy to see Arthur as Arthur himself, after which he remarked that Arthur had apparently learned a few new tricks, since he was not afraid to look him in the eye. After which, Byron turned around and asked Arthur to get dressed immediately, because according to him, the rest of the copies were already waiting at the teleportation gate in order to begin the next mission. After what happened, his relationship with the Ram was forever ruined, and no matter how hard Arthur tried, it was impossible to fix it. But on the other hand, the Order does not understand what he meant when he noted that they are now at war, and there is no point in talking about it. It is clear that both Arthur and Byron are indispensable in this situation, and all their differences are irrelevant when the fate of the continent is at stake. After which Arthur was greeted by a lot of maids who didn't want to scare him, but according to them, they were already very late, and therefore they advised Arthur to get ready much faster. What if they were torn by a maid who was clearly different from the others in size, and apparently she was the most important one, because according to her, she received a personal order from Yen that she should speed up the process of Arthur's meeting. That's why she is here. She also added to the guy that if he was not in the mood to take a bath on his own, then she would be happy to help him with this. But if anything, Arthur had an undoubted desire to do it himself, because he understood perfectly well what would happen if she suddenly helped him with this. She didn't argue with him, and after the bath asked him to put on the set of armor that they had specially prepared for the next mission. Arthur understood perfectly well that Lord Aldi had specially prepared him for this moment. Meanwhile, one of the kings was frequently stretching his collar, which is why the queen had to approach him and ask him not to do it, because she believed that he had nothing to worry about, although the men thought that he was simply trying to understand why Commander Virion decided to give a speech in this wall when these terrorists had almost reached their shores. The queen herself had asked herself this question, so they decided to ask the very same Virion who had been in the room with them for a month, since they were also leaving their castle for the same reason, which could not help but upset them. But the Elven King decided to intervene in this conversation and say that he believed that this was necessary to inspire the crowd gathered there, and in his opinion, Commander Yeri hoped that the people, having seen their forces up close, would believe in their victory more than they had looked at the enemy ships in the distance. And also considering that all the best warriors of the state have gathered with them, as well as a detachment of spears who will look down on them, this should further provide the effect of confidence and strength. The king, having heard these words, could not help but agree with them, and he could only hope that it would be exactly as they said, and that the actual beginning of the war could change very dramatically. As a friend, their words were interrupted when Arian decided to interrupt the boys and ask them to turn around to see who had finally appeared and joined them. It was Arthur who had finally put on his clothes, and as soon as he entered, he immediately bowed to King Ald and Queen Mario and King Blaine, who he said looked very good. He also added that he had not seen them recently and was very pleased to see them again. The kings and queens couldn't help but notice that the boy had grown a lot since the last time they met, although according to Arthur, he hadn't changed much, only grown a little taller. A smile immediately appeared on the king's face when he saw Arthur, and he also wanted to add that the boy would still have time to grow not only upwards, but also become much stronger, because he was sure that Arthur was one of the strongest people in their empire. But Arthur did not quite agree with him, because he believed that given the scale of the upcoming war, he considered himself a soldier of an entire continent, but still his strength would not be enough to simply stop the enemy horde. The king didn't have time to answer him, as their conversation was being followed by another man, who greeted Arthur and remarked that he was pleased to finally meet him. This man with scars on his head was named Rakdias, and according to him, he was the new delegate from the courts of the Fons. The man immediately came closer to Arthur, shook his hand, and noted that he had learned quite a lot about the guy from Elijah's letters. Hearing this, Arthur realized that in front of him was now Elijah's guardian, who had been with him since childhood. This made Arthur very upset, because he did not forget that he was not there when Aljay needed help, so he blamed himself for what happened to him. But the man assured him that Arthur was actually mistaken, and it was far from his fault, because this child had always been a magnet for trouble, and since childhood, the man had had to do a lot to keep Elijah safe. Arthur was pleased that the man decided to support him, because Elijah was his best friend, and now he was ready to promise the old man that he would definitely bring him back, and everything would be fine with him. The man with the scars on his head also became a little sad, but still thanked Arthur for his words and noted that he would hope that Elijah would really return as Arthur believed. Their conversation ended when Virion screamed and drew the attention of the kings and queens, as well as all the warriors. He wanted to tell everyone present that when the time came, the gatekeeper would give them a signal. If he gave the opportunity, he would like to spend more time with Diaz. These were the thoughts that came to Arthur's mind when he looked at the Virion and thought that it would be great for him to know what young Elijah was like. The guy was curious to know how Elijah ended up in Derry and was raised by someone so high-ranking. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when a girl approached him, extended her hand, and greeted Arthur. also noting that they had met before, and apparently he did not particularly remember her. But Arthur remembered her eyes well, because he will never forget the appearance of this girl, whom he saw there in that very place, especially the fact that in the past he never managed to meet her. Arthur extended his hand and remarked that he was very pleased to formally meet Aya Griffin, who also responded as Arthur had and said that she hoped that they would be able to get along. Sylvia couldn't help but notice that the girl looked quite cute, but her aura said otherwise. After some time, another person approached Arthur and his forces, who immediately decided to tell the guy there that he had grown well during his training, and this person also wanted to note that the guy did not have time to go beyond the initial silver stage and move to the middle one, which also could not help but be impressive. Turning around, Arthur was glad to see the man, so he responded by saying that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to reach the white stage. But in response, he received words about how Putin was actually as long-lived as Arthur could imagine, which was not entirely clear to the guy, but no one explained the meaning of these words to him. After all, as soon as he started asking about this, Virian announced to the guys that it was time to go out. Seiyu remarked that it was very funny, which Arthur could not help but notice, and say that she had a very strange understanding of the word fun. When all the kings and warriors came out of the palace, they were immediately met by a huge number of people who were very happy to see their rulers, because they were waiting to hear words from them that would give them hope. At that moment, Arthur stood behind everyone and thought about how it had been an incredibly long time since he had stood in front of such a huge crowd, which even scared him a little. As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the assistants, who addressed Arthur as a general and asked him to prepare for the signal from the Virian commander, which was a little strange to hear for the guy, because he did not understand why they addressed him as a general. But there was no time to ask about this, because Virian began his speech by saying that many of them had come a long way to get here, and according to him, he was filled with pride that his people were so strong. He went on to add that their leaders stand behind him, the very people who have defended this continent for decades and who will defend them in the future. He also couldn't help but say that queens and kings are not the ones who constantly risk their lives on the front lines, and he understands this perfectly well. In other words, he would like them all to help him greet them from the fierce generals who are by his side today and are ready to continue to protect them. In other words, he wanted to present copies of the delicatessen that the whole people already loved. After which he noted that each of the citizens needs to understand that they are now living in wartime, and as they can see, half of the copy is missing, and this did not happen by mistake, because while they are talking to them, others are fighting on the battlefield. All this shocked the citizens, but Virian continued to say that they had once promised that the title of copy was not given by birthright or status. To obtain it, one must have talent, strength, and a lot of very hard work. Therefore, he is pleased to announce that today, with the entry of a new hero, the dawn of a new era is approaching. After which he asked everyone to welcome their new squad member, Arthur Lavina. As soon as Jonah announced this, Arthur came a little closer and heard how every resident of the Empire shouted at the top of their lungs, thereby greeting the guy. But as it turned out, Arthur certainly didn't expect this, and as soon as you came closer to Veron, he remarked with an angry face that if this was his idea, then it was the stupidest in his life, which was a little strange for Leon. I didn't understand why Arthur was angry. In response to these words, Arthur noted that if someone else and not him were behind this, then yes, he could get angry. But considering how Virian has been behaving lately, this is more than normal. Veri didn't try to prove anything to him and simply asked the guy to keep smiling and waving because he thought people could see him on the widescreen projection behind them. After which Avron did not stop and asked the guy to give a speech, which he had to prepare in advance about the upcoming war, which became even more unexpected for Arthur because he was clearly not ready for the fact that he would be recognized as a new member of the copy, and even more so, he was not ready for the fact that he would have to give some kind of speech. But apparently Veri wasn't joking, so Arthur had to tell the man that he wasn't even ready to officially introduce himself as one of the copies, which was already a prepared speech, to which the man replied that he actually did it on purpose, so that the guy wouldn't have time to prepare. In his opinion, it would be much better this way, because it seemed to him that they were now in front of people who were relying on Arthur more than on themselves. Moreover, Virion assured the boy that he already knew very well about all these people, because he grew up among them and each of them was at least a little bit close to him. Therefore, it is safe to say that they listened to his words with much more readiness and sympathy than to the words of some well-fed aristocrat. In other words, Virion wanted the guy to just stay with himself and talk to people the way he saw fit, because only then could he calm the people down and give them hope that everything would be fine. Arthur thought for a bit, sighed, and nevertheless began to talk to the people, whom he addressed as people delicately, and thanked them for gathering here today, and despite his age, he had read many books about the history and economy of their continent. And he can confidently state that none of them spoke about where the loyalty of citizens and their state comes from. The only thing he could assume was that citizens have a natural attraction to their country. He also read water books where one author claimed that there is a confusing effect, a state where the ruler does not quite understand what to do next. By these words, he meant to point out that what begins with a leader who provides security for the well-being of his people must end with parents who feed their children as long as this flow of security is maintained, and he asserts a natural loyalty to his country. Arthur says he tells them this because he disagrees with that statement, and he wants to believe that loyalty is not just a calculated decision by citizens, and not the imposed opinions of rulers or judgments based on place of birth, because according to him, loyalty is born from freedom of choice. The choice is fueled by the support of family, friends, or citizens who are always ready to be there for him in difficult times. This is the only way they can promise themselves and each other to protect themselves and develop together. Only in this case, their country will live forever and will develop forever. He understood perfectly well that perhaps we are now speaking rather arrogantly and even a little strangely, but still, trying to find a definition for this word while everyone has their own thoughts on this matter and expresses loyalty to the country in their own way, he considered simply pointless. But he could be sure of one thing: loyalty is always more primitive when times are simpler and when the state is not threatened. But when danger looms over it, only then can one understand what a person is truly ready to do for his side. He also didn't forget to say that in wartime, it's much easier to unite when victory has already been determined. So, unfortunately, he didn't mention that the war isn't over yet, it certainly won't be easier, and when they return to the country, it's loyalty to the entire continent, and it's at this time that it must be tested. In other words, Arthur was telling people that they could have a choice to die with their people, or hope to survive with their enemies. And the fact that he stands before them now speaks of his choice, and this is not only because of his rank as a spear, because he believed that his loyalty was not bought, but was not given away without reason. According to Arthur, his loyalty is to the entire continent and all the creatures on it, and it was nurtured from his childhood in a small village, when he was an adventurer, a student, and later a teacher. Now that he is here in front of them, he is ready to prove to each of them that he did not receive the title of spear for nothing, and that he will not just be the main hope of everyone around him in the coming war. Of course, he understood perfectly well that the delicate and the leaders have their shortcomings, but he asked them not to forget that every person has their own minuses and pluses, and no one can say that they did not try. And the union of the three kingdoms was unthinkable just a few generations ago. Yet 3 times leaders put aside their pride and differences to unite and share resources to improve the lives of everyone living here. Thus, discrimination will still exist, but the land on which they live belongs to all of them. However, just outside the city, an enemy army awaits them, which numbers more than 100 ships approaching their shores. In other words, Arthur was asking them to understand that they were given a choice: to hand over all members of the ruling families or to continue this war on a much more destructive scale. Commander Virion was ready to sacrifice his life to protect the continent, and although Arthur is pleased to hear this, according to the guy, he is hoping for something else. According to Arthur, he would rather fight and die with dignity for the country he loved than rely on the promises of his enemies that they might not keep. But even with these thoughts in mind, He didn't dare speak for any of them, so the only thing he could tell them with complete confidence was that everyone standing before them now would fight to their last breath to defend their land from those who dared to invade their home. After the last words, each of the residents began to shout at the top of their voices that they would stand to the end and would do everything possible to continue life before Cotton as long as possible. She couldn't contain herself and turned into her real huge form, which looked very, very terrifying, thus showing Arthur that she was also ready to fight for her home until her last breath. Arthur was very pleased to watch all of this, because he did not think that his words could move each of them so much less provide such a strong motivation for people to continue fighting. After that, they walked together into the sunset with strength. Arthur only wanted to tell her that she told each of the residents what he wanted to convey with words, but he still considered her to be a show of niece. Before Arthur left for the place that had been expected for him for a long time, he decided to inform his friends about it, who were a little upset because they thought that he would come to an official reception in the city. Arthur was indeed very busy, because he went to Adam's funeral, where the people closest to him gathered, and in the center stood a man who said that he would never forget how Adam helped him save his family from bandits when Ellie was not yet born. Arthur's father had said that it had been a long time since he had fought alongside him, but he would always remember the times when he thought he hadn't changed at all. He is still the same abrupt and impulsive blockhead, who is at the same time sincere, ambitious, and selflessly devoted person, but all the time, as it turns out, he was very much mistaken. When they looked at their old friend after so many years, they just couldn't help but feel nostalgic, couldn't help but remember what good times there were and how they spent time together. But it was a bad decision to cling to the past, because then they simply could not understand how much Adam had changed, how he had grown as a person, as a fighter, and as a protector of his friends. Now the man can say with confidence that he knows that Adam would not have abandoned his ambitions even if he were no longer with them. Because he could never sit back and watch others suffer, he would always carry strength and passion beyond their world as well. All they can know now is that he would want the same for them, so all they can do for him now is stay here and live their best life while he sleeps peacefully until they meet each other again. After the funeral, the guys thanked Arthur for taking the time to come and say goodbye to Adam. It was very important to them, and they didn't even hope that Arthur, such a person, would be able to do this. Well, of course, they didn't forget to congratulate him on his new title, although they were very sorry that they could not attend his speech, although Arthur thought that this was not entirely important and was grateful for these congratulations. Arian also came to this place, which was a little surprising for Arthur, because he believed that a man should not miss an official reception in the city just to come to this place, and he told Verna the same thing. But he still thanked the man for allowing him to hold the funeral in this particular place, because it was very important for some of the guys, although he believed that it was very important, and he should also be present in this place today.